The day the gate opened became the day the world fell, as countless multitudes of helpless people perished under the claws of unknown monsters from another dimension. Only a tiny fraction of humanity suddenly awakened supernatural abilities, becoming saviors, or, as they were called, players. Wrapped in waves of blue energy, the warrior hovered above the ground, his outstretched arm pointing his deadly steel swords down at the swarming monsters. This chosen one turned out to be Lee Hyun-wook, an F-ranked player who carried the proud title of the Great Steel Emperor among his companions. The distorted reflection in the cracked glass showed an upside-down world, where people had dubbed him their last savior against his wishes. The young man rested his head against the warrior's helmet, pondering the mockery of fate that had made his life a noble's dregs and an unwanted hero. The commander angrily ordered the soldiers to straighten up, walking down the steps to where many soldiers stood bent over with their hands behind their backs. The Armed Forces Monster Fighting Grounds became home to awakened players whose powers gave humanity a chance to survive. The stubborn young man continued to stand, tucked into his helmet, tormented by the question of his role as humanity's last chance in this absurd situation. The exhausted soldiers stood in rows under the scorching sun of the VSMC range, not daring to move in an uncomfortable posture. The flushed captain loudly rebuked his subordinates for the loss of 9 shell casings, while sweat from fatigue and discomfort dripped down the faces of the soldiers. The protagonist stealthily used magic, causing a shell casing hidden in his pocket to fly up and land right in his open mouth. The enraged commander exploded with a furious shout, his face flushed red with anger directed at the defiant recruits. The multitude of soldiers, still standing head down, synchronously shouted denial as they continued to patiently endure the punishment. A system alert appeared next to Lee Hyun-wook's ear after the casing maneuver. The weight of metal available for control is 300 grams. Blood fountained from the young man's mouth as he contemplated the insanity of his second army service in this new cruel world. The VSSM training ground had become a graveyard of human hopes. Ruined buildings, scattered weapons, and countless corpses surrounded the lone surviving figure. A series of powerful explosions swept through the area, increasing the already terrible death toll of humanity's defenders. The city streets became a nightmarish mosaic of intertwined bodies forming sinister barricades of dead flesh. Lee Hyun-wook lay among the injured, realizing the bitter truth of the player's defeat in the unequal battle with the monsters. The mysterious figure approached the defeated hero, mockingly uttering words about the great Emperor of Steel while removing the mask from his face. A man with a natural eye color and yellow pupils contemptuously called out the name and rank of the defeated hero as if it were the most dire sentence. The self-proclaimed judge spread his arms, declaring divine judgment on humanity while ghastly monsters gathered behind his back. The bloodied protagonist shouted accusations against the traitors to humanity who sold their souls to the devil, regretting their lack of power. The villain tilted his head with an acidic smile, giving a silent signal to his follower, mocking the grief of his wounded foe. The young man's wide-open eyes filled with tears streaming down his dirty face as he watched the approaching denouement. The red-eyed traitor, whispering about the uselessness of knowledge and the inevitability of death, taunted the helpless lad as the second sinister figure slowly approached them. A Prispeshnik with a giant sledgehammer topped with a pointed wooden pole swung over the defeated hero to the departing boss's calm words of death. "Gordon Precy." These words were the last thing the young man said before the point of the monstrous weapon mercilessly connected with his head. Thoughts of going back in time, like a web novel, swirled in Lee Hyun's head, still resting against the military helmet at the firing range. The commander vehemently promised to set the brains of his subordinates straight, establishing rules of command interaction to the score and established phrases. Gritting his teeth, Lee Hyun accepted his return to the past with nullified abilities, looking at the familiar system notifications with cold determination. A friendly chorus of soldiers' voices responded to the command 1, demonstrating learned discipline and obedience to a strict training regimen. Shouting the established phrases along with everyone else, the young man was tormented by the question of his return to the army, which he seemed to have left forever. The soldiers lined up around him mechanically marched on the count to 8, freezing at the command 9, like Willis marionettes. The commander directed the 3rd Company to the mess hall, while the remaining soldiers exchanged conjectures about the meager army lunch to come. The strange expression on his face betrayed Lee Hyun's confusion, standing at the head of the column and completely not expecting his return to this reality. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook called off the reserve squad roll call, immediately receiving an unexpected assignment from the commander that promised new challenges. Confusion was reflected on the face of the protagonist, who had just completed a grueling workout and was not ready for a new challenge. The commander pronounced the word training with a mocking smile that even the uniform cap pulled over his eyes could not hide. The familiar nickname Loser came from the side of Oh Sang-guk, a well-known army scoundrel, causing the guy to stare meekly forward. The enraged commander came close to the guy's face, threateningly offering to send his platoon to solve the unspoken problem. The army tyrant furiously blamed the frozen soldier's inability to advance above F rank, stabbing his index finger on his helmet with his face distorted with anger. The young man mentally recalled his past life as he deftly dodged Oh Sang-guk's poke, causing his comrades to be puzzled and the captain to question him angrily about his responsibility. The sarcastic remark about the corporal's rank caused a wave of laughter among the soldiers, who began to glance around as they watched the tense scene between co-workers. Frowning eyebrows and compressed lips betrayed the guy's inner tension, mentally wondering about the duration of his stay in the past. The army's chief scoundrel aggressively questioned the reasons for his subordinates' strange behavior, suspecting deliberate provocation and insubordination. Without waiting for a response, Oh Sang-guk extended his hand, forming a miniature vortex of magical energy around his fingers, causing the watching soldiers to be startled. The commander reminded his D rank with fury as his hand formed a complex magical circle with arcane symbols and concentric lines. Lee Hyun-wook suddenly agreed to the demands but made a counter condition of eating, accompanying the words with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Shock reverberated in the captain's eyes, not expecting such a reaction from his usually unruly subordinate. The protagonist skillfully manipulated the situation by insinuating abusive position, causing Oh Sang-guk to turn around to the watching coworkers. The young man's voice held a faint irony as he mentioned the commander's future greatness, masterfully hiding his true feelings behind a fake smile. Surprise was reflected on the face of the army tyrant, suddenly finding himself in a situation developing contrary to the usual scenario of humiliation and submission. The soldiers watching the confrontation near the vehicles hastily returned to their duties after the young man's promise to eat quickly and complete the task. Oh Sang-guk hesitantly supported his subordinate's initiative, masking his confusion behind a demonstrative cough and feigned superiority. Continuing to hold his hand to his mouth, the commander looked around frantically, checking to see if there were any more witnesses to his sudden retreat. The curt order to go to lunch sounded a last attempt to save face and control the situation, rapidly slipping from the tyrant's grasp. The protagonist suddenly announced his lack of appetite, turning to Park Jun-mo, who automatically confirmed the order with a standard phrase. The coworker's face changed momentarily, reflecting sadness and incomprehension as he escorted the departing comrade with a quiet, confused "okay." A puzzled Oh Sang-guk fixed his cap, cautiously trying to look around as if he was facing not a familiar subordinate, but a completely different person. Meanwhile, the protagonist hid behind a nearby building, finding a secluded spot to catch his breath after a tense confrontation. Biting his lip and restraining his rage, the young man mentally congratulated himself on a perfectly played role in the confrontation with the hated commander. Thoughts of deserved retribution against the scum associated with Gordon Pressy's name filled Lee Hun's mind, fueling the fire of future vengeance. A system alert showed an increase in metal control to 301 grams, causing the hero to ponder the strange pattern of ability gains. Deciding to keep his ability to increase rank a secret, the young man smiled contentedly as he retrieved a collection of stolen dinner spoons from under his helmet. Perplexed cries of missingness spread through the mess hall as the newly arrived soldiers were confronted with an inexplicable shortage of spoons. Panic gripped the dining hall when one of the soldiers showed Private Park Jun-mo a completely empty cutlery drawer. The perpetrator of the chaos, Lee Hyun-wook, was quietly hiding behind a building, methodically sending stolen spoons into his mouth with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned kidnapper. The system alert of metal assimilation and an expected gain of 1.25 grams came on as the young man gulped down another piece of cutlery with gusto. Looking at the 140-gram M7 bayonet knife, the guy pondered the need to increase the available weight to handle larger objects. Irritation reflected on the young man's face as he realized the excruciating slowness of raising his rank a quarter of a gram, a spoonful before the coming test. Guy's gaze fell on a distant installation with an observation tower as he pondered finding alternative ways to speed up development. The mention of having to defeat a level 1 boss mob was accompanied by a demonstration of abilities. The knife smoothly separated from the backpack at the young man's will. A joyful smile lit up the future expert's face as the metal object hovered above his palm, obeying his control powers. 3 days later, the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Battalion was in position at the 5th post, located on a hill next to the observation tower. Armed soldiers vigilantly guarded the small fortification, closely monitoring any movement in the surrounding area. The military officer, with an expression of concern and slight sympathy on her face, occasionally cast glances backward, as if anticipating imminent danger. The protagonist, acting as a partner to the anxious fellow, remained unperturbed, staring motionlessly into the space ahead of the post. The observant warrior noted the corporal's strange behavior of late, expressing concern at the change in his character and reactions. The young man glanced at his wristwatch, wondering at the comfort of his interlocutor, but never dignified him with a direct glance, immersed in his own thoughts. A new alert flashed before the protagonist's eyes. His metal control abilities had reached 1.359 grams, with an available increase of 6 grams. The partner hastily tried to clarify his words, refuting the previous wording for fear of being misunderstood by the unusually serious corporal. The unexpected reversal and movement of the protagonist with his weapon raised caused consternation in the interlocutor, who instinctively backed away, questioning what was happening. The corporal's face approached the confused Park Jun-mo, accompanying a serious question of trust that sounded more like a test than a normal inquiry. An instinctively curt and somewhat confused "so true" burst out from the soldier, striving to keep his composure in the face of the pressure of a suddenly changed comrade. A strange facial expression combining anger and joyful anticipation flashed across the protagonist's face as he began to load his weapon after confirming his trust. Alarming signs of the invasion showed themselves at the bottom of the range, where the first monsters began to appear, heralding the beginning of the long-awaited battle. Slime-covered creatures tumbled out of the small portal like a horrible parody of birth, bringing with them a wave of imminent danger. The strange creatures, armed with distorted sword semblances, moved like monkeys, instantly assuming a fighting stance after falling. One of the monster leaders approached the cliff, studying the brightly lit range below, choosing the best path to attack the human positions. Night silence enveloped the military base, plunging the soldiers into a deep sleep, unaware of the impending danger outside the protected area. The monsters' jubilation at their easy prey was suddenly replaced by panic as swords began to pierce their bodies, cutting through the night air. The protagonist's silhouette materialized in front of the portal from which the monsters continued to emerge, his presence disrupting their serene invasion. Lee Hyun-wook froze in a majestic pose, one outstretched finger guiding the deadly dance of the knife circling around his figure. The fall of the first monster from the precise blow turned the rest of the creatures into an enraged mass, sizzling the young man with hateful glances of red eyes. A smile lit up the hero's face, guiding the knife over his outstretched finger as he confessed his 3-day wait for this long-awaited meeting. A sudden movement from the side caught the young man's attention. The monster was slowly rising, leaning on a curved weapon with the clear intention of continuing the fight. The cocky corporal assessed his chances against the first-level creatures as he continued to skillfully control the magical blade hovering around his body. The magical blade began to spin under the young man's palm, gaining deadly speed before the inevitable attack on the approaching opponents. A philosophical remark about a second chance granted by fate was accompanied by a stare into the eyes of a ferocious creature preparing to leap. A powerful push from the ground shortened the distance between the monster and the man almost instantly, displaying inhuman strength and attack speed. A warning of imminent death escaped the protagonist's lips as the monster opened its jaws with sharp teeth, lunging for the unprotected neck. A single sweep of his arm sent the magical blade through the neck of his attacker, turning the creature's deadly lunge into its own demise. The decapitated body collapsed at the feet of the protagonist, and the severed head flew off to the side, demonstrating the effectiveness of the attack. The blade slammed into the wood with force and began to wobble, a testament to the incredible power unleashed in the night. New monsters continued to emerge from the portal, growing fiercer at the sight of their fallen brethren, intent on a massive attack to take revenge on the defiant man. The protagonist took a machine gun in his left hand, but his attention was drawn to a multicolored pebble that fell out of the defeated creature's hand. A strange colored stone rose from the ground by the power of magic and went straight into the mouth of the young man, knowing the future consequences of this decisive action. Bewilderment was reflected on the ugly faces of the monsters, tilting their heads at different angles, trying to comprehend the strange man's actions. A strange emotion distorted the guy's face slightly as he swallowed the manistal stone, eyebrows furrowed at the unpleasant taste of the alien metal. The creature's reactions ranged from the disgust and vomiting of the closest witnesses to the continued ferocity of distant monsters who had not seen the strange ritual. A system alert of ingested manasteel from another world heralded an unknown increase in strength, bringing a satisfied smile to the protagonist's face. The realization of the possibility of amplification through the absorption of various materials lit up the young man's face with a demonic grin that instilled terror even in monsters. The hero's attentive gaze appreciated the puzzlement of his opponents, but did not for a moment shake his determination in carrying out his intended plan. A magical gesture summoned the knife back to its owner, freeing it from its woody captivity for a new deadly mission among the ranks of the enemy. Two fingers pointed forward and shrouded in blue magic sent the knife in deadly flight through the ranks of his opponents, marking the beginning of a bloody feast. Confidence never left Lee Hyun-wook's gaze as he defiantly reloaded his weapon in front of his puzzled comrade, creating a contrast of determination and bewilderment. With a swift movement, the young man clamped his co-worker's mouth shut, whispering about his ability to sense the movement of metal, eliciting muffled objections about the impossibility of such skills. The main character's lies had a clear purpose: to convince the soldier to remain silent, because no one would believe in superpowers in a low-ranking host. Surprise reflected on the face of a young co-worker, asking the obvious question about the next steps in this strange situation. The protagonist approached his comrade, looking directly into his eyes on the same level, making a condition. He would check suspicions and his partner would maintain his position. The memory of being asked to keep a secret from his superiors flashed through the young man's mind as he began to repel the attacks of countless monsters. An innumerable horde of monsters surrounded the hero, and all dared to attack at the same time, as it was an opportune moment for a fatal blow. A deft somersault saved the protagonist's life at the last moment, as a multitude of swords rained down on the place where he was a second ago. The magical blades summoned by the corporal's will began to gain deadly speed before rushing forward at the cluster of enemies. Steel lightning pierced through the ranks of monsters, leaving behind wounded creatures with poisonous green liquid oozing from their bodies. The knife made its next deadly circle near the very ground, clipping the legs of a multitude of creatures that fell with screams of pain and despair. The dark figure watched the battle from a safe position in a tree, coolly assessing the death of his fellows at the hands of the defiant man. The chief among the monsters, a ferocious creature with a necklace of sharp teeth and 5 symbolic circles, cackled with rage at the sight of what was happening. The battlefield turned into a chaos of wounded monsters clinging to their wounds, hesitant observers, and reckless attackers out for blood. Sadistic satisfaction reflected on the hero's face as the nearest monster struck him in the helmet, causing no noticeable damage. The young man's gaze locked onto a sword glowing with blue energy among the defeated monsters as another opponent drew his weapon. Time slowed for the watchers as the ferocious monster swung again for a deadly strike on the defenseless man. The corporal's magic summoned the weapon lying precisely over his head, blocking the creature's powerful blow and saving the dodgy warrior's life. The force of the weapon's clash knocked the sword out of the monster's paws while twisting its limb unnaturally with a sickening sound. The acrobatic twist helped the hero avoid a surprise attack from another creature that flew past the target due to an unpredictable maneuver. The deadly magic left no chance for the missed monster, as the young man turned around lightning fast and decapitated his attacker in one precise motion. Abundant streams of green liquid gushed from the decapitated creature's neck and mouth, adding color to the gruesome picture of the battle. A defiant threat escaped the lad's lips as his blade continued to whirl deadly around, while another wounded monster fell behind him. A precious bounty in the form of a pink manastali crystal sparkled on the ground, catching the attention of the calculating warrior amidst the chaos of battle. A thunderous scream caused all creatures to freeze as the hero revealed the reason for his past death: warning of retaliation against sneaky tactics. The fierce threat to eat alive anyone who dared to attack from behind sounded so convincing that it made the monsters rethink their strategy.
Satisfied with the intimidation effect produced, the lad watched the motionless but still ferocious opponents ready to continue the fight.
An anticipatory smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he announced the move to the main course, slowly turning to the lurking opponents. A feigned confusion reflected in the young man's voice, searching for the insidious monster boss, well aware that he was watching from a tree nearby. The goblin shaman in the tree could not hide his surprise at hearing his name from the man's lips, his rage mixed with wariness at his enemy's sudden awareness. With a theatrical gesture, the great Emperor of Steel reached for the shining Manistali stone, commenting loudly on each movement to attract the attention of the watching boss. A curse escaped the goblin monster's lips, realizing the setup as he ripped one of the large circles off his necklace in preparation for the ritual. A strategic plan unfolded in the hero's mind as he defiantly reached for the stone, creating the perfect bait for the overbearing tree dweller. Mentally noting the difference between the boss and the average half-wit, the young man watched the goblin shaman activate magic around the circle removed from the necklace. A mocking laugh and the announcement of a victim came over the radio as the protagonist looked up, signaling his awareness. With a sharp blow of his staff, the goblin shaman shattered the glowing magical artifact, releasing the power contained within in the form of shards flying in all directions. The protagonist discreetly picked up the glowing stone while behind his back, the mystical glow of a sinister ritual emanated from a tree. The ground shuddered as sharp stones grew from beneath it, piercing many creatures with their pointed ends as a result of the activated ritual. The awake soldier hesitantly asked the commander about the strange fluctuations in the ground, for he sensed something amiss. The sleepy commander irritably threatened to kill him for waking up again, causing his subordinate to instantly obey, clamping his hand over his mouth. The deadly stone spikes mercilessly pierced the bodies of numerous creatures, leaving them no chance of escaping instant death. The surviving monsters froze in horror as they watched the bloody scene of their fellow monsters' deaths, their gazes filled with fear of the incomprehensible and all-destroying force. The goblin shaman continued to watch down on the results of his devastating spell, in no hurry to join the chaos of the battle below. A sudden premonition caused the monster to look away from the bloody scene and look up, releasing the ominous shards of the magical artifact from his hand. A puzzled exclamation of "Found it!" caused the goblin shaman to turn sharply, trying to identify the source of the unexpected sound in the darkness. A blue glow of magic and flying weapons appeared in the boss's field of vision before he could notice the protagonist himself, hidden in the shadows. Superior reflexes allowed him to dodge the blow with ease, demonstrating the difference between ordinary goblins and their leader. The magical blades stabbed uselessly into the wood without harming the dodging creature, breaking the carefully thought-out plan of attack. Disappointment echoed in the protagonist's voice, lamenting the failure of a perfect shot as he sat on a sharp rock amidst the pierced bodies of his enemies. The boss shaman's smug laughter spread across the battlefield, his huge maw of sharp teeth open in a display of superiority over his human opponent. But the sharp cry of a trap was accompanied by a characteristic gesture of the protagonist. Two fingers extended forward, directing a magical attack at the smug opponent. A small knife appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the boss with magic as he tried to comprehend the unexpected turn of events in a seemingly winnable situation. Astonishment froze on the open-mouthed boy's face as his perfect plan of attack encountered an unforeseen obstacle to victory. An incredible sight opened before the young man's eyes. The creature held his blade a few centimeters from his neck with his bare hands. Fury contorted the goblin shaman's face as the green liquid poured from his hand, clutching his opponent's blade with inhuman strength and determination. A mocking smirk accompanied the young man's words about a failed past life, masking the growing anxiety of facing such a powerful opponent. The boss monster continued to sit with its teeth gritted, holding the blade with its bloody hand as if showing its superiority over human tricks. The corporal demanded the goblin shaman come down for a fair fight, grabbing his weapon and promising to cut his opponent to pieces for enjoying a gang of goblins. Uncertainty stiffened the movements of the protagonist, standing on a dais among the corpses, with the boss at the top and loyal henchmen below. The boss joining the battle instantly boosted the morale of the surviving monsters, ready to fight with redoubled fury for their leader. The system alert of rapid mana consumption made Lee Hyun tensely look around, realizing the gravity of the situation the moment the boss jumped down from the tree. A desperate cry of willingness to die with the enemy accompanied the reloading of the gun as the young man made the decision to fight to the last cartridge. The distant sound of a human voice calling the corporal by name made him tense up, realizing a new variable. Surprise was reflected on the protagonist's face as he saw Park Jun-mo in the distance, who, with his hands to his mouth, kept calling out for his commander. The incomprehensible words of the spell were accompanied by the sharp movement of the goblin shaman's staff, pointing in the direction of the approaching man. The creatures below instantly changed the direction of the attack, jumping high to attack the unprotected soldier looking for his comrade. The monster's new target is the carefree Park Jun-mo, who doesn't realize the deadly danger looming over him in the silence of the night. The realization of danger made the protagonist rush to the aid of his comrade, despite the presence of a powerful enemy boss. A panicked scream ripped from the soldier's chest as he saw the ferocious creature flying at him, instinctively jumping back from the deadly threat. Paralyzing fear stiffened the warrior's movements, unable to move as the monster drew close, drawing his sword to strike. The corporal managed to yell "Dodge" at the last moment, firing at the leaping creature as the soldier miraculously escaped injury. The magical sword swung towards the monster, sneaking behind his partner's back, demonstrating the lightning-fast reaction and tactical thinking of the protagonist. The experienced creature repelled the flying blade with ease, showing the goblin's growing adaptation to the enemy's magics with every minute of combat. Joy flashed across the monster's face as it anticipated its first human kill, its eyes flashing fire in anticipation of blood. The sudden appearance of the protagonist next to the attacker ended with a powerful knee strike and a gun thrust straight into the monster's open mouth. The deafening shot shattered the creature's teeth into shards flying in all directions. An acrobatic leap from a falling corpse allowed the hero to land behind his partner to continue defending his confused comrade. With a quick movement, the guy took a fighting stance, putting his weapon in front of him and gazing through the sight into the darkness of the night range. The terrified soldier sprawled on the ground, covering his face with his hands as the corporal continued to watch the sharp rocks, waiting for more enemies to appear. The hero's tense gaze shifted to the portal, from which no more monsters appeared, foreshadowing a temporary lull in the bloody battle. Anger, not joy, was reflected on the straightened warrior's face as he realized that all his efforts had been in vain. The cunning boss had slipped away. The goblin shaman's vigilance ruined the carefully thought-out plan, forcing the hero to rethink his strategy to achieve his main goal. A loud voice from the walkie-talkie demanded a situation report after the sounds of gunfire echoed through the quiet area of the military base. The protagonist instantly activated the comms, reporting the opening of a gate in the 5th Post's territory and the goblin attack that disappeared after the first skirmish. After starting the casualty report, Lee Hyun turned around to his comrade trembling on the ground, assessing his physical and psychological state. A confident "no casualties" completed the message, receiving in return orders to remain in position and defend the post until reinforcements arrived. The realization of the imminent arrival of that very warrior made the hero tense, his gaze drifting back. An urgent message of readiness 5 minutes later from behind an open portal spread through the base, activating the paladin forces of the WSSBM. The serious and beautiful Lieutenant Seo Yoon-ha received a repeated message about the portal opening, preparing to lead the operation to close it. Memories of a past life flashed through the protagonist's mind. If the lieutenant arrives, she will close the gate and confiscate all valuable weapons. The image of army subordinates placing the stone in a box with a declaration that it belonged to the army flashed vividly in the corporal's mind. Transparent adamantium, shining with multicolored iridescence like a diamond, was the one legendary item worth risking everything for. Thoughts of the key artifact that gave the title of Emperor of Steel filled Lee Hyun-wook's mind, strengthening his determination to obtain it at any cost. The realization that the next chance would not come until 4 years later, with the risk of repeating tragic history, strengthened the resolve to act immediately. The unwavering certainty of needing to retrieve the artifact first came through in the young man's voice, planning to get ahead of the reserve group's arrival. The explanation about goblin ritual sacrifices was meant for his partner, slowly coming to his senses after the shock of the attack. Park Jun-mo's startled question was accompanied by a pointing at the goblin's corpse, while the protagonist continued to scan the surroundings for a hidden threat. The corporal's strategic thinking analyzed possible enemy locations, ruling out the city center due to the high population density. A sudden shout of goblin attack from Post 6 interrupted the reflection. Coming from the radio with panicked cries for help, a mystical glow on the tree caught the protagonist's attention, his face lighting up with a triumphant smile at the sight of the cherished goal of the quest. The corporal's confident voice announced over the radio the 5th post's intention to go to the aid of the 6th, eliciting a stunned look from his seated partner. An indignant question about disobeying a direct order and questioning the F-ranker's abilities sounded from the walkie-talkie, reminding him of the chain of command. Lee Hyun-wook didn't finish his angry tirade, deftly manipulating the radio settings to interrupt the unpleasant conversation with his superiors. A concerned soldier clutched at his comrade's leg, warning of a possible court-martial for disobeying a direct order from his commanding officer. But the convincing explanation about the long-range fighters of the 6th post being unable to stand up to melee combat with goblins sounded strategically correct. The insistent questioning of one corporal's ability to change the situation reflected the soldier's logical doubts about the success of the crazy plan. The unexpected response of, "Am I alone?" was accompanied by a pointing finger pointed at the seated warrior, including him in the dangerous enterprise. Park Jun-mo's shocked face, clutching his head with his mouth open, reflected the internal conflict between duty, fear, and unwillingness to disobey orders. The main character's determined voice reiterated the need to help the 6th post, ignoring Jung-uk's injury report as they advanced through the dark forest. The radio announcement that a response team was moving in brought no relief to the 6th post, besieged by goblins and realizing the inevitability of death without immediate support. The small box that had become the last refuge was completely surrounded by enemies. Some had climbed to the roof, others were breaking in the doors, creating an atmosphere of imminent doom. A concerned question about Corporal Kim's condition rang out in the cramped space where the wounded soldier was trying to hide his increasing pain from his comrade. Doubt about the strength of the magical barrier was replaced by a desperate shout into the radio for backup, accompanied by a bitter question about its delayed arrival after death. The sudden silence made the soldier turn around sharply, straining to listen to the ominous lull. An eerie sight presented itself to the eye. Numerous stones shrouded in green magic rose into the air like a column, flying over the fence to the small booth. The conductor of this deadly orchestra was the Goblin Boss, wielding his staff and magic shards with diabolical precision and concentration. The sudden fall of multiple rocks on the flimsy iron roof shook the shelter, portending imminent disaster for the soldiers hiding inside. Panicked fear gripped the two warriors, clutching at the walls of the wobbly booth, not understanding the nature of the devilishness going on around their last hiding place. The formerly sturdy structure had become a wreck with huge holes in it, making those inside easy prey for the bloodthirsty creatures. The wounded Jong-ok grimly predicted an imminent fate of destroying the post, carrying their bodies to the altar and ritually ripping out their hearts while they were alive. Horror reflected on the soldier's face as the wounded comrade pointed his weapon at his own face, calmly explaining the advantages of a painless death over torture. Tears rolled down his partner's face as he realized the brutal truth in his co-worker's words, ready to end his life in the face of imminent torment at the hands of the monsters. A new wave of stones floated over the mangled building, preparing to deliver another crushing blow to the last stronghold of human resistance. The goblin shaman raised his staff, surrounded by a green glow, his necklace now adorned with only 2 circles instead of the previous 5, indicating the power used. An unexpected message for help sounded from the radio, accompanied by strange instructions to aim for the light, instilling a faint hope in the heart of the weeping soldier. The cryptic instruction to use the fire ability and aim for light was repeated over the radio, demanding immediate confirmation of readiness for the unusual maneuver. Doubt in his ability to confront the enemy did not prevent the warrior from assuming a fighting stance at the broken window with his weapon, the end of which blazed with magical fire. Confusion gripped the soldier, seeing rocks floating in the air and not understanding the mysterious plan of an unknown ally coming to the rescue. The problem of the target's invisibility increased nervousness, making it difficult to concentrate on following an obscure order in a moment of mortal danger. A sudden glint among the trees caught the soldier's attention, causing him to question whether the shot should be aimed at the wrong spot through the veil of hovering rocks. A distant cry of "Take aim!" came from the protagonist sitting on the goblin's shoulders and pointing with an outstretched finger in the direction for the shot. A confident statement of personal control of the trigger was accompanied by a sharp flex of the index finger, activating the magical link to the weapon. The shocked soldier felt the spontaneous movement of the weapon in his hands but continued to hold it steady, obeying the unseen commander. The fiery arrow flew in the right direction, flying unhindered between the hovering rocks. The arrow reached its precise target, the body of the goblin beneath the protagonist, who jumped up at the last moment, escaping the fiery charge with cold calculation. The defeated monster froze with a surprised expression, looking at the flaming object stabbed into its body. A powerful explosion destroyed the creature as it attempted to retrieve the arrow, showering the surrounding area with green spray under the watchful eye of the hero who had landed nearby. The system notification of only 1% mana consumption pleased the guy, who appreciated the power and economy of remote weapon control. The joy of a successful shot was short-lived, as the goblin shaman from the dais reactivated the ritual, manipulating the staff and magical shards. The hovering rock suddenly changed trajectory, rushing towards a new target, forcing the protagonist to make a desperate leap into the bushes, avoiding a fatal blow. Another wave of stones rained down on the exhausted building, of which almost nothing remained after the previous magical attacks of the enraged shaman. The loud command to reload the weapon echoed over the battlefield as the gunner in the booth stood with his mouth open, shocked at what was happening around him. An automatic "so true" escaped the soldier's lips as he came to his senses from shock and heard the order to aim again at the mysterious light after the reload was complete. Curiosity drove the goblin shaman to the edge of the cliff to assess the results of his destructive ritual and the actions of the monsters. Instead of victory scenes, the shaman saw subordinates burning alive, which instantly turned his curiosity into a thirst for revenge. The boss's facial features contorted with anger, grinning teeth gleaming in the moonlight, heralding a new wave of ruthless attacks on human positions. Doubts plagued Park Junmo, cautiously advancing through the bushes and pondering the chances of finding his boss without immediately paying with his life for that signal. Reaching the observation point, the soldier lurked behind a rock, studying the trampled path, the broken fence, and the besieged sixth post in the distance. Surprise flashed through the watcher's mind as he realized that the corporal was not just distracting the enemies, but appeared to be planning to destroy them all himself. The carelessly loud comment caught the attention of a passing goblin, who instantly turned his attention to the human soldier lurking in the grass. The enraged monster did not hesitate to attack, swinging its sharp sword and emitting a deafening battle cry, as if drawing strength from its own roar. Paralyzing fear once again gripped Park Junmo's body, crying out for help with an expression of horror on his face and his mouth wide open in a silent scream. The protagonist's magical blade swept towards the attacker's arm, while his partner instinctively covered his head with his hands, curling up into a defensive posture. Lee Hyun ran after his magic blade, lighting the way with a small lantern on his shoulder, rushing right between his enemy and his friend's crouched friend. As he approached the goblin, the corporal jogged past him, clutching the index finger of his outstretched hand as if activating an invisible trigger. Simultaneously with the magical gesture, the weapon in the stone box fired, sending a fiery arrow straight into the body of the enemy, standing beside the protagonist. Noticing the flames and realizing the shot had been fired, the young man instinctively ducked and sped up as the fiery arrow sank into the hapless monster's head. After exchanging glances with a startled co-worker, the corporal pointed a finger at him, silently relaying orders for the next action. A bewildered "that's right" and a promise to return to the position were accompanied by the swift movement of a soldier hurrying to carry out the instruction of his bold commander. A series of consecutive shots produced an impressive result. 3 more goblins were burning alive, lighting up the night glade with ominous flames. Bewilderment swept over the goblin boss, watching from the dais and not recognizing the bold corporal as the Lee Hyun-wook he knew before. A mocking suggestion to come out and show himself spread over the clearing as the young man listened intently, hiding in the thick bushes nearby. A system alert of rapid mana consumption alarmed the protagonist while the boss shaman continued his provocative cries of imminent defeat. The desire to engage immediately was struggling with the necessity of preparatory action, when the desperate cry of a comrade, "Corporal!" interrupted the reflection. Running out into the clearing, the young man heard a continued plea for rescue from Park Junmo, held by the goblin shaman by his helmet under threat of instant death. The sharp end of the staff rested threateningly on the neck of the soldier, who struggled to squeeze out an apology while explaining to Lee Hyun-wook about following all of his orders precisely. Silently running closer, the protagonist assumed a fighting stance, summoning a blade that began to swirl around his figure in a halo of blue magic. A triumphant smile contorted the face of the goblin boss, who defiantly pressed the tip of his staff deeper into the hostage's neck, causing it to bleed and fill his eyes with tears. The strange words in the goblin language sounded a command. Two subordinates with weapons jumped out from behind the protagonist, forcing him to raise his hands in surrender. Letting go of control of his magic, the young man let the blade sink into the ground, raising his hands above his head and bitterly uttering the name of the comrade who had caused his defeat. A sharp checkmate flew from the guy's lips the moment the monsters jumped up with a swing for a deadly blow to the defenseless head. The mechanism worked instantly. Park Jun-mo's weapon, misdirected due to fear, shot into the stomach of the boss standing behind him, knocking him back with the force of the impact. Green liquid gushed from the mouth of the stricken creature, splattering the surrounding area with the monster's poisonous life force. The leaping goblins dashed past their target, thrusting their weapons into the barren ground, while their intended victim was already rushing far ahead at incredible speed. The protagonist rushed to his partner, lying on the ground next to a dying monster, spewing streams of green liquid in death convulsions. Park Jun-mo, a bit of a bailiff, hurriedly assured his comrade that he was fine. Hearing this, the protagonist continued to run even harder, putting his hand out in front with an anticipatory exclamation of a pleasant appetite. Lightning past his comrade, the corporal rushed after the fleeing wounded boss, accompanied by the magic blade constantly swirling in the air. The first attack of the weapon aimed at the fleeing man's back was useless. The reinforced leather armor protected the monster from a mortal wound. A system alert of critical mana levels at 9% didn't stop the young man continuing his pursuit with taunting questions about the partial defense of his back. A sharp turn brought the goblin boss to a gateway to another dimension, a portal that promised escape from his relentless pursuer. Adrenaline and fear gave speed to the fleeing monster, realizing that its only escape route was only a few meters away. A surprised exclamation of "A gate!" burst out from the protagonist, suddenly realizing the risk of missing his target if she reached the portal before he did. Putting his bent arm forward, the young man did not hold back his curses, realizing that he might miss the only chance he had to carry out his plan. The fleeing shaman was quickly closing the distance to the portal, seeing before him a chance of escape from the relentless human threat. A desperate leap, designed to carry the goblin's body into the saving gate, was accompanied by an arm stretched forward to speed the transition. The moment it jumped, the necklace around the monster's neck flew upward, revealing to the young man very important information about the presence of steel in its construction. Despite a critical mana level of 7%, the guy channeled the rest of his magical energy into the steel elements of the necklace, lifting it and delaying the fleeing man. The drop in mana reserve to 4% didn't stop the hero clenching his fist and pulling his hand back, causing the beads to do the same. His mana reserve was down to 3%, but his efforts were successful. The necklace pulled the goblin back, moving him further away from the coveted gates of salvation with each passing second. The last 2% of mana allowed him to flip the boss even further away and aim the magic-shrouded blade directly at the foe sprawled on the ground, painfully grounded. A triumphant cry for food accompanied the final movement of the blade, which stopped a centimeter from the face of the defeated boss monster. The system alert of full mana depletion made the young man stop, catching his breath and analyzing his physical condition after the intense battle. A distant divine light, like a giant firework in the night sky, caught the resting hero's attention, marking the arrival of the inevitable reinforcements. Lieutenant Seo Yun-ha, surrounded by many soldiers, was heading towards the battle site, releasing a divine signal into the sky about her presence in the operation area. A curse burst from the protagonist's lips at the thought of the arrival of the lieutenant, whose familiar silhouette appeared in his inflamed mind as a threat to his plans. The frantic search for the cherished artifact was accompanied by the desperate cries of Lee Hyun-wook, searching the prostrate body of the defeated goblin. The triumph of discovery was replaced by a grimace of disgust as the precious adamantium became coated in the creature's green liquid, defiling the legendary object. The cry of the discovery of the gate came from behind the young man, still clutching the gem in his hands and muttering curses through clenched teeth. The demand to raise his hands and the threat to shoot sounded simultaneously from the two military men behind the hero's back, leaving him with the only option of swallowing the rock. The demand for rank and name hung in the air for a few moments before the young man turned around with green liquid around his mouth, introducing himself as a corporal. Background cries of a wounded man being found, and a demand for a stretcher accompanied the two military men, lifting the main character under the supervision of an approaching paladin of the VSSM. A wary remark about the still open gate and the possible presence of enemies came from one of the soldiers examining the corpse of the boss monster. Astonishment flashed through the lieutenant's mind, assessing the improbability of an ordinary 3 soldiers defeating a monster boss, surveying the clearing with professional attention. Observation allowed the experienced paladin to notice the uniformity of wounds on the bodies of the defeated monsters, indicating a single source of attacks. The confident statement of one man's handiwork coincided with the appearance of the corporal on the stretcher, instantly attracting the attention of the shrewd lieutenant. A smile lit up the face of the young man lying on the stretcher, covering his head with his hand, but inwardly exulting in the swallowed adamantium and access to 1,359 grams of metal. Seo Yunha's bewilderment was caused by his inappropriate smile at such a critical moment, contrasting with the gravity of the situation and the seriousness of his injured condition. A new system alert of a rare skill to detect all metals within the control radius made the young man's eyes widen and his hand slip away with a triumphant exclamation. The report of 2 goblins fleeing from Post 6 caused the lieutenant to grab the sword on his back, diverting his attention away from the suspicious soldier. The surprised realization of his new ability to feel the response of all the surrounding metals overwhelmed Lee Hyun-wook, feeling the armament of every soldier rushing to his aid. The triumphant announcement of the Great Steel Emperor's return was accompanied by a fist raised in a victory gesture and an incredible smile lighting up the young man's haggard face. A few days after the gate incident, 2 military women were walking around the 3rd Brigade grounds, animatedly discussing the veracity of rumors about one soldier's exploits. The dramatic account of a corporal with a large sword slashing goblins caused incredulous questioning of his F rank. So unbelievable did the story seem. The loud discussions caught the attention of Sergeant Oh Sang-guk sitting nearby, who scornfully noted the lame atmosphere in the platoon while a trickle of saliva dripped off his tongue. The chief scum of the army irritably reprimanded the impossibility of believing such a lie, expressing deep disbelief in the abilities of the low-ranked. An imposing soldier, dressed out of uniform, said "shh" warningly, causing the disputants to lower their voices at his unexpected intervention. The stranger's heavy hand came down on the soldier's shoulder, causing him to barely hold back tears as he was forced to hold a trembling hand to his temple for his disrespectful behavior. A startled "no way no" burst out from Private Parkinel, covering himself in cold sweat as the other soldier continued to loom over him, suggestively playing with his ear. An irritated "hey, future ace" was heard from the army's chief scumbag, watching the scene from the comfort of a bench. Introducing himself as Lee Won-seok, the troublemaker continued to taunt the shaking private, while the sergeant inquired about the possibility of raiding the gate together. The logical suggestion of outside help in defeating the monster boss came from Sergeant Oh Sang-guk, studying the car that supposedly delivered the reinforcements. The meaningful glance exchanged between the sergeant and Lee Won-seok spoke without words about the need to prevent a breach of discipline due to a low-ranking whoopee. The next day was marked by waiting for those involved to close the gate in the battalion commander's office, where empty corridors foreshadowed the significance of the upcoming meeting. The protagonist entered the office with a military salute, putting his hand to his head and reporting his arrival as ordered, hiding his inner tension. Bewilderment at the summons after the incident had been safely concluded swept through the lad's mind, expecting leniency for his misdemeanor. The presence of Lieutenant Song Yun-ha, a black B-rank paladin radiating confidence, added to the meeting's formality and unpredictability. Tense Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a mage wizard of C-rank distortion specialization, studied the guy who entered with frowning eyebrows, increasing the oppressive atmosphere. The battalion commander's direct question about disobeying the order to wait in place sounded serious and a little angry, making the young man tense up internally. Thoughts of a court-martial in the event of one wrong word made Lee Hyun-wook bow his head and look at the floor, gathering his strength for the most favorable explanation possible. A clear report of witnessing the opening of the gate and reporting it immediately was met with a mention of an incomprehensible motivation for a soldier of such rank. Lieutenant Column Kim Kang-seok's emotional cry that an ordinary soldier of that rank would have been torn apart was deafening in the cramped office. Thoughts of impending punishment flashed through Lee Hun-wook's mind, but he looked up at the commander, realizing that retreating would mean the end of his army career. The unexpected claim of insult and deception on the part of the corporal threw the battalion commander into confusion, changing the dynamics of the entire conversation. An indignant question about the unacceptability of such treatment of a commander burst out from Lee Ming-hu standing at his side, but was stopped by a gesture from the concerned lieutenant colonel. The red-haired lieutenant's surprised gaze lingered on his superior's calming gesture before he reluctantly fell silent, obeying the chain of command. Continuing the conversation with the question, "Why am I cheating on you?" allowed Kim Kam-seok to regain control of an unusual situation that required an explanation. The young man's confident voice reminded him of their training together, where the commander had emphasized one important detail, building the foundation of his defense. "Remember?" The question hung in the air as the lieutenant colonel stood surprised, with his eyebrows furrowed in bewilderment, trying to recall his own words. Quoting the admonition about the ability of even low rankers to stand up to trolls while studying the tactics manual came through exactly, word for word. The logical conclusion of being able to defeat goblins, despite rank, caused a puzzled look not only from the commander, but also from Lieutenant Seo Yoon-ha standing nearby. A firm declaration that the 6th post had been saved by his support concluded the first part of the defense speech, accompanied by a direct look at the lieutenant colonel. The internal monologue about the transition from rational argument to emotional pressure reflected the calculating nature of the protagonist preparing for the crucial part of his strategy. Recalling the commander's words, "There is no concept of rank for a true soldier," became the perfect weapon in a verbal duel for freedom and promotion. An emotional speech about his boundless respect for the lieutenant colonel, about risking his life for his comrades, and about trusting in the words of his mentor as his only support in an army of scorn, ended with a lowering of his head. Kim Kang-seok's story began with his appointment as a junior lieutenant during the opening of the gate, when a multitude of creatures invaded the world, killing indiscriminately. The heroic past included a near-fatal battle with orcs and a near-death stay in a hospital, emphasizing the commander's outstanding qualities. Unquestionable devotion to duty was evident in returning to the army and becoming one of the first members of the USSF, confirming the status of a true soldier to the core. An inwardly caustic smirk accompanied the young man's thought of manipulation, putting his life on the line for his comrades while his head remained lowered and his cap hid his expression. Doubt about the possibility of being sent to a military trial after such an emotional speech was interrupted by unexpected physical contact. Huge hands grabbed the young man just below the shoulders. Brief words of encouragement, "So this is what you believe in," were accompanied by light taps on the shoulders from the battalion commander, showing approval. A resounding junior sergeant caused the soldier to raise a smiling face and automatically call his name, anticipating the long-awaited change. The official announcement of the promotion to junior sergeant sounded serious and almost gruff, hiding the emotional significance of the moment behind army austerity. A system alert about completing metal assimilation, obtaining a special condition, and a new D-rank ability appeared before the shocked guy's eyes. The unexpected tears that flowed from the lieutenant colonel's eyes were the emotional climax of the scene, contrasting with the usual army restraint. Fear gripped the protagonist at the sight of the crying commander, covering his body with cold sweat as he silently watched this unusual reaction. The 1st Battalion training room was buzzing with the usual activity. Some were training, some were exchanging rumors, unaware of the coming confrontation. A loud curse broke out from the young man lifting the barbell from his chest, expressing inner tension and dissatisfaction with the situation. The realization of the inability to concentrate led to the barbell returning to its place, ending another approach of the workout prematurely. Changing position from lying down to sitting up and resting his elbow on his knee betrayed fatigue and thoughts of getting into trouble for rushing to avoid the guard. Wiping his sweat with a towel drew the guy's attention away from Lee Won-sok and the sergeant watching him, waiting for the opportune moment to act. A significant exchange of glances between the comrades was accompanied by a friendly punch to the chest, symbolizing the signal for the execution of the intended plan against the protagonist. Wiping his face with a towel, the protagonist remained blind to what was happening, not noticing the danger creeping up. Memories of the lieutenant colonel's office never left the young man's mind, especially Lee Min-hee's vehement protest against the promotion of the F rank to junior sergeant. The platoon commander's intervention gave the hero time to think, though internally he would have preferred to remain inconspicuous. Lee Won-suk's unexpected appeal and the bench issue was just an excuse for a confrontation, despite the many empty seats. The sly shh was accompanied by the caustic smile of a persistent interlocutor trying to attract attention under a made-up excuse. The irritated protagonist turned around sharply, wondering the intentions of the intruder, interrupted in a moment of personal reflection. A provocative remark about the embarrassment to the unit due to the small weights lifted by the most famous man was accompanied by a demonstrative lifting of the barbell with one hand. The surrounding soldiers' attention was drawn to the conflict in raised tones, causing curiosity and confusion about what was going on between the two soldiers. The private's henchmen were watching the scene mockingly, loudly discussing what was happening and fueling the atmosphere of confrontation. Oh Sang-guk's demonstrative lifting of a small pink dumbbell, weighing only 2 kilograms, caused a wave of laughter among friends, adding humiliation to the provocation. The realization that the army's chief scumbag was behind these men opened the hero's eyes. Indulging in bullying would lead to a repeat of the humiliating past. Irritation made the young man toss back the towel and inhale a few times, mentally noting the irony after deciding not to draw attention. The confession about the revanchist mood caused surprise to the interlocutor, who did not expect such a reaction from the potential victim. A direct challenge to a duel sounded from the turned-around Lee Hyun-wook, looking with an annoyed look directly into the eyes of the private. Puzzlement was reflected on Lee Won-suk's face as he glanced over to his comrade for support, not expecting such a development after a simple provocation. The sergeant's answering look expressed a furtive satisfaction with the situation, seeing the challenge as an opportunity for the public humiliation of a low-ranking upstart. News of the fight instantly spread throughout the base, attracting attention and turning the conflict into a real event. The area around the arena filled with spectators as the opponents took up positions, preparing for a bout that had long since ceased to be a private affair. The calmness of the protagonist, donning the gloves and keeping a close eye on his opponent, contrasted with the general excitement of the surrounding soldiers. His opponent's agitated state betrayed his nervousness, despite his ostensible self-confidence and the tusking designed to hide his inner tension. After finishing his preparations, the private put out his fist and stuck out his tongue to announce that he was ready to teach Lee Hyun-wook a lesson. Barely had the phrase ended when a second fist swung and lightning fast towards the face of the protagonist, who was frozen in a protective stance. A surprised exclamation about Choi Yun-jun's sudden vacation echoed in the conversation between the two military men standing at the iron door under the dim lantern. Admiration for the talent of the holy swordsman and a desire to see him in person came through in the words of one of the interlocutors, betraying a sincere admiration. Trying to console a sad comrade by mentioning another guy with Varvar's class, dubbed Future Ace, sounded caring and reassuring. Choi Myung-ho stopped being sad, took his hand away from the bridge of his nose, and looked at his interlocutor with a questioning gaze, intrigued by the hint. The promise to show something interesting so that the long journey would not be in vain sounded friendly and mysterious in the silence of the night. The private's next blow came dangerously close to the guy's face, but he managed to dodge with a smooth movement, showing lightning-fast reactions. The attack that flew over his head also missed its target thanks to Lee Hyun-wook's timely crouching, anticipating the trajectory of the strike. Subsequent lunges proved equally unsuccessful as the protagonist gracefully dodged left and right as if in a dance. The inevitable mistake resulted in one punch coming on target, causing the guy to fly backwards into the fence, temporarily losing concentration. Lee Won-suk, without missing a moment, swiftly approached and threw another punch with a shout, putting all his rage and frustration into it. The swift attack and the closeness of the hand caused a moment of confusion and terror in the eyes of the young man seemingly caught in a hopeless situation. A loud gasp passed among the spectators. Some even covered their mouths in fear, anticipating the imminent defeat of the dodgy fighter. The excitement was in vain. The blow came past again, and the young man, bent in a somersault, evaded the attack, leaving his opponent behind. Once behind the attacker's back, the protagonist abruptly adopted a fighting stance, demonstrating unharmed and ready to continue the fight. The confident posture and provocative gesture inviting the opponent to approach showed growing confidence and control over the situation. Irritation swept over the private, who had not landed a single effective blow in the entire battle, turning his annoyance into a growing rage. Kneading the shoulder of his injured arm, his opponent was preparing for a decisive remedy, unwilling to acknowledge the superiority of the low-ranking one. A remark about the ring's setup to watch the fight came from the soldier, who led Warrant Officer Choi Myung-ho into the training room. The silent observation was interrupted by a smooth question about the impressive technique when the ensign put a hand to his chin, prompting a comment. The main character's amazing agility was confirmed by the ease with which he dodged all of Private Lee Won-suk's attacks. Doubt about the practical value of dodging without counterattacks sounded in Choi Myung-ho's surprise question, carefully assessing the fighting style. The explanation about the lack of experience and the destructive power of a possible hit sounded confident, drawing the guest's thoughtful attention. Frustration at the lack of productive strikes erupted into a cry from the Army's chief scumbag about the giveaway and the need to pull together, fueling the tension. Calls to take sparring seriously and mentions of betting have increased the pressure on a fighter not living up to the expectations of the audience. Inner indignation at the accusations of a giveaway, mixed with a sense of inexplicable heaviness in his body, increasing the irritation of the hapless fighter. The decision to launch a decisive attack led to a powerful leap on his opponent, promising to end a humiliating series of misses. Using the metal control ability allowed the protagonist to magnetize the legendary private's leg to the ground as he jumped. A strange sinking sensation accompanied the movements of the attacker, whose foot not only stuck, but began to go underground as if into a swamp. The strange weakness didn't stop Lee Won-suk from continuing to throw punches, even though they were no longer reaching their target due to the increasing distance. Despair gripped him as he watched the brat dodge the blows, but pride drove him to continue his attacks even as he plunged into the invisible swamp. The protagonist's magical illusion made his opponent think he was fighting in a viscous swamp, though both were standing on the hard surface of the arena. The taunting question about suddenly stopping the fight because of a failed plan added fuel to the fire of the growing conflict between the fighters. Fury contorted the private's face, veins bulging, teeth grinning as he bellowed an insult at the low-ranking shit. A transformation swept over his opponent's body. Eyes glowed with rage and an energy storm rose around the figure, heralding a dangerous enhancement. Astonishment froze on the faces of the onlookers. Even the warrant officer stood with his mouth open as the soldier next to him smiled happily, anticipating the outcome. The berserk mode turned Lee Won-suk into a huge pumped-up giant with a massive back, multiplying his fighting power many times over. The completion of the transformation was accompanied by red glowing eyes, ballooning veins, and a deafening scream showing destructive power. The protagonist remained unfazed, remaining in a fighting stance with his arms raised, ready to defend and counterattack. Choi Myung-ho's surprise grew at the realization of the danger of sparring, and F-Rank's equanimity was bewildering. The ensign compared the confrontation to a wild beast fight. The angry buffalo with scarlet eyes reminded him of Lee Won-suk. The image of a leopard hiding its fangs emerged in the mind of an observer, assessing Lee Hyun-wook as a deadly predator waiting for the perfect moment to attack. A delighted "interesting" flew from the warrant officer's lips as the soldier standing next to him happily peered into his face, praising the D-ranked fighter's rare body enhancement ability. The promise to finish off the enemy here and now came from the lips of an enraged private, unleashing his fury on a despised enemy. The place where the giant had stood a second ago emptied, leaving only a blurry trail of lightning-fast movement, testament to the incredible speed of the transformed fighter. Lee Won-suk instantly bridged the distance and was right up to his opponent, delivering a devastating blow with his forward arm. A powerful attack sent the protagonist flying across the arena, culminating in a violent collision with the wall that shocked the audience with its ruthlessness. The cheers of Lee Won-suk's supporting audience spread throughout the auditorium at the sight of the impressive strength advantage. Shouts of the nickname Future Ace filled the room as the giant stood with his fist outstretched after a powerful punch. Puzzled reflection on the strange sensation like hitting a steel door with a bare fist, was reflected on the private's face, examining his hand with incomprehension. The system notification of acquiring a steel physique appeared in front of the young man's eyes, sealed into the metal mesh of the arena's fence. The new ability to turn body parts into steel activated on the guy's hands, turning them into deadly weapons and causing a malevolent look of anticipation for the coming retribution. A provocative hand gesture was followed by a call to advance as the protagonist stood up, ready to avenge the blow he had received with newfound strength. A shout of F-rank troublemaker echoed through the hall as the private rushed to the attack, unaware of the changed balance of power. The swing of the huge fist did not reach the target. The young man dodged and slipped under the giant's arm, demonstrating the superiority of technique over brute force. Reflections on the appropriateness of using a rare ability flashed through the mind of a guy who found himself behind the back of a giant opponent. The leg gained a steely mass under the influence of magic, delivering a strong blow to the opponent's kneecap from the backside with incredible accuracy. Unable to keep his balance, Won-Shak began to fall as Hyun-Wook swiftly moved to deliver another blow with unfathomable speed. A brutal philosophy on the benefits of a beating for arrogant scum accompanied a powerful punch to the face that deformed the skin on his opponent's cheek. The giant's defeated body collapsed to the floor, and the protagonist continued to methodically strike his back, not giving his opponent a chance to recover. Horror was reflected on the face of a fellow defeated soldier, instinctively leaning back at the sight of the merciless beating of his mighty comrade in arms. The ensign's mental conclusion about the fangs displayed confirmed his initial association of the protagonist with a lurking leopard. A continuous hail of blows rained down on the private's back, still unable to rise and desperately trying to protect his head with his hands. Choi Myung-ho's delighted gaze followed the confrontation, mentally comparing what was happening to a leopard clawing at the throat of a massive buffalo. The philosophical observation that a true beast never releases its grip was accompanied by a bloodthirsty mental image of a deadly bite. Suddenly, the defeated opponent rose up and, as the young man prepared to deliver another blow, grabbed him with his huge hand, lifting him high above him. The contrast in the size of his fist over his opponent's head heightened the drama of the situation as the giant brought up a second fist for another blow. The contemptuous address of "pathetic bastard" was accompanied by a bewilderment at the use of the strange technique, uttered through one swelling closed eye. The protagonist's desperate attempts to control the situation by wrapping his arms around the hand holding his clothes seemed futile in the face of brute force. A furious cry of "just die" preceded the giant's abrupt crouching, swinging his hand with the young man clutched in it for a fatal blow to the floor. Fear was reflected in the eyes of the flying protagonist, realizing that the brunt of the impact would fall on him because of his disadvantageous position. Instinctive movement during the flight allowed the guy to change position, aiming to be at finger level to minimize the force of the blow. The opponent's body was suddenly encased in iron, creating a feeling of an insurmountable heaviness in his arm, preventing him from completing the deadly swing. The slowing of the blow that stopped a few centimeters from the ground saved the protagonist from imminent damage, changing the course of the fight. The illusion of magical intervention dissipated as the young man's legs wrapped around his opponent's arm, reaching the giant's face and forcing him to stop moving. The surprised realization of flying armbar flashed through Lee Won-Suk's mind as he tried to push his opponent's legs away from his face with his other hand. Choi Myung-ho's professional assessment noted that a kick to the floor would have broken the attacker's arm, confirming the better working of the buffalo's instincts than expected. The attentive ensign studied the young man hanging on his opponent's arm, trying to unravel the mystery of his incredible fortitude in an unequal fight. Doubts plagued Choi Myung-ho. Was an ordinary fighter unable to defeat a reinforced barbarian, or was the formidable opponent weaker than everyone had imagined? The giant's furious growl echoed around the arena as the boy on his arm responded with only a desperate cry, masking a tactical intent. Lee Won-suk's taunt about the futility of resistance was replaced by a painful cry as the young man grabbed his carelessly spread finger. Curses escaped his opponent's lips, forced to loosen his steel grip, giving the hero moments to prepare his next maneuver. The lightning-fast release allowed him to evade more takedown attempts, showing impressive reactions and natural agility. The acrobatic stunt ended abruptly as the young man found himself riding on his enemy's shoulder, holding his hair back. to the accompaniment of furious screams. In a professional move, the corporal squeezed his elbows around his opponent's neck, applying the chokehold with the cold methodicality of an experienced fighter. The ensign's enthusiastic shouts supported the attacker, emphasizing the vulnerability of the amplification technique to proper exposure of the carotid artery. The soldier's self-assured boast was accompanied by a desperate attempt to reach the young man, dangling behind him with arms straining to the limit. A victorious smile lit up Lee Hyun-wook's face as he prepared to use his steely physique against the giant's mighty strength. The decision to use a technique outside the available range triggered a system warning of possible physical damage. The fellow giant's desperate call for intervention emphasized Lee Won-suk's adamant character, refusing to admit defeat. The pressure on the enemy's throat intensified, causing the protagonist to change frighteningly. Reddened whites, ballooning veins, and a fixed stare forward. The silent appeal to the sergeant, intuitively grasped, created real terror. Oh Sang-uk's face contorted in a grimace of fear. The private's inner protest was building with every choking second. It was unthinkable to lose to a despised loser in front of an entire platoon. The darkness before his eyes portended near defeat, but the fear of public shame awakened the last reserves of resistance. Future ace, a desperate cry was accompanied by an incredible transformation of the body, enveloped by a wave of chaotic amplification energy. The dramatic increase in musculature caused his clothes to tear completely, exposing his superhuman form to a triumphant roar. The corporal's unbreakable will to hold the grip contrasted with the rage-distorted face of his opponent, covered with a network of purple veins. The ensign's amazement at the double use of reinforcement techniques was replaced by an analysis of the situation. Without getting rid of the grip, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The tense contemplation of the young man's clenched fingers brought forth Choi Meng-ho's philosophical question: who is the real predator in the arena? The utmost exertion of strength resulted in a furious shout and a final throat clench that elicited an answering shriek from the agonizing giant. The dramatic finale came as the mighty body collapsed onto the pavement, shattering the fragile fence under the weight of the defeated titan. Panicked fear gripped the spectators, who recoiled from the epicenter of destruction and the unpredictable consequences of the brutal fight. The enthusiastic ensign expressed approval with a clenched fist, recognizing the young man as a worthy warrior who had exceeded the expectations of those present. A delighted exclamation of "a real beast" escaped his lips as the protagonist victoriously stood on the back of the defeated enemy like a fierce leopard. Concerned friends instantly gathered around the injured Lee Won-suk, relieved to find that he had just passed out, but still puzzled by the difficulty of transporting him. The joyous soldier, with a towel in his outstretched hands, rushed toward his friend, loudly saluting the sergeant and expressing his unwavering faith in his victory. Lee Hyun-wook's attempt at a hug was stopped by an outstretched hand resting right in the face of the enthusiast, who kept shouting out something about his concern and admiration. The hero's attention focused on the figure of the army's chief scoundrel, standing nearby with a half-turned face expressing a complex set of emotions. The sudden appearance of the ensign, inquiring after the name of the victor, caused confusion in the soldier who had brought him, hesitating to inquire about the strange interest of the elder. Instantly recognizing Warrant Officer Choi Myung-ho, the protagonist gave a military salute, introducing himself as Junior Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook of the 1st Platoon. The instructor of the Black Tiger Association responded with the same greeting, genuinely expressing his impression of the combat skills of the young warrior in front of him. The sudden offer to join a special raid operation was accompanied by a decisive gesture. The outstretched business card instantly changed the atmosphere of the conversation. Enthusiastic and incredulous cries about the legendary association, Black Tiger, spread among those present, creating a halo of exclusivity around the hero. The amazement of those present grew at the realization that the warrant officer himself had suggested that an F-ranked fighter join the elite grouping of the USSF, eliciting a mixture of admiration and annoyance. The young man's modest reply about his low rank contrasted with the seriousness of his gaze, turned toward the interested ensign, offering an incredible opportunity. The philosophical observation that rank only helps to distinguish ordinary people was accompanied by an open acknowledgement of the need for a fighter like the protagonist. An inner cry of despair, damnation, tore at Lee Hyun-wook's soul, realizing that the army system, with all its secrets and closed-mindedness, had laid eyes on his unusual abilities. Indecision was reflected on the hero's face when he was again handed a business card and asked about the desire to accept this landmark offer. An internal dialogue about the risk of being caught in encounters with villains accompanied the moment when Hyun-wook accepted the offer with words of gratitude. Realizing the need to keep his distance, the young man gave a brief, vague reply, accompanied by a formal military salute, enraging one of the observers. The army's chief scumbag, Oh-sang-guk, could barely contain his emotions, his swollen neck veins pulsing in time with the uncontrollable anger of his former subordinate's ongoing confession. The completed battle left behind a dark night as the ensign, having accomplished his mission, headed out on other business that brought him to the military unit. The relaxed atmosphere in the office of the battalion commander accompanied the conversation between two military men discussing over tea the current state of affairs in the elite Black Tigers unit. A slight sadness flashed in Choi Myung-ho's voice, recognizing the eternal lack of people in their ranks despite the prestige and elitism of the formation. The battalion commander noted with understanding and slight irony the trend to recruit even C-ranked fighters, emphasizing the difficulty of raising true warriors in today's environment. Sudden laughter accompanied the question about the real reason for the visit. The legendary Sergeant Choi Yun-chun, whose name commanded the respect of even the highest ranks. A vivid image of a magnificent warrior, masterfully handling a sword, simultaneously arose in the minds of both interlocutors, creating a moment of mutual understanding. The ensign, smiling cheerfully, supported the conversation with information about the vacation of the character under discussion, emphasizing the relaxed atmosphere of the conversation. Setting the cup aside, the interlocutor abruptly changed his tone, gazing intently at his reflection on the surface of the drink and mentioning another interesting soldier. A vivid image of Lee Hyun-wook defeating the enemy with a mysterious blue energy appeared before the warrant officer's inner gaze. The lieutenant colonel, listening to the story with an impenetrable expression, only raised an eyebrow and leisurely sipped from his cup. The silent interlocutor continued to watch the battalion commander with a slight smile, as if expecting a reaction to his words. Kim Kam-seok set the cup on the table, crossed his arms over his chest, and thought about the interesting soldier who had caught Choi Myung-ho's eye. Exhausted from the training, Lee Hyun-wook continued running across the field when a loud shout from a co-worker caught up behind him. The soldiers running in circles were under the watchful eye of Kim Kam-seok, analyzing the newcomer's every move. Dialing a number on the phone, the commander asked the person he was talking to for details about Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's life before he joined the army. A panting Park Jun-mo caught up with his comrade, trying to hold him back with a tight hug, but the exhausted sergeant irritably pushed the annoying coworker away. Slipping out of the tight embrace, the hero rushed forward, trying to break away from the pursuing soldier, whose enthusiastic cries of desire to imitate only added to his irritation. The lieutenant colonel, watching through the window, continued the telephone conversation, nodding in satisfaction at the assent he received. The exhausted Lee Hyun-wook could barely stay on his feet as he continued to run through the pain and the sweat flying in all directions from his wet face, frantically gulping for air. The lieutenant colonel looked on with cold indifference, for this soldier had unwittingly awakened the greed of those around him with his outstanding abilities. The city streets were bustling with life, filled with hurrying people, the noise of traffic and brightly colored store signs. A young son, holding tightly to his mother's pant leg while getting an order at a restaurant, suddenly noticed a strange movement off to the side. A delighted cry of "monkey" burst from the lips of a toddler, who rushed after the unusual creature who disappeared around the corner of the building. The child stopped at the border of light and shadow, peering into the darkness of the alley and continuing to call out to the mysterious creature. The mysterious creature slowed and turned around, revealing huge teeth, creepy yellow eyes, and a long rat tail on a body the size of a monkey. Terror gripped the little boy. His body began to tremble and his eyes filled with tears at the sight of a creature not at all like a cute monkey. A monster with a dog-like muzzle, glowing yellow eyes, and an ancient symbol on its forehead bared its sharp teeth, surrounded by many of the same creatures. An endless stream of monsters seeped through the open portal, increasing the army of creatures ready to break out into the city streets. The protagonist froze with his mouth open, expressing not consternation, but genuine surprise, looking at the contents of the battalion arsenal. The sergeant, along with Lieutenant Seo Yun-ha, scrutinized the weapon variety displayed in the military unit's storage room. The girl lieutenant, standing with her back to her interlocutor, briefly reported the battalion commander's recognition of the soldiers' accomplishments and their right to choose a weapon. Thoughts of the platoon leader's arrogance in a past life flashed through the young man's mind as he looked around, studying the opposite side of the room. The quietly thoughtful voice of the lad noted that the previous disbelief was a thing of the past as he continued to scrutinize the exhibits on display. The lieutenant silently turned around with surprise on her face, noting the self-assurance in the young fighter's words. So unusual for a rookie. Memories of the goblin's wounds and the hero's lone victory over the first wave of monsters were reflected in the words of Seo Yun-ha, who was impressed by the feat. The girl turned around with a serious expression, questioning the possibility of one person destroying an entire wave of monsters. The boy, without answering the question, picked an unusual blade from the wall and briefly announced his decision, ignoring the perplexed look of his interlocutor. The young warrior began to test the balance and weight of his chosen weapon, taking trial swings while the lieutenant waited for an answer to the question posed. The girl's concerned voice advised her to choose a decent weapon over a random blade, but the young man emphatically reaffirmed his choice. The cloud blade had a special effect of absorbing water and creating a damp mist, hiding its true potential from uninitiated eyes. The seemingly useless sword would in the future glorify Sergeant Choi Yun-jun as the legendary Holy Sword-bearer, changing the fate of the bearer. The true name of the ancient artifact is the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master, related to the myths of the three weather gods of the Tangun and Hwanun eras. The mysterious Hands of Darkness belong to the last of the divine messengers, hiding their true power behind a veil of clouds. An ancient legend said that the blades hidden among the clouds belonged to the god of thunder himself, possessing incredible power. The young man raised the weapon above him as he realized unleashing the full power of the weapon could summon lightning bolts capable of single-handedly destroying a dungeon of medium-sized monsters. The lieutenant expressed doubt about the choice, considering the sword too modest a reward for outstanding achievement. But the hero was adamant. Suddenly, the frowning fellow abruptly cut the conversation short, firmly dismissing the possibility of an alternative, making the lieutenant wary. The ground shook at the announcement of the opening of the gate in Itaewon, causing all the soldiers to instantly jump out of their beds and rush into battle. The repetitive invasion alert echoed throughout the base, but the protagonist remained motionless, as if immersed in deep thought. Seo Yun-ha was surprised to note the guy's unusual calmness, as if he had anticipated the opening of the demonic gate in the city beforehand. Two massive warriors in heavy armor were concentrating on controlling the blocked road near the mysterious alleyway, not letting a single passerby through. An imposing column of flag-waving fighters followed a distinguished leader, the only one carrying a deadly weapon amidst a sea of waving flags. The unusual sight of the legendary Blue Flower Guild heading to the gate to reinforce the defense made the ordinary military men whisper with admiration. The admiring gazes of the patrolmen followed the column's passage, noting the sophistication of the elite fighters' designer armor and weapons. Jokes about the fabulous cost of equipping passing warriors were replaced by dreams of transferring to a guild for a carefree life after service. Suddenly, a military transport stopped behind the passing column, from which 6 soldiers emerged, lined up in perfect formation in front of the sergeant. The protagonist leading the formation warned loudly of the kobolds, whose poisoned needles and gas inflicted more casualties than the attacks of the great orcs. A sharp shout from the commander stopped a subordinate who had begun to break discipline by rolling up his sleeves during an important briefing. Doubts as to the necessity of such serious training were accompanied by a reluctant return of the uniform to its statutory appearance under the gaze of the corporal. The stern Lee Hyun-wook coldly reminded of the cruelty of kobolds capable of tearing out the eyes of victims still alive, silencing the defiant soldier. The subordinate dutifully lowered his head as the commander continued his briefing on checking gas masks for possible emergencies. The 2 military men approached the squad with mocking smirks, sneering at the pathetic strategic training, comparing them to a useless support group. The painful comparison to low-level players unable to engage in real battles caused the fighters to lower their heads in silent disappointment. The protagonist warned the mocker about kobolds breaking through from red territory, advising him to prepare a gas mask instead of empty mockers. The bold warrior dismissed the warning dismissively, condescendingly calling the counselor and his subordinates low-ranking crap unworthy of his attention. The departing pair of soldiers were accompanied by the corporal's words of fulfilled duty of warning, emphasizing the indifference to the fate of the arrogant commanders. Lee Hyun-wook's burst of rage instantly transformed the dejected warriors, causing them to straighten up and return to a flawless formation under his shrill shout. Inspiring words about the real battlefield and the importance of fighting spirit in the face of mortal danger echoed through the hushed street. The single powerful cry of the subordinates sounded a strong affirmation of their willingness to follow the orders of their adamant leader. The corporal demonstrated the miniature motion sensors needed to track small kobolds in the sewers and narrow passageways of the city. A short order for a 20-minute deadline to complete the task instantly scattered the squad, rushing off to fulfill the commander's order. Lee Hyun-wook called out to Jun-mo, who hadn't had time to run away with the others, causing the soldier to freeze, waiting for the sergeant's special instructions. The whispers of scattered warriors about Lee Hyun-wook's unusual seriousness accompanied their search for places to set up motion sensors. The partially fenced street was mottled with yellow and black warnings, traffic cones, and heavy equipment, creating an atmosphere of impending menace. The puzzled soldier froze in front of the silent commander, nervously awaiting orders while the protagonist scrutinized his surroundings. The tense silence made Jun-mo chuckle nervously, trying to diffuse the oppressive atmosphere of uncertainty between him and the commander. The beginning of the sergeant's sentence was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a small dart, thrust into the unprotected part of his neck with incredible force. The fast-acting poison knocked the sergeant off his feet, causing his body to collapse abruptly to the ground, paralyzed by the unknown substance. The group of warriors at the sewer manhole froze in horror as a powerful fountain of green gas erupted from the ground, preventing them from setting the sensor. Green geysers of poisonous gas synchronously surged upwards every few meters along the street, forming a terrifying veil of death. The spreading gas mercilessly struck all the soldiers in the area of effect, causing them to fall to the ground one by one helplessly. A momentary realization of the danger caused several fighters to frantically pull on gas masks in an attempt to defend themselves from the deadly attack. Even the protective gear didn't save them from the kobolds that suddenly appeared, tearing people apart in incredible numbers and ripping the masks off their faces. The paralyzed protagonist lay helplessly on the ground, watching the poison from the dart spread through his veins, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A strange noise overhead caught the young man's attention, who could barely make out the huge, sharp paw of the creature looming over him. A ferocious monster with burning yellow eyes and a necklace of torn-out victims' eyes was a fearsome kobold boss with sharp fangs. The realization of impending doom flashed through the young man's mind as the monster retrieved a massive blade of extraordinary shape, raising it to the level of his ugly head. The monster made a slow movement, aiming the deadly blade directly into the eye of the immobilized victim, for a second, stopping a few millimeters away. Blood gushed from the superficial wound as the fearless warrior rushed swiftly at the enemy, pushing his massive body away from his helpless comrade. The worried soldier in the gas mask continued to hold a defensive position, while the wounded corporal made painful noises, bleeding from shallow wounds on his forehead and cheek. The discarded creature quickly regained its balance, standing on four paws a few meters away from its victim, watching the defender's actions. A fiery rage swept over the monster's body as he intercepted his weapon at the perfect angle, preparing for another deadly throw at the corporal. Lee Hyun-wook, barely raised from the floor, saw the ferocious monster approaching and wheezed an urgent order for his protector to flee. The uncomprehending soldier held out the captain's life-saving gas mask, not realizing the magnitude of the danger fatally looming over them. The monster's lightning-fast attack left the savior's body in place, but his head flew off to the side and his gas mask fell out of his lifeless hands. The young man's desperate scream tore through the air as Park Jun-mo's blood splattered his face, merging with tears of impotent rage. The puzzled soldier, called out by the corporal earlier, looked perplexed at his sergeant, not understanding his commander's sudden concern. The memories in the main character's mind of the tragic death of Park Jun-mo in his past life, who sacrificed himself to save a corporal, came flooding in painfully. The distinct voices of soldiers installing additional sensors came from the very spot where the first fatal explosion had occurred in the past reality. Lee Hyun-wook said the subordinate's name with a special intonation, eliciting an immediate response from the loyal Jun-mo, ready to carry out any order from the commander. The protagonist, weighing every word, gave a fateful order to gather the members of the squad and leave the area of operation at the first opportunity. Astonishment contorted Park Jun-mo's face when the unexpected order made him speechless, leaving only a confused exclamation. The realization of the gravity of the possible crime struck the executive warrior, who imagined the harsh consequences of a 5-year sentence for desertion from the battlefield. The commander's unwavering confidence and the steely note in his voice turned a questionable order into a tactical maneuver that could calm an agitated subordinate. The commanders of the various units reported a complete lack of survivors in most zones, except for the second, where they found a nest of kobolds in Square B9. The imposing figure of 200 individuals caused the experienced commander to immediately give a series of tactical gestures to his elite unit. The curt instructions about building and using wide-range magic were accompanied by a meaningful glance at the massive gate. After a perfect pause, the commander indicated the direction of the attack with a decisive gesture, signaling the start of the operation. The disciplined fighters instantly piled their protective shields on the gate, synchronously opening a passageway into the enemy's lair. The successful penetration of Pi Point was accompanied by a flawless formation of shield bearers, each taking the position prescribed by tactics. On command, the offensive squad activated orange-colored magic circles over each metal shield, forming an impenetrable barrier of force. The strange structure in the center of the hall attracted the kobolds' attention, causing them to appear from every crevice, descending the walls at an intimidating speed. The creature's initial curiosity quickly turned to fierce aggression, accompanied by piercing cries and grinning mouths. The leader of the monsters issued a command signal, causing the horde of kobolds to rush at the defensive formation from different directions, with the clear intention of destroying the humans. The captain called for steadfastness as the first creatures with primitive, Kirk-like weapons approached the shields, preparing to deliver crushing blows. Fire attacks burst from behind protective shields on command, leaving the kobolds with only a choice between retreat or an agonizing fiery death. Deadly fire waves emanated from every point of the circular defense formation, creating an insurmountable barrier of flames around the human squad. The military methodically patrolled the street, placing high-tech motion sensors around the perimeter with great care. Clear reports of the completion of sensor installations in Zones 2 and 5 were coming from everywhere, creating an atmosphere of military discipline. Lee Min-hee suddenly appeared behind Lee Hun-wook's back, his voice expressing a mixture of annoyance and curiosity about his subordinate's occupation. Instantly jumping up and saluting, the young man reported the installation of the motion sensors according to the manual, observing strict subordination. The completion of an aluminum tape marking report was rudely interrupted by an insult and an order to shut up from an irate interlocutor. The lieutenant arrogantly turned around to the elite warriors in armor, emphasizing the superiority of their squad's support for the legendary Blue Flower Guild. The abrupt change in tone was accompanied by an angry order to stop fooling around, emphasizing the tension between the servicemen. The announcement that the operation would begin in 20 minutes and the demand to get antidotes forced the protagonist to silently obey. Attempting to explain the vice commander's order to contain the monsters that had broken through attracted the attention of disgruntled soldiers, irritated by the lieutenant's appearance. Slowly looking around at the surrounding soldiers, Lee Min-hee expressed doubt about the seriousness of his interlocutor's intentions with venomous anger in his voice. The red-haired lieutenant wryly recalled the patronage of the battalion commander as the sole reason for the sergeant's current position. Annoying words about his status as the only boy in the barracks were accompanied by an attempt to poke at the helmet of a hero who deftly dodged the humiliating touch. The dismissive remark about the only real fight ended with a swipe of his index finger on his helmet, forcing the young man to loudly shout out a formal, "That's right." The senior officer's resentment grew in insulting phrases and constant pokes at the sergeant's helmet, who didn't notice the figure approaching them. The pink-haired female sergeant Choi Seong-ha, holding up her helmet that was sliding down from running, suddenly appeared next to question the second platoon commander. Confusion was reflected on Lee Min-hee's face as he awkwardly froze with his finger extended in the air, recently hitting his subordinate's helmet. Satisfaction flashed through the thoughts of the protagonist who had deliberately provoked the appearance of the girl who was the weak point of his assailant. The red-haired lieutenant changed tactics, mimicking a training conversation with the support squad, famously hugging the sergeant around the neck and continuing to laugh. The sudden change of mood of the commander, who had turned red with embarrassment, was expressed in a sharp question about the reasons for the girl's appearance. A lively realization of a forgotten mission flashed across Sergeant Choi Seong-ha's face as she relayed the battalion commander's order to summon Lee Hyun-wook. Surprise was reflected on the young man's face, still clasped in Lee Min-hee's awkward embrace, pointing incomprehensibly and questioning the reason. Main Street shimmered with technological sophistication. War machines and hidden sensors created a dense network of surveillance and defense. The elite snipers took up positions next to the lieutenant on the roof of a tall building that offered a panoramic view of the entire surrounding area. A careful look through the binoculars focused on the military below, Sergeant Choi Seong-ha and Lee Hyun-wook becoming the center of the invisible surveillance. Friendly advice not to let the second platoon commander nag came from the girl as her companion pointed his hand in the direction and mentioned the business that hadn't been postponed. Choi Seon-ha's playful wink accompanied the promise to finish installing the sensors, giving the young man free rein. The outwardly pensive appearance of the protagonist, head bowed to the side, concealed a bubbling stream of internal questions about the sudden challenge and limited time. An unsure question about the proper placement of the attack squad during the raid on the kobolds came from the sniper next to Seo Yoon-ha. A brief "he ordered it so" response ended the discussion as a group of snipers took strategic positions on different sides of the building's roof. A philosophical remark about the duty of soldiers to follow orders was accompanied by the motion of the lieutenant lowering his binoculars from his face with a thoughtful expression. A formal military report of arrival sounded from the protagonist approaching the command vehicle of the temporary battalion leadership post. Kim Kam-seok's serious expression met the gaze of the arriving sergeant, breaking the usual atmosphere of army routine. Surprise flashed in the young man's eyes as he noticed Warrant Officer Choi Meng-ho's gaze watching his every move intently. The official tone of the lieutenant colonel seated with his arms folded across his chest elicited an immediate and brief, "Hear me," from the sergeant standing on the other side of the table. Inner thoughts whirled in the young man's mind, trying to make sense of the warrant officer's presence beside the commander in this unusual situation. The unexpected offer to take the test and temporarily take Choi Yoon-jun's place came from the battalion commander, carefully observing his subordinate's reaction. The memories of being completely ignored in his past life contrasted with his current attention, causing Lee Hyun-wook to mentally wonder at the strange change. The realization of the lack of time to get back to the squad forced the young man to launch a cautious objection to the battalion commander instead of a formal agreement. The rational explanation about specializing only in the support squad and the risk to the soldiers of the first platoon sounded like a desperate cry against an illogical decision. A harsh, "That's an order," sounded the final verdict, leaving no room for further argument or objection from the subordinate. The restrained rage was reflected in the bitten lip and lowered gaze of the boy, frantically searching for a way out of the unexpected and dangerous situation. A sudden report of a monster boss leaving the kobold nest and personnel in the red zones spread through the command center, changing the dynamics of the situation. The grim realization of an imminent attack on the defenseless support squad flashed through the protagonist's mind as he glanced at the source of the disturbing news. The determination to leave office at all costs was expressed in a clumsy attempt to start an important conversation with a sudden, "I have something to tell you." The lieutenant colonel's frowning eyebrows accompanied a curt, "Hear me," which promised no leniency to any further arguments from the recalcitrant sergeant. A lowered head and eyes hidden beneath his helmet masked the inner struggle of the young man, frozen in silence before his waiting superiors. Lieutenant Seo Yoon-ha continued her observation through her binoculars, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding behind her back. The sudden movement of a soldier running swiftly out of the command post attracted the attention of the observant girl by its unusual haste. Surprise reflected on her face as she lowered her binoculars and continued to observe the strange phenomenon with her naked eye. The incredible speed of the runner, despite the heavy equipment, betrayed the soldier's extraordinary situation and physical fitness. A desperate cry for a support squad accompanied the accelerating run of the hero, eager to avert imminent disaster at any cost. The warning cry of gas sounded a final warning before the chaos that was coming as the young man almost reached his intended target. The synchronized activation of sensors along the entire perimeter of the street was accompanied by an alarming light and sound signal heralding imminent danger. Horror was reflected on the faces of the soldiers and Sergeant Choi Seong-ha, who turned around at the ominous noise, not understanding the nature of the impending threat. Green poisonous gas rushed out from both sides of the main street, causing the nearest soldier to instinctively cover his face in a futile attempt at defense. A curse escaped the lips of the fleeing Lee Hyun-wook as the deadly green cloud rapidly expanded, engulfing the city streets and people. The bitter realization of the prematurity of events didn't stop the protagonist from continuing to run with his nose covered in a desperate attempt to escape. The bold words about losing the entire platoon on the first mission finally came out of Lee Heng's mouth as he continued to stand with his head down in front of his superiors. The lieutenant colonel's frowning eyebrows and the astonished face of the ensign gave away the shock of the young sergeant's insolence in broaching a taboo subject. The logical inconsistency between past losses and the current order was the basis of the young man's argument, mentioning his status in the shitty support squad. A direct question about the esteemed commander's treatment of the soldiers as expendable sounded like a challenge, hiding the true goal of buying time. The calm beginning of the explanation from the lieutenant colonel, who had taken his hands away from his face, was unceremoniously interrupted by a desperate hero fighting for the lives of his comrades. The dramatic declaration of willingness to part with one's life at the commander's command created a contrast with further objections, increasing the psychological impact. The agonizing impossibility of revealing knowledge of the future turned every word into a complex verbal stability requiring the utmost care. Rationalizations about the likelihood of heavy losses with inexperienced command masked the inner cry of despair of a hero struggling against time. Gratitude for trust was transformed into categorical refusal of orders when the price of verification was the lives of comrades. A thoughtful, with a tilt of the head betrayed the internal struggle of the lieutenant colonel, impressed by the young sergeant's unusual reasoning. An indignant reminder of the felony of insubordination burst out from the warrant officer, shocked by his subordinate's insolence and his lack of understanding of the consequences. The inner monologue about knowing the consequences and prioritizing saving lives on the home front contrasted with the outward silence of the young man stubbornly standing before the commanding officer. The battalion commander's unexpected agreement to keep the sergeant in the support squad sounded like a sudden decision after a tense standoff. The protagonist's inner surprise at his unforeseen success was overshadowed by the realization of the consequences. The warning of future proceedings sounded the final chord of the meeting, giving the hero temporary freedom of action at the cost of future punishment. The young man's lightning-fast reaction, swapping his helmet for a gas mask, marked his realization of the critical situation. Furious curses burst from the hero, realizing the swiftness of events and the collapse of a well-thought-out plan as he continued to adjust his gas mask. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist retrieved a magical blade from his inventory pouch, obtained from the armory room for a special mission. The flask of water the hero used unconventionally, abundantly watering the blade from all sides, preparing the weapon for a confrontation with a strong enemy. The irritation of the impenetrable veil of poisonous gas echoed in the young man's voice as he peered through the glass of his gas mask at his surroundings. The bitter foreboding of being late was reflected in Lee Heng's words and gaze, looking ahead for the slightest sign of surviving comrades. A mental plea for Jun Mo and the others to be saved was accompanied by a tense gaze into the poisonous haze hiding the scene ahead. A soul-wrenching scream pierced through the smokescreen as the soldier in the gas mask fell victim to the monster thrusting his weapon into the defenseless body. A desperate call to Private Park Jun-mo rang out as blood fountained from the attacker's wound, and the monster swung for a second strike. A private nearby reacted instantly to his comrade's shout, frantically searching for the source of the sound in the noxious fog. The instant reaction of Park Jun-mo, who noticed the attacked co-worker, was to decisively point his weapon at the attacking monster. A furious shout demanding that they move away from their comrade was accompanied by automatic gunfire, reflecting a determination to protect the wounded man at all costs. The monster, preparing to gouge out its victim's eyes, turned sharply at the scream, distracted from its deadly occupation by a hail of whizzing bullets. A flurry of gunfire forced the kobolds to retreat, leaving the wounded victim lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Jun-mo's commanding voice called for the support squad to pick up the war boxes and the wounded An Min-tai, reloading their weapons. The proud announcement of the private's rescue was accompanied by the heavy dragging of the body along the ground, while the rest of the soldiers covered the retreat with fire. Sergeant Choi Sung-ha watched the scene, trembling with fear, her fingers frantically clutching her head in a helpless attempt to control her panic. An insistent appeal to the Vault Vice Commander to come to his senses found no response from the girl, who had fallen to her knees and was trembling with overwhelming terror. The sudden realization of the girl's young age pierced the mind of a soldier who understands the psychological burden of the first real combat after assignment. The decision to send all help to a frightened Sun Ha reflected an understanding of priorities in the chaos of battle, where preserving the command structure is critical. The alarming report of the last ammo magazine in approaching kobolds emphasized the criticality of the support squad's situation. Despair gripped the fighter, wondering at his imminent doom and pounding his fist on the shelter in impotent rage at the inevitable. A sudden epiphany visited Junmo, thinking about Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's actions in a similar situation, looking for a way out in the esteemed commander's example. The urgent need for medical attention for Private An Mintai was adding to the tension, demanding immediate action from the fear-paralyzed vice commander. The final confirmation of running out of ammunition sounded the verdict for the squad surrounded by a superior force of brutal monsters. The decisive gesture of removing the electric hammer from the bag was accompanied by a commanding shout, drawing the attention of the scattered support squad. Strategic knowledge of the kobolds' predilection for shiny objects formed the basis of Park Junmo's plan to lead the monsters away from their comrades. The heroic order to retreat to all members of the platoon, including the vice commander and the wounded, was met with a perplexed look from the pink-haired girl. The official reinforcement of the order with the status of platoon vice commander was accompanied by a reference to the Blue Flower Guild outside the red zone. Stepping out with a glowing object in hand, the soldier attracted the attention of the multitude of creatures, giving final instructions to his remaining comrades. A mental recognition of the limited electrical power was accompanied by a determination to use it to save the rest of us, turning weakness into strategy. A momentary sprint away from the co-workers' hiding place took the creature's attention away, giving the remaining warriors a chance to escape. Confirmation of the theory about the monster's predilection for shiny objects was reflected in their behavior as their attention shifted from defenseless victims to shiny bait. The wary gazes of the remaining warriors followed their comrade, leading all the monsters away in an act of self-sacrifice for the common salvation. A desperate cry for a chance to escape rang out as Park Junmo urged his comrades to flee while the monsters were engrossed in pursuit. The unequal running speed of man and the four-legged creatures doomed the heroic plan to failure when the monsters easily caught up with the fleeing soldier. Reflecting on Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's possible actions in such a situation showed deep respect for the commander who had become a role model. Resignation to the inevitable doom came to the fleeing Junmo as the monsters were on the same level, ready to attack from above in a leap. The determination to get the creatures as far away as possible persisted in the mind of the soldier, unaware of the magical energy of the protagonist behind him. The flying blade swept away the creatures behind Park Junmo, leaving only flesh and blood before a magical wave nearly knocked the runner off his feet. The disoriented running led Park Junmo to collide with someone standing in front of him, followed by the familiar, "Hey creep, I heard the whole thing." Relief flooded the soldier's mind as he recognized Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, standing with a cloud blade that absorbed water and created a damp mist. The practicality of the damp mist manifested itself in neutralizing the poisonous gas, eliciting a joyous exclamation from a comrade sitting on the floor. Confused attempts to explain his motives for imitating the sergeant and his plan to take the monsters away were accompanied by the removal of his protective mask in a gesture of trust. Warm words of gratitude for survival and recognition of excellent efforts interrupted the explanation, penetrating deep into the heart of the devoted soldier. Park Junmo's hand froze halfway to the mask, and his eyes filled with unsolicited tears of genuine joy at the recognition of his efforts. The mysterious blade that neutralized the deadly gas was powerless against the countless monsters whose ominous silhouettes loomed everywhere. Sincere pride in his comrade's bravery mixed with anticipation of the feast as a huge crowd of monsters rushed toward the two warriors. A joyous exclamation of intent to eat each dish was accompanied by a spectacular gesture, one hand holding the blade above his head, the other summoning blue magic. The magical blade began to swirl around its wielder, occasionally flying off and easily destroying all oncoming monsters in one deadly span. The pink pebbles falling from the hands of the defeated creatures drew the greedy gaze of a young man who recognized a familiar mana style from a past life. A smirk accompanied the words about the damn tasty sight, while a surprised Park Jun-mo hiding behind his comrade was perplexed by the strange gastronomic preferences. The issue of kobolds did not arise by chance. Immediately after the young man's words, a new wave of furious creatures seeking revenge moved in. An irritated curse about not being able to eat escaped the sergeant, who continued to hold the cloud blade above his head and cast a glance at his friend. The cautious approach of the monsters replaced the earlier onslaught as they saw a multitude of dead brethren lining the path to the two defenders. The surprised question about the boss' whereabouts elicited an instant reaction from the creatures, their eyes darkening with yellow flames and exposing sharp fangs. The furious reaction was expressed not only in the burning eyes, but also in the manifestation of the ancient symbol on each monster's forehead, showing off the grinning sharp teeth. Instead of attacking, the creatures turned back, passing a silent sign to their tribesmen in the ominous silence of the calm before the storm. An incredulous "come on" burst out from the protagonist when all the monsters suddenly began a strategic retreat in the opposite direction. The creatures' swift flight was not due to fear, but to the realization of danger to their boss, requiring the immediate assistance of all forces. A desperate call to run after the monsters came from a young man who realized the danger to his squad and rushed after the crowd. The obstructed visibility due to the poisonous gas worried Seo Yun-ha, who was standing on the roof assessing the possibilities of helping downstairs. Clear instructions to the offensive squad to stay in position and shoot the kobolds were accompanied by instructions to cooperate with the Blue Flower Guild. An unexpected question about the lieutenant's intentions came from the sniper, who had just confirmed his understanding of the order and was now surprised by the commander's actions. The inner suspicion of Lee Hyun-wook's unusual awareness was not voiced aloud. Instead, the lieutenant discreetly mentioned the need for verification. The elegant movement to the edge of the building ended with a beautiful landing right into the cloud of poison gas, showing the girl's determination and skill. Desperate pleas for rescue burst from the lips of the crying and trembling Sergeant Choi Seung-ha, completely paralyzed by fear in the face of death. The alarming report of Private An Min-tae losing consciousness and needing immediate treatment required a response from the platoon vice commander. The soldiers' desperate efforts to hold back the boss monster's powerful spell took the form of collectively holding back the wall of cover. The monster's persistence in continuing to cast spells was based on the realization of its own superiority over the exhausted and wounded defenders. Panic gripped the warriors when the wall that had been under magical attack finally gave a crack, heralding the breakthrough of an invincible foe. A terrifying discovery awaited the soldiers. A huge crowd of angry kobolds with weapons in their hands moved to the aid of their boss, finally changing the balance of power. Fear reverberated in the cry of the approaching creatures, adding to the already unbearable tension of the desperate situation. A hopeless, "looks like we're definitely screwed," sounded the answer to the question of how to proceed when it became clear there was no way out of the death trap. The joyous look of the boss, who turned around at the noise of incoming reinforcements, foreshadowed a swift reprisal against the stubborn defenders of the shelter. A sudden human cry drew attention as two figures suddenly appeared behind the crowd of fleeing rats. The joy on the kobold boss's face was replaced by bewilderment and dismay at the realization of the potential threat to the carefully thought-out plan of destruction. A thunderous warning not to touch the squad was followed by a confident sweep of the arm, launching a magical blade straight at the leader of the enemy forces. An acrobatic leap saved the boss from a direct hit, but the blade continued its deadly motion, nearly embedding itself in the ground in front of the target. The sharp reversal of his weapon turned him into a relentless pursuer, repeating every zigzag of the fleeing boss with inhuman precision. Realizing the inevitability of a catch-up weapon forced the monster to ferry the pot behind his back in a desperate attempt to create a deadly barrier. The first strike of the magic blade struck the pot, releasing a poisonous green gas, enveloping everything around it as the boss continued to run away. The sudden reversal of the creature, breaking its paws against the ground, signaled a change of tactics from fleeing to counter-attacking to get back to its forces. Confusion gripped the monster, finding the path of retreat completely blocked by its own poisonous cloud emanating from the cracked vessel. The rage only strengthened the boss's resolve, looking back even more fiercely at the pursuer who had cut off the path of retreat with a devious maneuver. The loyalty of the subordinate monsters was shown in a reckless attack, risking their own lives to protect their king from a deadly threat. The bewilderment was reflected on the face of the protagonist, who paused in his run at the sight of the unusual behavior of the enemies that defied logical explanation. The synchronized bouncing of the creatures to the sides created the illusion of a cleared path for the fleeing humans, hiding the true intentions of the cunning opponents. The fleeing Lee Hun-wook and Park Jun-mo, focused on saving their co-workers, didn't notice the sinister preparations of the monsters on the sides of their path. The unexpected surprise turned into a hail of deadly darts flying out of primitive windpipes clutched in the clawed paws of the hostile creatures. The attack covered the space from all sides, turning the air into a deadly curtain of many sharp projectiles. The lightning-fast reaction of the protagonist, driven by the desire to protect his comrade, allowed the cloud blade to repel all the sharp bayonets flying from one side. A fatal mistake occurred when the young man accidentally pointed his friend in the other direction, turning him into a human shield in front of a new wave of deadly darts. A desperate cry of "Get down!" echoed over the battlefield as the sergeant realized the mortal danger looming over his unsuspecting subordinate. The soldier's unquestioning trust was evident in his lightning-fast reaction as he prostrated himself on the ground, obeying the order of his esteemed commander. The mysterious ability to control metal has awakened in the protagonist, surrounding his body with a blue energy field, subjecting all flying darts to his will. Powerful concentration allowed the deadly hail of projectiles to be redirected in the opposite direction, saving the lives of both warriors from imminent death. A side effect of the complex manipulation was the loss of control over the trusty blade, which, having ceased its protective spin, fell helplessly beside the leader of the monsters. An epiphany flashed through the lad's mind as he determined the true nature of the enemy, a dark kobold mage personally controlling the attacks, and snatched up his comrade's weapon. The tactical difficulty of the situation was the futility of deterrent maneuvers against a creature controlling every action of its subordinates. After mentally assessing the danger of fighting in Junmo's presence, the protagonist decided to immediately evacuate his loyal comrade to a shelter. Rushing out of his seat, the irritated Lee Hyun-wook abruptly turned to the hesitant comrade, discarding all conventions of signaling and demanding an immediate escape. The two warriors raced through the dangerous territory, while the monsters lurking on the sides simultaneously released deadly darts, cleaving the air around the fugitives. The saving shelter loomed ahead as the first shells fired by the ruthless enemies split the tense atmosphere around them. Separated from safety by less than a meter of space, the fleeing warriors felt the deadly iron projectiles overtaking their straining backs. Li Heng activated his mind control ability, thrusting his arm forward and controlling the invisible forces while his unsuspecting comrade desperately jumped for cover. The iron projectiles hovered in the air, obeying the mental command, giving the hero precious seconds for his own saving leap. The young man's attentive gaze instantly registered a single dart bouncing off the protective wall of the shelter, demonstrating the reliability of the chosen shelter. The enraged boss monster that had been watching the rescue of the prey froze in angry impotence, unable to overcome the magical barrier of the protected area. A relieved smile lit up the protagonist's face as he proudly announced the successful, albeit slightly delayed, completion of the dangerous mission. The triumph faded momentarily, replaced by anxiety at the sight of numerous wounded companions lying inside the makeshift infirmary. Park Jung-mo reported with unconcealed grief the critical condition of Private An Min-tae, near where another fighter was desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Bewilderment was reflected in Lee Hun-wook's voice as he recalled the presence of a responsible medical professional among the surviving fighters. The protagonist's gaze fell on Choi Seon-ha, huddled in a corner with her head covered, trembling with overwhelming fear in the face of a nightmarish situation. The sergeant's desperate cry cut through the air of the shelter, appealing to the professional duty of a medic in the face of a dying comrade. The realization of the catastrophic situation flashed through the lad's mind as he saw the crying eyes of the only healer paralyzed by the panic attack. The formal address to Choi Seong-ha made the girl raise a tear-stained face, trying to control her uncontrollable emotions in front of the commander. The young man's tough question about his willingness to doom everyone was a sobering slap in the face for the medic, reminding him of the reality of a combat situation that required immediate action. A piercing question about the cruelty of life made the girl look up, barely audibly uttering the sergeant's name with trembling lips. A strange yellow glow suddenly appeared inside the fortification, drawing the attention of the wary creatures surrounding the last stronghold of the humans. Choi Seon-ha finally overcame the paralysis of fear by activating her healing magic, targeting the bleeding wound of the wounded soldier. The protagonist's concerned question about Onmin Dae's condition is met with the medic's brief reply of heavy blood loss, accompanied by a note of self-recrimination. A moment of weakness was replaced by determination in the healer's voice, raising her gaze to her companion with a firm promise not to give up. A brief thank you was accompanied by a sincere smile from the young man, recognizing the importance of the vice commander's return to her immediate duties. The unexpected statement about borrowing knives was accompanied by the activation of magic, lifting all available metal blades into the air. Fright flashed across Park Jun-mo's face, beginning to understand the sergeant's dangerous plan in the unwritten language of the martial fraternity. Firmly confirming the hunch with a promise of revenge reflected all the protagonist's rage and irritation with the surrounding operatives. A woman's voice from a luxurious black car commented loudly on the wonderful event. The giant spider on the fragile shoulder of the mysterious stranger moved its venomous, chewing jaws, while its mistress pondered the need for a comforting visit. The brief instruction, "Let's go to Itaewon," made the driver immediately turn the car around, obeying the will of his principal. The protagonist's confident movements, clutching control of the flying knives, accompanied his emergence from cover towards danger. The methodical search for the right point ended with the discovery of a place marked with scotch tape in the form of a cross, causing satisfaction on the strategist's face. Metal knives began circling around the young man, while the ferocious monster boss watched from afar, assessing the unexpected turn in the battle. An indescribable ferocity distorted the monstrous countenance of the head of the monsters, methodically examining the traces of human presence before addressing his subordinates. The silent signal was instantly recognized by the ordinary monsters, ancient symbols reappearing on their foreheads and weapons raised to attack. A self-assured announcement of the gathered victims in the perfect place to hunt accompanied Lee Hyun-wook's stand, wielding a cloud blade and flying knives. Strategic thinking about sensor boxes placed in the right places noted the only error in the vice commander's area of responsibility. Activating the metal detection magic ability, the warrior saw the street illuminated with a blue glow, revealing all iron objects. The logical conclusion of invisible metal as a sign of kobold presence led to the discovery of creatures hiding behind iron shields, with distinctive Kirko-like weapons. Realizing the boundary between the visible and invisible allowed the guy to point his controlled knives in all directions to destroy all enemies. The kobold boss's eyes widened with fear, betraying his realization of the danger posed by a man with unusual magical powers. The flying knives skirted the iron barriers perfectly, slamming into the creatures hidden behind them with frightening precision and inevitability. The monster's futile attempts to flee were shattered by the relentless single-mindedness of the magical blades, catching their targets at all costs. The boss's wary attention was drawn to a strange noise behind him, causing him to turn around sharply in a premonition of danger. Instinctive activation of the magic shield created a red-orange circle with black streaks of energy aimed at the approaching knife. Heroic flair unmistakably pinpointed the boss's location, prompting a rapturous exclamation and a lightning-fast redirection of all blades to the new target. The shocked monster, which had focused its defenses on a single knife, was unprepared to withstand the multitude of deadly blades flying from all directions. A monstrous scream ripped from the creature's throat as it faced the imminent threat of the approaching metal storm. Surprise was replaced by understanding on the protagonist's face as it became clear that the shout and outstretched arm had spread protective magic to all the threatening blades. An arrogant smirk exposed the intimidating fangs of a creature that believed itself victorious over an insignificant human opponent. Angrily demanding the knives back and desperately clutching the warrior's hand as he tried to regain lost control of the magically bound blades that were rightfully his. The shocking notification of exceeding the check weight caused a wave of confusion for Lee Hyun-wook. Unable to believe the unexpected failure, the enemy's confusion was the signal for the boss's subordinates to quickly line up in a circle and resume their attack with sharp darts. A multitude of deadly projectiles rushed towards the defenseless hero who had lost precious control of the only weapon that could save his life. An instinctive attempt to cover her face with her hands and retreat was followed by a desperate cry of terror that pierced the air with a premonition of impending doom. The sharp darts mercilessly slashed into Lee Hyun-wook's arms, piercing his flesh and causing a wave of unbearable pain throughout his body. Squatting among the corpses of enemies, the hero found himself surrounded by surviving monsters as well, waiting for the signal for the final attack. The triumphant boss, who had neutralized all the flying knives, watched them fall at his feet, celebrating his temporary victory over his human opponent. The lowered hand with a finger pointing at the defenseless guy was an unambiguous signal for all the remaining monsters to attack. Catching the long-awaited signal, the surviving kobolds rushed forward in a single wave, eager to kill the weakened warrior. The wounded hero, covering his face with pierced hands, recalled the fateful moments of a past life that seemed so similar to the present despair. The abrupt rise from the ground was accompanied by a strange phenomenon. All the iron shells embedded in his arms fell out by themselves, freeing his limbs. The explanation for the miraculous rescue was due to the body enhancement. The activated ability turned Lee Hyun-wook's arms into metallic, impenetrable shields. The deceptively disarmed blades that lay at the feet of the smug boss suddenly soared upwards, returning to their true master with magical power. The renewed magic spun the knives around their axes, creating a deadly vortex, bearing down directly on the enemies dazed from surprise. An angry cry of "Wretch" was accompanied by the 5 deadly blades approaching their master, ready to do his bidding. A sharp sweep of his arms crosswise followed a furious cry of "Die!" swinging his weapon at the surrounding enemies with perfect precision. The flying blades changed direction, mercilessly slicing in half all monsters in its path, causing fountains of green liquid to spurt from the shredded bodies. A deadly vortex of dancing blades formed right at the intersection, lifting the creatures high into the air and mercilessly destroying them. The immobile figure of the protagonist with his arms crossed contrasted with the chaos of the battle, one hand holding a cloud blade, the other handling knives. Surprise and incomprehension were reflected on the face of the monster boss, faced with the sudden resurgence of power of an opponent thought to have been defeated. The dramatic address to the dark kobold mage cut through the fog, dissipating thanks to the cloud blade. The hero's resolute voice heralded the beginning of the final settling of accounts, with a hated enemy threatening peaceful existence. Instead of verbally responding to the threat, the monster activated a new attack. Poisonous green gas burst out from the vessel, attached to its back in a powerful fountain. The powerful stream first rushed upwards, then completely enveloped the protagonist, still desperately holding the cloud blade to disperse the deadly mist. The assertion of the pointlessness of the battle was accompanied by a question about understanding the effort expended while the guy continued to cover his face from the noxious fumes. Activating the metal detection ability allowed the warrior to see previously hidden elements, expanding his tactical awareness of his surroundings. Instead of a mindless flinging of blades doomed to failure, the young man chose the tactic of a careful attack, scrutinizing the metal weapon in the hands of the motionless creature. The suspicious immobility of his opponent raised legitimate questions in Lee Heng's mind as he continued his tense observation of his boss. The sudden realization of danger made the young man recoil as he noticed dark magical streaks with a red glow creeping across the ground, aimed in his direction. The boss's cunning tactics were revealed. He used all the time of immobility to prepare a magic trap, keeping his hand on the ground to control the spell. The delayed detection of the threat was fatal. The magical strips effortlessly wrapped around the soldier's leg before he could react to the unseen danger. A sharp tug of the magical bonds pulled the guy's leg with such force that he fell on his back, losing control of the situation and becoming a helpless victim. The real torture began when the writhing streaks lifted the enemy high up by his leg, continuing to teleport his body through the air with brutal ruthlessness. Climbing to a dizzying height above the city caused genuine fear and screams from the young man, realizing his helplessness in the face of the enemy's magical power. The boss's sudden instruction to let the victim go turned the hero into a falling stone, hurtling straight down into the poisonous cloud covering the city. The powerful landing was accompanied by an explosion of dust flying apart in obscuring visibility, giving the impression of the imminent death of the human enemy. Pulling the magical fetters back, the boss gazed into the cloud of dust, certain that an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to survive such a blow. The premature celebration of victory was expressed in the triumphant posture of the boss, confident of the final defeat of a pesky human enemy. A shocking, "Hey, you little rat," shattered the illusion of victory, The protagonist was on his feet, with the ground behind him completely shattered into small pieces, one foot submerged up to his ankle. The secret to survival was revealed in the timely use of body enhancement. The metal legs saved Lee Hyun-wook from a fatal landing. An ironic question about PTSD flashback attacks was accompanied by blood running down the young man's chin, demonstrating real damage despite successful survival. The tense posture of the enemy, touching the ground with one hand and clutching his blade in the other, contrasted with the constant spread of poisonous gases from the vessel behind his back. The monster's lightning-fast leap left the void in its former place as it ran swiftly, leaving barely visible traces of its movement. Quick reactions allowed the kobold to get behind the still-seeking hero, creating the perfect position for a deadly blow to his vulnerable back. An intuitive sense of energy behind his back saved the warrior. The sharp turn coincided with the moment when the monster was about to strike with its sharp blade. The incredible speed of events did not prevent Lee Hyun from performing a saving leap to the side, dodging the deadly attack at the last moment. The vehement questioning of back-aiming gave away the hero's personal history as he prepared for a head-on confrontation with the enemy, meeting him face-to-face. An emotional confession of hatred for attacks from behind was followed by a decisive move forward as the young man ran at the retreating kobold with his arms swinging for a strike. Activating the steel physique while running transformed the leg, turning the limb into an iron weapon. A sudden stop with his foot thrust forward culminated in a hard kick to the enemy's face, completely destroying one side, breaking teeth and shattering protective headgear. A satisfied shout of, "You need a whipping!" accompanied the backward flight of his opponent's body, symbolizing the long-awaited retribution for past suffering. The power of the blow manifested itself in the uncontrolled movement of the boss. A fall, a push off the ground, a somersault, and a new painful landing on solid ground. A solemn confession of repeated dreams of vengeance since returning in time resounded as the hero slung his cloud blade over his shoulder as he approached his defeated foe. The arrogant announcement of the honor of being the first to fall contrasted with the stubborn malice in the eyes of the still confident boss sitting on the ground. The explanation about helplessness without mask and magic was accompanied by a phrase about treating PTSD as the young man frantically approached his nemesis. The boss's desperate attempt to escape collided with the superior magic of the guy who launched his blades. The synchronized entry of the blades into the body of the fleeing man created a multitude of incisions, from which green liquid exploded in all directions in a fountain of pain. The oddly shaped blade fell out of the monster's hands, bouncing off the ground several times before finally freezing. The poison vessel that provided an advantage in battle was completely shattered and separated from its master, depriving him of his last trump card. The disdainful question, "What are you squeaking for, weakling?" accompanied Lee Hyun-wook's approach to the lying boss, emphasizing the temporary nature of his suffering. The unexpected grabbing of the creature's face with a strong hand and lifting it up caused the boss, powerless to resist the man's physical might, to gasp in surprise. The bitter question of the years spent crippled by the monster resounded as the sergeant drew his cloud sword from behind his back, holding the enemy down with his other hand. A grim explanation about the piercing blades of squad members killed in a past life accompanied the creature's raising of its head a little higher. The emotional and this preceded a cascade of memories of comrades from a past life, reinforcing the significance of the moment of retribution for the hero. Traumatic flashbacks showed the decapitation of Park Jun-mo in front of his eyes, explaining the source of the rage and thirst for revenge for a comrade who died while trying to save him. A sudden stab of a cloud knife to the stomach interrupted the bewildered creature, whose mouth was covered by the hero's hand, preventing any magical spells. The unusual property of the weapon allowed the cloud blade to begin absorbing the blood and energy of the elite monster, gradually being infused with unknown power. The creepy request of "don't die" was accompanied by the use of blue energy to raise the enemy's blade, aimed directly at the boss's mask. The furious "revenge for the scar on my face" prefaced the final act of retribution as the hero recalled a tragic moment from his past existence. The expression of challenge, incomprehension, and pity on the boss's face did not elicit compassion from the young man as he continued to move the magic blade through the monster's mask. The merciless penetration didn't stop at the mask. The weapon continued downward, slicing the head in two in a final act of retribution. The lifeless body with the blade sticking out fell to the ground, continuing to feed the weapon with its energy, promising to reveal itself when fully filled. Relief was reflected on the face of the protagonist, who realized the change of the first key event of his past life, which had tormented his mind and soul for many years. Suddenly, the fallen monster dropped a mysterious, medium-sized round object, causing the young man to instinctively take a step back. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorted with inexpressible surprise when the system alert identified the find as the legendary Devil Medallion. Perplexity gripped the hero, clutching the mystical artifact in trembling fingers and trying to comprehend its sudden appearance here. The ancient Inferno medallion that belonged to the mysterious him emitted an ominous aura that filled the space with an unsettling foreboding. Memories of an army of the dead bringing untold suffering to the survivors flashed through the warrior's tormented mind. A necromancer, a ruthless enemy of humanity whose name caused even the bravest warriors to tremble, suddenly appeared in Lee Hyun-wook's thoughts. The lack of critical information about the enemy forced the hero to hide the true reason for his return in time and the specifics of his rank increase. His past life had left a bitter mark on the young man's memory, barely surviving a workshop of blue lava golems with a pitiful copy of the artifact he sought. The unfathomable mystery of the presence of the real Inferno tormented the mind of the hero, facing an unforeseen change in a familiar scenario. Irritation distorted the features of the manly face as Lee Hyun-wook clutched the medallion with increasing rage, feeling a loss of control over the situation. The poisonous fog gradually dissipated, revealing the true scale of the battle before the shocked warrior's eyes. The instinctive urge to devour the artifact was interrupted by a sudden shout from behind the focused hero's back. Seo Yoon-ha's familiar voice made the young man freeze in astonishment, realizing the inevitability of the upcoming awkward explanation of his actions. The wary girl held her weapon out in front of her, demanding an explanation of the true nature of the man who seemed familiar, but acted so strangely. Inner panic contrasted with the calm smile on the hero's face as he tried to assess the amount of information available to the observant witness. The tense scene was interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious woman with a giant spider on her shoulder, attracting the attention of both wary warriors. The girl, who had been watching the impressive fight from afar, approached with approving pats, expressing her professional admiration for what she had seen. The removal of the mask was accompanied by a familial comment about the third daughter of the Paladin commander, emphasizing the long acquaintance in sudden recognition. The official tone of the lieutenant, introducing himself as the commander of the offensive squad, was accompanied by a warning against civilians being in combat territory. The stranger's complete disregard for the warning showed her confidence and high status as she calmly walked past the lieutenant to the protagonist. The informal question about the sergeant's rank was replaced by a formal introduction as Catherine Yu, the head of the Soul Strike Squad of the Blue Flower Guild, with her business card held out. The woman's surprise at the lack of recognition of her identity contrasted with the stunned expression on the hero's face. In no hurry to accept the offered business card, an inner monologue about the impossibility of forgetting one of the villains who were destroying humanity was accompanied by a physical manifestation of rage, biting his lower lip. The mental memory of shouting, "Pull yourself together, you must survive at all costs," was accompanied by the image of Seo Yoon-ha running into battle, sacrificing herself. Dramatic dialogue from the past showed desperate attempts to stop the girl who calls herself his shield, tearfully claiming responsibility for his life. The heartbreaking image of a lifeless body covered in blood, with a swarm of insects crawling into the open mouth, created an eerie picture of tragic loss. The ominous watcher, perched on a sharp rock against a huge pink moon, was the embodiment of the horror behind the death of a loved one. The brutal detail of directing the insects to the corpse of the newly murdered girl emphasized the sadistic nature of the observer enjoying his power. The beautiful butterfly was resting on the finger of Yu Hyuna, the ruthless killer of Song Yoon-hee, whose figure loomed ominously against the moon. The head of the Soul Squad hinted meaningfully at the opportunity that had opened up, studying the young sergeant's reaction intently. An iron will restrain the fury of the young man, whose clenched fists betrayed his true feelings more than any words. The lieutenant's unperturbed face hid her irritation as she demanded that Miss Yu Hyuna immediately leave the war territory. Hearing the address, the woman exhaled heavily and turned around abruptly, indignantly recalling her high rank as the head of the Soul Strike Force. The protagonist felt the growing tension between the two women, their mutual dislike electrifying the air like a storm cloud. The silence was broken by the approaching noise of an engine, and the darkness was cut through by the bright headlights of an approaching vehicle. The battalion commander stepped out of the vehicle and instantly assessed the situation, his greeting cut short at the sight of the surrounding chaos. The officer's astonished gaze slid over the numerous corpses enveloped in the vanishing haze of poisonous gas that filled the area. The defeated kobold boss lay in the distance with a blade deeply embedded in his massive body, signaling the completion of the operation. Fear contorted the protagonist's face as his inner self from a past life shuddered in terror, anticipating imminent retribution. The lieutenant colonel's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze, full of unspoken questions, fixed on the figure of the protagonist. Lee Hyun-wook's past incarnation tried to escape from the protagonist's subconscious, but the protagonist held him tightly, unwilling to face the officer's wrath alone. The head of the shock troop exchanged cold greetings with the battalion commander, standing next to the sergeant while maintaining an official tone. A polite thank you for supporting the guild was replaced by a stern reminder of the rules of being in the battlefield. Displeasure was reflected on Catherine Yu's face after being asked to remove herself. Her lips folded into a contemptuous grin at the mention of typical soldier boy. The woman's painted lips left a vivid mark on the business card, turning the business paraphernalia into an intimate message to the subsequent owner. With a deft movement, she placed the kissed business card under the sergeant's protective gear, showing surprising courage in the face of military command. Catherine's playful gesture ended with a light touch on the boy's nose, the promise of a future call hanging in the air between them. A sharp shout from the commander instantly straightened the sergeant's back as the object of his attention leisurely strode away on her mysterious errand. Surprise reflected on Lieutenant Song Yun-ha's face as the battalion commander handed over the mop-up operation to the private sergeant. Irritation filled the protagonist's thoughts with questions about the commander's strange decisions, but outwardly he remained completely calm. The order to report personally on the results of the operation sounded like the final chord of an unexpected turn in the service hierarchy. Hyun-wook's loud and decisive reply rang out in the tense silence, confirming his acceptance of the unexpected responsibility. The incomprehension was reflected on the face of the lieutenant, whose gaze moved between the lieutenant colonel and the sergeant, trying to unravel the unfamiliar situation. The hero involuntarily recoiled from the woman's piercing gaze, at the same time exulting in his soul from successfully overcoming the dangerous moment. A week later, at the location of the 3rd Brigade of the VSSBM, the protagonist received a system alert that the metal assimilation of the Devil's Medallion had been completed. Unbearable pain tormented the young man's body as the breathing place formed in his stomach, forcing him to squirm over the toilet, realizing the weakness of his body. One of the soldiers peered into the restroom looking for Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, his voice echoing on the tiled walls. Park Jun-mo leaned his ear against the stall door with a mischievous smile, suspecting his comrade of watching something interesting in private. The exhausted young man barely squeezed out words of denial as he continued to sit by the toilet, feeling the fiery flames emanating from his throat. The unbearable pain forced him to keep his eyelids closed, while a mysterious glow streamed from beneath him, and his curious comrade continued to banter. A sudden flash under the stall door made Puck recoil as the protagonist tried to explain the true cause of his condition. Underestimated by all, the gate with kobolds created many tragic incidents that disrupted the peaceful flow of military life. Sergeant Choi Sung-ha's professional actions saved Private On Min-dae from critical condition, allowing him to be taken to a military hospital. After the incident, the protagonist abandoned his illusions of solitary heroism, focusing on training a support squad for self-defense. The young man's mental monologue about his problems was interrupted by the appearance of a pink-haired girl who waved hello upon meeting him. The first annoyance was the constant presence of Sergeant Choi Seon-ha, who began to pester with her attention after the memorable day. The girl followed him everywhere, constantly trying to strike up a conversation far removed from official topics and military duties. Army life was full of unpredictable variables, one of which was red-haired Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, secretly watching with annoyance. The second surprise was an unexpected offer from the lieutenant colonel himself about the possibility of an officer promotion for the protagonist. Calm resignation to the situation was reflected on the young man's face as his doppelganger from the past mentally begged for a speedy dismissal from the service. Battalion Commander Kim Kam-seok gesticulated enthusiastically as he described his dream of an ideal military culture where beliefs are more important than rank. Old Lee Hyun-wook's inner cry about the insanity of the commander's fantasies contrasted with the present one's restrained promise to ponder the proposal while on vacation. The long-awaited vacation time came 3 weeks later, and the protagonist found himself in a busy Seoul station among civilians. After locking himself in a toilet stall, the hero received a system alert about his new fire-breathing ability, scaring a random visitor with a mysterious glow. The exhausted young man was relieved at the thought of the end of the suspicious toilet rituals as the last flames left his mouth. Worry about the ability to handle the next gate was reflected in the sink mirror, where the protagonist peered anxiously. Down at the bottom of the station, reporters attacked the confused military man with questions about evacuation plans, their cameras flashing bright lights in the growing chaos. Irritation flickered across the officer's face, hidden beneath the visor of his uniform cap, as another cry of abandoned citizens pierced the air. Bloodied people were desperately banging on the panoramic windows from inside the station, their pleas for rescue lost in the noise of the crowd and the commotion. The realization of his own mortality flashed through the young man's mind as he continued to stare into the reflection, searching for answers to unspoken questions. Determination to make the most of the vacation to prepare for future challenges forced the hero to leave the restroom and go outside. Choi Seon-ha tried unsuccessfully to light a cigarette, mentally cursing the army and the long absence of a well-deserved rest. As the protagonist passed by the drink machines, he noticed the familiar figure of the vice commander, unconsciously giving away his true nature with a request for fire. The thunderous announcement of the train's arrival echoed throughout the station as the massive train drove majestically onto the platform. The protagonist and his acquaintance headed toward the platform and took neighboring seats, falling into a tense silence. Awkwardness hung heavy between them, their bodies frozen in immobility and their gazes carefully avoiding meeting. The girl finally broke the barrier of silence, wondering about Hyun-wook's first vacation in a long time and assuming his parents' joy. The young man's short and dry answer about the long-ago death of his parents startled the interlocutor, making her stiffen with an expression of deep regret. Guilt made Choi Sung-ha lower her gaze to her own lap, mentally berating herself for inappropriately asking about her family. Noticing the embarrassment of his companion, the hero tried to smooth the situation with a story about the found people who became his new family. Surprise was reflected on the sergeant's face, scrutinizing her interlocutor after his unexpected revelation about his substitute family. Memories from his past life came flooding back to the hero. Loyal subordinates who had become friends, their wishes of good luck and promises to wait. Lee Hyun-wook's pensive gaze drifted to the window as he went over in his mind the possible definitions for those who had become truly close to him. Satisfaction reflected in the smile as the hero found the right definition, looking at his own reflection in the glass of the train. Arrival in the Yeongdeungpo area marked the beginning of a short but critical vacation, 4 days and 3 nights for crucial preparation. A strange smile curved the young man's lips as he realized that a financial foundation must first be secured for the trials to come. A banner ad on the station wall caught the guy's attention with a familiar face, triggering unpleasant memories from the past. A mental summation of the multi-billionaire's state of affairs was reflected by the bitterness on the hero's face as he realized the extent of this man's influence. Gordon Pressey, surrounded by untold wealth, represented the epitome of the evil that was to be fought in the future. The villain's black money bought highly ranked players, powerful artifacts, and gradually infiltrated all levels of world control. The key reason for the last defeat was the financial capacity of the opponent, against which even the strongest could not resist. Not being able to match Gordon didn't mean hopelessness. Sufficient capital would protect against money games, he realized, noticing the screaming advertisement on the building. The young man pondered the key financial events of the future as he crossed a busy road where even passing cabs flashed Pressey's advertisements. The strategy of quickly investing even small amounts of money could provide a snowball effect. With this realization, the guy entered the Hope Guild building. The desire to find a loyal ally led the hero to the second floor, where he was greeted by furious shouts and sounds of conflict between employees. An enraged Won Chul held the terrified employee by the collar, rejecting any explanation about the current month's lack of customers. The pathetic excuses of the subordinate only fueled the anger of the blonde-haired man, Who didn't notice Lee Hyun-wook watching the scene? The unexpected silence of the aggressor broke the conflict. Holding his victim by his clothes, he cast a surprised glance at the visitor who had entered. Instant recognition transformed the man's face. Dismissing the subordinate, he spread his arms wide to greet the old acquaintance. Won-chul happily extended his hand for a handshake, mentioning the awakening of strength and expressing pleasure at the long-awaited meeting. Memories of childhood naivete contrasted with the hero's current cold attitude as he mentally repeated the word, buddy. Lee Hyun-wook's icy response about not being close enough for the joy of meeting caught the former abuser off guard. Ignoring the outstretched hand, the young man walked past the man to the employee who had just been humiliated by his boss. Puzzlement was reflected on the face of the guild officer, who did not understand the reason for the familiar visitor's interest in his person. The employer's sarcastic yell about the brain eaten for lunch emphasized the tension of the situation and the ongoing conflict. The indignant reminder of former memories caught the attention of the protagonist, who slowly turned around to the speaker. The threatening tone of the blonde-haired man offering to refresh your memory made the air in the room thicken with tension. Memories of school days surfaced in my mind. A young hero demonstrating the levitation of a pencil and ruler to the skeptical looks of his classmates. Won-chul's violent response to Won-chul's display of ability included not only verbal abuse, but also humiliating physical violence. A strong slap from the offender sent the display items to the floor, along with the teen himself holding onto his injured cheek. Threats of extermination for merely bragging about ability reflected the school tyrant's deep dislike and cruelty to the weak. The defiant gesture of rolling up his sleeve was accompanied by an offer to repeat the good old beatings, demonstrating the unchanging nature of the offender. The employee was desperately trying to calm the enraged supervisor, whose cries of pleas for mercy filled the entire room. The order to clean up was accompanied by a death threat directed at the interceding worker and a complete disregard for the possible consequences. The unexpected agreement to the challenge silenced both men. A short try hung in the air, changing the dynamics of the conflict. The confidence of the protagonist contrasted with the surprise of the blonde-haired man, who had not expected to accept his deadly challenge. Fury clouded Lee Won-chul's mind as he lunged with an outstretched fist at the imperturbable young man who made no attempt to dodge. The immobility of the protagonist seemed suicidal until the assailant's hand froze in midair a few centimeters from his face. A multitude of metal objects surrounded the aggressor, sharp daggers aimed at his body, and one sharpened handle hovered near his eye. The young man's calm promise to punish the offender with the force of an entire army squad sounded especially ominous in the tense silence of the room. The threat to end the melee player's career sounded like a sentence as the blonde-haired man's hand continued to hang in the air. Fear stiffened the former bully's movements, whose gaze was fixed on the pointed handle hovering just millimeters from his dilated pupil. The sudden appearance of a stranger reminiscing about the event caused all the flying objects to instantly fall to the floor of the room. Surprise was reflected on the face of the person who entered, not understanding what was happening in the room and frozen in the doorway with a mute question. The protagonist's instantaneous change of tactics was striking. The pathetic apologies and pleas contrasted with the strength he had just demonstrated. The blonde-haired man's bewilderment increased when the young man suddenly threw himself into his arms, while the puzzled observer continued to stand at the door. Loudly continuing to hold Won-chul in his embrace, the young man recounted the shameful expulsion from the White Tiger Guild for cowardly running away from the first raid. A vivid picture of past shame rose in the air. The commander's pleas to stay in position, the attacking creatures, and the pathetic figure of the fleeing fighter. Irritation and shock reflected on the blonde-haired man's face as he froze in an awkward embrace, demanding an explanation for the source of the humiliating information. A quiet whisper in his ear about the ridiculousness of fighting with an F-ranked player in front of acquaintances was accompanied by a promise to maintain his dignity by staying out of sight. Freeing himself from the unpleasant situation, the protagonist threw 3 business cards of prestigious guilds, Black Tiger, Blue Flower, and another one, onto the table. An old employer acquaintance scrutinized the information on the tablet, wondering about the veracity of the claim about the impending soaring stock price. The young man's silent gaze, fixed on the business cards on the table, spoke more eloquently than any words, confirming the seriousness of the financial forecast. A rapturous cry of potential life change burst out from an interlocutor clutching a tablet with displayed market information. The 6 guards at the entrance to the large building were discussing amongst themselves the possibility of participating in a raid for once, instead of standing guard endlessly. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of one of the men in a business suit, not understanding the sudden change in his partner's behavior. A sharp shout of "no noise" allowed in the reserved area broke the quiet conversation of the guards, drawing everyone's attention. The aggressive reference to white-haired as a possible main man sounded defiant as the stranger approached Wanchul. The enraged boss placed a heavy hand on his interlocutor's shoulder, giving a humiliating lecture on zones and the alphabet without noticing the growing anger. The long restraint finally broke through. A powerful punch from the bottom up sent the screaming boss into the air, marking the beginning of the brutal reprisal. Horror reflected on his partner's face, stepping back at the sight of the sudden outburst of violence from his usually reserved colleague. The victim's landing was no relief. Wanchul was instantly at his side, landing crushing blows that splattered blood in all directions. Unbridled rage continued to drive the man's actions as the ground beneath the defeated boss crumbled and splinters flew up along with drops of blood. Paralyzing fear gripped all the guards, who froze in silent horror at the display of incredible brutality and strength. The fatigue after the outburst of rage was reflected in Lee Wanchul's voice as he slowly rose above his mangled victim. The eyes, still burning with rage after the massacre of the headmaster, were now searching for a new target, the protagonist the blonde-haired man had sworn to destroy. Doubt was reflected on Park Cheol-soo's face as he tried to believe the unbelievable prediction of a stock skyrocketing that could dramatically change their fortunes. The protagonist mentally recognized the validity of distrusting his words, promising a financial miracle and sudden wealth out of thin air. The Hope Guild head's gaze slid over the business cards of elite organizations, hinting at the possibility of valuable information being leaked through spies. The openness and directness of the young man, who put his hand to his heart in a gesture of sincerity, emphasized the seriousness of his intentions to help. His interlocutor's momentary excuses of complete confidence contrasted with his previous doubts, betraying his uncertainty and hesitation. Mentally noting the silence about the true source of information from his past life, the hero offered a glimpse of irrefutable proof. Astonishment swept over Park Cheol-soo's face as he studied the correspondence with the battalion commander on his phone screen, confirming the incredible prediction. The 20 million won on the bank card, the entire inheritance of his parents, symbolized the absolute trust with which the hero extended it to the guild head. Sincere gratitude for her faith shone in Park Cheol-soo's eyes, gently accepting the bank card as a symbol of a new relationship. Memories transported the hero to the past, to the image of a sobbing teenager on the street with a scar on his face who had lost all hope. The key moment of that hard life was the appearance of Park Chul, who comforted the desperate young man with talk of hidden talents and superpowers. Warm words about going on with life while waiting for recognition of one's own abilities resounded over the inconsolably sobbing teenager. The earnest explanation about investments as a way of repaying past kindness contrasted with the flood of thanks from an old comrade. Extraterrestrial technology that allows ships to traverse space through portals will be critical to the future of humanity. Contact with intelligent extraterrestrial beings capable of communication will change the trajectory of all of humanity forever. Acquiring alien technology through interaction with the aliens will be a turning point in the upcoming war with the Gate. The unusual abilities of the extraterrestrial visitors will prove to be a decisive factor in confronting the endless waves of monsters advancing on humanity. Finding a specialist in communicating with the aliens to obtain their technology has become a priority in the hero's long-term strategy. Smith Alley met the young man with a trade negotiation about the price of manacap, to which the seller slyly answered with a counter-question. Plans to create the first master-level artifact with the help of 7 dwarven artisans occupied the thoughts of the hero as he continued his journey. The strategy of recruiting talented blacksmiths, whose status would later grow to master, was taking shape in the mind of a young man who didn't notice the stranger's surveillance. The blacksmith shop greeted the hero with the sounds of metal and a focused man not interrupting his work even to greet a customer. The rude restriction of the selection to items from the shelves came from the salesman, who continued to work intently on his metal product. The mental recognition of the artisan Kang Jong-do, who was known for his extravagance and had been expelled from the blacksmith's guild, was accompanied by a polite smile. An experienced eye instantly recognized the mysterious orichalcum as the master craftsman continued to hold sacred the ancient weapon. The deceptively simple appearance concealed the deadly essence of a legendary weapon designed to pierce the mighty heart of the dragon Terax. Understanding the origin of the first master-level item in the dilapidated workshop was interrupted by an unfriendly girl calling the guest a prick, to which her father took umbrage, but she pointed out his double standard. Questioning glances crossed between the young man and the girl, each in their own way assessing the unexpected meeting in the old blacksmith's shop. A warm smile lit up the warrior's face as he mentally greeted his longtime battlemate, the talented blacksmith Kang Bak-seol. A prophetic vision of the future revealed a picture of her incredible prowess. 4 years from now, when her inherited abilities would surpass her legendary mentor. A piercing green light emanated from the eyes of a serious girl, instantly assessing the expensive elements of a stranger's closet with jewel-like precision. An instant transformation transformed the focused person into the embodiment of hospitality as soon as magical vision recognized the visitor's material status. The dwarf-like greed for money ensured the girl's attention and potential trust, much needed for the hero's plans. The delighted shriek of the purchase amount spread through the workshop, causing obvious irritation to the elderly artisan as he continued his painstaking work. Kang Cho-du's suspicious thoughts were torn between doubts about the authenticity of the money and bewilderment about the use of poisonous magic metals and rare alloys. The daughter's defensive reaction, reassuring her father with suggestions about the wise use of the acquisitions, coincided with the hero's affirmation of the importance of the purchase. Satisfaction reflected on the blacksmith's face after the promise of regular visits, while his daughter continued to play the role of the sweet and helpful girl. The bitter memory of an associate who had died in a past life, surrounded by swords thrust into her body, was accompanied by a silent promise to change her fate. Kang Bak-seol's sincere bow went unanswered as Lee Hyun left the workshop, silently vowing to protect her at all costs in this new reality. The ominous figure of the pursuer froze in anticipation beneath the windows of the hotel, his eyes fixed on a certain window on the upper floor. Sitting on the hotel bed, the protagonist slowly absorbed the strange metallic substance, planning to radically increase his resistance to poisons by the end of his vacation. A system alert for the assimilation of poison-enchanted metal was accompanied by a slight increase in resilience, accelerated by the new breathing place ability. The strange sensation of poisonous metal penetrating the body was accompanied by a searing fire, as if every cell of the body was burning in an invisible flame. The internal heat gradually melted the hard metal, turning it into dangerous spatter that spread throughout the young warrior's body. The activated internal furnace accelerated digestion by 250%, triggering a cascade of systemic warnings of acute pain, irritating the hero more than the agony itself. Realizing the limited time before the events at Seoul Station, the young man forced himself to endure the unbearable agony, holding his convulsively clenched stomach with one hand. After 2 days of observing the unchanging hotel window, the mysterious stranger narrated information to the approaching Lee Won-chul about the object's incomprehensible reclusiveness. All the while, the hero continuously absorbed poisonous substances, increasing the metal weight available for control to 17.499 grams and developing the ability to circulate blue-yellow energy. Some of the frustration of reaching only the second level of metal resistance was offset by the realization of being able to wield 60 deadly blades at once.
The new powerful metal-destroying ability brought a satisfied smile to the exhausted face. The ability to disable any enemy equipment seemed priceless.
The sudden sensation of thunder that pierced consciousness caused all the hero's senses to sharpen in anticipation of impending danger. His gaze, instantly drawn to the doorway, fixed not on the whole door, but on the blonde-haired man among the wooden debris flying in all directions. The calm expression on Li Heng's face caused the invading enemy to become irritated, expecting to see fear or surprise on his victim's face. The reference to the soldier's restrictions and the calm request to leave contrasted with the fierce energy emanating from the blonde-haired troublemaker. The aggressive denial of reasonable arguments was accompanied by a swift leap, shortening the distance for a deadly strike with a special gauntlet. Deadly hatred concentrated in the scream of the attacker, whose hand with an unknown device was rapidly approaching the face of the motionless hero. Complete immobility was replaced by the instant transformation of the arm into a metal barrier, calmly blocking the blow and causing confusion in the eyes of the aggressor. Holding his opponent's fist with a metallic grip, the young man suggested that the conflict continue outside to avoid possible civilian casualties. The noise of the confrontation caused alarm among the innkeepers, who came out into the corridor in fear of another gate opening, of which there was strangely no warning. Fury distorted the blond man's features, wrenching his arm from the metal grip and shouting insults at his unusual opponent. Realizing the difficulty of blocking a low kick, the striker relied on a powerful leg kick that should have taken his opponent by surprise. Instead of blocking the attack, the young man crouched gracefully, allowing his leg to sweep over his head, showing unexpected agility. A confident statement of past bluff and real present strength was accompanied by a powerful swing of the arm, whose trajectory promised a crushing collision. The magic-enhanced metal arm tossed the enemy into the air with ease. Shock and disbelief reflected on the face of the blonde-haired foe. A calm question about the reasons for such hatred rang out over the prostrate body of his assailant on the floor, whose rage was only intensified by the humiliating position. Rising from the floor and glaring angrily, the blonde-haired opponent commented contemptuously on the hero's increased self-confidence after one successful strike. A furious shout demanding he not look at him was accompanied by a slow rise on one leg, whose calf began to glow with mysterious red symbols. Fright reflected on the hero's face at the sight of the mystical red glow. Realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, the hero's anxiety was not due to fear for his own safety, but to the realization of possible civilian casualties as the battle continued in a confined space. Complete disregard for the danger to others resounded in the furious scream of an attacker for whom nothing mattered but his own revenge. The realization of the enemy's insanity and his complete disregard for the safety of the innocent forced the hero to seek an alternative way out of the situation. The only chance to minimize the building's destruction remained a strategic withdrawal, so after a quick look around, the guy rushed to the open window. The angry scream of the blonde stalker echoed off the walls as he noticed his victim's attempt to escape the inevitable reprisal. The attacker's lightning-fast reaction allowed him to catch up to the fleeing hero with a powerful leg kick aimed at the middle of his body. Instead of a quiet jump out the window, a rumble of destruction followed as part of the wall collapsed downward, showering the street with a hail of rock and dust. The cause of the sudden collapse was a body passing through a capitol wall instead of a window opening, leaving a hole in the facade of the building. The death threat resounded through the air as the enraged foe followed his victim, leaping out through the resulting breach. The airspace around his leg was filled with a glow of blue energy as the protagonist activated the dual abilities of steel physique and metal control. The slowing fall turned into a deadly chain of abilities as the hero's gleaming foot met the attacking foe. Lee Wan-chul was surprised when, against the laws of physics, his target suddenly changed the trajectory of his fall, moving away from the target area. The combination of activated abilities allowed the guy to execute a flawless landing on the asphalt without the slightest damage. Mentally comparing the current technique with flights from his past life, the hero evaluated the effectiveness of the steel body and metal control bundle. Mocking cries of cheap army reinforcements came from above, where the enemy was still hovering in the air with a deadly leg swing. A smooth movement, almost invisible to the eye, allowed the young man to slip away from the blonde-haired man's landing point, avoiding the blow. The noise of the battle drew the attention of the hotel's guests, who looked out of the windows and tried to see through the dust cloud the silhouettes of the battling players. Irritation was reflected on Wan-chul's face, rising after another failed fall and resenting his opponent's constant evasions. The demanding cries for a real fight were accompanied by an uncontrollable rage that turned the blonde-haired man into the epitome of aggression. The lack of response provoked a new series of attacks, a hail of blows, from which the protagonist easily dodged without counterattack. The shockwave from the furious attacks caused the alarms of nearby parked cars to go off, knocking them over like toys. A warning of danger spread among the innkeepers. The players' fight outside required taking cover away from the epicenter of the conflict. Realizing the danger to the civilians kept the hero from a full-fledged battle. Mass intervention could ruin carefully laid plans. An ominous suggestion to get rid of the interference in the form of witnesses came from Lee Wan-chul, who noticed his opponent's reluctance to attack in front of spectators. The renewed glow of the red symbols on the man's leg caused the young man's mind to speculate alarmingly about an impending large-scale attack. A lightning-fast move toward the building in an attempt to take cover was accompanied by a desperate cry for innocent people who happened to be in danger. A thunderous protest about the civilians' lack of involvement in their conflict spread throughout the neighborhood, reflecting the hero's genuine concern for the safety of those around him. The contemptuous denial was accompanied by the hatred of the blonde-haired opponent, uniting both hero and innocent bystander in his rage. Uncontrollable anger lashed out in another leap, aimed at the still motionless young man covering the motel building with his body. The decision to end the madness was accompanied by the activation of maximum power. A blue glow engulfed the hero's pupils, signaling the release of power. Mystical blue energy cross-circled the enemy's leg with red hieroglyphics, causing noticeable cracks in the enemy's magical symbols. The lightning fastness of what happened was astonishing. From the moment of the jump to the destruction of the symbols took a split second, preventing the attacker from reaching the target. The metallic blow that absorbed some of the hero's mana shattered the special device from the enemy's leg into fragments, flying in all directions. A stream of blood rained down on Lee Hyun-wook, indicating the seriousness of the injury and the irreversibility of what had happened. The wounded opponent collapsed to the ground, clinging tightly to the injured limb and shouting desperate words about the pain in his leg. Fear was reflected on the face of the defeated enemy, as the blood-drenched young man began to slowly approach him with a nonchalant expression. The last chance to explain the reason for the enmity was accompanied by an arrogant response from the wounded man, comparing the hero to an annoying fly that must be destroyed. The contemptuous characterization of a rat driven from the pack of wolves reflected the true attitude of the hero to the unworthy of the title of player scoundrels. The mental identification of such individuals as inevitable villains was interrupted by furious insults from a defeated opponent who would not admit defeat. The interrupted tirade was replaced by horror as a sharpened metal shard materialized behind the wounded man's back, looming menacingly over his exposed neck. The warning to never be seen again was accompanied by a demonstration of power. Blue energy pulsed around the hero's outstretched index finger. Paralyzing fear gripped his once cocky opponent, unable to find words in the face of the incredible power of the kid he had underestimated. Clenched teeth and swollen neck veins reflected the inner struggle of a guy whose soldier status was the only salvation for a defeated enemy. An inner monologue about the impossibility of missing the chance to save a comrade and avenge the villains resounded in the hero's mind as the scene of their night battle filled with police cars. The low-key explanation of the attempt to stop Lee Won-chul was heard within the walls of the Special Commission for the Awakened, where the young man was testifying. After listening carefully to the story, the commission employee recognized the overlap with the witness's testimony, noting the known problematic nature of the blonde-haired opponent. The civil servant was genuinely surprised that he came out of the battle without serious injury, unprecedented for a low-ranking player in the official's career. A casual smile hid the true reasons for the victory as the young man wrote off his rescue as a sudden activation of his armor instead of revealing his actual abilities. A brief release from further questions was accompanied by a polite escort to the exit and a sincere thank you from the hero. The irony of fate was reflected in the departing lad's thoughts. The stigma of a lower F rank, which had seemed to disgrace all his life, now saved him from suspicion of unusual strength. The dramatic appearance of the second employee with a folder of documents interrupted the thoughts of the supervisor, who had just escorted the hero to the exit of the building. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the official studying the documents, considering the nonsense of being able to pierce the armor of a high-ranking opponent without a scratch. Leaving the commission building, the protagonist rushed forward at a fast run, realizing the loss of precious time to carry out his plans. Powerful leaps replaced mere running, their force so great that the air current nearly lifted the dress of the woman walking behind. The sense of impending disaster made the hero speed up even more, remembering the tragic events that had already begun at this time in his past life. Memories of the breaking news announcing the 745 victims of the unknown disaster at Seoul Station flashed through the wounded young man's mind. Criticism of expert players and community associations has been heard on television news, reflecting the growing dissatisfaction with the gate response system. The lack of direct encounter with this particular gate in the past limited the protagonist's awareness, making it difficult to predict future events. Landing near a busy Seoul station after a series of powerful jumps marked the arrival at the epicenter of one of the worst catastrophic events. Doubts about the ability to prevent tragedy with the current level of force fought the temptation to create panic to expedite the evacuation of random people. The realization of the lurking villain's presence made the hero freeze in place, carefully scanning his surroundings with a tense gaze. Serious concern about the possibility of missing a key moment that could change the entire future was reflected in the tense posture of the frozen observer. The countdown of the remaining minutes was accompanied by occasional glances at the clock as the hero continued to stand motionless in anticipation of the inevitable event. The unexpected call of his own name made the boy turn around in surprise, momentarily disrupting his focused observation of his surroundings. Fatigue was reflected on the face of the vice commander, leaning on his knees and trying to catch his breath after a long search of his subordinate throughout the area. The news of the night's police station incident was accompanied by a question about the hero's whereabouts, found through his own past stories. The confusion of remembering a past life without Choi Seong-hee and her presence in the current time stream distracted the hero, and he glanced at his watch again. The girl's insistent, commanding tone, demanding an explanation about the broken phone and the visit to the police station, resounded against the critical countdown. The realization of the lack of time to talk coincided with the onset of the fateful 1524 mark, when the hero began to remove the bag slung over his shoulder. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the vice commander as she watched her companion throw the bag to the floor, where dozens of small metal balls scattered. Irritation sounded in the girl's voice as the balloons spread throughout the hall, creating a tripping hazard for stumbling passers-by and disrupting the order of the station. The young man's lack of response and incomprehensible actions caused increasing concern to his superior, who did not understand what was going on around him. A brief instruction to run to the gas mask storage area when signaled came from the hero continuing to look out for something important. Choi Seong-hee's frightened eyes expressed hope for a quick explanation of what was happening, while her subordinate's strange actions increased her anxiety. The displeasure of visitors to the station at the scattered balloons was expressed in cautious steps and constant glances underfoot to avoid falling. The sudden appearance of powerful purple wind currents made people instinctively close their eyes, though the invisible force still knocked them down. The opening of a supernatural portal right on the ceiling of the station caused a devastating atmospheric phenomenon that engulfed the entire space. The hero, along with the surprised co-worker, froze in anticipation of the decisive moment, not taking his eyes off the horrifying spectacle unfolding above their heads. The monster's huge black head with its mouth open began to slowly emerge from the mysterious portal, causing panic among the bystanders. The instinct of self-preservation caused the young man to swiftly run away from under the portal, accompanying the movement with a loud cry of, "Now!" Two women of different ages were chatting in front of the station, unaware of the ominous portal slowly opening in the sky above their heads. The young girl insistently asked to be allowed to walk her mother to the train, not wanting to part so quickly from her family. A kind smile lit up the face of an elderly woman, assuring her daughter that she didn't want to tire her with a long escort across the station. Anxiety about the unknown of the next encounter was reflected in the daughter's eyes as her mother nonchalantly interrupted the conversation without noticing the impending danger. A sudden black barrier separated mother and daughter, causing the latter to recoil sharply from the sudden rush of air. Confusion was reflected on the girl's face as she faced the impenetrable black wall that cut her off from her mother in a matter of seconds. A desperate cry burst from the chest of the terrified daughter, watching the formation of a huge black dome over the entire station area. Meanwhile, inside the station, a huge black creature resembling a giant spider with many sharp legs collapsed onto the marble floor. The monster's shrill roar echoed through the station, causing panic among the people scattering in terror from the unseen monster. Against the flow of people fleeing from danger, the protagonist resolutely headed straight towards the epicenter of chaos with unexpected calmness. The instruction to the vice commander to take shelter in a safe place and get a gas mask from the passenger nurse's station came on the run. The girl's resolute refusal to be rescued alone emphasized her soldierly pride and desire to help with the evacuation of civilians and the wounded. The strange confidence in her interlocutor's abilities brought about a smile on Choi Seong-hee's face, ordering her to stay alive at all costs. A loud confirmation of the order came from a guy whose determination to accomplish the task at hand was unquestionable. The talk of promoting an F-rank sergeant to an officer caused puzzlement to the general, who did not understand such a controversial proposal. The battalion commander's conviction that a fighter's talent, not mechanical rank, should be evaluated elicited a skeptical reaction from higher authority. 3rd Brigade General Choi Jun-cheol of the AFBM. 3rd Brigade frowned his eyebrows at the suggestion that he needed to be taught the basics of how the player training center functioned. A frightened denial of the intention to teach his superiors came from the lieutenant colonel, realizing the delicacy of the situation with a superior man. The argument about the membership of all veterans in civilian guilds and the loss of credibility when promoting a low-ranked player sounded particularly valid. The general's irritation over criticism of the army system translated into a sarcastic suggestion that he join the opponents of the USSF. The multitude of criticisms from his superiors caused the lieutenant colonel to bow his head in acquiescence, ending any objections. The softening of tone did not change the substance of the general's statement about a bug that stays a bug, despite the lieutenant colonel's special attention. A sudden phone call interrupted the tense conversation, forcing the irritated general to answer abruptly, not expecting important news. The report of a gate at Seoul Station, classified as an unfortunate affair, caused instant wariness on the part of both officers. Realizing the nature of unlucky deeds as a phenomenon, with debuffs harming players and making missions more difficult, reflected the horror on the faces of even seasoned military personnel. Several players inside the station simultaneously attacked the monstrous spider with fire magic, unaware of the futility of their efforts. The soldiers' confused question about an unknown species of spider demonstrated the absence of such a creature in practical monster manuals. The warrior's confusion was replaced by terror as the huge spider began to approach with a deafening roar that sent shivers down to the very core of his being. The creature's deadly paw swiftly headed towards the fear-paralyzed soldier, who didn't even have time to raise his weapon to defend himself. The sudden appearance of the commander saved his subordinate from certain death as the monster's sharp paw slammed into the ground, collapsing the stone floor of the station. The shock wave from the powerful collision threw the second attacker behind the spider's back, robbing it of its balance at the critical moment. A series of desperate leaps and somersaults did not help the warrior stay on his feet after a powerful wave spread from the monster's point of impact. Young Manhwa, commander of Seoul Station's 2nd Defense Squad, landed with an unconscious soldier and blurted out a suggestion that fire attacks were ineffective. The order to activate the frost runes and attempt to immobilize the monster's limbs swept through the ranks of the remaining fighters, who instantly changed tactics. The command structure was maintained even in the chaos of battle when a clear instruction to strike followed at the sight of an approaching monster. The white-hot magic of frost enveloped the spider, turning parts of its massive body into blocks of ice and slowing its deadly movements. The coordinated actions of the warriors, who surrounded the creature with a magic circle, resulted in the partial immobilization of the monstrous paws under a thick layer of ice. Doubt about the duration of the freezing effect caused the commander to look for a way to divert the monster's attention until the immobilization process was complete. The order to hold the frost spell was accompanied by the commander's determination to personally lead the attack on the dangerous creature. Young Manhwa's high jump lifted him above the monster, allowing him to calculate the trajectory of his fall for the decisive strike from above. The terrifying revelation of the spider's 8 eyes located on its back and scrutinizing the attacker's every move shattered the careful plan of attack. The realization of the fatal error caused a desperate cry from the commander, realizing the inevitability of doom. The monster's indifference to its victim's emotions was reflected in the mechanical movement of its jaws, ready to embrace the falling man in a deadly embrace. The frantic attempts to create a rescue plan in the final seconds of the fall reflected the professionalism of a commander who would not give up even in the face of certain doom. The decision to activate the protective shield just before falling into the monster's jaws was the only option, while unknown metal projectiles flew from the side. The unexpected blows of the iron balls caused the creature to jerk in pain and close its jaws, allowing the commander to escape imminent death at the last moment. The knowledge of a steel-skinned, poison-armored spider, invulnerable to normal attacks, explained the unsuccessfulness of previous attempts to stop the monster. Doubts about the sufficiency of 2 days of preparation to defeat the monster flashed through the mind of the protagonist as he approached an enemy who had already spotted a new target. The resolute dismissal of uncertainty was accompanied by the activation of a special power, reflected like a thunderous discharge in the pupils of the young man, with his arms stretched forward. An electric shock pierced the monster's torso crosswise, causing it to spin in place from the unbearable pain of unseen internal damage. The moment of testing his own strength came for the hero, watching the convulsive movements of a spider entangled in an invisible magical web. The metal strike had significantly used up his mana supply, but it had no effect on the resolve of Lee Hyun-wook, whose rage was only increasing. Approaching the magically entangled spider was accompanied by an increase in the spell's effect, causing streams of green liquid to spurt from the wounded monster. Amazement to the point of dumbness engulfed the miraculously surviving captain, watching the incredible scene of a lone man's victory over a monster invulnerable to an entire platoon. The same expression of shock froze on the faces of the entire unit, unable to believe the reality of the battle taking place before their eyes. The joyous realization of the effectiveness of the new power to restore the gate filled the hero with confidence as he finally stopped not far from the defeated foe. A sinister smile lit up the young man's face as he realized that his power was not only enough to stop the monster, but also to win all the rewards. The enjoyment of the enemy's agony was reflected in the hero's eyes, raising his arms for the final blow as the balls scattered on the floor rose under his force. A hand thrust forward directed an army of metallic spheres into a single attack, rushing towards the vulnerable body of the creature, writhing in pain. A sarcastic question about the monster's inner strength accompanied the penetration of multiple orbs deep into the body of the venomous spider. The perfect accuracy of the metal projectiles hitting the monster's torso ensured that the next phase of the deadly attack would be as effective as possible. Activating the spin command turned the orbs inside the creature into a deadly meat grinder, tearing the monster's insides into tiny fragments. The unbearable agony of internal destruction caused the ferocious, venomous creature to squeal even harder, shaking the walls of the station with piercing sounds. Ominous satisfaction was reflected on the hero's face as he calmly watched the torment of the monster with the metal balls raging in its body. The gleam in the monster's eyes gradually faded and the pupils fixed at one point, signaling the approaching death of the giant spider-like creature. The monster's final fall at Lee Hyun-wook's feet was accompanied by a final release of green poison, ending the battle with unexpected ease. The amazement of the commander of the station's second defense squad reflected the shock of witnessing the single-handed slaughter of a monster invulnerable to an entire garrison. Comparisons between the young man and legendary S-rank players flashed through the thoughts of the experienced young man Hu as he watched the metal balls floating around the hero. There was a momentary change from anger to courtesy when the commander asked the stranger about his supposed superior rank, receiving a curt denial. The warning of premature relaxation caused a wave of surprise on young man Hu's face, not expecting the threat to continue after the impressive victory. The meditative pose of the young man, surrounded by floating metal balls, contrasted with the anxious declaration of the incompleteness of the first wave of the attack. Horror was reflected on the face of his interlocutor, who looked up to the portal from which two more identical spiders were already falling out, ready to continue their assault. Confidence replaced all doubts in the mind of the hero, who realized his true capabilities after the successful completion of the first battle. The decisive declaration of the soul closure of the gate at Seoul Station was accompanied by an invocation of blue energy on upstretched fingers surrounded by hovering metallic spheres. A multitude of military vehicles were rapidly arriving at the station, surrounding the Black Dome with a protective perimeter of special equipment. Disciplined soldiers lined up in front of the transport, receiving clear commands to form 6 red safety zones. Bad, nostalgic memories of battles past swept over the Blue Flower Guild representative at the sight of the organized army units. The suggestion to gather all the mages to attack the dome together came from one of the guild members looking for a quick fix. The experienced commander declined the offer, explaining the futility of magical attacks against the system dome, pointing out the need to fulfill internal requirements. The mysterious dome required below level 15 to enter, and you had to hold out for almost 6 hours or kill the boss to exit, while additional tech flew up to the station. 2 helicopters, a massive military one and a compact civilian one, landed on the pad, raising clouds of dust. Stepping elegantly in unison, Kim Kang-chok and Yu Hyung left the transport, and the lieutenant colonel immediately inquired about the number of low-level Blue Flower players. The slightly offended girl raised an eyebrow, pondering the possibility of weak players existing in the guild, then turning her attention to the insane rescue plan. Anxiety was reflected on the girl's face, considering such a mission tantamount to sending people to certain death, which made the battalion commander gloomy. The lieutenant colonel's gaze became piercing as he removed his sunglasses and recalled the 800 innocent lives and the mysterious trump card up his sleeve. The protagonist, while inside the building, focused his internal energy, activating a powerful strike magic against the oncoming monster. Green liquid squirted from the spider's body after a crushing gram punch, preventing the monster from even finishing moving towards its target. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's vigilance faltered for a moment, which was immediately taken advantage of by the second spider, pointing its sharp claw directly at the brave fighter. Lightning bouncing back, the young man activated the steel body's defense spell, leaving the monstrous limb to only crumple the stone floor. Metal control magic flashed around the hero's palms as he, continuing his evasive maneuver, shouted to the guards to repeat the previous freezing tactic. The commander of Seoul Station's 2nd Defense Squad instantly assessed the situation with a brief nod, confirming his understanding of the plan. The team of guards synchronously activated frost runes, directing the full power of ice magic at the giant armored opponent. The first spider-like creature hovered in the air, while the second, surrounded by vigilant guards, was gradually covered in an icy crust from magical attacks. Making sure his order was carried out, the young man resolutely rushed towards the partially immobilized monster, preparing to deliver the final blow. The spider, hovering in the air, watching the humiliation of his fellow spider, let out a furious sound, glaring hatefully at the gathered warriors. Suddenly opening its jaws, the spider monster rushed towards the nearest warrior, supporting the complex runic structure of the freezing spell. The protagonist summoned a lightning-fast control of the metal, warning her companion of the danger through a shout that echoed around the room. Metal spheres rushed towards the reanimated monster, diverting it from its potential victim to its true opponent, a determined young man. A powerful collision with the metal projectiles toppled the giant spider to the floor, forcing the nearest warrior to make a leap to avoid being crushed. Activating the metal rotation, the young man caused the metal spheres to pierce the armored defenses of the second spider, penetrating the soft tissue of the monster with devastating effect. The unbearable agony caused the monster to open its mouth wide in a silent scream, twitching its limbs convulsively in the last convulsions before its inevitable end. Green liquid slowly flowed out of the defeated monster, staining its partially immobilized body an unnatural swampy hue. The second spider, temporarily restrained by the ice shackles, took advantage of the fighter's distraction and began to slowly break free, shattering the fragile freezing magic. The gradual release turned into a furious jerk as the creature let out a piercing scream and thrust its limbs violently, throwing off the icy shackles completely. The protagonist's eyes glowed with storm magic at the sight of the freed enemy, mentally preparing to send him after his fallen brethren. The young man's self-confidence flashed in a familiar spell directed at the surviving monster, whose eyes suddenly reflected terror instead of their former confidence. Magical energy rained down on the monster's body, causing a new flow of green liquid, but the hero's mana rapidly dropped from 63% to 39%. Exhausted by the attack, Lee Hyun-wook slowly sank to one knee as he watched the toxic substance spread across the floor of the station. The man hiding his appearance carefully watched the entire fight, cursing the failure of the first mission and wondering how a high-level player ended up in the subway. The system alert of a major mission failure distorted the stranger's face, skewing his hopes of becoming an official villain instead of a mere candidate. The terrified civilians clustered in a far room of the station, trying to stay away from the epicenter of the invasion. The protagonist announced the end of the first wave of attack, urging the guards to rally after destroying the third monster. The commander expressed his sincere gratitude, noting the impossibility of coping on his own, and inquired about the name of the powerful player. Instead of answering, Lee Hyun-wook began to scrutinize each guard, causing their eyes to show a mixture of surprise and hidden worry. The commander's questioning gaze met with the young man's silent analysis, mentally trying to identify a possible threat among those present. The hero's inner monologue revealed the strangeness of the situation. He remembered the villain among the guards from his past life, but could not detect him now. A sharp shout from the vice commander made the guy instantly turn around, introduce himself in uniform, and inquire about the status of the civilian evacuation. The second squad commander pondered with surprise at the strangeness of the situation. S-rank players were usually relieved of duty due to their inability to control them. Choi Seong-ha briefly described the process of evacuating the groups through the narrow passageways and expressed her sincere admiration for the young man's ability to stop the first wave. The guy's confused look clearly gave away his unwillingness to discuss the events that had happened, creating an atmosphere of latent tension in the room. The sudden question of rank caused irritation in the young man's eyes, mentally finding those around him insufferable and distracting from more important tasks. The protagonist abruptly changed the subject, confidently stating the existence of a second gate and meeting the surprised looks of the vice commander and guards. Mentally, Lee Hyun-wook was strategizing, realizing the need to get ahead of the villain before the second wave and his possible escape amidst the commotion. The lieutenant colonel, standing in front of the protective dome, formally appointed the red-haired warrior as commander of the operation to liberate the captured station. The military clarity was reflected in the instant confirmation of the order by a lieutenant ready to take charge of the mission ahead. The soldiers were quietly talking amongst themselves, wondering why the second platoon commander of the S-rank second platoon still hadn't reached the 15th level of development. The red-haired lieutenant standing at the front of the formation caught the whispers, and a grimace of irritation contorted his face, betraying his inner tension. Kim Kam-seok's powerful voice urged the soldiers to focus on protecting civilians, despite the complexity of the mission for the low-level squad. A unified chorus of military voices echoed through the space, confirming understanding of the order and readiness to accomplish the mission at any cost. Lee Min-hee's questioning gaze met the serious expression on the battalion commander's face, foreshadowing an important addition to the instructions he had received. Without a drop of humor, the lieutenant was ordered by the lieutenant to engage Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook for a mission when they met at the captured station. The shocked expression on the red-haired officer's face betrayed his astonishment at the mention of a name that clearly held special meaning for him. The protagonist's intuition is confirmed by the opening of a second gate at Seoul Station, foreshadowing a new wave of danger for the survivors. The huge mountain of skeletons and skulls caused the approaching man to receive a system notification of non-attacking monsters, which was contrary to his expectations. The new assignment required killing 500 civilians and delivering a special item to join an alliance of villains, promising to dramatically change the performer's life. The potential villain pulled a glowing object from his pocket in an attempt to calm himself, suddenly noticing the metallic spheres approaching from behind. The metallic projectiles accelerated, aiming for their target as massive wood slugs began to form around the fiend, weaving around each other. The protective structure completely enveloped the intruder before the metal spheres reached their target, creating an impenetrable barrier. The captured warrior tried to deceive his opponent by introducing himself as a guard of the paths, but his voice trembled with tension and fear of exposure. The protagonist uncovered the enemy's cunning plan to disguise himself as a guard to avoid suspicion and then kill all surviving civilians. The young man's mocking tone emphasized the complexity of the plan he had devised, while the magical spheres continued to circle around him, ready to attack. Shock reverberated on the captive's face when Lee Hyun-wook called his real name, Yang Ju-seop, causing him to peek out of his protective cocoon in astonishment. Contempt was evident in every word of the protagonist as he confirmed his knowledge of the identity of the accursed villain before him. Tension rose with every passing second as Yang Ju-seop denied familiarity and demanded that the compromising word villain not be uttered so loudly. Completely freed from the restraints, the villain candidate assumed the opponent's A rank, noting the impressive metal control ability. Self-confidence was evident in Yang Ju-seop's words about the importance of ability compatibility, regardless of the high rank of the hero opposing him. The villain's confident cry of the futility of metal attacks was accompanied by the swift movement of the tree bindings, almost reaching the unmasked man. A slight smile touched the young man's lips before a swirl of flames began to erupt from his mouth, ready to turn his opponent's wood magic into ash. Historical memory held horrifying events of the past, when one powerful caster of putas turned a flourishing city into ruins, destroying machinery along with the people. The true horror manifested in the manipulator's ability to create nightmarish wood constructs that penetrate victims and slowly devour them from the inside out. Towering over a tangle of woody creations, the black-haired fiend mockingly summoned his opponent, scornfully calling him by the ancient title of Emperor of Steel. Poisonous irony was evident in Yangju Sop's words, accusing the hero of cowardly watching the cannibal tree methodically devour innocent victims. The injured protagonist struggled to keep his balance amidst the chaos of tree entanglements, discreetly clutching his injured body beneath his heavy protective cloak. The mocking shouts of the black tentacles echoed through the tree maze, while the silent warrior gathered his inner strength for a decisive strike. The wooden structures synchronously rushed towards the motionless figure of the hero, exuding absolute confidence in spite of mortal danger. Irritation mixed with surprise on the face of the villain candidate, observing the strange, unpredictable reaction of an immobile opponent. Disbelief reflected in the villain's eyes as his foe suddenly snapped out of his seat, rushing forward with fingers outstretched accompanied by flying spheres. The metal projectiles crashed with incredible force into Yangju Sop's defensive entanglements, frozen in astonishment at his opponent's unexpected tactics. The protagonist moved swiftly through the winding paths, carefully analyzing the structure of the defense and looking out for an important point to attack. A keen eye spotted an anomaly in the tree weave, causing the young man to make a lightning-fast somersault, avoiding a danger invisible to others. The incomprehension was eating away at the villain's mind as he watched the senseless, in his opinion, movements of his opponent, whose attacks could not penetrate the perfect defense. The simplicity of the solution lit up the young man's mind, prompting him to do another somersault and put his arm out at the right angle, summoning the blue glow of magic. The metallic spheres rushed towards the discovered void in the defense structure, where the tree weaves were temporarily missing, creating a vulnerable spot.
The black tentacles, anticipating the danger, lightning quickly restored the tree barrier, forcing the metal projectiles to smash into the impenetrable defense once again.
The villain's taunting cries of the futility of single attacks echoed over the battlefield as the protagonist continued his rapid approach to the protective shelter. Gaining speed, the young man soared sharply upward, climbing the structures and approaching the heart of the enemy defenses with each confident movement. A wry smile flashed across the hero's face as he noted the ideal conditions for applying his fire magic amidst the abundance of flammable woody material. Self-confidence permeated Yangju Sop's every word, mocking his opponent's attempts to get closer and making him aware of the true nature of his strength. The tree monster, at the will of its master, began to digest the arm of the protagonist, promising to swallow him whole along with all the magical power. The metal transformation of the limb protected the young man from the tree cannibal's digestive powers. Confusion gripped the mind of the fiend, observing the impossible resistance of his previously invulnerable ability to the unknown defenses of his enemy. The hero's playful smile was replaced with steely determination, his mouth open, releasing a whirlwind of deadly flames that rushed toward the wooden structures. Panic reverberated in the villain's thoughts as he realized the deadly threat from his foe's second ability, previously demonstrated only by his control of metal. Desperation spawned a ruse when Yangju Sop offered to split the reward for the task, hoping for his opponent's greed and a temporary reprieve. He reminded of the temporary enhancement during missions, promising easy mission completion, but the protagonist was cold-bloodedly preparing a deadly attack. Disdain contorted the face of the guy who had exposed the ancient trick of a villain from a past life as flames rushed out of his mouth. The shocked Yangju Sop repeated the incomprehensible words about his past life with a sagging jaw, trying in vain to comprehend his opponent's revelation. Lee Hyun-wook's furious shout was accompanied by a powerful burst of flame, instantly engulfing the entire defense like a destructive element. The wooden structures became a fiery cage for the villain candidate, who didn't make it out in time and began to burn alive with desperate screams. The group of soldiers cautiously approached the shimmering dome, gaining clearance due to their level, but remaining vigilant before the unknown gate. The unit under Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's command moved forward, masking inner uncertainty behind a facade of austerity and decisive order. The commander's first step into the energy-pulsing barrier triggered an instant systemic reaction. A warning about entering a danger zone flashed before his eyes. A threatening warning that no exit was possible without special conditions being met was ignored by soldiers rapidly occupying tactical shelters. The young fighter, who had not had time to take full cover, managed a quick look around before his eyes widened in horror. The warrior's trembling voice betrayed his primal fear at the sight of the giant spider-like creature, and the remains of the monstrous creatures scattered around. A sharp shout from the red-haired commander silenced Park Junmo momentarily, accompanied by an expressive gesture to maintain silence in the danger zone. A wary voice from behind the heavy metal door of the small cubicle responded to the cautious knocking of the rescue squad trying to make contact. The commander of Seoul Station's 2nd Defense Squad opened the door incredulously, studying the faces of the unexpected saviors with poorly concealed surprise. The warrior's gaze slid over the ominous gates on the ceiling and the floor strewn with monster corpses as he perplexedly inquired about the lack of civilian casualties. The commander respectfully explained the successful evacuation of the civilians due to the timely orders of the members of the WSSBM Special Unit. A stream of anxious questions about the girl soldier burst out from Lee Min-hee, betraying his deep concern, but was only met with a brief reply about her current duties. The commander's fleeting mention of Hyunwook's name instantly distorted the lieutenant's face with a grimace of rage and irritation, betraying a lingering resentment. A soldier standing nearby supplemented the conversation by describing the characteristic haircut and sinister smile, finally confirming the identity of Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. The furious tirade of the red-haired commander bombarded his subordinate with an avalanche of humiliating insults, shocking those present with its unconcealed cruelty. The crushed soldier muttered an apology, submitting uncomplainingly to the fierce pressure of his superiors. Lee Min-hee aggressively pointed his finger at himself, fiercely emphasizing his high rank and commanding status, demanding information on the whereabouts of the despicable opponent. Instead of a direct answer, Jung Man-hoo stumped with a question about breaking the barrier for players below level 15, instantly wiping the self-confidence off the lieutenant's face. The commander calmly justified his trust in Lee Hyun-wook's orders, noting his exceptional leadership skills regardless of the rank he had heard of earlier. The commander of the station's defense squad fiercely asserted his rights, emphasizing his own C rank as a reason to disobey other people's orders. A cascade of questions about rescue plans and strategy of action rained down on the silent interlocutor from an irritated officer in the midst of a deadly threat. The alarmed shout of Choi Seong-ha, rapidly approaching the group of soldiers, instantly interrupted the tense conversation with the foreshadowing of a new danger. The startled lieutenant grabbed the vice commander by the shoulders, frantically checking for injuries, but met only a perplexed look and a question about the reason for the intrusion. The girl resolutely withdrew her hands, ignoring the explanation about the rescue mission and emphasizing the criticality of the information about the second gate discovered by the civilians. The guard commander's face contorted with the realization of the magnitude of the disaster, reflecting the same confusion that was in the eyes of the girl who had just spoken. Angry civilians demanded explanations about the hidden information, while the guards tried in vain to maintain order, justifying the need to prevent panic. Distrust spread among the people like poison, new voices joining the accusations of using them as human shields. The warrior's indignant question about the source of such rumors received an instant response from the crowd, pointing to a mysterious guard with a scar on his nose. The charred fiend with his scarred face muttered about the unfairness of fate as the flames devoured him mercilessly. The protagonist interrupted the enemy's complaints by launching deadly metal spheres, seeking to end the protracted confrontation more quickly. Yangju Seop continued to whine about injustice, causing the unflappable hero to only feel tired contempt for the monotonous character traits of the defeated villains. A sudden bright glow in the distance made the young man cover his eyes protectively, trying to discern the source of the blinding light that broke the gloomy atmosphere of the cave. A mysterious portal appeared on the far cliff, revealing a view of celestial space with a bright luminary and two winged silhouettes approaching from the unknown. The beautiful angel girls approached the warrior, triggering a system alert to rapidly restore his depleted magical resources. The unearthly creatures gracefully circled around the hero, speeding up the recovery of not only mana, but also vitals as new notifications announced. Lee Hyun-wook continued to stand motionless among the circling angels when an unexpected notification of a special assignment appeared in front of his inner gaze. A sinister grin distorted the hero's face as he read the congratulations for exposing the plot of a traitor to humanity, who was hiding under the mask of an ordinary security guard. The heavenly messengers continued their mesmerizing dance around the young man as he scrutinized the offer to become a guardian and protector of mankind. A resounding denial burst out without the slightest hesitation as the young man finished reading the promise of becoming the dawn of this world after completing the imposed mission. A simultaneous shriek of amazement escaped the mouths of the angelic creatures, who covered their mouths with their palms at the sight of such an emphatic response. The hero was skeptical of the pretext of protecting humanity, recognizing the manipulations of a faction hiding interest behind ideals. Reflections on the simplicity of tasks versus the complexity of human nature reflected a depth of understanding of the system of rewards and limitations. The story of the traitor Gordon Pressey served as a reminder of the fine line between guardian and villain, heroism and treason. Irritation permeated Lee Hyun-wook's voice, tired of repeating the rejection of being a protector whose mechanisms he knew all too well. The winged creatures made one last circle around the young man, radiating conflicting emotions before disappearing into the narrowing portal of another dimension. The hero figure watched the vanishing glowing passage until it dissolved, leaving behind only a crude cavernous wall. Extending his hand forward, Lee Hyun-wook applied a magical attraction to the huge pile of bones and skeletons, retrieving the legendary second key of Akashi's arsenal from its middle. The hero's pensive gaze studied the artifact that Yang Ju-seop was willing to obtain at the cost of hundreds of innocent lives, realizing its true value. A sinister smile lit up the warrior's face, deciding to keep the key with him for future reprisals against the villains, while a purple portal formed behind him. The warrior's desperate screams tried to justify the scarred guard commander, standing nearby and asserting the uniqueness of her appearance. Skeptical looks accompanied the request to take a closer look at the suspect, but the crowd's firm response confirmed his innocence. The accusations of withholding information about the gate did not subside when the protagonist entered the hall, capturing the essence of the confrontation. A mental curse towards Yang Ju-seop rushed through the young man's mind, realizing the extent of the chaos caused by the villain even after his death. The red-haired lieutenant attempted to diffuse the atmosphere by appealing to his status as commander of the USSF squad, addressing the protesters. The hero's inner monologue noted the timeliness of the squad's appearance, thanks to the lieutenant colonel not leaving the station to its own devices. The leader's caustic question about trusting the rescuers erased Lee Min-hee's self-confidence, turning him into a confused child under criticism. Lee Hyun-wook's thunderous question drew the attention of the startled crowd, who suddenly fell silent in front of the authoritative voice. The harsh reminder of the impending second wave sounded like thunder, making us realize the true scale of the threat. Instead of claims, the civilians moved on to excuses for the behavior, citing the forced nature of distrust and fear. The philosophical question about the existence of alternatives to trust sounded from the protagonist like a cold shower to a heated crowd. The surprised expressions on the faces of everyone present betrayed the unexpectedness of such a straightforward approach to the situation. The reminder of the guards' sacrifice in risking their lives came with a distinct bitterness in the young man's voice. The direct challenge of willingness to risk their lives caused the civilians to exchange startled glances, realizing the true cost of salvation. The red-haired lieutenant's newfound self-confidence expressed itself in an angry tirade, accusing the sergeant of disrespecting civilians and demanding an explanation for his absence. The brief answer about blocking the gate was delivered with an unperturbed seriousness that contrasted with the emotionality of the accuser. The commander rubbed his chin thoughtfully, marveling at the abilities of the young man he mistakenly believed to be an S-rank holder. Disbelief and accusation of lying burst out from Lee Min-hee, unable to accept the possibility of his opponent blocking the gate. The warning of a second wave sounded like an order, accompanied by clear instructions for civilians and guards. The defense squad commander supported the instructions, organizing his subordinates to erect barricades and provide cover. A bewildered Lee Min-hee was left alone in the midst of obeying orders, doubting the identity of such an authoritative sergeant. The main hall was the place where the hero and Choi Seung-ha thanked the soldier for delivering the blade and spellbook. The young man's sudden change in tone caught the attention of those present, who had gathered to hear critical information for survival. The explanation of the spider's features emphasized their absence in the manual and salvation due to metal protection. The commander intuitively confirmed the strangeness of the situation, despite successfully repelling the attack through a concerted effort. The protagonist's theory about the multi-stage unfortunate case and poisonous monsters of the second wave sounded too frighteningly credible. Lee Min-hee's inner indignation reached its limit at the sight of subjugating not only the vice commander, but also the entire guard of the loser he despised. Tactical analysis dictated the need for gas masks because the poisonous gas in the confined space of the station threatened civilians with no possibility of evacuation. Lee Hyun-wook's confident voice moved to the detailed plan of the operation, drawing the attention of every station defender. The first phase involved distracting the monsters and luring them outside by the hero himself, ready to become live bait. The strategy was to create the illusion of a nearly successful hunt for the creatures, constantly slipping away at the last moment from their deadly jaws. After luring the monsters onto the platform, the hero planned to lure them into a prepared trap where they would be vulnerable to attack. The guards and rescuers were to take up positions with weapons at the ready to launch a coordinated attack on signal. The tactic involved attacking from cover, minimizing the risk of direct contact with dangerous creatures. The sergeant recalled the successful use of frost runes to immobilize monsters' limbs and buy time. The warning of the deadly danger of approaching the creatures sounded with emphasis, emphasizing the seriousness of the threat. The warrior froze in place in front of the impending danger, repeating the situation from the first wave of monster attack. The young man acted swiftly, using cross magic to restrain the giant spider's torso, paralyzing its movements. The strategic maneuver allowed the hero to fly over the defeated monster, from whose body a toxic green liquid oozed. The instructions to concentrate all possible attacks into a point of armor breakthrough sounded clear, providing for the use of various elemental magics. The coordinated strike should have been fatal to the monster devoid of its protective shell. The combined attack was to cause the creature to fall, engulfed in the magical flames of multiple attack spells. The surprised glances of the soldiers and gas masks gave away the confusion before the upcoming climax of the battle. The overall management of the battle was entrusted to a couple of chiefs, carefully positioned on a small hill for the sake of improved visibility of the battlefield. Astonishment contorted the warlord's features at the news of his partnership with the frail vice commander, frozen nearby with a magical book. Lee Min-hee's teleportation ability seemed to be a key element of success, saving the protagonist's mana to attack enemies. The last instructions were given to Choi Seon-ha, and she had to maintain her mana supply, ensuring that Lee Hyun-wook's instantaneous jumps between battle zones were always active. Suddenly, the entire group's attention focused on the red-haired commander, the only one capable of recognizing critical situations. Confusion flashed across the lieutenant's face as he awkwardly covered his face and agreed to the plan to minimize casualties. The hero's gaze met the eyes of the rescue commander, as if conveying an unspoken serious message. The faith in the successful outcome of the operation, due to the power of the experienced C-rank fighter, was suddenly interrupted by a tangible vibration on the ground. The strange fluctuation in the atmosphere and the rising wind heralded the beginning of the second wave, reminiscent of the previous invasion. A sharp command to prepare for the impending attack rang through the room, forcing all the fighters into defensive positions. The hero's prediction instantly came true. A giant, spider-like creature oozing toxic slime squeezed through the pulsing portal. The fierce air currents forced the sergeant to shield his face from the barrage of sharp rocks, limiting visibility at an important moment in the attack. The ominous chuckle and the hero's joyous exclamation of the launching of a strategic maneuver froze at half a word, replaced by an anxious silence. A shocked exclamation burst from the warrior's chest at the appearance of a system notification of a deadly choice: survive 6 hours or destroy the main monster. Disbelief distorted the sergeant's features as he realized the drastic deviation of events from the predicted scenario of the unfortunate ordeal. The titanic figure of the monster leader, towering over the fighter like a mountain over an ant, made him realize the true scale of the threat. A lightning-fast assessment of the deadly risk provoked a desperate call to retreat. The future had changed, shattering all tactical plans. The red-haired commander's indignant shout cut through the chaos of the deadly battle, demanding to take control of the situation, while the terrified Choi Seon-ha shrank behind. The commanding voice of the towering leader demanded adherence to the agreed-upon plan, pointing out the need to get the monster away from hiding places at all costs. The giant creature looked around the battlefield dazedly, noticing the remains of defeated brethren scattered around. Fury gripped the monster, making its eyes glow a dangerous yellow light, and its sharp fangs bared in a frightening grin. The piercing screech of a colossal foe rained down upon the hero, desperately trying to defend himself against the wind created by the scream. The young man's inner monologue reflected a shocking realization. The boss's presence early in the battle indicated possible interference in the course of events. There was no opportunity to ponder further. The monster went on a furious attack, forcing him to switch to active defense. Lightning-fast evasions saved the warrior from a series of deadly lunges, forcing each of the boss paws into the ground, shattering it into splinters. A thunderous energy shone in the eyes of the hero, realizing that only his confrontation could save everyone present from imminent doom. Determination gripped the young man's mind, directing a concentrated strike into the armored torso of the giant foe. The system alert reflected a precipitous drop in magical energy to 72%, with minimal impact on the hardshell. The shocking information about the superiority of armor strength over ability power caused the warrior to freeze in disbelief before the invulnerable steel-armored monster. A moment of indecision nearly cost a life when the boss attacked lightning fast with several sharp limbs, aiming to destroy the interfering man. The hero's desperate attempt to combine metal abilities by grasping the attacking limb only briefly slowed the monster. Astonishment was reflected on the warrior's face as he watched the single blow of the giant creature tear apart the support structure of the huge hall. The realization of the pointlessness of standard defensive enhancements against the titanic power of the enemy came to the hero during a forced flight. An unexpected idea was born in the mind of the falling young man, who suddenly realized the strategic importance of destroying the supporting pillars of the station. The warrior's strategic mind instantly assessed the opportunity to use the monster's destructive power against himself as he watched the trajectory of the fall. Acrobatic flips in the air, enhanced by the blue energy flow, helped direct the movement straight towards the monster's head. The hero was aware of the plan's low probability of success, but understood its uniqueness in the current critical circumstances of a deadly battle. A furious shout from the red-haired lieutenant fell upon the warrior, demanding that he stick to the original plan of luring the monster outside the station. Memories of a past life flashed through the hero's mind. An evening scene with a haughty lieutenant rejecting a subordinate's formal address. A fleeting dialogue about the officer's teleportation ability surfaced in his mind, reminding him of his professional assignment due to his unique gift. Sincere gratitude resounded in Lee Hyun-wook's words, appreciating Lee Min-hee's presence with tactical manuals in his squad. The lieutenant's dismissive response emphasized the need for practical analysis of theoretical information for actual combat effectiveness. The limitations of teleportation abilities forced the officer to study detailed tactics to optimally utilize the unique gift. The deep seriousness was reflected in the statement about tactical decisions as the result of a constant struggle for survival in unpredictable circumstances. Perplexity distorted the features of the red-haired commander, trying in vain to decipher his subordinate's true intentions. A pair of officers watched tensely through the glass of a nearby room as the chaos unfolded, unable to understand the hero's cunning plan. The warrior's energy reserve dropped to 32% as he zigzagged to dodge the attacks, mentally appealing to the lieutenant's tactical intuition. Another deft dodge saved the hero from the deadly touch of a sharp limb passing millimeters from his body. A sudden epiphany dawned on the observing officer. The subordinate's evasions were not chaotic, but deliberately provoked the monster to destroy the supports. Uncertainty flashed through Lee Min-hee's thoughts about the ultimate goal of the plan, even if it was possible to destroy all of the station's supporting structures. An urgent appeal to the vice commander required maximum replenishment of magical energy to create a grand teleportation portal. A desperate plea for a safe outcome broke out from the hero as he approached the last remaining pillar of the vast complex. The magical energy reserve was barely at 27% when the giant creature raised two massive limbs above its head. A hail of stone debris rained down on the hero, temporarily blinding him and making it difficult to move at the critical moment of the risky plan. Miraculously, the young man jumped onto the last metal support holding up the massive roof. Crossing his arms over his chest inside the iron structure, the hero activated the protective fold of his steel body, concentrating the last bits of energy. The critical reduction of the magic reserve to 3% was accompanied by the monster's most powerful blow, destroying the last support and throwing the hero into the wall. A huge dent was left in the concrete surface after the painful contact with the body of the motionless warrior, frozen in the moment of impact. An inner exultation pierced the hero's consciousness as he felt a slight tremor and the first signs of the collapse of the huge station structure. The determination to lure the boss under the collapsing roof caused the scarred young man to make painful attempts to climb out of the deep dent. Every movement caused unbearable pain, but the realization of the need to get the monster's attention gave him the strength to keep trying to free himself. The red-haired lieutenant's panicked warning was accompanied by the formation of a shimmering teleportation field in his outstretched forward hand. The giant monster froze in front of the hero stuck in the wall, watching his feeble movements like a predator assessing helpless prey. The officer's desperate scream warned of the inevitable collapse once the portal was activated, indicating the impossibility of continuing to hold the magical structure. The hero's last call to the vice commander emphasized the criticality of the moment. Delay meant doom for everyone in the danger zone. A curse burst out from the commander, forced to channel the rest of his magical energy into expanding the teleportation circle to capture the monster. The magical structure increased not only in the creator's hand, but also under the paws of the unsuspecting colossal opponent. The sudden drop to the lower level of the station took the monster by surprise, leaving it defenseless against the impending collapse of the structure. The disoriented boss looked up, watching the room he had just been in as the first debris began to fall around him. Satisfaction flashed through Lee Hyun-wook's mind. Still stuck in the wall, mentally celebrating the successful implementation of the dangerous plan. A final nod of approval echoed through the warrior's mind as the massive roof of the station began to rapidly collapse. An angry curse burst from the red-haired lieutenant, who continued to control the portal with an outstretched hand despite the destruction that had begun. Horror was reflected in the widened eyes of the girl, nestled against her comrade's shoulder, and barely able to shout out the name of the hero who may have sacrificed himself. The wounded warrior and Seo Yun-ha stood on the defeated corpse of a colossal monster whose back was bristling with protruding swords and whose body was covered in greenish poison. Inner doubts plagued the young man's mind as he pondered his competence as a commander after losing so many comrades on a dangerous mission. Her companion's surprised look was replaced by a sharp U-turn toward the self-absorbed fighter, ready to voice her accumulated irritation. Fury flashed in the girl's eyes as she unleashed an angry tirade on her partner about the pointlessness of doubt and constant whining instead of decisive action. The silent acceptance of the criticism was reflected in Lee Hyun-wook's downcast gaze as he closed his eyes from the weight of guilt and turned his head downward. The building began to collapse as the wounded hero pulled his body from a deep crack in the wall at incredible cost. A system warning of a critically low mana level of 3% was followed by a quiet apology as the warrior began to fall headfirst. A voice from the past broke the shroud of despair, causing the self-absorbed young man to turn his attention to the speaker. The wisdom of his partner sounded in the advice not to handle everything alone, but to look into the eyes of the faithful people following him. The familiar call once again cut through the falling hero's consciousness, bringing him back to the present moment where his comrades were desperately trying to save his life. The only open eye through the mask of blood discerned a startling picture that made the warrior's heart clench with excitement and gratitude. The red-haired lieutenant held the portal while the brave sergeant grabbed onto her falling comrade, risking her own safety. A swift transition across the spatial rift threw the clutching savior and rescued man off, causing him to roll on the ground beneath the closing portal. The monumental structure of the station continued to collapse, sending deadly debris in all directions and shaking the ground beneath the gloomy dome. The system alerted a 5-hour wait for the dome to open, while the agitated authorities demanded information from the battalion commander about the boss monster that had appeared. The lieutenant colonel could barely contain his irritation at the external pressure, as he himself did not have enough data on the current critical situation. The arrogant man whispered in the ear of the head of the Soul Blue Flower Squad with sarcastic remarks about the uncomplicated nature of the position and incompetence. The woman's furious shouting of "traitor friends" and intent to respond with mayhem caught the attention of a lieutenant colonel standing nearby. The warlord turned around after hearing part of the conversation and studied Yu Hana with a long, piercing gaze over his shoulder. The commander's heavy gaze made the stroppy woman give in and reluctantly agree to contact the mysterious contact. Nervously biting her nails, she pondered her superiority in rank, but still decided to dial the number of the man with the nickname Mad Dog. The commander's piercing gaze fell upon the exhausted Lee Hyun-wook, hinting at the recklessness of his actions while the spellcaster was restoring the hero's strength amidst the ruins. The sorceress' anxious whispering behind the young man's back gave away her genuine concern for the fate of the warrior who had miraculously returned from the brink of oblivion. Immersed in gloomy reflections, the young man realized that the future had changed and valuable information had become unreliable. Not finding the strength to even raise his head, Lee Min-hee's rage burst out as he grabbed the seated guy by his clothes, accusing him of reckless, single-minded actions that nearly cost the entire squad their lives. The commander vehemently reminded us of the fundamental principles of tactics, trusting comrades and following the plan, contrasting them with dangerous complacency. The memory of the smiling paladin of the HSSM surfaced in his mind, whispering the need to just believe when the situation seemed hopeless. The pink-haired girl was desperately pointing her hand downward, trying to draw the commander's attention to a more pressing issue than the current conflict. A sudden smile lit up the young man's face, gratefully recognizing the value of the lesson he had learned, though his eyes remained closed. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the red-haired lieutenant, not understanding the sudden change in the mood of the newly rescued hero. Resolutely rising to his feet, the guy announced the boss's approach and his plan of action, intervening in the tense conversation. The commander skeptically noted his subordinate's penchant for solo action, insisting on team tactics given his steely physique. The young man announced the lightning plan with a smile, requiring concerted action before moving on to seriously explain the key to victory. The protagonist suddenly pointed at Private Park Jun-mo, addressing the soldiers stationed below, under the roof of the station where the commander stood. Surprise swept over the named soldier, who had not expected sudden attention to his humble person in the midst of a crisis situation. Reporters with cameras surrounded the military man, demanding information on the fate of the civilians on the station and the official position of the authorities on the appearance of the monster boss. The battalion commander, with a visible effort, began to outline the available information, trying to remain calm in the crosshairs of the journalists' cameras. Looking up, the officer reported the dispatch of a second rescue squad to operate in the disaster area. The journalist's bewilderment was expressed by questioning the appropriateness of sending a low-level squad against a monster boss, continuing to photograph every move. The enraged boss monster threw back the stone blocks that had crushed it, emitting a frightening aura of uncontrollable rage. Massive rocks splintered along the rails from the creature's powerful blows, creating additional destruction around the already chaotic scene. The giant monster whirled around in a whirlwind, breaking all the supporting structures around it with incredible ease with its shockwave. The hurricane wind from the monster's spinning caused the protagonist and the sergeant beside him to balance on the verge of falling. The creature, sensing the success of its technique, increased its spinning speed, swinging its huge paws with intimidating power and strength. The boss's rage subsided at the appearance of a light blue portal above him, absorbing the gusts of wind, causing him to freeze in observation. The commander of the 2nd Seoul Station Defense Squadron gave a sharp order to the guards to launch water balloons to contain the enemy's furious power. The soldiers instantly lined up around it, activating defense runes and unleashing powerful streams of water on the monster from all directions. The attack temporarily calmed the enraged creature, forcing the boss to drop to its paws and freeze in forced inactivity. The next order to create a reinforcing magic circle instantly brought the soldiers and guards into action, beginning an elaborate ritual. The decisive shout of the protagonist urging Park Jun-mo to use the shockwave cut through the tense silence of the battle. The comrade, obeying a loud order, took out a glowing shock hammer from his bag and pointed it at the center of the amplifying magic circle. The electric shocks pierced the body of the monster behind the magic circle, making it wriggle in agonizing convulsions. The steadfast Park Jun-mo held his position, remembering his promise to hold out until the ice trap formed despite the rising tension. An unexpected imperious shout of "Everyone freeze!" shook the air, amplified by unknown magic, paralyzing the entire operation at the critical moment. A strange spell struck the guards and VSMC soldiers wearing gas masks, causing a mass collapse as if from poisoning or suffocation. The failure of the operation became obvious. Without the support of magic circles and control, the monster that had been freed from shock broke free in a fury. Pushed to the limit, the lieutenant colonel finally revealed to reporters the trump card of the operation: the presence of an S-rank player with no level restrictions in the low-rank squad. World legend Han Dae-sang, known as the King of Strength and Korea's second-best fighter, had to tackle the monster boss single-handedly. Relaxed confidence was evident in the soldier's words, suggesting that the others rest while he dealt with the baffled enemy. Joyful relief filled Lee Hyun-wook's thoughts as he recognized the true strength of an S-ranked player, the lazy tiger finally appearing. Confidence in a guaranteed victory permeated the atmosphere, because the legendary fighter never suffered from false modesty and always kept his promises. The crafty young man pondered the changed future, planning to maximize his profit by refusing the reward and staying at the epicenter of events for 5 long hours. Han Dae-san's unexpected appearance caused the guy to be surprised, remembering how in a previous life, this S-rank fighter had completed a last-minute task. Mananan Mac Lear's legendary secret armor, a reward for passing an unfortunate case, granted invincible fighter status to its wearer. Lee Hyun-wook was inwardly cheering, anticipating the change in scenario, the guaranteed triumph of his opponent, and the opportunity to seize the precious artifact. The legendary player's fearless confidence in front of the giant monster provoked the creature's first attack, breaking the tense balance. The collision of the sharp paw with the warrior's magical defenses created a cascade of sparks from the contact of the shield-like blades with the enemy's metal plating. The famed King of Strength instantly assessed the monster's combat abilities, activating his own arsenal of mystical techniques. A dazzling glow flared on the legendary fighter's arm protectors, gradually reaching the intensity of a small sun. The concentrated energy projectiles rushed toward the target with incredible power, throwing the massive enemy back in the direction of their movement. For the first time in the history of battles, a boss monster was thrown back into the wall by a human attack, demonstrating the superiority of the King of Power. The hurricane force wind with the puffs of dust caused the surrounding soldiers and guards to instinctively cover their faces, barely staying on their feet. A sarcastic sneer broke out from the S-rank player, noting the impeccable condition of his opponent after the crushing blow. The slowly rising monster caused the attacker to recognize its unexpected strength, far exceeding the fighter's initial expectations. Realizing the need for serious effort, the warrior pushed off the ground, activating the mystic fire in his limbs to amplify the attack. The rapid acceleration left yellow trails in the air as the fighter with an outstretched flaming arm headed toward the target, shortening the distance. Instantly being close to the enemy, the man stared into the monster's eyes, his hands continuing to emit deadly fire before the decisive strike. Sharp wristbands cleaved the air in another attack, after which the fighter soared upward, leaving the puzzled foe to swing back with his paws. Powerful gusts of the element spread dust and small debris. Soldiers grabbed any supports, covered their faces, balancing under the onslaught of the hurricane. The protagonist and vice commander watched from the dais, supporting each other against the elemental onslaught of the devastating battle. A disturbing gesture caught the young man's attention. The girl was reporting the recovery of his magical energy, expressing concern for his health. A bright smile lit up the boy's face as he assured his companion of his well-being and lack of desire to expose himself to unnecessary danger. A sudden jerk released her hand from the gentle grasp, causing the girl, who had not expected such a sudden movement, to recoil in amazement. The rising commander shouted an indignant question as he saw his subordinate's reckless leap down from a dangerous height toward the battle. Completely absorbed in the excitement of battle, the S-ranked player was calculating the next attack combination against the formidable opponent. Guided by the warrior's will, the mysterious energy materialized on the monster's body with many miniature explosions. The effectiveness of the attack was evident in the agonizing scream of the creature and the scattering shards of armor flying around from the impact points. An attentive observer could notice an unusual blue energy wrapped around damaged areas of the chitinous cover, clearly not belonging to the attacker. Despite the protective magic, the armor continued to crumble, releasing a toxic green substance accompanied by a heartbreaking scream. A lightning-fast jump threw Han Dae-san backward, avoiding contact with the dangerous substance. His wristbands continued to emit a threatening glow. The monster, writhing in agony, caught the attention of the majestic player and the protagonist, who suddenly appeared beside it. Irritation permeated every syllable of Han Dae-san's question about the identity and intentions of the uninvited guest who had violated a direct order to stay away. The accusation that the S-rank fighter's actions were immoral came with no small amount of irritation from Lee Hyun-wook's mouth, standing confidently on his own. The incredulous interjection reflected the Force King's shock, not expecting such audacity from a stranger in the midst of a critical battle. Firm confidence resounded in the protagonist's voice, as he accused his rival of interfering in their battle with the monster. A mocking question about not being able to cope without help was met with a silent answer. An outstretched arm with magic aimed at the metal spear. An indignant exclamation of the impermissible audacity of using combat abilities signaled the player's readiness for immediate action. The legendary fighter's swift dash after the flying projectile showed his determination not to cede the primacy of killing the boss to some upstart. The circulating energy at the young man's fingertips was accompanied by furious accusations of showing up late for glory and claiming rights to the artifact. The flaming protest made no impression on the focused opponent, who was trying his best to outrun the deadly throwing weapon. The approach to the monster itself was marked by the battle cry of the King of Power, swinging his legendary weapon for the final blow. The desperate cry of the protagonist sounded from his previous position, as if guiding and accelerating the flight of the magic spear to the intended target. A fateful coincidence. The metal projectile and Han Daisen's attack reached the target at the same time, creating an unpredictable energy resonance. The lightning process engulfed the monster's body with multicolored energies, thunderous on one side and flaming on the other, combining into a deadly vortex. An intuitive premonition of danger caused the S-rank player to begin a rapid retreat, anticipating the disastrous consequences of a clash of forces. A deafening explosion confirmed the rightness of the decision. The destroyed monster generated an energy wave of dazzling yellow color, rushing into the sky. The raging element with dust and sharp debris caused the young man to cover his face, balancing under the onslaught of the hurricane caused by the final detonation. The mysterious disappearance of the sinister dome over the station marked the destruction of the boss monster and the removal of all magical restrictions from the area. The military's jubilant cries of lightning-fast victory contrasted with the catastrophic state of the infrastructure and the unknown fate of civilians. The initial shock at the sight of the destruction was replaced by a wave of relief at the sight of survivors emerging from the rubble. The girl's desperate run to her mother ignored all forbidding shouts, driven by the pure joy of finding her kin alive. A barrage of questions about health and possible injuries bombarded the elderly woman, from an overexcited daughter expressing accumulated anxiety. A strong motherly hug was the best answer to all questions, accompanied by a quiet apology for the excitement caused. The touching episode of the family reunion unfolded against a backdrop of apocalyptic ruins, drawing the attention of all present by its contrast. A television announcer was announcing the unprecedented miracle of all passengers in Seoul Station surviving without a single fatality. The grim warrior studied the system notifications of the victory over the venomous armored spider and the distribution of rewards, his rage growing at the sight of second place. The chaotic environment didn't stop the protagonist from discreetly using the Cloud Blade to extract the mysterious energy from the monster's remains. Unconcealed jubilation was reflected on the face of the young man, who received the coveted prize for the first place in the ranking of the most difficult task. Manan Maclear's brilliant heroic-level secret armor rested in the palm of the victor's hand, radiating the power of the special effect of a single subspace. The inner satisfaction of successfully defending the station and acquiring the coveted artifact filled Lee Hyun-wook, clutching the precious booty tightly. A sharp shout shattered the moment of triumph as the enraged King of Strength demanded an explanation from the insolent bastard who dared to challenge his superiority. The young man's instant reaction followed the unexpected challenge. Standing with his back to his opponent, he quickly stuffed the artifact into his mouth, absorbing the magical item. A fierce confrontation unfolded after a sharp turn when accusations of brief involvement collided with claims of deserved superiority. The approaching Han Dai-san activated his combat ability, creating a flame effect around him, insisting on the superiority of his contribution through killing the monster. The demand to explain the phrase about the immorality of the deal was accompanied by a story about the interrupted training for the sake of saving other people's lives with the expectation of appropriate compensation. The young warrior inwardly chuckled at the audacity of his opponent, daring to demand reparations from someone who had been through army hell and done the dirtiest of jobs. The King of Strength began to utter the warning, radiating an unwavering confidence in his own superiority and privileged position. The sudden address of the puzzled interlocutor interrupted Han Dae-sun's threatening tirade, urging the arrogant fighter to moderate his fervor. The enraged warrior vented his accumulated bitterness over his time spent in battle, claiming that no rewards would compensate for his sacrifices. Hande-san's furious cry was accompanied by a swift dash towards the unperturbed protagonist, who continued to stand without a drop of fear. The head of the Soul Blue Flower Squad rushed towards the fighting fighters, along with the lieutenant colonel, trying to prevent an imminent conflict. Surprise was reflected on the S-rank player's face at the sight of Yu Hana running towards the unfolding confrontation. The protagonist turned his gaze to the source of the scream, freezing in front of his opponent's sharp hand frozen a few centimeters from his face. Battalion Commander Kim Kam-seok announced the gate was closed, questioning the reasons for the elite fighter's unacceptable behavior. A sinister smile flashed across the young man's face, instantly changing tactics to subservient admiration before Hande-san's might. The astonished opponent did not have time to comprehend the sudden change in the behavior of his recent enemy, as Lee Hyun-wook was already rapidly leaving the scene of the conflict. The protagonist took off lightning fast, leaving behind a stunned woman and a still puzzled king of power. The young man ran up to the battalion commander, saluted and cheerfully reported his excellent health, radiating ostentatious joy. The annoyed Hande-san wasn't going to let go of the offender so easily, shouting out a demand to return to the conversation immediately. Yuhana covered her face with her hand, calling for an end to the conflict without delving into its true causes and backstory. The woman pointed to the helicopters circling above them, emphasizing that even the powerful blue flower would not be able to hide a public scandal. Hande-san's gaze, filled with ill-contained rage, traveled down the back of the departing opponent, anger still clearly visible on the distorted face. The triumphant cry of the warlord's arrival interrupted the tense scene as an imposing uniformed figure emerged from the teleportation portal. Brigadier General Choi Jun-cheol of the 3rd Brigade of the AFBM noted with mild surprise the unusual presence of the King of Power at the scene. The high-ranking military officer's attention shifted to the Blue Flower Head's daughter, next to the S-rank player, demanding an explanation. The general smiled slyly, hinting at the special position of this guild, able to solve problems with his mere presence. The woman mentally noted the old warlord's cunning, continuing with contrived equanimity to keep the official conversation going. The lieutenant colonel saluted the approaching general, demonstrating impeccable military discipline in a tense situation. Left alone with Hande-san, Yu Hana inquired about the state of the station, recalling his assignment to clear the gate without damage. The mention of sufficient strength to accomplish the mission only caused the frown on the face of the irritated listener to deepen. The warrior finally exploded in an emotional cry, denying his involvement in the destruction of the station and the loss of his first-ranking spot. Astonishment was reflected on the woman's face as she had to tilt her head back to meet the gaze of the fighter towering over her. The warrior laconically confirmed the fulfillment of all the conditions of the mission, continuing to stand defiantly with his back to his interlocutor, expressing his displeasure. Abruptly turning around over his shoulder, Hande-san cast a fierce glare at the woman, demanding immediate fulfillment of the promise he had made. The S-rank player's powerful leap left behind a cloud of dust, forcing her to shield her face with her hands as he swiftly moved away. Astonishment echoed in Yu Hana's thoughts. A great martial artist did not receive the primacy in a pitifully unfortunate matter of the 15th level of difficulty. The dissipating smoke allowed her to straighten up and lower her arms, mentally analyzing possible contenders for the top spot among those present. The Brigadier General addressed the protagonist by comparing official military records of 300-gram control with much more impressive real-world figures. A sudden recognition flashed through the mind of the head of the Soul Blue Flower Squad, gazing intently at the young fighter among the military. The phrase about a possible paperwork error and the suggestion of a hero's F rank made the eavesdropping woman freeze in extreme surprise. The smiling general offered a walk to the curious object of study, wishing to ask him a few questions of interest in private. A sharp headache pierced through Yu Hyuna, causing her to grab her temples in an attempt to comprehend the strange events happening around her. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook and Choi Jun-cheol were leisurely pacing around the station area, maintaining a tense silence between them. The protagonist scrutinized the appearance of the general walking beside him, realizing the need to maintain extreme caution with such a dangerous interlocutor. A reputation for tactical nuclear weapons was deservedly attached to this incredibly intelligent man due to his impressive combat abilities. The ancient necromancer had a particular fear of this warrior, making repeated attempts to eliminate such a dangerous opponent. The awkward silence was broken by the brigadier general, addressing the companion by name, asking him to describe in detail what had happened on the station. The young man instantly assumed his army posture, realizing the suspicions of the high-ranking officer regarding his unusual abilities. The explanation about the sudden improvement in strength to 17 kilograms after catching the second elite monster sounded clear as the fighter stood still. A thoughtful look slid across Choi Jun-chul's face, pondering the rarity of achievement reports among fighters of any rank. Nervous tension gripped the young man, realizing the danger of revealing information about an F-ranked player's ability to surpass the world's elite. The high-ranking superior favorably assessed the achievement situation, without noticing the anxious feeling that gripped the young soldier. The general's piercing gaze assessed the actual combat skills of his interlocutor, suggesting a match for a much higher rank. Inner horror at the prospect of becoming a test subject was reflected on the young man's face, frozen in an unnatural expression. A smiling Choi Jun offered an award for outstanding work, breaking the anxious silence between the interlocutors. A relieved exhale escaped from the chest of the protagonist, who tilted his head slightly at the general's mention of magical armor or another reward. The young man mentally rejoiced at the generous offer, raising his head slightly with a faintly sinister smirk at the mention of the unattainable weapon. The wording sounded a clear challenge to the high-ranking military officer, instantly interested in a subject beyond even his influence. A shocked expression contorted the general's face as the fighter straightened up and boldly requested one of the valuable heroic items of the highest rank. A loud laughter burst from the warlord's chest, holding his stomach at such an unexpected and ambitious request from his young subordinate. The general pointed to the place for the medals on Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's uniform, hinting at the need to earn such a privilege with appropriate feats. A final clarification about the special offer ended the negotiations, eliciting a discreet thanks from the attentively listening soldier. The superiors, having finished their audience, turned around and headed away, mentally noting the unusual ambition and courage of the unusual recruit. The young warrior, escorting the general with his gaze, pondered the old chameleon's skill at instantly changing the direction of conversation in a favorable direction. Relief spilled over the hero's body. The successful end of the conversation allowed for some time to stay in the cozy shadows, avoiding unnecessary eyes. A few days later, the protagonist was enjoying the completion of digesting a complex subject that required an incredibly long digestion time. Park Jun-mo's face, which appeared as if out of thin air in front of the lying young man, invaded the peacefulness with a question about the planned training session. Private Choi Min-jae approached his mentor's bedside, begging for a class different from standard physical training. Displaying the bandaged body of the exhausted warrior, the sergeant outwardly lamented his illness, inwardly annoyed by the annoyance of his subordinates. Thirsty for knowledge, the private's chorus offered an alternative: verbal instructions of the mentor, which they are ready to obey unquestioningly. The quiet contemplation of her newfound faith was interrupted when a multitude of eyes around the bed simultaneously swept toward the room's front door. An Min-tae, who had arrived from the hospital, introduced himself in an official tone, saluting and reporting back to the support squad for active duty. An impressive metamorphosis occurred to the sergeant, who instantly rose from his bed and strode resolutely toward his newly arrived comrade. The realization of the value of the people around him, surpassing the significance of any material rewards, was reflected in the tight embrace that shocked the fighter. Gratitude for returning in one piece was hidden behind a joking phrase about arriving in time for the start of a scheduled training session. An enthusiastic Lee Hyun-wook led a group of soldiers to the class, feeling a deep trust in these warriors who could reliably protect his back in battle. The mysterious wave phenomenon was the sudden opening of multiple gates in a certain area, threatening to engulf all of Seoul in devastating chaos. The burden of unique knowledge is heavy on the shoulders of a lone warrior who realizes the inevitability of the impending disaster. Doubts tormented the young man's soul as he pondered the real possibility of being able to stand alone against the elemental power of the oncoming wave. A cold reality flashed through Lee Hyun-wook's mind. His comrades were doomed to perish in the coming inhuman ordeal. The need for a strong alliance of like-minded people became obvious to the young warrior. Only a united force could save the doomed. A frightened Park Jun-mo reported the ban on the use of the training center for fighters ranked below S, pleading for the dangerous venture to be abandoned. The ruthless sergeant pinned his subordinate against the wall, reminding him of his earlier request for a real workout instead of light exercise. Lee Hyun-wook let go of the panting soldier and rebuked the group for being inconsistent. Going through an unfortunate case couldn't compare to the current test. The disappointment was reflected in Park Jun-mo's words, regretting his previous strategy of passive support instead of taking an active role in the battle. The face of the defeated warrior instantly brightened as the sergeant promised to be their support in the upcoming test of strength. The massive gates of the training hall for elite fighters finally swung open, revealing the frightening, bottomless darkness of the interior. The soldiers' recent confidence instantly evaporated, giving way to a paralyzing fear of the unknown waiting beyond the threshold of the hall. The protagonist nudged his subordinates frozen in terror, urging them to immediately enter the ominous darkness of the training room. A sinister smile contorted the sergeant's face as he traitorously closed the gate from the outside, leaving the group alone with an unknown danger. Desperate cries for help came from behind closed doors as the protagonist leaned against them, enjoying his cunning plan. The instructor's face lit up with a devilish grin as he announced the start of special characterization training for untrained fighters. Two uniformed girls were whispering in the mess hall about the mysterious F-rank sergeant who had successfully conducted the blockade operation of the recent incident. Disappointment was evident in the voices of the soldiers who expected to see an imposing man instead of the usual young boy picking out food in the distance. Immersed in thoughts of training his charges, the hero scratched his itchy ears, selecting a special diet for the exhausted fighters. The order to purchase food for the entire company was immediately accepted by the military after a strong order from Seo Yoon-hee. Surprise reflected on the lieutenant's face as she noticed the young man during the time set aside for the elite fighters to train on their own. An impeccable report of buying energy supplements for the training companions sounded as the man and woman they had met earlier withdrew. Oh Sang-uk's unpleasant gaze as he passed by the protagonist caused the young man to internally resent him, mentally cursing the bastard. The sergeant's attention shifted to the mysterious girl on the opposite side, watching him intently for some unknown reason. The question about the achievement Rise of the Uneach made both the girl and the main scum of the army freeze as they heard the hero answer in the affirmative. The mention of the unusual success in the official report came from the mouth of a lieutenant intently studying a subordinate's reaction. The accusation of secrecy was made when the woman approached the young man almost closely, as if trying to read his mind. The contrived bewilderment was reflected in Lee Hyun-wook's easy reply, skillfully masking his true knowledge from the astute superior. The observation of the interlocutor was manifested in an accurate description of the strange behavior of the sergeant, as if he possessed a secret knowledge of the future. Anxiety seized the young man at the thought of revealing the secret, but a noisy altercation behind him diverted the attention of both interlocutors. The frightened man in military uniform desperately denied his guilt while Sergeant Kim Si-hee formed a threatening blob of magical energy in her palm. The loud announcement of the public address system calling Lee Hyun-wook to the battalion commander echoed throughout the store, causing everyone present to look up. Chagrin flashed across the girl's face, realizing the untimeliness of the interrupted conversation, while the protagonist looked questioningly into her eyes. A warning of close observation sounded from the lieutenant's lips, to which the young man replied with an immaculately formal farewell. A relieved sigh escaped from the chest of the protagonist as he stepped outside and looked around as he crossed the road. A strategy of avoiding the stubborn Seo Yoon-hoo formed in the guy's mind as he thought about the reasons for such intense attention before the ceremony. Indignant words about the unacceptability of calling such a test and the imminent death of the men sent there came from the office as the hero hesitantly knocked on the door. As he began the formal report of his arrival, the sergeant froze half-heartedly, horror reflected on his face at the sight of the unexpected visitor. The thought of Brigade General Choi Jun-chul's presence flashed through the young man's mind as he noticed the high-ranking officer next to the battalion commander. The frighteningly serious tone of the 3rd Brigade General who greeted the entrant instantly made Lee Hyun-wook realize that something extremely disturbing was coming. The lieutenant colonel's attempt to intervene was decisively interrupted by an imperious gesture from the military commander, who insisted on explaining the situation to the young sergeant in person. The disturbing news of the opening of the Red Gate in Shinrin territory and the death of the Blue Flower Squad shook those present to the core. The horrifying picture of warriors fighting each other around the open gate signaled the unprecedented danger of the new challenge. A high-ranking guild commander desperately tried to reason with his warriors, pleading with the members to stop the madness for the sake of all that was holy. Instead of obedience, the distraught men in armor turned the commander into a target, forcing him to flee. The cold realization of general insanity flashed through the mind of a fleeing guild representative, being chased by the frenzied surviving subordinates. A desperate attempt to avoid death ended tragically as black hands caught up with the unfortunate man, tormenting his face and penetrating the mouth of the unresisting victim. The official notification of the complete extermination of the third Blue Flower raiding party classified the mysterious gate as Level 3. The protagonist's grim knowledge of the troubled third level, 3 unsuccessful raid attempts, and the need for multiple organizations to come together. Surprise contorted the young man's face, mentally recognizing the absence of such incidents in his memories from his past life. Strict entry conditions limited participants to level 18 or below, with a maximum of 30 players, with no ability to explore the zombie dungeon until successful completion of the raid. A sudden suspicion of the involvement of the commander of the Army of the Dead, a powerful necromancer, flashed through the warrior's mind, causing the ominous silhouette of the enemy to appear before his eyes. The arrogant guild needlessly sacrificed many talented newcomers in an attempt to conquer the deadly gate, but never succeeded. A wry smile curved the warlord's lips, suddenly declaring that this particular humble sergeant was perfect for such a dangerous assignment. The lieutenant colonel's attempt to object to the brigade general was met with a heavy glare from the high command, silencing him momentarily. The battalion commander turned to the young man frozen at the entrance, looking questioningly at the potential executor of an impossible mission. Memories of a past life tormented the hero's mind, linking the appearance of zombies to the ominous figure of the necromancer and affirming his determination to participate in the deadly raid. A tactical thought flashed through the warrior's mind, causing him to turn to the general with a reminder of the legendary failknot, the only weapon capable of guaranteeing mission success. An ancient arrow of incredible accuracy, associated with the noble Tristan of Arthurian legends, promised an unmistakable hit on any target with a single shot. The rarest artifact had the unique ability to dispel magic, but its uniqueness lay in its inability to be reused, except with a metal lord. The general grinned ominously, turning the request into a bargain and placing the full weight of responsibility on the young warrior's shoulders, should he fail. The perilous risks were reflected in the gleam in the protagonist's eyes as he accepted the challenge with an equally sinister smile, realizing the magnitude of the potential reward. Sending high-ranking leaders on dungeon raids was standard practice, but assigning an ordinary soldier gave away the general's long-standing feud with Blue Flower head Yu Jae-hyuk. A simple soldier's triumph over an elite player will glorify his name, while a failure will go unnoticed thanks to his official status as an auxiliary support squad. The internal strategist analyzed the benefits of the upcoming assignment: an end to the USSF charges, a psychological victory over his rivals, while the general offered the fail-not with a satisfied smile. Choi Jun-chol turned to Lee Hyun and carelessly postponed the matter of promotion from junior sergeant to sergeant until after the completion of the responsible raid. Mentally calling the general a chameleon, the determined hero boldly recalled the previously promised reward, requesting additional encouragement for successful completion. The warlord's expression changed from a surprised smile to seriousness, as he demanded that he first prove his abilities with deeds before discussing additional rewards. Determined, the young man vowed to complete the raid at any cost, his eyes sparkling with unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Covered in dark liquid, the protagonist's underlings surrounded the defeated monster in an enclosed training room. The creaking sound of the gate opening drew the attention of 2 soldiers, smeared with another man's blood, to the long-awaited return of the esteemed sergeant. Park Jun-mo, with his face partially hidden under the monster spray, was bragging about easily passing the C-rank training and being ready for any challenge. The enigmatic smile and short command of the protagonist caused a wave of terror and incomprehension among the exhausted soldiers of the squad. Lee Hyun-wook's solemn announcement of his first solo mission sounded like a thunderclap to the untrained recruits. Confidence instantly vanished from Park Jun-mo's face when the realization of the magnitude of the upcoming challenge made him admit that this was something they had never even dreamed of. Pre-dawn darkness enveloped the military camp as the car loaded with soldiers drove out on a mission, breaking the silence of the early morning. The sergeant instructed his subordinates about the special bullets with holy power, warning of the powerful recoil and the need for careful handling of the golden ammunition. The team confirmed their understanding of the instructions with a unanimous, clear response, their faces expressing determination and readiness for the challenge ahead. Sitting on the edge, the protagonist looked carefully at each subordinate as Park Jun-mo cautiously inquired about the fate of the promised file knot. Radiating confidence, the young commander leaned forward and, leaning on his elbows, reassured his comrade with an enigmatic smile. A meaningful glance directed the soldier's attention to the commander's open sleeve, under which a piece of blue arrow was visible. The command to disembark sounded as the transport came to a stop near the red gate of the Silim district, where the Blue Flower Guild camp was located. The guild representative demanded the presence of the commander at the meeting, leaving Park Jun-mo in charge of the squad during the leadership's absence. The privates unloading their gear from the vehicle looked around worriedly, noticing something unsettling in the surroundings. Numerous Blue Flower representatives regarded the new arrivals unfriendly, not even trying to hide their disdain and displeasure. The indignant soldier approached the commander, contemptuously pointing to the arriving squad of low-ranking VSSM privates as a potential liability in the upcoming battle. The resentful Blue Flower fighter continued to pour out his discontent over the possible leak of information about the secret search operation, not noticing Lee Hyun-wook listening behind him. The vigilant commander instantly quashed his subordinate's dangerous chatter with a sharp order, fearing that the details of the plan might reach unwanted ears. The warlord's quiet words of insidious intent to abandon his allies in the dungeon and continue the mission on his own accompanied his rise to his feet. The soldier's sudden outburst of compassion for the imminent death of the abandoned unit collided with the commander's cynical response about the inevitability of the risk. The guild representative led the astonished hero to an empty meeting room, where instead of the expected crowd of warlords, only Yu Haina was found at a long table. The young warrior froze in tense anticipation as the woman slowly approached the silent guest with barely concealed irritation. Unconcealed dissatisfaction was evident in Yu Haina's words about the last meeting, when the young man had managed to conceal his F rank and get hold of her contact information. An internal analysis of the situation suggested to the hero that the inability to determine his true rank was seriously weighing on the woman, despite his denial of premeditation. The abrupt transition to the heart of the conversation outlined the squad's true role on the upcoming mission, to be only a secondary support for the elite guild. Arrogant instructions to stay out of the way and not interfere with the professionals revealed the sole purpose of this meeting: to limit the military's involvement in the operation. A lightning-fast analysis of Blue Flower's manipulative strategy flashed through the frowning young man's mind before he reminded him of the equal rights of the raid participants. A condescending smile played on the woman's lips as she acknowledged the abilities and bravery of the low-ranking warrior, hinting at the absurdity of his ambitions. Li Heng's impertinent question about the guild's fear of the soldier's potential success interrupted the arrogant speech, silencing the interlocutor with surprise. Yuhaina's raspy laughter echoed throughout the empty room as the unperturbed young man silently watched this theatrical display of superiority. The remnants of laughter still echoed in the woman's voice as she mockingly wrote off the hero's past accomplishments at the station as pure luck and chance. The earnest denial of luck as a factor in his victories was accompanied by the warrior's determined steps, which shortened the distance between him and the haughty interlocutor. The mask of mirth instantly slipped from the woman's face, giving way to an icy seriousness at the sight of an impertinence she regarded as a life threat. A sudden insight visited Yu Haina, causing her to put out her index finger in the air and nervously change her tactics of talking to her potential opponent. The mention of 3 elite fighters from the top 100 was accompanied by a repeated order to stay back, while the woman defiantly turned her back. The unusual restraint of Yu Haina, renowned for her temperament, caused the hero to be inwardly surprised when he noticed a deviation from her usual behavior. Suspicions about the hidden aspects of the search operation solidified in the young man's analytical mind, adding to the mystery of the upcoming raid and possible findings. The formal address to the chapter was instantly corrected by the woman herself, who demanded the use of the name Catherine instead of the official title. The sergeant's clear military response was replaced by a sudden offer of a wager, which caught the experienced interlocutor's attention. The provocative wager of catching the monster boss before Blue Flower met with genuine amazement in the woman's eyes, clearly not expecting such boldness. A grim warning of the seriousness of the stakes with a possible price in human life was accompanied by a piercing stare straight into the eyes of a defiant opponent. Quickly agreeing to the deadly wager masked the strategist's true motives: to gain possession of the secret treasure hidden behind the gate and guarded by the guild. Mission participants lined up in front of the ominous red gate. Elite Blue Blossom fighters took up privileged forward positions. The commander's instructions to prepare protective gear were instantly obeyed by the disciplined men, who froze in anticipation of the next order. UJ Hayok's treacherous whispering about escaping from the entrance area before the arrival of the VSBM soldiers revealed the elite guild's true insidious plot. The official announcement of the Blue Blossom's entrance served as the signal for the support squad to prepare for their entrance in the allotted 3 minutes. The shrewd sergeant noticed An Mintai's nervousness before the critical moment, but the young fighter assured the commander of his full combat readiness. As they approached the Mystic Gate, Lee Hyun-wook reminded the squad to concentrate, control their breathing, and follow the training principles. After finishing his brief instructions, the determined commander led the group through the glowing portal, preparing for the unknown trials of the netherworld. A shocking picture appeared before the warriors who entered. The wounded Blue Flower commander was desperately fighting for life against the expectations of an easy walk. Bloody chaos surrounded the few surviving guild members, teetering on the brink of death or fighting an unequal battle as their desperate cries for help drowned in the noise of battle. The horrified cry of a subordinate pierced the air at the sight of Commander Jae-hyuk, from whose mouth blood was gushing like a fountain, foreshadowing an imminent end. The tragic scene heightened the horror of the witness when the weakened commander collapsed on his ally and collapsed on his exposed sword, splattering the unfortunate man with his own blood. The lightning-fast reaction of the protagonist was expressed in a clear gesture to his squad, which disciplined began an organized movement toward the epicenter of events. The group's cautious advance was interrupted when the ground shook in front of the forward fighter and began to spew out a strange formation, rapidly increasing in size. A terrifying creature dressed in blood-red robes with a skull instead of a head, topped with a sinister crown, towered before the shocked warriors, frozen with horror. The squad's instinctive retreat was accompanied by a second of confusion, even in the usually cold-blooded protagonist assessing the unprecedented threat. Primal fear gripped the support soldiers as the demonic creature pointed disproportionately long limbs with huge claws in their direction. The sergeant instantly overcame his stupor with a command to attack, being the first to open fire on the unknown enemy, showing an example of combat determination to his subordinates. The armed fighters instantly synchronized with the commander, firing a barrage of glowing bullets towards the monstrous enemy. Astonishment flashed in the guy's eyes at the sight of the unexpected barrier, and he gestured sharply to Choi Da-yun to begin executing the tactical maneuver. The experienced private raised the heavy weapon, nestling it into the scope and methodically aiming the crosshairs at the vulnerable point of the monster's body. A curious fighter raised his hand, addressing a question to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, while the other warriors continued to hone their shooting skills. Private Choi Da-yun raised a logical doubt about the appropriateness of using firearms against monsters invulnerable to conventional attacks. The commander honestly admitted the impossibility of dealing critical damage, causing a wave of surprise among the fighters present. The holy bullets fired, even amplified by magic, seemed rubbery to the dungeon monsters, but the noise produced by the shots became an unexpected tactical advantage. Several warriors simultaneously looked over in bewilderment, trying to understand their commander's strange explanation of the significance of the noise. Having lost all senses except hearing, zombies were easily disoriented by loud noises, making firearms unexpectedly effective. The commander's revelation made all the soldiers freeze with their mouths ajar, carefully absorbing every word of the unconventional strategy. The tactical advantage allowed the squad to remain undetected by the dead in critical situations, providing superiority. The private's inquisitive mind hypothesized about possible alternate perceptual organs in the underground creatures, calling the whole strategy into question. The grim scenario of the squad's death and the comrades turning into mad dead men was painted in the commander's words as a real possibility of the mission's failure. The focused Choi Da-yun, hearing the long-awaited command, smoothly pulled the trigger, releasing a shining magic bullet at the target. The multi-armed enemy desperately tried to repel the barrage of glowing bullets, wriggling under the continuous fire of the entire squad. Private An Min Tai reacted lightning fast to his commander's order, aptly throwing several powerful grenades toward the monster. A deafening explosion shook the surrounding area, covering the monstrous creature in a cloud of destructive energy and shrapnel. The monster's sensitive ears took the brunt of the sound wave, causing the creature to squirm with unbearable disharmony. The shockwave rained down on the first fighter, forcing him to strain every muscle to maintain the protective shield covering his comrades. A translucent substance began to separate from the monster's vaporizing body, forming into something resembling a ghostly entity. The mystical soul swiftly moved past the soldiers, frozen in astonishment, rushing towards an unknown target behind the battle order. Turning in a single motion, the fighters traced the path of the mysterious ghost, trying to anticipate its next maneuver. Materializing behind the backs of the Blue Flower Guild members, the ghostly entity turned them into obedient, zombified puppets. Obeying the new master's silent orders, the infected guild members rushed towards the WSSM soldiers with inhuman fury. The sergeant reacted instantly to the approaching threat, ordering 3 subordinates to urgently change the magazines of their weapons. Blue magical streams suddenly enveloped the fighters' weapons, wrenching them from their hands and lifting them into the air in front of their astonished owners. The levitating trunks formed a protective perimeter around the protagonist, obeying the invisible force lines of the blue magic field. The young man froze in a fighting stance, his gaze full of concentration, not taking his eyes off the approaching zombified opponents. Lee Hyun-wook's index fingers clenched in sync, activating a flurry of shots from the hovering weapon, each bullet finding its target with incredible accuracy. The zombified warriors continued their relentless advance even under the hail of hits, falling and rising again, steadily closing the distance with the protagonist. A soldier frozen behind suddenly noticed a shining artifact catching his eye with its unnatural sheen on the belt of one of the fleeing guild soldiers. Experienced thief Kim Kyung-jin instinctively grabbed his head, instantly determining at least the rare level of the mysterious item. The zombified army continued to advance, as if multiplying with every passing second, and the air shook with another powerful explosion. The sergeant's magical power lifted the deadly grenade into the air, causing a devastating detonation among the advancing enemies. The ancient creature's rage erupted into a deafening scream as his carefully thought-out plan began to fall apart before his eyes. The ghostly entity once again separated from the monstrous body, rushing in the opposite direction while the protagonist continued to protect the soldiers. The exhausted fighters, barely able to stay on their feet from exhaustion, allowed themselves a brief respite after the deadly encounter. The privates exchanged assumptions about the danger's temporary retreat, one crouching on the ground, the other barely maintaining an upright position. The protagonist's internal monologue analyzed the oddities of the situation, the unusually low number of opponents, and the distorted name of the main monster. The reminder of the incompleteness of the dungeon sounded like a cold shower to the soldiers, who instantly returned to their fighting state. The squad began a hasty retreat, unaware of the ominous watcher lurking on the nearby cliff above them. A mysterious silhouette with a huge snake coiled around its body was watching the scene, displaying its serpent fangs in a sinister grin. The stranger commented with interest on the soldier's movements to his serpentine companion, not hiding his pleasure at the spectacle unfolding. As they moved forward cautiously, the fighters noted the strange emptiness around them. No buildings, no zombies, just an oppressive silence. The experienced Lee Hyun-wook, who had experienced many dungeons, scrutinized his surroundings, recognizing the unusual nature of the current situation. The sudden sensation of unknown metal moving behind him caused the young man to dramatically activate his protective instincts. With a lightning-fast movement, the warrior hurled the deadly blade on a carefully calculated trajectory straight at the source of the suspicious movement. Frightened pleas for mercy echoed from the hiding place as the sharp blade froze a few centimeters from the stranger's trembling neck. The soldiers instantly took up fighting positions, pointing their weapons at the man emerging from behind the tree with his hands raised. The stranger introduced himself as Kim Dae-sop, supposedly a surviving member of the Blue Flower Guild from the 3rd Squad who had miraculously escaped death. Disbelief flashed through Lee Hyun-wook's mind at the sight of a lone survivor too fortunate to come across their path. An exhausted Kim Dae-sop was barely able to stay on his feet, grabbing onto the nearest tree and begging for water and food. The official informed Catherine in the Blue Flower Guild operations room of a secret letter from the Gugwan organization to all the major guilds. Nervously biting her fingernail, the interlocutor inquired about the content of the message, which probably had to do with sending regular soldiers on a raid. A shocking reward of 80 billion in sponsorship awaited whoever found the body of his grandson and the spear of hero-level Achilles. The surviving member of the Blue Flower Guild continued his intermittent narration, greedily devouring the offered army dry rations. A joyous insight flashed through the protagonist's mind as he realized the true reason for the great Yu-Haina's caution and his own need for the legendary spear. The story of the chairman's second grandson failing the first raid and losing the organization's Guguan symbol revealed the true picture of what was going on. The sergeant mused aloud a conjecture as to the reasons for the hostility with which their squad had been greeted when they joined the joint raid. An unsettling silence enveloped the group as one of the privates anxiously watched his comrade, suddenly clutching his head. The stranger with the snake was scrutinizing the soldier's every movement, his interest gradually replaced by frustration. Irritation flickered across the features of the mysterious watcher, expecting more interesting action from uninvited guests in his domain. Materializing two huge ferocious monsters, the angry lord prepared to provide a bloody entertainment for the uninvited visitors. The sudden sensation of multiple metallic objects caused the young man to freeze in tense concentration, preparing for the imminent threat. Trying to mentally tally the number of enemies detected, the warrior was horrified to realize the rapidly increasing number. An alarming realization of imminent danger swept over Lee Hyun-wook's mind as he realized the magnitude of the impending threat to the entire squad. The sergeant's determined voice loudly commanded them to prepare for Plan C, which clearly meant something extraordinary in their combat training. The soldiers froze with eyes bulging with shock, unable to utter a word as they realized the magnitude of the impending threat. The protagonist gave lightning-fast instructions to An Min-dae and Choi Min-jae to get special equipment, causing his subordinates to rush to their backpacks. The disciplined fighters opened the small jars of potions in sync, leaving the confused Blue Flower Guild survivor in complete incomprehension. Clenching his fist with growing rage, the sergeant summoned streams of magical energy that instantly enveloped his hand in a pulsing blue glow. The commander mysteriously called Park Jun-mo over to him, relaying the secret instructions in a whisper, causing the soldier to have an expression of utter amazement. A confused Kim Di-sup demanded an explanation of what was happening, while the sergeant finished briefing his subordinate with a clear question about understanding the plan. Private Park Jun-mo hurriedly explained to the survivor that the squad was planning an immediate retreat to avoid being turned into zombies. The Blue Flower Guild members' perplexed questions were interrupted by the ominous noise of a multitude of approaching creatures behind them, raising clubs of dust into the air. When Kim Dae-sop turned around, he saw a horde of huge, ferocious creatures with menacing fangs, roaring and inspiring primal terror. The former guild member's piercing shriek echoed through the surroundings, surpassing even the roar of the monsters before he made a desperate escape. The unperturbed commander stood next to his open backpack, causing a multitude of metal spheres to rise into the air with the power of his controlling magic. Lee Hyun-wook's curt order to evacuate the VSMC squad sounded like a signal to execute a long-planned maneuver. The mysterious Snake Watcher grinned contemptuously as he watched the seeming sacrifice of one squad member to save the rest. The stranger's shrewd eye noted the senselessness of such a sacrifice, if death came instantly from the claws of his fierce creatures. The young man adopted a fighting stance despite the slight glide, breathing deeply into the air and focusing on controlling the hovering metal balls. The fleeing survivor turned around on the run, perplexed at the folly of Plan C, which involved leaving the commander alone against a horde of monsters. The laconic response of the running Park Jun-mo only confirmed the sergeant's authorship of the current tactics without going into details. The private's confidence in the commander's abilities did not dispel the survivor's doubts as the enraged mob of monsters advanced on the lone figure. Unexpectedly to the observers, after a preparatory run-up, the young man rushed straight towards the monsters along with the hovering metal balls. The commander's tactical plan manifested itself in a maneuver to infiltrate the very middle of the enemy crowd, rather than a pointless head-on confrontation. The piercing gaze of one of the monsters spotted the skittish figure of a man bursting through them, accompanied by strange metallic spheres. The strategically aimed metal projectile powerfully struck the vulnerable point near the mouth of the hesitant monster with devastating force. The second creature took a similar hit to the same vulnerable area, causing more puzzlement than serious damage. Feeling the manifestation of the intended effect, the young man released thunderous power from his cross-shaped pupils and activated a devastating explosion spell. The metal spheres attached to the monster's bodies synchronously detonated with deafening power, causing catastrophic damage to the creatures. Many explosions destroyed the monsters behind the hero, but ahead still approached a new wave of furious creatures ready to tear apart the lone warrior. The admiring observation of the iron beads of divine power caused the mysterious spectator to realize the true reason for the commander's lack of escape. The shrewd stranger was quick to point out another advantage of the plan: the noise of the explosions attracting the attention of other zombies and creatures. The huge red-clothed monster with a skull head and the zombified warriors accompanying him turned around sharply at the rumble of explosions. Furious curses erupted from the monster's mouth as it tried to cope with the growing anger at the disruption of its sinister plans. The fearless young man continued to control the remaining metal balls, standing amongst the defeated enemies in the very center of the kill zone. The warrior's sharpened perception sensed metal of an entirely different level among the zombie dwarves, indicating the presence of human essence. Looking carefully ahead, the hero discerned the silhouette of a mysterious man with a snake, surrounded by trails of raised dust from the vanished creatures. Disbelief was reflected on Lee Hyun-wook's face as he recognized the mysterious figure as someone whose presence seemed unbelievable in this place. The sergeant continued to stare in amazement at the stranger with a serious expression and piercing red eyes, as if he had a ghost in front of him. Hypnotized by recognition, the young man didn't notice the two huge creatures leaping up and hovering over his head with weapons raised to strike. The slashed helmet flew upward as the attackers descended upon the hero, barely giving himself a chance to realize the approaching danger. Instant reaction allowed the guy to activate a sequence of defensive abilities, dodging blows that left deep marks in the ground. After running away to a safer distance, the injured Lee Hyun-wook, with a bleeding face, cast a ferocious glance toward the mysterious opponent. Magical energy began to form around the commander's outstretched arm, creating a small vortex swirling on the ground around his feet. Underestimating the young man's capabilities caused the observer to have mixed feelings, realizing the depletion of the opponent's energy after using the divine beads. The unexpected sight of a multitude of sharp shards flying over the creature's head silenced even the confident manipulator. The predatory smile turned into a grimace of concern as the stranger realized the true nature of the fragments of the previously broken beads floating in the air. The monsters froze, raising their heads to the strange, noisy formation above them, while the young man maintained control of the metal shards with his abilities. After loudly proclaiming the activation of the Rain of Steel, the commander lowered his hand, directing the full power of the collected fragments down onto the heads of the helpless creatures. Sharp metal shards pierced the bodies of the monsters, causing them to fall, bleeding and letting out heartbreaking cries of agony. The avalanche of sounds attracted more and more zombified warriors moving towards the epicenter of the battle along with their flying leader in the death suit. Another loud bang, and the screams of dying monsters triggered an ominous scream from the skull-headed creature that echoed throughout the dungeon. The relentless zombies continued to approach the center of events despite the danger, when another deafening explosion erupted ahead. A glowing grenade on the ground caught the attention of the main monster, causing its army of undead to freeze in anticipation of another detonation. A series of consecutive explosions ahead made the wary monsters stop, assessing the situation and taking their time to continue their pursuit. The astonished surviving guild member did not understand the unfolding scenario, for the original plan, in his opinion, was to sacrifice the commander. The resolute Park Jun-mo rejected suggestions of escape, clutching his weapon in his tense hands and realizing the deeper meaning of the tactical plan. Realizing the inevitability of questions from a confused Kim Di-sop, the private revealed the true purpose of the diversionary maneuver conceived from the beginning of the operation.
An ominous observer from an elevated position contemplated the double battle, the heroic fight of the young man, and the coordinated grenade explosions of the soldier squad.
The momentary realization of the cunning plan caused the stranger to slap himself in the face, recognizing the unexpectedly high level of his opponent's training. Surprise was quickly replaced by a sinister laugh, anticipating the entertainment of an unpredictable clash with worthy opponents. Surprise was reflected on Lee Hyun-wook's face as he stood among the many defeated bodies and watched the strange reaction of a familiar figure from the past. The hero's thoughts flitted feverishly between questions about the reasons for the mysterious man at the gate and his cooperation with the undead hordes. Doubts tormented the young man's mind as the system warned of the potion's critically reduced effectiveness, leaving only a few advantages. Returning to a serious expression, the mysterious man signaled to his serpent companion, who instantly extended a deadly spear. The sinister stranger grabbed the drooling weapon with predatory grace, promising to use its blood-sucking properties on the body of his potential victim. The serpent supported its master's intentions with an intimidating hiss as the man looked smugly down at his foe from his lofty position. The unexpected loud question about the necromancer echoed across the battlefield, demonstrating the insight or desperate hunch of the protagonist. The surprise in his interlocutor's voice and the subsequent aggressive questioning about the origin of the information increased the young man's confusion as to the true nature of his adversary. Careful analysis of the surrounding corpses and the lack of signs of resurrection convinced the hero that his initial assumption was wrong. The logical conclusion of the stranger's connection to the necromancer formed into a question directed at the mysterious opponent with a hard stare. The furious shouts from the high ground demonstrated the growing irritation of the mysterious man, not realizing the depth of the enemy's awareness. A fierce leap with a spear in hand caught the hero off guard, forcing him into an emergency defensive stance against the lightning-fast attack. A desperate block with his hands saved the young man's head from the fatal blow, but the force of the attack forced him to drop to one knee under the pressure of the spear. A mental thanks to Mananan, MacLear's secret armor, flashed through the hero's mind, realizing that a normal limb would have been severed by now. A sudden magical jolt threw the young man back after his opponent. Unwilling to continue the forceful confrontation, jerked his weapon away. Taking advantage of the moment of flight, Lee Hyun-wook aimed his magic blade at the back of his enemy's head, not expecting his opponent's instant reaction. The lightning-fast repulsion of the spear attack was accompanied by a mocking comment on the futility of such tricks against an experienced fighter. The temporary respite allowed the protagonist to regain his balance and prepare to continue the unequal battle with the mysterious enemy. The stranger's observant eye noticed the strange behavior of shards leaving the bodies of defeated monsters around the battle site. Lee Hyun-wook's decisive choice of tactics caused the blue energy magic to concentrate around the crossed ones, preparing a new attack. Shards of metal balls soared upward at the young man's will, rushing in a deadly stream toward the motionless figure of the mysterious opponent. The shocking defense reaction of the snake, which coiled around its master and took all the damage, was too quick and unexpected. The silent contemplation of this sacrificial defense caused Lee Hyun-wook to feel a mixture of disgust and anxious anticipation of further developments. The serpent body slowly unwound after the attack was over, releasing the undamaged figure of the host among the shards scattered around. The Snake Lord's mental surprise concerned the inconsistency of the enemy's attack level, clearly exceeding the 18th level restrictions. The hero's analytical mind came to the conclusion that the enemy had overcome the Red Gate restriction, explaining the extraordinary strength of his defenses. The simultaneous realization of the disparity in levels led to a synchronized question from the opponents about the method of penetrating through the limitations of the Mystic Gate. The stranger's growing rage was evident in his interrupted phrase, demonstrating the limits of patience in the face of inexplicable circumstances. The hero's attentive gaze noticed a strange glow around his opponent's arm, where shards of divine beads seemed to burn directly into his skin. A sudden realization of the enemy's vampiric nature linked him to the tribe of villains responsible for destroying the USSF as the wave approached Seoul. An irritated swing of the spear freed the vampire's hand from the stuck splinters, showing his growing impatience with the young man's insight. The supernatural regeneration instantly healed all scars on the enemy's skin, leaving no trace of the recent damage in mere seconds. A threatening offer to cut off limbs for answers was accompanied by a pointed spear, shrouded in ominous black streams of magic. Terror gripped the young man's mind upon recognizing the legendary spear of heroic-level Achilles, capable of overcoming even his enhanced defenses. A desperate gesture of pulling back his sleeve revealed the fragment of a mysterious arrow hidden by the hero as a last resort against a deadly threat. The information alert confirmed the critical remaining time of potions, setting a tight time limit to achieve victory. The vampire's furious lunge with the spear forced the hero to desperately jump backward, avoiding a direct collision with the stream of destructive energy. The magical blade soared upward at the young man's will as he balanced himself after successfully dodging the deadly stream. The metal control pointed the weapon directly towards the vampire, but the vigilant serpent instantly reacted with a warning hiss at the approaching threat. The self-sacrificing snakehead took the blow once more, causing the blade to bounce impotently to the ground instead of hitting its true target. Horror and incomprehension were reflected in Lee Hyun-wook's eyes as he realized the almost insurmountable defenses and the need to find a way to survive. A scornful reminder of the futility of pathetic tricks was accompanied by a new swing of the legendary spear of Achilles in the hands of the enraged vampire. A black energy stream erupted from the pointed spear, piercing through space towards the hero, forced to dodge certain death once more. A mental analysis of the situation led the sergeant to realize the futility of ranged attacks due to the serpent's constant defenses, while a new strike sliced off part of the protective suit. The vampire's relentless onslaught continued with a series of powerful spear strikes, each accompanied by devastating torrents. A tactical analysis of the situation showed the impossibility of close combat with the wielder of Achilles' spear, whose 5 simultaneous streams of energy barely left room for evasion. The vampire's furious cry of intolerable knowledge of the name of someone the young man was not supposed to know was followed by a swift dash to attack. Lee Hyun-wook's masterful use of magic allowed him to perform an aerial somersault, dodging the deadly stream of energy that rushed past. The realization of the need to play the trump card earlier than planned culminated in a simple but enigmatic presentation of himself as a soldier. Landing at a safe distance, the lad wondered with a slight irony at his opponent's satisfaction with such a succinct answer. The vampire's irritated tirade was suddenly cut short when something subtly changed in the atmosphere of the confrontation. The creature's perplexed gaze traveled downward, revealing a small, suspicious box attached to the serpent's torso that had previously escaped its attention. A caustic remark about not serving in the military was accompanied by a mocking smile from the protagonist watching his opponent's reaction. The zombified warriors of the Blue Flower Guild were advancing mindlessly, unaware of the soldiers lurking nearby that they were so desperately searching for. A terrified guild survivor tried to stop a soldier ready to pull the grenade's pin, convincing him of the uniqueness of the moment of the main monster's absence. Pessimistic statements about Hyun-wook's imminent death and the entire squad's inability to deal with zombies were accompanied by a firm grip on the soldier's arm. The panicked cry for immediate shelter betrayed the extreme degree of fear that had gripped the survivor of the guild member's attack. Park Ju-mo's calm confidence in the sergeant's invincibility contrasted with the hysterical fears of his frightened interlocutor. Kim Dae-sop's incredulous question about the degree of confidence in such a statement demonstrated the gulf between the experience of regular soldiers and the casual survivor. The mention of the unreceived signal sounded cryptic to the uninitiated, but clearly held special significance to the members of the squad. Surprise reflected in the Blue Flower Guild members' eyes at the mention of some mysterious signal between the soldiers. Park Jun-mo's instant response to the commander's call was accompanied by an attentive look at the confused guild member, clearly not understanding what was happening. The unusual request to strap a Claymore anti-personnel mine to his back prompted a clarifying question from a subordinate, ready to follow any order. The explanation of the explosion as signaling the exhaustion of all possibilities demonstrated the thoughtfulness of the plan and the sergeant's willingness to take extreme measures. Sheltering instructions for the rest of the squad were left incomplete due to the sudden change in the battlefield situation. Having mentally determined the perfect moment to attack, the young man activated his magic, pulling the check from the explosive mechanism of the attached box. The mysterious contents began to release from the lit box attached to the serpent's torso, heralding imminent danger. Small balloons with mysterious yellow symbols floated upwards towards the shocked stranger, forming a deadly cloud around his figure. A blinding explosion of incredible power enveloped the serpent in flames, instantly changing the balance of power in this unequal battle. Covering his head behind a stone dais, the protagonist waited out the most powerful stream of fire, gradually subsiding after the explosion. The dying serpent heroically tried to protect its master despite its mortal wounds and fading vitality. The last seconds of the loyal protector's life ended with a loud crash of the massive body to the ground, marking the loss of the vampire's impregnable shield. The vehement questioning of killing the chosen one with a simple bomb was accompanied by the defensive posture of a man crossing his arms in front of his body with a spear in one of them. The undaunted sergeant appeared from behind cover, holding a blindingly shiny object in his hand, ready for the decisive blow. The mysterious arrow pierced the air with lightning speed, slamming into the vampire's body and throwing him backwards with a force beyond that of a normal weapon. Losing control of his body caused the spear to fall out of the hands of the discarded foe, embedding itself in the ground closer to the waiting hero. A soundless cry of amazement pierced the consciousness of the departing stranger, who had failed to even track the lightning-fast speed of the deadly projectile. Lee Hyun-wook's motionless posture, after releasing a magical arrow with a chasing effect and completely disabling the target's magic resistance, emphasized the uniqueness of the weapon used. The mocking explanation about the simple-minded snake trap and true trump sounded like a victory anthem over the pathetic-looking vampire. The futility of trying to retrieve an arrow filled with hero power was accompanied by a grim promise not to kill the enemy immediately for the sake of getting answers to questions. The lively conversation between the soldiers was suddenly interrupted at the sight of a powerful explosion that shook a distant part of the dungeon. A vigilant private peering cautiously out from behind a rock formation alertly drew Park Jun-mo's attention to the distinctive detonation mark of an anti-personnel mine. A heavy foreboding about the sergeant's fate clouded his best friend's thoughts, while the surviving guild member perked up inappropriately at the mention of the mysterious signal. Encouraged by the confirmation of his hunches, the Blue Flower representative began to hastily speculate on a survival strategy using walkie-talkies and a rear detachment. Instead of the expected understanding, the jubilant survivor faced the private's piercing gaze, filled with cold fury and contempt. The icy words about the possible death of a comrade were accompanied by an accusation of an unforgivable smile at a moment when the life of a comrade in arms was threatened. The soldiers turned toward Kim Dae-sop in a united front, their gazes radiating contempt, causing the frightened man to put his hands out in a protective gesture. The desperate cries for the survival of those left behind sounded pathetic and selfish against the backdrop of the sergeant's valiant self-sacrifice for his comrades. The space around the confused guild member suddenly distorted as an unknown dark wall began to materialize, slowly pinning the warrior against another wall. Terror distorted the facial features of the frightened Kim Dae-sop's face, not understanding the nature of the emerging anomaly, causing him to instinctively look up. The soldier's tension rose at the sight of the moving ancient walls generating new architectural elements right out of thin air, like a puzzle coming to life. The legendary castle of the zombie king Indako, which sentences every living person in its territory to death, materialized around the shock squad. Paralyzing fear gripped the fighters at the sight of the impossible, the instantaneous appearance of an entire castle from the void, violating all the laws of reality. The mention of being unprepared for such phenomena was replaced by a sharp exclamation of a new wave of zombies materializing from the shadows. Collective amazement gripped the squad at the sight of the countless undead horde emerging as if from thin air, filled with primal rage and thirst. Kim Dae-sop's former confidence evaporated, replaced by animal fear at the sight of a deadly army of invincible opponents in a mysterious castle. The silent signal of Park Jun-mo putting his finger to his lips and raising his fist upward demanded absolute silence in the face of growing danger. The fighters, frozen in immobility, kept a sepulchral silence as they watched the inexorable growth of the army of zombies that filled the surrounding space. The private's tense gaze registered a suspicious movement by the surviving member of the Blue Flower, foreshadowing a new development. The coward's treacherous act of abruptly turning around and fleeing left the soldiers watching his receding back in a daze. The training of the VBM soldiers included knowledge of the zombies' exceptional hearing, so the loud stampede disrupted the fragile camouflage of the entire squad. A fierce realization of the inevitable consequences of a traitorous act contorted the face of the deputy commander, watching the awakening of aggression in the ranks of the undead. The monster's immediate reaction was a swift dash to the source of the noise, where the detected unit members froze. Realizing the criticality of the situation, Park Jun-mo displayed his weapon in front of him and gave the order to open fire without delay, not allowing the enemy to approach. Chaotic orders to take cover mingled with the sounds of gunfire as the wave of undead approached the doomed soldiers' positions. The tattered protagonist, enclosed torn from multiple attacks, towered over an enemy pinned against a tree, trying in vain to extract an arrow. A mocking question about the deadliness of the small arrow was met with a cold explanation about the excruciating pain of a vampire losing blood, suffering worse than death. His opponent's surprise at the depth of the young warrior's knowledge resulted in a furious growl, interrupted by a new wave of pain from the magical arrow. The slightest movement of the file knot caused by the hero's magic rendered the vampire unable to continue his angry tirade, causing him to squirm in increasing agony. The decisive question about the connection with the grandson of the great Gugwang organization sounded demanding as Lee Hyun-wook continued to control the artifact inside his opponent's body. Fury contorted the vampire's features at the mention of the hated parasite, as if the man's very existence caused him physical pain. A desperate scream cut through the air as the exhausted stranger saw the young man's intent to leave, leaving him chained to a tree in a helpless state. The young man paused, satisfied with the sincerity of the answers, and asked a critical question about the mysterious necromancer, watching carefully for reactions. Mocking contempt oozed from the vampire's every word of his interlocutor's ignorance as the pierced body hung helplessly, nailed to the rough bark. The provocative words about the sergeant's family caused an instant reaction. The magic blade froze at the vampire's throat, warning against such statements. The shrewd Li Heng mentally analyzed the evasiveness of his enemy's answers, revealing the key point that his opponent had never personally seen the mysterious necromancer. The magical blade vibrated with concentrated energy as the hero continued his questioning, not noticing the dead serpent behind his back opening its glowing eyes. The insistent question about the connection with the necromancer continued to emanate from Li Heng as the treacherous creature slowly approached his back. The deadly blade was almost touching the vampire's neck when his face reflected a strange expression, not caused by the young man's threat, but by what was happening behind his back. The captive was distracted by the revelation of a long observation of the necromancer, so that the protagonist didn't notice the giant serpent's maw unfolding over his head. The furious scream of his opponent cut the air, but could not prevent the hero, who with a lightning-fast movement struck the vulnerable point of the serpent with his legendary Achilles spear. A smug grin lit up the young man's face as he adjusted the magical artifact in the defeated creature, pondering the vampire's strange devotion to the unawakened lord. The tense question of entering through the Blue Flower Guild-protected gate resounded in the air, filled with the smell of blood and magic. The vampire parried the accusation with a counter-question about the young man's ability to enter through a gate that only he or a creature above the 18th level could open. Astonishment reflected on the young sergeant's face at the realization that an ordinary person could control the ancient gate, revealing new secrets of the matter. A sinister smile curved the bloodless lips of the vampire, enjoying the confusion of his opponent before the approaching second phase, which the clueless young man didn't even know was coming. Lee Hyun-wook froze in amazement as he watched the incredible transformation of the surrounding landscape, as if reality was distorting before his eyes. Realizing the threat of losing not only an enemy but also a valuable fail knot, the young man pulled the arrow with a decisive movement, piercing the vampire's body through and through. The magical artifact returned to its master, flying straight into his palm, and at the same instant, a system alert appeared before the guy's eyes. The majestic stone walls of the Zombie King's castle rose to the heavens, causing the protagonist to realize the beginning of the second phase in mute amazement. The vampire's sinister laughter echoed through the air, promising the true horror of the world he had created and the end of his sinister dungeon. Taking advantage of the chaos of the changed landscape, Park Jun-mo crouched down against the stone barrier, covering his mouth with his hand as the zombie silently walked past him. Another private repeated his comrade's life-saving tactic, freezing in absolute immobility so as not to attract the attention of the roaming undead. The dead pale zombie leader was rapidly approaching the castle's entrance, while his silent army moved behind, obeying an unknown force. The ominous figure paused in front of the mysterious structure on the dais, patiently waiting for its materialization to be completed in this distorted world. The incomprehensible structure dissolved into thin air, leaving behind hovering eyes shrouded in violet energy, pulsing to the beat of an invisible heartbeat. Mystic eyes gazed into the leader's empty eye sockets, filling them with a supernatural vision that was instantly transmitted to the entire undead army. The newfound vision instantly detected the hiding soldiers, proving the Zombie King's absolute power over life and death in this cursed place. The majestic descent of Baron Sabbath, the true king of zombies, has begun, demonstrating his power over light and darkness, life and nothingness. The ominous prophecy of his comrades being turned into bait for a ritual offering spread throughout the dungeon, filling the hero's heart with hatred and terror. The spirit leader's former appearance has completely changed after merging with Mystical Eyes, challenging him to stop the rise of the true Zombie King. Park Jun-mo's eyes widened in shock as the incredible thought of zombies gaining the ability to see their victims flashed through his mind. The soldier instantly raised his weapon, firing at the oncoming wave of the reanimated dead. Despite the continuous firing, the countless monsters continued their sinister onslaught like an immortal army from nightmares. A desperate cry of sighted undead cut the air as the fighter urged his comrades to evacuate under the cover of his fire. The mighty Zombie King caught the sonic vibrations, reacting lightning fast with a turn of his head and easily identifying the source of the incessant gunfire among the ruins. The undead monarch's monstrous tentacle-like limbs swept toward the enemy, shattering walls and turning stone into deadly shards. Private Park Jun heard the impending destruction as small stones sprinkled from above, and the Baron's demonic paws rapidly approached. The dazed soldier instinctively covered his head when a sudden explosion shook the space, knocking back the monster's attacking limbs. Upon regaining consciousness, Park Jun-mo found his loyal companions ahead of him as they continued to desperately shoot back at the oncoming undead horde. Recognizing their home faces brought a wave of anger to the fighter, who feared for the lives of his comrades who had violated his direct order to leave the danger zone. The firm voice of the fighter holding the protective shield reminded them that without their intervention, the commander would have long ago been pulverized. The second soldier positioned himself in front, gunning down the approaching undead and watching the giant figure of the King of the Dead behind the monsters. The deadly projectiles pierced the air, flying past the front ranks of zombies to the Baron himself, concentrating purple retaliatory energy in his clawed paws. The gunman broke the oppressive silence by admitting the hard truth. Destroying a comrade who had turned into a zombie would be an unsustainable moral burden. The warrior behind the shield, waiting for the perfect moment to attack, sent 2 deadly grenades under the feet of the oncoming horde of undead in a sudden movement. The deafening explosion caused the soldiers to instinctively step back, covering themselves from the hail of shrapnel flying in all directions after the detonation. On Min Dai and Choi, Min Jae's desperate pleas for the commander's immediate retreat filled the air, mingling with the noise of the approaching undead. The realization of his fighter's loyalty reflected on Park Jun-mo's face with a fleeting emotion before leaving his lips with a single word of appreciation. Seeing the approaching wave of dead men, the commander made a lightning-fast decision, shouting orders for the entire squad to retreat from the danger zone. The retreating warriors hurled the remaining grenades at the pursuers, and explosions and flames burst from the gloomy castle like the infernal breath of a demonic creature. The ominous warning of his comrades turning into bait for an ancient evil and zombies breaking through to the outside world compelled the hero to act immediately. Rushing as hard as he could toward the ominous castle appearing on the horizon, the young man suddenly heard distant grenade explosions coming from the gloomy structure. A memory of his own warning regarding the Claymore signal flashed through the fleeing hero's mind, along with an unfinished instruction to the squad. The devoted look in Park Jun-mo's eyes that promised to wait for his return flashed through the shroud of increasing chaos around him. The smiles of the soldiers and their collective promise to expect their commander alive filled the sergeant's memories with a bitter determination not to fail. The confident vow to return to his fighters, uttered with characteristic martial defiance, now seemed a mockery of fate in the circumstances. The broken promise weighed heavily on the soul of the hero, who realized the critical need of the squad for his help in the face of impending danger. The zombies materializing from the void did not stop the determined young man from running towards his goal through the growing resistance. The hero's outstretched hand purposefully reached for the hovering spear of Achilles, capable of instantly eliminating a huge crowd of angry undead. A furious cry of frustration burst from the warrior's chest as the system alert revealed the unpleasant truth about the difficulty of healing weapon wounds and the enormous mana consumption. Undeterred in the face of 20% energy consumption, the brave sergeant clutched the legendary weapon tightly, activating its unlock with a decisive command. The system's numerous warnings of critical mana consumption only served to increase the rage of the young man facing the oncoming wave of the dead. The memory of the sacred promise to return gave strength to Lee Hyun-wook, who violently crashed into the crowd of opponents with a devastating spear in hand. A chaotic cloud of dust soared over the battlefield, completely obscuring what was happening and drawing the attention of all the surrounding creatures to the epicenter of the battle. The mighty Baron Sabbath stood motionless outside the castle, surrounded by his remaining subordinates in the bodies of the fallen, watching the distant explosion intently. The zombie king's fierce gaze burned through space in an attempt to decipher what was happening, betraying a deep understanding of the coming threat. The system alert of Baron Sabbath's interrupted descent suddenly appeared before the ruler's gaze, causing bewilderment and intensifying a simmering anger. The ancient creature's static posture was broken by a sudden turn of its head downward, revealing an empty space in place of an important magical construct. Waves of blinding rage enveloped the Lord of Light and Darkness, who instantly realized the identity of the daring kidnapper of the most important artifact. Two soldiers were desperately fleeing from the pursuing horde, with one of them tightly clutching a stolen construct critical to the king. The heavy artifact in Kim Kyung-jin's hands was slowing him down considerably, but his intuition told the fighter the importance of keeping this strange object. The swiftness of running was seriously reduced due to the extra burden, allowing the undead to shorten the distance between pursuers and victims with each step. The dead men's bony fingers had almost touched the fleeing warrior's back when the air was suddenly filled with the whistle of bullets striking the pursuers. The remaining squad members opened heavy fire on the advancing creatures, covering the retreat of their comrades and shouting instructions to run faster. The completion of the C4 high explosive was accompanied by a terse report from the private who secured the last charge to the wall. The new commander, Park Jun-mo, had given a clear order to An Min-dai to block the narrow passage with his protective shield at the critical moment of the operation. The executive fighter immediately took the indicated position, blocking the cramped corridor, on either side of which were numerous explosive charges. The tense figure of a soldier with a shield stood frozen, waiting for the right moment, carefully watching the approaching wave of furious undead. The commander's order to activate the detonation sounded just as the first rows of monsters reached the point of the passage with the charges laid. The blinding flash of the explosion engulfed the space, tossing the mangled bodies of the monsters along with shards of the castle's shattered structure. The narrow corridor collapsed under the impact of the detonation, but a wave of ash and energy swept past the protected soldiers. The power of the explosion, contained within the space of the ancient castle, intensified the destructive effect, making the cataclysm visible even from outside the gloomy structure. The massive door ripped out by the blast soared outward along with the mangled bodies of the dead, reinforcing the picture of destruction in the castle's surroundings. The surviving soldiers below were huddled amongst the aftermath of the disaster, toppled amongst the rubble and buried under small rocks. The new commander, overcoming his own fear, rose to his feet and in a hoarse voice inquired about the condition of each survivor. One by one, the fighters began to rise, calling out their names, allowing the leader to exhale a sigh of relief at the realization of the squad's safety. The blocked zombie passageway was only temporarily pleasing, as the unsettling realization of the trap inside the ominous castle encompassed each fighter's mind. The growing concern about the lack of oxygen was reflected in Park Jun-mo's trembling voice, suggesting an immediate search for a way out of the trap. The loud crack of a collapsing wall interrupted the moment of respite, showing the cracks forming from the powerful blows of the unknown creature outside. Baron Sabbath's metallic tentacles pierced the barrier, wriggling in search of victims and cleaving the air with deadly motions across the space. Park Jun-mo's instinctive command made the soldiers jump away from the deadly limbs, swinging with terrifying force and speed. The finally shattered wall revealed a terrifying view of an enraged ruler of light and darkness, wielding creepy tentacles with unnatural precision. The monstrous creature's face, contorted with rage, betrayed the underlying reason for its uncontrollable anger. Before the warriors frozen in terror, Baron Saturday's attentive gaze found the missing construct among the soldiers, instantly changing the expression on his sinister countenance. The creature's demonic laughter filled the space as its eyes flashed with an even brighter purple light, and a sinister smile formed on its face. The mysterious order to freeze resounded behind the backs of the trembling soldiers, who continued to stand motionless, afraid to attract the monster's attention. The Zombie King's supernatural hearing picked up an unfamiliar voice, causing the Overlord to turn around in surprise at the new source of the sound. The astonished soldiers followed the monster's example, turning their heads in the direction of the unexpected sonic intrusion. An expression of genuine joy lit up Park Jun-mo's haggard face as he cheerfully commented on the belated appearance of the long-awaited savior. The bloodied Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook appeared before the Allies in furious splendor, demanding answers as to the identity of the one who dared to harm his squad. The brave fellow directed a defiant stare directly at the monster's glowing eyes, claiming the exclusive right to offend his subordinate fools. The joyful glow in the eyes of the warriors at the sight of their savior was quickly replaced by disappointment at the unexpected insult to them. The system alert of critically low mana levels was accompanied by the inner turmoil of a hero who had no idea how to overpower a powerful opponent. The monster's sudden attack, with its arm extended forward, coiled with metal claws, instantly changed the tactical situation, taking the young man by surprise. An instinctive leap to the side was the only available maneuver for the hero trying to find temporary cover from the deadly attack. The puzzling static of the enemy was perplexing, his face contorted with rage contrasted with an inexplicable inability to make the next strike. The protagonist's bewilderment at the enemy's strange behavior only added to the tension of the sinister confrontation. The tactically minded Park Jun-mo took advantage of the moment of confusion, giving clear orders to his subordinates to immediately prepare special equipment. The fighter's immediate reaction to the command was to lightning-fast retrieval of metal orbs and potion vials from their backpacks. An epiphany flashed through the sergeant's mind after a few steps forward when he saw the object of the Zombie King's scrutiny. A loud footstep behind, coupled with the shouts of subordinates, announced the movement of Baron Sabbath, mercilessly crushing his own zombies beneath his heavy footsteps. The giant foot of the ruler of light and darkness was preparing to descend right on the head of the frozen hero, watching intently from above. A magical leap allowed the young man to avoid the deadly weight of the foot that crushed the rocks where he stood moments ago. The metal claws released from the monster's powerful hands crashed into the ground next to the twisted young man, scattering fragments of stone all around. The crushing blow of the last remaining claw came from either side of his head, causing the guy to freeze in shock at the thunderous sound. The desperate cries of his subordinates drew the stunned sergeant's attention to the discarded metal balls and potion tins. The undead king's supernatural hearing and keen eyesight instantly spotted the soldiers in the narrow corridor, shouting to their commander. The Baron's lightning-fast turn was accompanied by the display of a deadly arm wrapped in iron tentacles toward the defenseless warriors. The protagonist's reaction to the threat to his comrades is expressed in a swift move to counter the monster's attack, ready to destroy the defenseless soldiers. Once between the allies and the deadly tentacles, the brave sergeant activated the sinister black energy of the legendary Spear of Achilles. With a wave of his mighty weapon, the resolute commander shouted an order to Ming-tae to cover the entire squad with a protective shield. The king's attacking appendages blasted past the protagonist despite inflicting wounds from a skillfully placed blade in their path. The magical defenses did not stop the terrifying power of the tentacles that pierced through the shield of the brave soldier trying to protect his comrades. Metal balls and tin cans of potions thrown into the air caught the sergeant's eye, and with a magical effort, he drew one of the salvageable vials to himself. Concerned, Park Jun-mo assessed the condition of An Min-dae, whose shield had turned into a pathetic piece of mangled metal after the monster's furious attack. Hastily uncorking the life-saving jar, the protagonist greedily drank the life-giving liquid, trying to restore the low reserve of magical energy. The system notification of 5 minutes of continuous mana replenishment caused the young man's determination to manifest itself in a defiant appeal to the monster's glowing eyes. The demonstrative gesture of a raised hand was accompanied by the levitation of all the metallic spheres, directed by the sergeant's will directly at the ruler of darkness and light. The furious king's unperturbed face remained unchanged as the smoothly hovering projectiles approached him along invisible air trajectories. The thunderous command strike coincided with the perfect timing of the metal spheres near the enemy's face, causing a cascade of explosions and sharp shards. The blue magic sent the deadly blades straight into the face of the Zombie King, but the protective barrier instantly formed, stopped both the shards and the main weapon. The disdainful gesture of Baron Saturday's 3 fingers demonstrated the insignificance of the attack as he retrieved the stuck blade, which looked like an insignificant needle in his huge hand. Tactical analysis of the situation led the protagonist to realize the futility of mindless attacks against an impenetrable barrier, only wasting valuable weapons. Enraged by the futile attacks, the monster decided to demonstrate its own power, instantly sending its deadly tentacles towards the impudent opponent. The combination of a steely physique and a magic spell allowed the young man to grab one of the tentacles, displaying incredible strength and fearlessness. The inability to retreat to search for enemy weaknesses was compounded by the need to protect comrades covering themselves with the remnants of their shield from the wreckage. The Zombie King's desperate musings on the incomplete descent and potential flaws were accompanied by Li Heng's sharp jump, avoiding another blow. The monster's deafening scream accompanied the increased attacks, showing the growing fury of the ruler of light and darkness in the face of resistance. The warrior's feverish self-inquiry into the whereabouts of his opponent's weaknesses filled his mind in the brief moments between dodging deadly blows. Astonishment was reflected on the face of the private watching his comrade pick up the stolen vessel and smash it to the ground with force. The creature's anxious gaze flickered to the destruction of the stolen artifact, giving away the extreme importance of the item contained within. A comrade's warning shout about the dangers of interacting with the unknown objects of the dungeon did not stop the determined soldier from drawing his magical sword over his head. Kim Kenjin's desperate determination to save the sergeant and his comrades at any cost contrasted with the caution of the rest of the squad. The clenched teeth of the nearby fighter gave away the internal struggle between obeying orders and the premonition of the disastrous consequences of rash actions. The perception of a direct threat to his treasure caused the ruler to throw forward a clenched fist, preparing to unleash his tentacles on the kidnappers. The sergeant's thunderous order to destroy the artifact spread across the battlefield, confirming the correctness of the soldier's intuitive decision to attack the mysterious find. Numerous tentacles rushed toward the soldier, intent on destroying the mysterious object, showing the monster's panicked fear of losing it. The protagonist instantly moved to his former position, eager to neutralize the tentacles and give his comrades a chance to complete the important mission. A decisive sword strike pierced the magical lungs, causing a dazzling glow to burst forth from where the blade came into contact with the mystical organ. The expression on the Zombie King's face transformed from rage to incomprehension, mixed with shades of grief and suppressed anger. The monster's powerful figure began to lose strength, slowly sinking downward, and the previously active tentacles hung lifelessly in the air. The protagonist's desperate cry into the darkness of the ruined room expressed fear for the fate of the squad after the tentacles penetrated their last refuge. The sergeant's repeated excited calls to his soldiers filled the dusty air, expressing hope for the miraculous rescue of his subordinates. The slowly rising figures of warriors watched in awe as the sword pierced the mysterious find. Park Jun-mo's loud answering cry echoed through the ruins, confirming the squad's survival and bringing long-awaited relief to the commander. Mixed feelings of joy and anger were reflected on the young man's face as he turned toward the unfathomable events unfolding behind him. The Zombie King sitting on the ground, holding his chest with an expression of immense pain, was a pitiful sight of former might. The monster's frightened gaze drifted to the next clay vessel containing an entity critical to its existence. Violet magical energy dissolved the vessel, releasing a heart floating in the air, enveloped in a mystical glow of unnatural color. Silent amazement filled the protagonist's mind, his mouth ajar at the realization of the true nature of the artifact before him. A sudden epiphany about the significance of the lungs into which the soldier had stuck his sword caused the sergeant to turn sharply toward the location of his squad. The Zombie King wasted no precious seconds, channeling the soaring heart back into his body with a powerful stream of magical energy, tilting his head to recover. The penetration of the mystical organ into the monster's body was accompanied by an incredible glow of violet eyes and a deafening scream that echoed. The unbearable volume caused the soldiers to cover their ears as they watched the resumption of the Zombie King's forced descent reach 66.6%. The wriggling monster figure in a flame of purple energy symbolized the passing of the spirit of incomplete death, altering the restrictions of entering the territory. A delighted realization of the enemy's weakness lit up the hero's face as he realized the true purpose of the mysterious urns for storing vital organs. An analogy with ancient canopies for storing the organs of mummies led the young man to realize the key vulnerability of a supernatural being. The critical connection between the monster's heart and its soul became apparent to the sergeant, opening the way to defeat the powerful foe. The moment of the king losing his guard, relying on his barrier, presented the perfect chance for the protagonist to release the arrow hidden in his sleeve. The magical projectile slowed before the impenetrable barrier protecting the zombie king's vital heart, seemingly stopped by an insurmountable force. The arrow's unique ability to remove all magical resistance allowed it to pierce the defense and embed itself into the body, distorting the monster's face in surprise. The system alert of the ruler's body being quickly healed due to the effect of the descent was accompanied by mocking laughter and the release of tentacles towards the guy. The sergeant's furious shout accompanied the swing of a legendary spear whose wounds could not be healed even by the king's magic. Focusing his thought on blocking the enemy's healing abilities, the warrior sent the weapon precisely to the target with a decisive throw. Black energy enveloped the activated spear, which stabbed into the monster's flesh unhindered, following the outlined path. Agony gripped the ruler of light and darkness, whose being was being consumed by the dark power of the piercing weapon, destroying his essence. Emboldened by his success, Lee Hun-wook prepared for the final attack with metal projectiles without sensing the approaching disaster. Multiple system notifications of zero mana reserve interrupted the battle rush, forcing the hero to realize a critical error in his calculations. The excruciating pain caused the creature to throw its tentacles haphazardly in all directions, trying to catch the elusive enemy with its furious attacks. The hero's virtuoso evasion of blows was suddenly jeopardized when one of the iron tentacles came dangerously close to his unprotected head. The complete depletion of mana made the young man defenseless against the impending threat, as Ming Tae bravely jumped out in front of him with the remainder of his shield. Astonishment was reflected on Lee Hyun-wook's face at the sight of a subordinate's selfless act of risking his life to save him. A magical barrier of impressive size appeared in front of the pathetic wreckage of the fighter's iron shield, activating a new defense ability. The dual defenses successfully held back the monster's onslaught, while the exhausted sergeant recovered behind his brave comrade. A brief question about the commander's condition escaped the soldier between powerful tentacle strikes on his magical barrier. A realization of the true nature of what was happening was slowly forming in the mind of the protagonist, watching the incredible skill of a subordinate. The memory of the dungeon entrance came to mind as the still unchanged zombie king faced their squad, led by the shield bearer. An Min-dae explained the dizzying level increase since entering the dungeon, recalling the key moments of their journey together. Blocking the zombie king's deadly strike in the castle resulted in the destruction of the soldier's original shield, but also unlocked new powers. Reaching level 20 brought the long-awaited ability to create a magical shield, instantly changing the balance of power in battle. The sergeant's abrupt intervention interrupted the subordinate's explanation, emphasizing the danger of relying on an untested ability in a critical situation. Childish confusion and a sincere desire to protect the commander sounded in the quiet voice of the soldier, who lowered his eyes from embarrassment. A warm smile accompanied the sergeant's reminder of his responsibility to protect the squad, softening the stern tone with a fatherly gesture. The soldier's embarrassed gratitude was replaced by the commander's promise to accept the commendation upon their joint return from the dangerous dungeon. The system alert to stop the forced resumption of descent due to constant damage increased the rage of the ruler of light and darkness. The new warning of the invasion of the spirit of unfinished death into the king's body caused the creature to scream furiously as it saw the weapon in its heart. So powerful was the shriek of anger that the surrounding space was filled with rising dust and rocks, as if in a mini earthquake. The tentacle's chaotic strikes on the ground accidentally grazed the shield of the brave soldier, who continued to shield his commander from danger. Most of the blows came past the target, shattering the ground into splinters and causing rocks to fly upward in a mad dance of destruction. The amazing survivability of the monster, continuing to attack even when its body was irreversibly destroyed, led the young man to think of one last attempt to take everyone with him. The teamwork was evident in the soldier's instant reaction to the order to blind the enemy, as the men sprang out of cover, taking strategic positions. Choi Dae-yoon's marksman immediately began his task, sending projectile after projectile towards the enraged monster. A unanimous battle cry spread among the soldiers, distracting the boss with coordinated attacks while their sergeant recovered precious mana. The enraged zombie king, despite his inevitable doom, unleashed his massive tentacles right between the scattered warriors in a final act of retaliation. The worried commander shouted a warning to Park Jun-mo, urging him to focus on blinding the enemy instead of risky maneuvers. The deputy's determined offer to buy time for the commander, leaving him the honor of the final blow, sounded like a loyalty oath. The sergeant's face softened at the realization of the incredible loyalty of the squad he was fortunate enough to share this dangerous mission with. The ferocious ruler of light and darkness continued to spread his iron tentacles, trying to strike the pesky warriors that were bothering his eyes. The deadly blow came dangerously close to one of his subordinates, who ducked at the last second before his imminent death. Observing this chaos, Lee Hyun-wook impatiently watched the mana indicator, which had only reached 19% recovery. The gunner's desperate cry of ammunition depletion sounded like a distress call amidst the attacking chaos of monstrous limbs. A lightning-fast tentacle swept down on the unarmed warrior, ripping his gun belt and sending the useless weapon to the ground. The unbearable sight of his comrades in danger made Lee Hyun-wook resolutely move towards the monster despite the depletion of resources. A thunderous challenge to the monster's glowing eyes drew the creature's attention to the real opponent, ready for the final confrontation. Magical trails marked the hero's acrobatic journey up the wriggling tentacles, approaching the monster's head at incredible speed. The warrior's analytical mind was building a logical chain of destroying the zombie king's organs through 3 liver and heart canopies. A sudden realization about his last vulnerability, his eyes, was followed by a determined leap with his arm outstretched for the killing blow. The blade floating in the air swung into its master's hand at the magical call, eliciting a desperate scream from the monster, who realized the end was approaching. The sergeant's unwavering determination manifested itself in a powerful swing, sending the fail-knot on a perfect trajectory toward its inevitable target. The destructive force of the magical projectile pierced the left eye of the ruler of light and darkness, overcoming his last protective barriers. The swift movement to face the defeated opponent with another blade demonstrated the young man's unyielding will to complete the mission. A contemptuous remark about royalty accompanied the swing of the weapon in front of the disoriented monster's second eye. A fierce blade strike to the remaining eye was accompanied by an admonishment to the ruler of the undead to go to the infernal depths from whence he came. The cloud blade glowed with unknown energy as the sergeant magically pulled away from the falling monstrous body that had its head tilted back. The giant creature's thunderous fall caused a colossal column of dust, completely hiding the monster's body from the eyes of observers. The soldiers standing closest to the epicenter instinctively drew back, covering their faces from the wave of dust and small debris. The incredulous surprise in the warrior's voice accompanied the question about defeating the zombie king, confirmed by a congratulatory system notification. The confusion on the faces of the fighters was replaced by uncontrollable joy, bursting out in enthusiastic leaps and shouts of victory. Standing proudly on top of the defeated monster, Lee Hyun-wook discovered a disembodied artifact that immediately caught his attentive gaze. The mysterious crown of light and darkness had the unique property of increasing resistance to undead, but its special trait remained blocked. The sergeant's mental confusion concerned the origin of an unknown object never encountered in his past life. A sudden earthquake and debris falling from above heralded the beginning of the destruction of Indako, the derelict castle of a zombie king who had lost his lord. Park Jun-mo's alarmed exclamation echoed through the rumble of destruction as he held his helmet on his head, trying to get the commander's attention. Irritation, not fear, was reflected on the young man's face as he realized the impossibility of exploring the castle for valuables due to the sudden collapse. A decisive command to evacuate instantly set the soldiers in motion, leaving dreams of additional trophies in the dust of the crumbling castle. Unconditional obedience to the order was expressed in the synchronized movement of the squad toward the exit, with the commander trailing the chain of fleeing warriors. The rapid destruction started from the upper towers and floors, progressing at an alarming rate to the lower levels of the huge structure. The deadly danger became apparent just beyond the threshold of the castle, when a massive fragment began to collapse right over the heads of the fugitives. The squad's synchronized leap away from the falling debris culminated in a hard landing on the ground before the protagonist appeared nearby. The system notification of the raid's successful completion caused the sergeant to glance sharply in the direction of the pulsing red portal. A desperate call to keep going drove the soldiers toward the narrowing magical exit, the only escape route from the dungeon. Realizing the critical importance of the moment gave extra strength to the fleeing warriors as they strove toward the inexorably closing portal. A tense dialogue between the guild representative and Yu Haina about the possibility of passing the level-limiting gate was taking place at the entrance. Concerns about ending support for the influential Guguan organization resounded in the words of the woman standing with her back to the magical portal. The sudden narrowing of the gate interrupted the discussion between the guild representatives, eliciting astonished exclamations from both sides. The assumption of success of the advance squad spread among the lined-up warriors, watching the phenomenon of the closing portal uninterruptedly. Screaming soldier bodies began to fly out of the narrowing passage one by one, pushed out by an invisible force from inside the dungeon. The last to jump out of the disappearing portal was the protagonist, who barely had time to slip through before the magical door finally collapsed. Astonishment froze on the faces of everyone present as they watched the incredible finale of the deadly dungeon mission. Euphoria swept over the soldiers, embracing and celebrating the unexpected rescue from a seemingly hopeless situation. The solemn voice of the protagonist, towering above his subordinates on the steps, interrupted the spontaneous display of joy. The official announcement of the mission's completion sounded like the final chord of their incredible success in the supernatural dungeon. Delighted cheers and victorious leaps once again swept the squad, unable to hide their emotions after the deadly adventure. Irritation distorted the facial features of the head of the Soul Squad, not believing in the victory of second-rate scum over a powerful opponent. The agonizing question of the sergeant's identity pierced the woman's mind, who bit her lip with impotent anger at the sight of the soldier's triumph. The lone survivor of the Blue Flower Guild, attracted by the report of the completion of the sweep, looked around confusedly for a way out. Anxious eyes glided over the deserted surroundings in search of the red gate expectedly located in this area of the dungeon. Growing anger replaced panicked fear as the man frantically scanned the area in search of a life-saving portal. The suddenly spotted silhouette behind the wall of the building caused the lost guild member to tense up, instinctively sensing danger. The wounded vampire, barely moving in the shadows, caught the attention of the frightened exit seeker with his unnatural movement. Cautious curiosity pushed the lost man closer to the mysterious figure, overcoming his instinctive fear of the unknown. The relief on the survivor's face was replaced by joyous excitement at the sight of another man, mistaken for a member of the rescue squad. The enthusiasm about finding a way out together contrasted with the quiet words of the mysterious interlocutor. A startled retreat and questioning look was a natural reaction to the strange disappearance of a stranger displaying supernatural abilities. A lightning-fast move behind the victim's back preceded the horrifying act of extracting life force to restore vampiric powers through the terrified man's exposed neck. The bloodied body collapsed to the ground as a lifeless doll, leaving the satiated vampire standing over his latest victim. The memory of the silhouette of the protagonist delivering a decisive blow with his outstretched arm flashed through the blood-sucking creature's mind, fueling its thirst for revenge. A grim vow of retribution turned into a promise to take everything of value from the enemy and use their blood for a ritual of vengeance. The sergeant's commanding voice boomed over the steps, ordering them to line up in 2 columns as he himself descended past the soldiers following the order. The synchronized responsive formation sounded in unison as the commander took a position beside the head of the Soul Blue Flower Guild's Soul Squad. Yuhayuna's abrupt tone when asked about her team's fate caused a melancholy start to the explanation about the fateful gate entrance. The hidden sadness on the speaker's face contrasted with the woman's cold questioning of the incredible self-completion of the raid. The protagonist's laconic affirmation of accomplishing the mission by his own efforts only added to the tension in the air between the interlocutors. The woman's incredulous look was accompanied by a protective crossing of her arms as the young man confidently referenced the upcoming gate analysis. Doubt about the true rank of the protagonist slipped into the intonations of Catherine Yu, who was trying to unravel the phenomenon of incredible success. A direct question about the recognition of previous merits was met with an evasive answer from the interlocutor, deferring conclusions until official results were received. A stare and a raised eyebrow accompanied a cautious question about a legendary spear, perhaps lost with a zombified guild member. Lee Hyun-wook's frozen figure resembled a statue, hiding behind the immobility a storm of conflicting thoughts about the secret artifact. A vivid memory of a spear extracted from the heart of a defeated zombie king in a crumbling castle flashed through the sergeant's mind. The magical ability of the unyielding physique allowed the artifact to be stored in a spatial compartment hidden by a tattoo on his left arm. A brief denial concealed the truth of the valuable object partially visible from beneath the torn garment on the cunning young man's arm. Indignant words about the impossibility of not having a spear were cut short by the guy's remark about trying to dodge previous arrangements. The sergeant's resolute gaze penetrated the eyes of the interlocutor, accompanying a direct questioning of the intention to renege on his earlier word. Her slumped shoulders, trembling fists, and contorted face betrayed an inner struggle with defeat that the proud woman refused to accept. A tactful suggestion to postpone the conversation until emotional equilibrium was restored was followed by a smooth reversal of the departing character. An unexpected hand grab followed along with an offer to join a prestigious guild with the promise of the best treatment for the new member. The sergeant's shrewd glance at the woman was replaced by a careful adjustment of her clothing, further exposing the tattooed arm with the secret treasure. The triumphant announcement of the 3rd Brigade General's arrival caused the two interlocutors to raise their gazes sharply toward the opening magical portal. A smiling Choi Jun-chul appeared from the shining aisle, accepting a flawless greeting from the sergeant who had straightened at attention. The observant general instantly noticed Catherine Yu's abrupt jerking of her hand away from the protagonist's forearm, revealing the recent tactile contact. A stern accusation of attempting to poach a key soldier came from the warlord's mouth, cutting short the covert recruitment of a valuable fighter. A fake smile and defensively raised hands accompanied the unconvincing denial of the accusations, poorly concealing the ambitious woman's true intentions. The insightful question about breaking the rules by preparing for a separate raid caught the guild representative off guard, causing momentary confusion. Irritation mixed with confusion on the woman's face as she tried unsuccessfully to formulate a plausible justification for her actions. Accusations of regular trespassing were accompanied by the imperious approach of a general looking down at his interlocutor from his height. The threat of a formal complaint and public discussion of the incident among the other guilds was uttered with an unyielding determination that allowed no objections. Fury distorted Yu Hayuna's features, whose blood-clenched fists and trembling body betrayed impotent anger in the face of imminent public shame. The enthusiastic exultation of the general of the 3rd Brigade expressed itself in unbridled joy at the 100% contribution of the detachment, which exceeded all expectations. The anticipation of a humiliating moment for the head of a rival guild caused the warlord to laugh contentedly as he envisioned the coming embarrassment. Lee Hyun-wook's silent figure contrasted with the general's boisterous gaiety as the young man pondered the unconcealed pleasure of his interlocutor. Recognition of the hero's uniqueness was replaced by a modest redirection of credit to the collective actions of the squad, with a subtle reminder of the promise made. The sergeant's interrupted speech was drowned out by the thunderous announcement of the entire squad's rank increase and the ability to check a hero's personal status. The young man's calm exterior skillfully concealed an inner storm of resentment at the wily old man, once again deftly evading the main topic. A virtuously constructed thank you for his generosity sounded like a nifty strategy to bring the conversation back to the promised reward for a successful mission. Doomed humility was inevitably expressed in the warlord's question, mentally protecting his legendary divine phantasm from potential loss. The strategic request to arm the entire squad with divine weapons was accompanied by a faint smile, hiding the true depth of the plan. The astonished turn of the warlord's head emphasized the incongruity of requesting a supernatural weapon to the situation, with the zombie gate already closed. The sensational report of the support squad's unprecedented success in the highest-level dungeon caused a wave of disbelief among the listeners. The shocking news distorted the features of a high-ranking military officer for whom such news had disastrous career consequences. An impulsive challenge for a duel came from the mouth of Choi Yun-jun, panicked about losing his elite status as the best ace after the hero's return. The friendly atmosphere precluded any real possibility of clashes between comrades, but Oh Sang-uk's rage forced him to promptly leave the company. The impeccable weather provided a picturesque backdrop for the soldiers' varied activities, from strict formation to casual conversations at courtyard tables. The interested glances of the uniformed officers instantly singled out the members of the legendary squad, with the lowest ranks in the army among the vacationers. The unaccustomed attention of others weighed on the humble heroes watching Park Jun-mo's sudden popularity among the female military audience. The gripping tale of confronting undead hordes after exhausting the commander's mana was colored by the narrator's vivid emotional accents. The sincere admiration of the female listeners erupted into a question about the source of the incredible strength of ordinary soldiers who had lost the support of a powerful leader. The mysterious mention of a special training method, covered by a characteristic gesture, only intensified the intrigue surrounding the secret of invincibility of ordinary fighters. The focused figure of the protagonist bent over the legendary crown of the defeated zombie king in an attempt to absorb the magical artifact. The sudden intrusion was accompanied by a formal report from Private Lee Won-sok, who froze on the threshold of the room, waiting to acknowledge his arrival. The grandiose figure of the giant collapsed to his knees with a plea for forgiveness for past disrespect, showing a startling change of attitude toward the commander. Lee Hyun-wook's inner monologue was filled with irritation at the untimely appearance of the uninvited guest as he continued to pour out repentance. The unexpected desire to learn from the legendary sergeant sounded the last chord of the kneeling figure's prolonged self-deprecation. The private's raised head revealed a strange picture of the commander, holding his hands to his mouth as if covering a covert action. The system alert for the assimilation of the corona of light and darkness reported the ongoing process in the furnace of the living organism with an indication of the time remaining. Strategic thinking overcame personal antipathy toward Lee Won-sok in the face of an impending disaster that required the consolidation of all forces. Images of fire-breathing dragons turning living creatures to ash surfaced as a grim omen of the military's mass deaths. Realizing the need for any help to maximize the saving of lives led the hero to the still kneeling giant. The brief resolution caused the private's face to undergo an incredible transformation from humiliating remorse to incredulous joy of victory. The ominous warning of imminent death instantly extinguished the recruit's euphoria with the stern seriousness of the commander's tone. The panicked question of the frightened soldier was interrupted by the sudden grasp of his clothes from behind by the determined hand of the imperturbable sergeant. Complete indifference to possible eavesdropping was accompanied by a swift withdrawal of the confused recruit from the hero's personal space. The static figure of the vampire at the site of the last bloody meal provided a strange contrast to the active events beyond his sight. A slight turn of the head betrayed the blood-sucking creature's wariness as it caught the sound of a magical portal opening nearby. A huge man with a beard, towering over the vampire like a tower, appeared from the Scarlet Isle with clear signs of rage. Accusations of losing valuable artifacts and failing a rudimentary test unleashed an avalanche of rage on the slumped figure of the culprit. A bowed head and an expression of sincere remorse accompanied the quiet apology of a creature realizing the magnitude of its fiasco. A condescending explanation of the rare luck of survival was accompanied by the appearance of a graceful girl with vampire fangs from a shimmering portal. The sensual licking of sharp fangs emphasized the ominous prediction of rivers of blood that would soon flood the streets of a wave-ridden soul. The majestic figure of the head of the Great Mountain Guild towered at the panoramic window, encompassing a glimpse of the city spread out below. The confident voice of the power leader confirmed appropriate action after the candidate's failure at Seoul Station. The unfolding of the massive figure from the window was accompanied by a reference to the critical importance of the key as the foundation of the future empire. The full mobilization of black market personnel guaranteed the search for the mysterious key at any cost, causing anxious forebodings. Ki Baek-jun's attentive eyes studied the photograph of the soldier's bloody body, assuming the petty thief's connection to the fire weapon. The sinister plan to open the four gates simultaneously and then destroy the 1st Battalion of the VSSM was accompanied by loud shouts from behind the door. The assurances about Korea's security ended the phone call with the unseen chairman, leaving tension hanging in the air. The phone, twisted with rage, flew to the floor, showing the true emotions of the outwardly calm man after the conversation ended. The door swung open to reveal a gruesome scene of many breathless bodies strewn about the room in unnatural poses. The blood-sucking creatures perched in the corner reacted instantly to their host's plea for new prey for their insatiable hunger. The synchronized lifting of gazes exposed the bloodied but joyous faces of the vampires, anticipating another feast of flesh. The vampire girl's unquestioning submission was accompanied by the careless discarding of the exsanguinated victim like an unwanted rag doll. The order to attack Namsan's 1st Battalion caught the attention of the main of the bloodsuckers, slowly approaching their master. Getting very close to the man, the vampiress questioned the allowed methods of the impending destruction of military units. The tense attention of the other bloodsuckers focused on the leader's negotiations, defining the boundaries of what would be allowed in the coming massacre. The only condition for unlimited freedom of action was sequencing. First destroy the army, then wipe out South Korea. The solemn report of Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook and 6 privates was accompanied by a flawless military salute before the commanding officers. The lieutenant colonel's words of appreciation caused a wave of pride among the soldiers, who received well-deserved recognition for their exploits. Smiles lit up the faces of the military, bathed in the rays of rare praise from the battalion's top command staff. Kim Kam-sok's philosophical reflection on proper barracks culture reflected his deep belief in the ideals of military service. The internal fatigue of the protagonist from the commander's lengthy musings contrasted with the outward calm of the combat officer. A sudden pause in the lieutenant colonel's speech caught the attention of all present, instantly changing the atmosphere of the ceremony. The mysterious name Kaito in the phone conversation was the reason for the hasty departure of the lieutenant colonel delegating the promotion ceremony. The puzzled expression on the 2nd Platoon commander's face betrayed his uncertainty before the unexpected responsibility of conducting the ceremony. The familiar name Kaito made the young man freeze in deep thought, awakening disturbing memories from his past life. The infamous Okita Kaito, who bears the sinister title of the Holy Swordslayer, became famous for his brutal destruction of the great Guk Sungpyo. Memories of the disturbing report of an illegal border crossing through the port of Busan by a bloody murderer pierced the sergeant's mind. Fearless battalion commander Kim Kam-seok personally led the chase after the dangerous criminal, leaving the unit without leadership. A fateful coincidence allowed the 2 bloodthirsty vampires to wipe out the entire 1st Battalion of the VSMC in the absence of a leader. The realization of the repetition of a familiar scenario was reflected in the stony seriousness of the hero's face, anticipating imminent disaster. The ceremonial announcement of the results included listing the names of soldiers promoted from rank E to D, with orders to register the awards. The warriors' friendly, joyful response contrasted with the commander's anxious thoughts about the repetition of the known future and the chances of survival. The jubilant excitement and jumping of the privates stood out starkly against the inexplicable sadness of Park Jun-mo, who stood apart from the celebration. The ambitious suggestion of a double promotion drew attention to the unusual condition of the usually cheerful corporal. The instantaneous transformation of facial expression from sadness to a strained smile was complemented by excuses about the unexpectedness of the assessment results. The demonstrative raising of a high-level hammer above his head replaced verbal explanations, diverting attention away from personal failure. The protagonist's determined steps toward the reward rack culminated in the opening of 2 crates containing identical items. The puzzled looks of the soldiers peering over the commander's shoulder expressed disappointment at finding mere stakes instead of weapons. An inner determination to face any future caused the protagonist's demonstration of magic to raise mysterious stakes into the air around him. The disappointment of unfulfilled premonitions was reflected on the haggard face of the soldier, with dark circles under his eyes pondering eternity. Namsen's elevated watch post days after the ceremony united Lee Hyun-wook and his comrade in a night watch. Park Jun-mo's cautious remark about the suspicious frequency of sleepless watches was supplemented by a quiet suggestion of deliberate squad utilization. Lee Hyun-wook's internal monologue about the futility of the adjustments made coincided with a nervous glance at the clock counting down to the impending disaster. The co-worker's words caused the hero's face to transform into a mask of mortal menace. The momentary distortion of Jun-mo's face from panic was amplified by a hasty excuse, trying to soften the commander's sudden anger. A grim realization of the inevitability of today's incident froze on the young man's face as he approached his shivering comrade. The overly forceful approach of the sergeant asking a question of confidence caused the private to deflect back with an affirmation of absolute loyalty. The commander stretched his lips in a sinister smile, curious about his subordinate's honesty, and then clenched his fist in a show of determination to leave his post. Horror distorted Park Jun-mo's face as he watched the sergeant, while a strange sense of déjà vu slowly flooded his mind. The slender figure of a girl appeared from the building, her melodious voice inquiring about the wakefulness of An Min-dae and Park Sun-mo, who were on duty. Disturbing events had already begun to unfold unbeknownst to everyone. The bloody body of the once living cat lay immovable evidence in the bushes. Curiosity flashed in Choi Seon-ha's eyes as she asked about the frequency of night duty, inadvertently looking around the area around her. The exhausted first soldier barely spoke a word of his condition, his gaze fixed on one point, and the huge bruises betrayed days of sleeplessness. The second fighter confirmed his willingness to serve, mentioning the commander's order for endurance training, though his eyes were traitorously closing. The pink-haired sergeant turned to Minde with a bright smile, noting Hyun-wook's skill and explaining her reasons for appearing. A blush of embarrassment flooded the face of the cadet to whom the sergeant's warm words were intended, causing him to stretch out in gratitude. Choi Song-hee's war cry of punishment for sleeping was suddenly interrupted when one of the fighters pointed at the approaching figure in surprise. The tense military man held his weapon out in front of him, ready to shoot the unidentified creature that failed to comply with the surrender command. The second soldier's anxious cry cut through the night silence as the strange silhouette stood motionless, as if assessing the situation. The determined commands of a military man bringing his weapon closer to his eye for precise aim echoed in the night air. A purple glow illuminated the zombie's eyes, reminiscent of the horrors of the dungeon, and then the space was filled with its inhuman scream. The accurate shot pierced the monster's torso, sending the lifeless body into a pool of its own blood on the cold ground. The soldier's bewildered gaze slid over the barrel of the gun, his mind slowly comprehending the incredible reality of what was happening around him. Strange rustlings made the soldiers and the sergeant strain to peer into the darkness, while the vague alarm grew with every second. Frightened cries burst from the warriors' mouths, instantly washing away the remnants of the drowsiness that had recently overpowered the exhausted sentries. A terrifying picture appeared in front of the defenders. A huge mass of ferocious zombies were rushing straight at their positions with incredible speed. The startled but quickly focused private commanded open fire, continuing to aim at the approaching monsters. The second soldier's instant reaction was in the form of precise shots, turning the fleeing creatures into lifeless bodies on the ground. A cry for help echoed over the battlefield as one of the defenders appeared with a shield, ready to reinforce the defenses. A magical barrier appeared in front of the normal shield after the co-worker's command, replicating the defense technique that had previously held the iron gate. The senseless zombie attack shattered against the invisible barrier of the magic shield, throwing the attackers back with incredible force. An alarming realization of the limited magical defenses in the face of the countless horde outside the gates darkened the faces of the brave defenders. The protagonist and his comrade were rapidly descending from the mountains, noticing from afar a strange glow and commotion in the area of the brig. The grim realization of the beginning of the legendary soul wave gave strength to the running Lee Hyun-wook, forcing his muscles to work to their limits. Seo Yun-ha studied the information on the laptop screen in the spacious hall of the official residence of the military leadership in a concentrated manner. Sudden anxiety seized the girl. An incomprehensible, ominous premonition made her heart beat more often, distracting her from important data. In an effort to calm her growing anxiety, the young warrior rose from her seat to carefully survey the entire area. The lieutenant's two fingers glowed like a magical candle in the surrounding darkness, dispelling the gloom around the wary figure. As she approached the door with a small window, the girl froze at the horrifying sight. Huge snakes with blazing red eyes were coiling around the military. Terror flashed in the warrior's eyes at the sight of the serpentine attack on the top military leadership inside the secured room. Sharp spear-like projectiles suddenly rushed towards Seo Yun-ha's back, ricocheting off the walls and relentlessly pursuing their moving target. The experienced warrior deftly dodged deadly attacks, her body moving with grace and speed honed by years of training. The vampire attacked the face of the third daughter of the commander of the Order of Holy Knights he had discovered, with his knee, triumphant at his successful find. The girl's hand glowing with magical energy, lightning fast pressed against the opponent's attacking knee, using the spell activated earlier. The bloodsucker's brief triumph was replaced by pain as the young warrior blocked the attacking limb and delivered a powerful retaliatory kick with her foot. Jumping back and barely keeping her balance, the lieutenant successfully created a safe distance between herself and the dangerous enemy. Watching the opponent who was thrown back by the blow regained an upright position, Seo Yun-ha mentally analyzed the origin of the mysterious creature. The magical burn on the vampire's leg, left through the burned fabric of his pant leg, began to fade rapidly, leaving no trace of the damage. Watching the monster regenerate, the girl tried to comprehend the incredible ability to regenerate the area burned by her holy energy. The bloodthirsty vampire assessed his opponent's attractiveness with an arrogant smirk, regretting the need to destroy such a beautiful warrior. The vigilant lieutenant's attention was drawn to a strange phenomenon that appeared in the night sky not far from where they were confronting each other. A mystical gate opened in space, releasing an army of armor-clad zombies armed with ancient shields and deadly blades. Astonishment reflected on Seo Yun-ha's face at the sight of the ridiculous stream of entities and the realization of the onset of the mysterious phenomenon known as a wave. The Predator released 2 enchanted ropes towards the distracted lieutenant, taking advantage of her moment of confusion before the otherworldly apparition. After dodging the first attacking rope, the girl couldn't avoid the second, which lightning fast coiled several coils around her graceful neck. Tightening the magic noose, the vampire pulled the defeated warrior to the ground, mentally reveling in his power over the arrogant commander's daughter. The young defender tried desperately to squeeze her fingers between the rope and her neck, realizing her helplessness without a familiar weapon against her enemy. The ruthless killer increased the tension of the deadly rope, shortening the distance between himself and his victim. Savoring the last moments of the fight, consciousness slowly left the suffocating Seo Yun-ha. Despite her desperate attempts to gather her strength and continue resisting the oxygen deprivation, the deadly rope suddenly broke at the very base, freeing the gasping lieutenant's neck from the tightened noose by an unknown force. The vampire performed a series of backflips, dodging the sudden shots of the mysterious gunman who had disrupted his deadly plans. Regaining its balance after dodging, the enraged monster peered into the darkness, trying to spot the defiant intruder. The warrior who had regained consciousness watched her opponent's confusion with defiant joy, sensing unexpected reinforcements in an unequal battle. Astonishment was reflected in the girl's eyes as the unexpected savior, Lee Hyun-wook, whose appearance in the midst of danger seemed unbelievable, appeared nearby. The protagonist radiated confidence and determination. His gaze spoke of his willingness to defend a high-ranking officer at the cost of his own life. The lieutenant's incredulous gaze assessed the abilities of the lower-ranked savior, realizing the vast gulf in their combat experience and ranks. The enraged vampire spewed curses at the army officers, his hatred for the military structures taking on an almost palpable form. The protagonist removed his protective helmet with a menacing smile, revealing a familiar face and promising the bloodthirsty foe inevitable retribution. Recognizing an old enemy, the creature of the night broke into a furious scream, its eyes filled with primal rage and a thirst for vengeance. Crowds of undead persistently stormed the defense gates, their decaying limbs seeping through the gaps, trying to reach the living. The defenders of the barricade cheered each other on with promises of reinforcements arriving soon, holding up massive shields against the growing onslaught. The metal gate sagged menacingly under the weight of the many attacking bodies, forcing the soldiers to slide their feet backwards across the stone floor. Choi Seon-ha hurriedly began reciting a spell from an ancient book, aiming to strengthen the defenders with magic mana at the critical moment. The magic failed to activate in time, and the decomposing limbs of the dead showed in the widening gap between the gates. The exhausted warriors strained their last strength to hold the onslaught, their muscles trembling from the inordinate strain of prolonged resistance. The joyous cry of the arrival of the rapid response squad caused An Min-dae to turn around, seeing the long-awaited reinforcements in heavy armor. The warriors welcomed the appearance of yellow-colored magic circles over the heads of the attacking zombies, anticipating a speedy deliverance from danger. The dead men froze in confusion as they watched the formation of mysterious swirls within the glowing magical formations above their heads. The mysterious stranger with 2 deadly blades assessed the situation, her cold gaze not boding well for the beleaguered defenders. The warrior's lightning-fast movement turned into a blurred silhouette among the soldiers, leaving behind only blood splatter and falling bodies. The pink-haired girl was horrified to find all the arriving reinforcements lying in pools of blood, defeated by an unknown enemy in a split second. With a graceful leap, the assassin landed on the roof of the guard post from where the sergeant had recently emerged, watching the shocked survivors. Choi Seong-ha and the 2 soldiers froze in amazement as they looked at the mysterious figure above their heads who was mockingly interested in their experiences. The exhausted soldier continued to hold up his shield in panicked terror, realizing that a squad of professional warriors had been destroyed without a single chance, and now it was their turn. Frustrated by the lack of a decent response, the girl assassin retrieved her deadly blades once again, contemptuously calling her opponents boring losers. As she prepared for her deadly leap downward, the mysterious warrioress was suddenly distracted by a strange commotion among the ranks of the dead outside the gate. A lone soldier walked calmly through the crowd of zombies, sipping alcohol from a bottle, and the undead only squinted strangely, hesitant to attack. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the assassin girl, observing the inexplicable behavior of a madman among hostile creatures from the height of her position. A moment of calm was shattered when one of the zombies dared to attack, knocking the bottle out of the soldier's hand with a sudden movement of a decomposing limb. The precious liquid spread to the ground, leaving only the broken bottleneck and an overwhelming sense of loss in the warrior's hand. Despair and anger gripped the soldier, who fell to his knees before the shrapnel, his cry for the missing alcohol causing confusion even among the mindless zombies. The warrior's yellow pupil gleamed ominously as he slowly raised his gaze to the perpetrator of his suffering, promising a terrible retribution. Horror contorted the zombie's face, feeling for the first time in its existence a real animal fear of the fury of a living creature. The enraged soldier turned into a whirlwind of death, running through the crowd and slicing through rotting flesh with a shard of bottle with unexpected precision and brutality. The stranger, hearing the sounds of carnage behind her, turned sharply to see the source of the chaos erupting among the ranks of the formerly organized dead. A glittering shard of bottle came forward in the hand of the frozen soldier, silently demanding compensation for the lost precious rum. The mysterious stranger appraisingly studied the unusual opponent from her height, finding his behavior entertaining. The bloody warrior felt a rush of excitement, anticipating the long-awaited entertainment with a worthy opponent with impressive speed. Before she could finish her sentence, the woman froze when she heard a low voice behind her back demanding compensation for the lost alcohol. The lightning-fast turn of her attacker was accompanied by a readiness to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent who had suddenly appeared behind her back. The horrifying reality caught up with the warrior as her arm along with her clutch blade separated from her body, splashing scarlet liquid all around. The deadly grace was replaced by a grimace contorted with pain as the wounded woman tried to stop the bleeding from the stump of her former wrist. The warriors, exhausted from holding the massive gate, lit up with happy smiles at the sight of the legendary protector at such an important moment. Sergeant Choi Yun-jun continued to wave the remains of the glass bottle threateningly, demanding an immediate refund for the lost drink. Astonishment contorted the face of the bloodied stranger, whose intelligence of the famous sergeant's absence proved fatally flawed. The groggy warrior explained his sudden appearance with indifference to the completion of his mission, shifting his focus once again to the matter of the valuable alcohol. The furious motion of the remaining blade in the vampirist's hand sliced off another fragment of her opponent's improvised weapon, splattering sharp shards. The furious attacks continued to rain down on the unflappable warrior, who dodged with ease, taking smooth retreating steps backward. The deadly blade came dangerously close to the sergeant's face, causing premature triumph in the eyes of its bloodthirsty wielder. A decisive lunge with the intention to pierce through the opponent forced the vampirist to put all her strength into the final deadly blow. Stunning disappointment overtook the attacker when, instead of pierced flesh, a void appeared in front of her, and the legendary Choi Yun-jun landed beside his companions. Confusion and rage mingled on the face of the vampirist, who remained on the roof, unable to comprehend the incredible speed of her enemy's movement. The legendary warrior noted with annoyance the spoiled mood due to the bloodthirsty lady, retreating slightly back to his co-workers. With a lightning-fast movement, the sergeant released the bayonet from its mount on An Min-tai's belt, claiming the temporary borrowing of another's blade. The real owner of the weapon warned of the vampiric nature of her opponent, hinting at the particular difficulty of the upcoming confrontation. Absolute indifference flashed across the face of the groggy warrior, inquiring into the simple fact of his opponent's essence with scientific detachment. A brief explanation of the zombie's inability to articulate speech was followed by the undead pushing against the gate and preparing the vampires for another attack. A supernatural transformation swept over the woman, turning her eye into a laser pulsing in a mysterious pattern, preparing to unleash the full potential of speed. Inner triumph filled the vampirist's mind as she activated her supernatural abilities, leaving only a cloud of dust after her swift leap. Choi Sung-ha instantly caught the signs of a dangerous transformation, her voice desperately cutting through the air in an attempt to warn her companions. The second syllable of warning was still forming on the sergeant's lips when the blurred silhouette of the attacker had already emerged near the massive gate. The final sounds of the command stretched in the air as the bloodthirsty figure traveled the last centimeters to its target. A lightning-fast turn and a borrowed blade thrust forward met the vampire's attack, and the melodic clinking of metal broke the tense silence. The sergeant continued to shout the warning, each letter stretching out in the slow-motion time stream of the deadly battle. The legendary warrior's sharp maneuver redirected the force of the vampiress's blow, throwing her frail body with incredible power in the opposite direction. The powerful blow slammed her opponent's figure into the fence, leaving a deep dent in the stone structure and splattering shards of material. The shockwave of the collision forced even battle-hardened warriors to cover their faces with their hands, protecting themselves from the flying fragments. Devastating on the ground, cut grass and a deep furrow marked the violent flight path of the defeated vampiress. A bloody cough shook the battered body of the attacker sitting on the ground as red droplets fell onto the already moisture-soaked soil. The groggy warrior noted with annoyance the sobering effects of an accelerated metabolism as he watched his rival's attempts to regain an upright position. A fierce roar of ruined intoxication replaced the former good-naturedness in the sergeant's voice, his appearance changing dramatically to a more intimidating one. The realization of the enemy's superior strength made the wounded vampiress rethink her strategy, prioritizing immediate retreat from the battlefield. The sober sergeant's question vanished into the void as its addressee left the scene of the battle, moving rapidly away into the distance. The fleeing vampiress's thoughts circulated around meeting her accomplices and devising a new strategy to take down an unexpectedly strong opponent. Horror reflected on the fugitive's face as her pursuer materialized nearby, and his casual question sounded almost profane. A lightning-fast series of blows sliced the feet and separated the vampiress's remaining palm from her body, denying her the ability to continue her escape. The fall of the mangled body was accompanied by an additional bounce towards the pillar, increasing the physical suffering of the defeated creature. Agonizing screams erupted from the agonized body on the ground as the unperturbed sergeant watched the girl's reaction carefully. Professional curiosity flashed in the warrior's voice, interested in the mechanism of controlling the crowd of undead storming the gate. Instead of a dickish reply, the wounded vampiress bared her sharp fangs, letting out a menacing hiss of the last line of defense. A light kick with his foot brought the writhing body back to the ground, demonstrating the sergeant's complete superiority over his defeated foe. The professional decision to postpone the interview was made after a cursory assessment of the situation, with the remaining threats out of the gate. The warrior's leap to the top of the gate was accompanied by a brief order to his co-workers to supervise the captive, while his gaze fixed on the crowd of zombies. A formal report of return from the mission received the commander's approval, ordering immediate removal of the remaining undead threat. The suggestion to use a weapon with holy power came from one of the defenders, all the while holding the onslaught at the gate. A muted refusal of the proffered holy weapon followed without a single movement of the head, the sergeant continuing to study his adversary. The logical objection about the difficulty of destroying the undead with a simple bayonet did not sway the experienced monster fighter's resolve. A sinister smile contorted the sergeant's face, anticipating the increased suffering of his enemies due to his choice of less effective weapons. A lightning-fast downward leap was followed by a series of deadly blows, the sergeant's blade inexorably piercing the bodies of the zombies surrounding him. The frightened observation of the warrior's changing character prompted comparisons to Lee Hyun-wook, whose smile also instilled terror in the hearts of the witnesses. The enraged vampire used magic ropes to try to reach his opponents. His power felt even through space. The young man's hovering blade, controlled by mental commands, tried time after time to cross the mystical ropes of the enemy without harming them. The disturbing news of a skeleton army appearing outside the military barracks forced the soldiers to split up to defend the armory and evacuate the men. Doubt lurked in the experienced lieutenant's gaze, pondering the chances of an untrained young man against an ancient vampire without a blessed weapon. The calculating warrior retrieved the mysterious object from his pouch, explaining the disadvantage of trying to fight and protect an officer at the same time. The spherical artifact in the hero's hand reflected the deadly rope with a precise throw, confirming the urgent need to obtain a weapon with holy power. The fleeing warrior threw out a short order to not die, inwardly recognizing the young fighter's fighting potential against a supernatural foe. Freed from the need to defend an ally, the hero focused all his attention on his own defense and preparing a decisive strike. Bewilderment sounded in the blood-sucking creature's voice, analyzing the strange tactical decision to send away the only combat support. A cheery greeting from the man, directed to a familiar foe, caused the vampire to freeze in confusion in the middle of his fighting stance. A raised eyebrow gave away the complete confusion of the nocturnal predator, confused by the unexpected development of the verbal duel. The flawless analysis of the situation with the vampire leadership revealed the young man's strategic mind while simultaneously manipulating the flying magic weapon. Sincere laughter confirmed the hit, increasing the anger of his opponent, whose rage was turning into vows of agonizing destruction of the defiant man. The vampire's limbs pulsed with the power of transformation as the creature boastfully described the futility of its previous attacks against its new improved form. The warrior's discerning eye instantly assessed the rare mana reservoirs adorning his enemy's hands, mentally calculating their colossal cost. Bloodthirsty promises of reprisal against a weak mortal came from the monster's lips, reveling in his own metamorphosis before his anticipated victory. A contemptuous sneer accompanied the vampire's gaze at the young man's glowing weapon, unaware of the transformation his opponent had begun. A glowing halo appeared around the fighter's head, accompanied by a change in the energy color of the blade from cold blue to bright gold. A sudden fear distorted the features of the blood-sucking creature's face as it realized the monstrous potential of a consecrated weapon in the hands of a mortal enemy. An intimidating smile lit up the face of the transformed warrior, adopting a classic fighting stance with blades split for attack and defense. The desperate denial of his own fear resounded in the vampire's voice, trying to pass off his opponent's holy power as an insignificant threat. The young man's astute observation of the direct correlation between verbosity and the enemy's inner terror hit exactly on target, heightening the tension. The blood-sucking creature's primal growl shook the air, its fangs bared in animal fury at the promise of brutal retribution. The deadly rope rushed towards the motionless warrior, who lightning quickly activated his hovering blade to counter the enemy's attack. The young man's tactical maneuver caused the magical ropes to tangle with each other, temporarily reducing the effectiveness of the vampire weapon. The fighter's analytical mind instantly assessed the lethal danger of the whip, with its unpredictable trajectory and outstanding attack range. The bloodsucker's unreasonable self-confidence did not seem unreasonable to the protagonist as he built his counter-strategy, taking into account all the features of the enemy. A virtuoso somersault allowed the young man to avoid the splitting blow, sending the deadly rope slamming uselessly into the cracked earth. Close combat transformed the advantages of remote weapons into weaknesses, so the hero was rapidly shortening the distance with the divine blade. The vampire's modified form revealed hidden potential. Many extra ropes grew from the monster's shoulders at the dangerous approach. The magical blade sneaking up behind the enemy was hopelessly stuck in the suddenly appeared tentacles, losing effectiveness at the critical moment. The sudden counterattack took the hero by surprise, knocking his second weapon out of his hand and severely limiting his combat capabilities. Activating the unyielding steel physique ability, the young man moved lightning fast behind the unsuspecting enemy's back. The combined magical technique required constant movement, forcing the hero to leap up from the ground and dodge deadly ropes. Mocking confidence oozed in the vampire's voice, whose modified hands generated new whips for ruthless pursuit. Unforeseen armored tentacles ruined the original plan of attack, leaving the Cloudblade hero a helpless prisoner of the enemy. The shocking blocking of his melee attack and the loss of his second sword forced the young man to urgently reconsider his tactics against the adaptive monster. The growing possibility of neutralizing the last trump card alarmed Lee Hyun-wook as his divine weapon hovered behind a tree, pulsing with a blue glow. The stalemate required the use of Achilles' spear, despite the devastating mana consumption for such a powerful spell. Gloating triumph colored the vampire's voice, certain of the soon-to-be annihilation of the retreating enemy with his countless deadly weapons. The deadly attack rained down on the young man, who grabbed the glowing spear of Achilles and cast the activating spell with a determined swing. The first strike of the legendary weapon was surprisingly effective, cutting one of the enemy's mystic whips into two useless pieces. The painful realization of expending 21% mana on a single strike was unsettling to a warrior who understood the insidious strategy of the enemy. A tactical pause allowed the hero to reassess the situation, one hand touching the ground, the other holding the divine spear above his head. Lee Hyun-wook carefully reached for his breast pocket, realizing the impossibility of wasting all of his mana on a single opponent when there were many vampires lurking around. The blood-sucking foe let out a contemptuous chuckle, relishing the man's realization of his hopeless situation and offering to repeat his earlier statements. Standing nonchalantly under a hail of vampire whips, the cold-blooded young man retrieved a miniature walkie-talkie, following a premeditated tactical plan. The protagonist calmly brought the communication device to his lips, summoning the fighter Choi Dae-yoon as if summoning an invisible deadly force from afar. Barely uttering the name of his comrade in arms, the sergeant noticed a strange flicker in the distance behind the blood-sucking creature's back, as if a harbinger of impending doom. The swift object pierced through the enemy in a matter of moments, tearing through the flesh of the bloodsucker and demonstrating the marksmanship of an invisible archer. Private Choi Dae-yoon reported a successful shot while continuing to fix the target through the telescopic sight from a remote position. Corporal Choi Min-jae warned over the radio of a possible disclosure of the deployment, demanding an immediate change of positions to avoid detection. The mortally wounded vampire collapsed to his knees, his mystic rope still holding the two blades of the ruthless Lee Hyun-wook. Furious curses escaped the lips of the defeated creature as a mysterious glow formed on its shoulder, accumulating deadly energy. A new sniper attack pierced the monster before it could release its stored power. Now, the sergeant's file knot completed the combination. The contender's face contorted with fear and incomprehension met the determined jerk of the young man, approaching swiftly with his outstretched Achilles spear. The final killing blow, with the third weapon slammed into the vampire's body, accompanied by the battle cry of a sergeant overflowing with lust for victory. The crushing attack bent the enemy's body backwards, only the protruding spear keeping the defeated monster from falling to the cold ground. The vampire's premonitory whisper betrayed his amazement and confusion, trying to categorize his victor by the ranks of the combat hierarchy. The boy retrieved the red gem from the device on his opponent's shoulder with childlike delight, commenting derisively on the dying creature's strange priorities. Leaning down to the ear of his defeated foe, the sergeant whispered his true rank meaningfully, enjoying the effect of the revelation on his enemy's face. Disbelief and denial distorted the vampire's features, gradually engulfed in mystical flames, refusing to admit defeat at the hands of a low-ranking threat. The creature's death screams dissolved into thin air as the silent observer contemplated the complete consuming of the enemy by the purifying fire of retribution. A multitude of red pebbles, mana reservoirs, remained in place of the modeled vampire, promising an explosive increase in abilities with proper energy absorption. The experienced soldier calculatedly planned the staged consumption of the spoils, scrutinizing the glittering crystals in his palm. An emergency report of a skeleton army attacking the barracks of Zone 2 interrupted the reflection, causing the fleeing young man to summon the flying blades behind him. A military observer was horrified to report on the countless horde of dead, filling the base area from a safe distance on high ground. The soldier's grim prediction about the chances of survivors completed the disturbing message, foreshadowing a new bloody ordeal for the sergeant and his team. The emergency message seemed to breathe new energy into the tired muscles of the protagonist, forcing him to cover the distance with incredible speed. A passenger car slammed into the skeleton formation, scattering the bony figures on the ground, creating a temporary barrier of defeated undead bodies. The driver's face betrayed panicked fear, despite the bravura threats of turning low-level skeletons into powder coming off his trembling lips. The stunned soldier stared at the deployed airbag, slowly raising his gaze to the windshield where the bony figures of the invaders flashed by. The skeleton's sharp swords pierced through the car's side windows, closing in on the face of the driver, whose mouth opened in a silent scream of horror. The short scream was abruptly cut short as dozens of blades simultaneously slammed into the unfortunate man's body, turning the interior of the car into a bloody font. The severed head of a military man became a gruesome trophy in the hands of a triumphant skeleton, waving it in front of his kin like a banner of victory. Horror distorted the features of the young girl who looked out of the barracks window and saw the gruesome scene of a platoon commander being murdered amidst the cheering undead. The two warriors synchronously activated a fire spell, begging Sergeant Kim Si-hee for the support of Celestial Phantasm to replenish their dwindling magic reserves. Another girl put her arms out towards the bursting monsters, preparing to meet death with honor on the front line of defense. The sergeant who witnessed the execution of the commander shouted orders to concentrate fire in one direction in an effort to tactically utilize limited resources. A piercing gaze turned to the fighters behind them with a demanding question about the readiness of the protective gear necessary for survival. The desperate news of the keys to the warehouse remaining in the decapitated commander's possession caused a wave of panic among the girls constructing barricades of furniture. Sergeant Kim continued to inspire her companions to desperate resistance, demanding that they make their way to the warehouse at any cost for a chance at survival. The girls' alarm cry of skeletons climbing the outer walls foreshadowed the imminent encirclement and full penetration of the enemy into the shelter. The order to withdraw from the windows came too late, when the first signs of enemy infiltration had already become apparent to the base defenders. The protagonist, watching the tragedy in the barracks from afar, felt an agonizing helplessness, knowing that the person for whom he was willing to sacrifice everything was right there. The mental call flew to Kim Si-hee like an invisible thread of connection between two warriors separated by distance in a moment of mortal danger. The sergeant, devoted to her duty, stood with her back to the window, not noticing the silently intruding skeleton with burning eye sockets and sword drawn to strike. Hearing her name spoken by her frightened co-workers, the girl turned around sharply, meeting her gaze with the dead man's empty eye sockets. The mysterious vampire, standing on a small hill overlooking the zombie-infested range, carelessly inquired about the sequence of opening the gate from his companions. A somber carol suggested speeding up the process of destruction, while she herself, contemplating the panorama of the doomed city, wistfully uttered a phrase about the hope of survival. The massive figure of the giant froze in bewilderment, his rough face expressing genuine incomprehension of the context of the graceful companion's strange words. Carol's thin lips curved into a cruel smile, finding a special charm in the moment when the last sparks of hope fade in human eyes. A grim rebuke of the permanence of her perverted tastes was interrupted by a third interlocutor, reporting the complete annihilation of the infiltration squad. The abrupt turn of the giant's head and his astonished exclamation betrayed the suddenness of the information received about total losses. The vampire's detailed account of the elimination of all communications and cameras during the mana dissipation was accompanied by the story of the disappearance of the infiltration squad. The giant's doubts about the presence of the mountain army and the holy swordsman were dispelled by the confirmation of their appearance after entering the territory. Of particular interest to the daughter of the commander of the Order of Holy Knights was the bloodsucker's admission of underestimating her incredible combat power. Carol's authoritative voice cut through the tense silence, giving Kang Mok a ruthless order to destroy the military command proper. The irritated giant lowered the stone statue to the ground with a clatter, cursing the need to deal with the consequences of other people's mistakes. The sudden glow of the forming portal caught the attention of the enraged Kang Mok, signaling the official declaration of the area as an evil gathering zone. The giant offered to create his own paladin by going through the Mystic Gate, but Carol reminded him to prioritize the destruction of the military command. Offended by the comparison to inferior beings, Kang Mok boastfully stated his destructive power before his interlocutor abruptly interrupted him with the mention of Seo Yun-hee. As the ancient being spoke, massive figures with blazing eyes and mana reservoirs on their shoulders began to emerge from the portal. Carol, sensing the new creature's approach to her back, thoughtfully uttered words about anticipating the moment of despair on the face of her would-be victim. The guy, continuing his rapid movement, analyzed the inconsistency of the current situation with the memories of his past life, where there were only two vampires. The crushing realization of not being able to lose an important person gave extra strength. Despite the army of vampires attacking the barracks in Zone 2, Lee Hyun-wook stormed into the territory filled with undead, magically controlling the stakes flying behind him, ready for a deadly attack. An ominous noise behind made one of the monsters in the last row instinctively turn around, interrupting the monotonous movement towards the barracks. The instant reaction turned out to be a fatal mistake. A sharp stake pierced the creature through, instantly ending its unlife in a cloud of rotting remains. The guy continued to advance resolutely, aiming countless metal projectiles at the crowd of reanimated dead, clearing a path to the target. A desperate mental plea to Kim Si-hee for survival overwhelmed the hero's mind, giving his attacks incredible precision and destructive power. Turning around and seeing the drawn sword a few centimeters away from her head, the confused girl instantly summoned light green energy streams. They materialized swiftly into a hovering figure whose hands swept the deadly blade away from its mistress with a graceful gesture. Kim Si-hee sternly and confidently questioned the intruder about the audacity of entering the women's barracks, especially noting his inappropriate appearance. The ghostly figure threw its fist forward, releasing a powerful shock wave that threw the skeleton back with incredible force. The defeated monster swept through the air, breaking through the wall and creating a huge gap, instantly drawing the attention of the frozen protagonist. The puzzled young man immediately inquired about the condition of everyone present, discovering an unexpected situation inside the barracks. The hero's astonished gaze registered an incredible sight. The magical power of the one he was going to save was now protecting all the girls from the attacking skeletons.
As he began to cry out for rescue, the young man abruptly faltered as he met his gaze with the confidently turning Kim Si-hee, radiating unwavering determination.
Frozen on the broken wall through which the monster just flew out, the protagonist watched confused, not understanding who will now save whom. Her mental admiration for the girl's surpassing expectations contrasted with her suspicious stare at the cocky guy who had appeared from nowhere. Kim Si-hee's specialization in spiritual power and years of assassination experience predetermined her future assignment on a mission to destroy an Orc king in faraway Shanghai. The battle with Stanox, the mighty Orc king, would forever immortalize the name of a brave warrior in humanity's military conflicts. The hero's mental musings about past relationships were interrupted by girlish whispers behind his back. Blushing at hearing the discussion of his appearance, the young man turned sharply toward the potential rescuer, wondering about the hierarchy of command in the current situation. Kim Si-hee casually affirmed her commanding status as she adjusted the slipping strap of her t-shirt. A sharp cry from one of the girls about the broken armory doors instantly caught the attention of all the co-workers, opening up new tactical possibilities. Lee Hyun-wook's heroic call to barricade the entrances and move out for weapons was interrupted by Kim Si-hee's skeptical question about his solitary abilities. The warning about limited magical resources and the approaching threat was accompanied by the guy's attentive gaze through the breach in the wall at the new wave of attackers. The sudden crackle of a walkie-talkie from his breast pocket announced Private Park Junmo's report, interrupting his tense observation of the approaching horde. A clear military report on the successful arming and evacuation of most personnel from the barracks of Zone 1 sounded like a ray of hope in a grim situation. Joyful approval of a subordinate's actions mingled with the disturbing news of the commander's displacement, instantly changing the hero's priorities. The young man's tense gaze pierced through the crowd of advancing skeletons, fixing on an approaching glow in the distance that promised either a new threat or help. The spectacular appearance of Seo Yun-ha, who sizzled the attacking creatures in her path, diluted the bleak picture of the battle with bright flashes of hope. The mutual surprised looks of the two warriors were complemented by the mental recognition of the stubborn Lee Hyun-wook appearing in the most unexpected places of combat. The sergeant's terse military report on the elimination of the vampire threat met with the silent approval of the newly arrived commander. Young Sergeant Kim Si-hee put her palm to her temple and reported the rapid arming of all barracks personnel in Zone 2. The lieutenant's thoughtful gaze studied his interlocutor, mentally analyzing the sequence of attacks and the incredible ability of a single fighter to deal with chaos. The sudden shrill howl of the undead beneath the windows was accompanied by an intensification of the otherworldly glow in their empty eye sockets, as if responding to an ancient call. Seo Yun-ha abruptly turned around at the eerie sounds, her experienced eye instantly recognizing the characteristics of a rare magic totem among the monsters. The sophisticated Lee Hyun-wook inwardly exclaimed at the mention of the totem associated with the legendary devil medallions, anticipating the rare loot. The shrewd young man notified command of the coordinated enemy action, emphasizing the vampire's connection to the larger threat. The lieutenant's stern gaze confirmed awareness of the enemy's tactics, categorizing what was happening as a terrorist act using monsters. In a commanding voice, the senior officer gave the order to take up defensive positions until the main force arrived, causing instant obedience among the ranks. The platoon commander swiftly approached Lee Hyun-wook, her tense voice demanding that the fighter be escorted to the command and control center for a special mission. Confusion was reflected on the hero's face, not expecting such an order from a superior officer in the midst of combat. The control bunker pulsed with anxiety, operators behind screens and elite fighters preparing to repel the imminent assault. A multitude of screens, flashing messages of no signal, while the protective barrier on the front door was covered in a web of ominous cracks. The breach of the double magical barrier indicated the approach of a creature stronger than the orc, a battle with which, in the cramped bunker, threatened imminent doom. Lee Won-seok, with his veins swelling with tension, suggested that the commander use his body as the last line of defense. Without waiting for a response, he activated a strengthening spell, and his massive body began to enlarge, preparing for a deadly fight. Lee Min-hee's bewilderment clashed with the iron determination of a fighter willing to sacrifice himself in the face of a hopeless threat. A powerful explosion shook the bunker. Shards of the broken door and a cloud of dust rained down on the defenders, temporarily blinding them. Through the settling puffs of smoke came the silhouette of a giant with an army of undead at his back, his contemptuous gaze mocking his pathetic attempts at survival. The majestic figure of Okam Mok, emitting an aura of invincibility, approached the soldier who was frozen in terror. Lee Won-seok felt the colossal difference in strength, but the duty to protect his comrades overpowered the primal fear of the giant. The giant's mighty fists, adorned with pulsing mana reservoirs, clenched in anticipation of an easy victory over the defiant defender. The determined soldier swung his axe, shortening the distance while his battle cry proclaimed a deadly battle between the two titans. Private Lee Won-seok continued to control his mana while sitting under the supervision of the stern trainer, whose magic bat hovered menacingly above his head. The protagonist irritably demanded that his student not blast mana mindlessly, but learn to control energy with deliberate precision. The soldier recognized the difficulty of the task with a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head while his serious mentor warned of the consequences of inappropriate mirth. The sergeant angrily reprimanded a subordinate for quickly dropping the berserk's uniform, causing consternation in the private, who had cringed at the loud cry. The fighter who had lost faith in himself lowered his head and sat on the floor of the training field, completely broken by his mentor's criticism. The trainer once again brought the magic bat down on the student's head, demanding that he gather himself and stop spouting mana uncontrollably while concentrating. After hours of practice, an exhausted Lee Won-seok simply lay on the ground with his arms spread out, exhausted from endless attempts. The mentor intended to leave the site as the sun set when he was stopped by his mentee's unexpected question, causing him to turn around. The fighter asked seriously about the actions when facing a superior opponent in real combat, continuing to look at his mentor intently. The protagonist stood with his back to his interlocutor, first question to question, then meaningfully silent, making the student tensely straighten up. The irritated sergeant mentally condemned the big man for cowardice and cunning, advising aloud a run befitting such a man. The indignant private threw up his hands, loudly rejecting the comparison to a coward, emphasizing his uniqueness and protesting strongly to his mentor. The guy punched the soldier in the shoulder without ceremony for arguing, to which the soldier pulled back and confirmed his understanding of the order with a statutory, "That's right." Lee Hyun-wook firmly ordered to never run away from the enemy, demanding his disciple to show true fighting spirit in the face of danger. The kneeling Lee Won-seok listened intently to the admonition about soldierly brotherhood and mutual defense, absorbing every word of the commander. Remembering this training, the private fearlessly rushed towards the Titan while Lieutenant Lee Min-hee waited for the moment to activate the plan he had conceived. The soldier's determined shout signaled the commander, who instantly created a spatial portal behind the unsuspecting giant's back. Okang Mok involuntarily retreated into the shimmering gap, transported to another space, where a determined soldier flew in after him. The private assumed a fighting stance after landing, while the puzzled Titan contemplated the closing portal and the unexpected pursuer. The giant wondered with contemptuous mockery at the actions of the small man who found himself in an isolated battle space with him. Astonishment reflected on Okang Mok's face as the soldier stopped retreating, tilted his head, and began to glow with signs of transformation. The private activated a body enhancement, multiplying in size and surpassing the Titan many times over, explaining the choice of location with the desire for a full-scale battle. The enemy was not confused by the enemy's metamorphosis, but only laughed as he began his own transformation with structurally enhanced combat limbs. Lee Won-seok concentrated on mana control, mentally praying for the success of the technique that finally obeyed his disciplined will. Inner jubilation filled the fighter as he realized the ability to steadily hold the second stage of the berserk form against a powerful opponent. Fury contorted the soldier's face, remembering his sergeant's admonition to protect his comrades, and he attacked sharply, aiming his weapon at the Titan's body. An armed SCO Yunha and the protagonist ran through the corridors of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's underground bunker, pursued by flying blades. The young man was mentally perplexed by the girl's decision to head to the control room instead of eliminating the totem, trying to catch up with her. Upon reaching the corner, the fighters were forced to stop in front of a powerful wave of energy vortex that suddenly erupted from around the corner. The warriors instinctively covered their faces with their hands from the blinding stream of energy, trying to shield their eyes and avoid injury from the unknown impact. The wounded Lee Wan-seok lay defeated on the cold floor of the battlefield as the triumphant opponent held his throat imperiously. The settling dust finally revealed to the sergeant and lieutenant the terrible picture, eliciting a desperate cry of recognition from the protagonist. The half-dead warrior struggled to open his eyes towards the familiar voice, smiling weakly at his fidelity to the principle of not backing down. Oh Kang-mok's ruthless hand pressed the soldier's face into the rugged ground, interrupting his last words with a cruel blow. The confused lieutenant furiously shouted out a question about the purpose of the attack, trying to make sense of the chaos going on around her. The protagonist, with unexpected seriousness, asked the commander to retire to the control room and organize a search for the totem to destroy it. Determination to kill the despicable Oh Kang-mok sparkled in the young man's eyes as he promised to join the squad after retribution. The giant recognized the girl as the daughter of the commander of the Holy Knights with satisfaction, rejoicing at the unexpected good fortune of meeting such a valuable target. The lieutenant reluctantly agreed to leave, turning her wish for the protagonist's survival into a direct combat order. Turning around to flee, the commander forced the vampire to perplexedly call out to her, not realizing the sudden change of scenery. The sergeant frankly admitted his dislike of Lee Wan-seok's fighting style that relied entirely on brute force, causing his opponent to be perplexed. Activating the red mana reservoir over his heart, the young man fiercely vowed to avenge his fallen comrade who had followed his advice. The decisive jerk of the protagonist sent him straight at the giant, frozen with surprise, ready for a deadly fight. The monster's mocking laughter accompanied the sergeant's challenge to attack. Full of contempt for the little man's supposed stupidity, his opponent was dazed with astonishment when, instead of a frontal attack, his opponent suddenly slid between his huge legs. The bewildered vampire turned around abruptly, not noticing the dangerous glow in the distance that heralded a deadly attack. A multitude of sharp weapons controlled by the protagonist's magic suddenly pierced the giant's body, causing him to let out an agonizing shriek. The monster's pain was intensified by the realization that the legendary Failnaught was already hovering over his head, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The sergeant swung his Achilles spear powerfully, activating its latent power with a loud commanding cry of unlocking. Steel stakes pierced his opponent's back as the young man held the upward-pointing weapon while controlling the battle magic. The enraged Oh Kang-mok transformed into a monstrous creature of incredible size, intercepting the arrow flying towards his head. The lightning-fast kick of the monster's huge leg rushed towards the sergeant's face, forcing him to activate the defense technique of the unyielding steel body. The crushing force threw the protagonist far back, knocking the precious spear out of his hand, leaving him unarmed. Combat experience allowed the young man to land masterfully on one knee, using his steel arm to break along the ground. The discarded sergeant's gaze fell on the bloody body of a fallen comrade nearby, distorting the young man's face into a mask of uncontrollable rage. The vampire's ominous voice rang out behind the protagonist's back, deliberately diverting his attention to prepare a fatal blow. The lightning-fast movement allowed the sergeant to avoid the attack, while the enraged enemy crumbled the wall with futile blows. The savvy Oh Kang-mok instantly moved to the young man's new position, but this time the protagonist was ready for him. The giant mockingly compared his opponent's evasive tactics to the behavior of a frightened rat as he continued to deliver devastating blows to the wall. The monster's triumphant cry echoed around the room as the distance between him and his victim shrank to a few centimeters. Activating the unyielding steel body technique, the protagonist performed a powerful jump, and after grouping himself, he continued flying. The monster easily intercepted the sergeant's movement, throwing his body straight into the wall, instantly shattering from the terrifying impact. The special ability protected the hero from serious damage, despite flying swiftly among the stone shards. The self-confident monster standing at the ruined wall scornfully mocked attempts to kill him with a weapon with holy power, considering talk of revenge simply ridiculous. The sudden change in his opponent's facial expression betrayed his unease at the strange sound that disrupted the triumphant moment. The sergeant revealed his real strategy: to lure the enemy into a place where an indestructible stream of weapons awaited their deadly hour. The monster realized with horror that he was in the 1st Battalion's armory, filled with countless anti-monster weapons. The protagonist activated a second mana reservoir, causing a bright red glow at the point of impact, marking the culmination of the plan. An exhausted but determined young man with blood on his lips grimly mapped out the immediate future, his victory or death in the final battle. An endless stream of skeletons continued to erupt from the pulsing portal, filling the space with an incalculable mass of monsters. The disoriented creatures froze in confusion, finding themselves in unexpected surroundings completely different from their intended target. The exhausted Lieutenant Lee Min-hee felt the depletion of magic power after forcibly moving some of the enemies through the portal created. The commander gruffly demanded the communications channel be restored, while ordering the others to prepare for imminent battle. The disciplined soldiers carried out the instructions lightning fast, taking strategic positions to repel the advancing wave of enemies. Weakened by magical exhaustion, the lieutenant warned the squad of the imminent portal closure, calling for full alert. The shimmering rift of space began to collapse, letting the last zombies out of the corridor and into the bunker, where armed defenders awaited them. Standing at the very edge of the portal, Lee Min-hee collapsed from exhaustion, unable to retreat to a safe zone before the passage finally closed. The defenseless officer instantly attracted the attention of the nearest enemy, already drawing his rusty sword for a killing blow. The exhausted lieutenant sat, unable to offer any resistance, desperately shouting to his subordinates to open fire on the approaching undead. Salvation came unexpectedly. The blazing weapon cut the enemy in two, revealing to the bewildered officer his determined partner. Recognizing the familiar face of his rescuer, the happy lieutenant broke into a relieved smile, rejoicing at his incredible rescue. Lieutenant Seo Yun-ha calmly reported the destruction of all the skeletons in the control room, carelessly pointing at the smoldering remains of the enemies. The grateful red-haired officer realized the criticality of defending a command post, whose demise would mean imminent defeat. The excited communications officer reported successful connection to the emergency channel with the 3rd Battalion, waiting further orders. The shocking information about gates opening everywhere, with creatures worse than skeletons, made the soldiers' eyes go wide with horror. The 3rd Battalion's courtyard swarmed with demonic wolfhounds with blades instead of claws, while the building itself went up in flames in several places. The astonished lieutenants simultaneously expressed shock at the magnitude of the disaster that encompassed more than just their unit. A desperate attempt to contact the Blue Flower Guild proved futile. Their headquarters was attacked by fire-breathing dragons. Communication with neighboring battalions only confirmed the worst fears. Enemy portals had opened in all nearby territories. Panic gripped the entire military community, each unit begging for reinforcements, unable to assist each other. The unexpected beep of the video link caught the attention of the two officers, offering a faint hope of coordination in the unfolding chaos. The military leaders immediately saluted the battalion commander, who appeared on the screen, waiting for instructions at the critical moment. Lieutenant Column Kim Kam-seok, flying in the helicopter, announced his return to base, demanding to understand the inevitable delay. The commander's laconic inquiry about the current situation forced the officers to gather their thoughts for an accurate report. The Black Paladin reported the synchronized opening of portals, the likely involvement of enemy factions, and the deaths of most of the senior officers. The irritated lieutenant colonel demanded more information, believing the information he had received to be insufficient to fully understand the situation. The girl officer started to say something, but suddenly fell silent, lowering her head in formal acknowledgement of the lack of additional data. The battalion commander worriedly inquired about the possibility of the crisis being overcome by the only two remaining officers. The lieutenants stood with lowered heads, immersed in gloomy reflections on the hopelessness of the catastrophic situation. Suddenly, Seo Yun-ha raised her head, resolutely addressing the commander with an unexpected suggestion that surprised the partner standing next to her. The lieutenant colonel listened attentively to the beginning of the girl's address, alerted to the seeming unreasonableness of the impending request. The Black Paladin firmly suggested that she hand over temporary command to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, causing a wave of bewilderment among those present. An irritated Li Minhee exclaimed at the pointlessness of the suggestion, oblivious to the presence of the top brass on the comms. The battalion commander dubiously recalled her earlier caution and suspicions about the actions of this irrational sergeant. A mystical blue glow enveloped all the weapons in the armory, accompanied by Lee Hyun-wook's resolute voice as he prepared a deadly strike. The surprised monster growled a question about the source of the knowledge of his name, not understanding how the man could know his true nature. The determined sergeant pointed all the hovering blades upwards, creating a single stream of deadly energy ready to rain down on the enemy. The stream of weapons formed rushed toward the giant, standing behind the shattered wall of the neighboring armory bay. The giant activated his metal defenses. Iron plates lowered, covering vulnerable parts of his body like armored feathers. The cocky monster stood motionless, taking on a stream of magically enhanced weapons from the arsenal without a shadow of fear. The flying blades collided with the monster's metal defenses, sending out sparks as the sergeant's mana supply rapidly dropped to critical levels. The creature mockingly praised the pathetic man's ingenuity, defiantly demanding that he use the full arsenal of available tools. The sergeant's energy reserve dropped to 66% as the monster took a few steps forward, triggering a panicked gesture of defense. The increased magical flux caused the protective plates to fall away, gradually exposing the vulnerable parts of the smug enemy's face. The sneering giant continued to mock the attacking man, comparing him to other pathetic suicide bombers who died a senseless death. The magic reserve reached 38% when the monster was close to the sergeant, and the flying blades stopped reaching their target. With a mocking reminder of the fate of the subordinate sergeant, the monster brought down its iron fist, pressing everything underneath it into the ground. The monster's triumph was short-lived. Under the shattered stones there was only debris, but not the body of the cunning opponent. The young man made an acrobatic leap, ending up at the level of the giant's head, causing him to turn around in surprise, sensing a presence behind him. Landing on the enemy's back with 24% mana remaining, the sergeant coldly uttered words of contempt at the monster's sadistic pleasure. The cocky creature didn't have time to strike again. Its body was pierced by a pre-prepared spear activated by the sergeant's surprise attack. The lieutenant continued to explain to the lieutenant colonel her observations on the inexplicable exploits of Lee Hyun-wook fighting one of the organizers of the attack. The sergeant scornfully predicted doom for the arrogant monster, similar to the fate of all arrogant creatures who underestimated human ingenuity. The officer admitted that she had previously wrongly suspected the sergeant of spying for an enemy country, unaware that at that very moment he was watching the agony of a defeated enemy. A grim expression contorted the features of the sergeant's face as he stepped aside with a drooping gaze before his own strength delivered the axe of his fallen comrade to him. Overcoming complex feelings, the young man approached the lifeless body of a co-worker whom he had disliked during his lifetime, but whose death filled his heart with heavy sorrow. Lee Hyun vowed in front of the fallen warrior to return even through the ruins of the bunker for the sake of recovering his body, refusing to survive alone in this chaos. The paladin confidently listed the evidence of the sergeant's loyalty, his initiative, his strategic mind, and his amazing ability to become the central figure of crisis resolution. The lieutenant colonel hesitated, nodding slowly at the lieutenant's words, noting the timely appearance of the right man at a critical moment. The lieutenants cheerfully greeted the entering sergeant with their heads down, recognizing in him their last chance for salvation. The warlord formally placed the command of the brigade on the sergeant's shoulders, while he calmly clarified the issue of access to the armory without raising his head. The lieutenant colonel's affirmative answer was accompanied by a close scrutiny of the new commander, on whose decisions depended the outcome of the wave. The boy nodded decisively, clenching his fists in a silent vow to resist the wave of chaos with all means at his disposal. The commander's roar cut through the air of the barracks of Zone 1, where exhausted soldiers fiercely repelled an endless wave of skeleton monsters. Obeying their superior's order, the warriors knelt down, displaying their weapons above their heads to create a protective magical barrier. The synchronized release of energy generated pulsing circles of an orange-yellow hue above the skeletons' heads, drawing the undead's attention. The activated magical circuit spewed out columns of roaring flame, consuming the creatures that had the misfortune to be beneath them. The tactic brought only temporary relief. Units of monsters standing directly under the rain of fire were killed, leaving the bulk untouched. Despair distorted Oh Sang-uk's face as he realized the futility of effort against the inexhaustible stream of undead that continued the onslaught. A similar hopeless situation was unfolding in the second zone, where the same magic circles were holding back a horde of skeletons with minimal effect. The position of the defenders was getting worse by the minute. The creatures broke through to the building and began to penetrate inside, overcoming the last lines. The female garrison was desperately defending the barracks. One of the girls had already been stabbed through. The other was trying unsuccessfully to break through the skeleton warrior's shield. Retreat was the only way out after discovering the bloody bodies of the two friends lying motionless on the cold floor of the lower level. Kim Si-hee ordered to go higher, but was only met with the crying face of a co-worker who reported the impossibility of saving the second floor. The commander bitterly realized the inevitability of defeat due to the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy, sending the last fighters to a safe zone. Sergeant Choi Yun-jun fought his way through the crowd of zombies at the guard post, lightning fast, sealing his blade into every enemy he encountered. Two soldiers cautiously peeked out from behind the protective shield, anxiously inquiring about the condition of their commander, surrounded by the creatures. The exhausted sergeant stood among the defeated zombies, oozing dark liquid, his body lean from fatigue after the prolonged battle. Looking up, the warrior saw a new wave of approaching undead, outnumbering all previous attacks combined. The sobered fighter held his blade out towards his enemies with a sinister grin, strangely relishing the inability to destroy the endlessly resurrecting monsters. The protagonist explained in the command bunker that although singly the skeletons were not a threat, their army had reached the size of a full division. The young man's serious face reflected an understanding of the inevitable fall of the main camp without promptly reducing the enemy's numbers. The red-haired lieutenant nervously offered to hole up in the bunker, giving up the fight for the outside areas of the base. The young man's sharp denial made both interlocutors look at each other in surprise, not understanding the categorical nature of the refusal. The dangerous consequences of inaction were revealed in the commander's grim prediction. A horde of monsters controlled by totem masters would bring doom to thousands of townspeople. The disheveled lieutenant asked irritably for further action, his red hair seeming like tongues of flame in the dim light of the bunker. The new commander strongly requested the Black Paladin to search for the totems in conjunction with the personnel of the guard post. Seo Yun-ha's puzzled face expressed concern for the fate of the zombies that continued to attack the perimeter of the military base. A confident look from the protagonist accompanied the plan to consolidate all the monsters in one point through the opening of a guard post. The red-haired lieutenant's hysterical scream reflected his fear of a suicide plan that guaranteed, in his opinion, total annihilation. The sergeant's enthusiasm contrasted with the dire predictions as he promised doom to the monsters instead of the defenders with a slight smile. A shocked Lee Min-hee incredulously pointed a finger at himself, not believing his own key role in the risky plan. The sweating sergeant flatly refused the order into the radio, his sweat-damp face contorted with a grimace of disagreement. Doubt gripped the soldier, imagining the impracticability of surveying all of Namsan in search of mysterious totems. Annoyed by the endless explanations, Lee Hyun-wook dryly remarked that the squad members were already surveying the mountain, holding back their inner frenzy. A frightened voice on the walkie-talkie interrupted the conversation with a report of a new wave of angry zombies heading toward the defenders' positions. The commander discreetly recalled his seniority, trying to control his emotions in the face of his subordinates' insubordination. The feigned communication problem was an obvious ploy by a sergeant unwilling to follow orders from his new command. The young man instantly remembered his interlocutor's weakness, mentioning the rare whiskey as bait to attract the attention of the unruly fighter. A sinister smile lit up the face of the drunkard who had demanded 30 years of endurance, eliciting an exasperated sigh from the commander, who realized the unseriousness of his subordinate. A sudden enthusiasm filled the sobered fighter, who instantly agreed to carry out the order under the influence of the alcoholic promise. The determined lieutenant headed for the exit, signaling her intention to move forward to the rendezvous point according to the new plan. The young man asked the assault squad leader to take care of his subordinates until he joined the operation soon. The stern gaze of the female officer expressed a firm determination to avoid further casualties among the squad. An unexpected alert went off amidst the chaos of the skeletal attack, demanding an immediate ceasefire and retreat inside the buildings. The fighters holding back the fence breach heard the commander's thunderous order to withdraw into the bunker, leaving the outer positions. Bewilderment contorted Oh Sang-uk's features as he continued to shoot back, waiting for reinforcements that never showed up. The alarmed voices of the communicators tracked the zombies' progress through the guard post, marking 200 meters to the barracks of Zone 2. Tension rose with each shrinking distance, separating the monsters from the last stronghold of the base's defenses. The command to take cover inside and set up magical barriers sounded the moment the undead reached the set point of concentration. The officer watched the spectacle of skeletons and zombies joining together on the same path, lining up in a vast army of death. Doubts about the adequacy of the command swept over Kim Si-hee, who was also watching from above the innumerable massive creatures that filled the courtyard. The instructions to control the air currents in the barracks left the girl confused as she activated magic, pondering the commander's plan. The ominous glow in the middle of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's armory marked the formation of a spatial portal of unprecedented power. The protagonist was perplexed by the identity of a co-worker capable of spatial manipulation beyond his own limit of 90 meters. The boy's amazement at the unexpected possibilities of portal magic grew as the red-haired lieutenant controlled the scout drone. The lieutenant cast puzzled glances at the new commander, mentally perplexed by his superior knowledge of other people's abilities. The system alerted when the drone reached its maximum communication altitude of 1 kilometer as it froze in place, hovering in the air currents. The red-haired officer reported the portal opened to full power, revealing a panoramic view of the drone before them. The commander announced the launch of the first strike, his serious gaze fixed on the infinity portal, ready to receive the blade of retribution. Carol, the person in charge of the operation, watched the ongoing attack closely from her hiding place on a nearby mountain. The girl froze with her mouth open, amazed at the incredible sight unfolding before her eyes. The protagonist's first strike reached its target with terrifying accuracy, lifting pierced skeletons and zombies high above the ground. The observer soldier reported through his telescopic sight a successful hit, watching the progress of the operation from a safe distance. The sniper continued to fix the position through the scope, reminding Sergeant Lee Hen that there was no margin for error in a critical operation. The commander activated the mana reservoir with a new blow to his chest, causing a bright red glow to intensify his deadly abilities. A steel rain of blades and swords rushed down through the portal at the sergeant's command, bringing death to the monsters clustered below. Incredible damage rained down on the enemies, leaving behind a scene of sheer chaos of shredded bodies and scattered remains. Seo Yun-ha's squad and the sobering Choi Yun-jun froze in amazement as they watched the destructive power of the attack through the spatial rift. The commander's silent vow to prevent the loss of life in battle accompanied every downward-pointing, deadly projectile of his energy. The incredible sight caused an anxious cry from the vampire girl, watching the supernatural battle from the mountainside. The determination to prevent more deaths through his own fault filled the young man with such strength that blood came out of his nose and mouth from overexertion. Kim Si-hee, standing on the top floor of the building near a huge hole in the wall, formed a pulsating green halo of energy power around her. Releasing her concentration, the girl looked around, her face lighting up as she realized the insane genius of the new commander's plan. The informational message from the drone demanded to evacuate the wounded and finish off the remaining monsters walking around the lying breathless bodies. Oh Sang-uk froze in amazement, supporting the wounded fighter and observing the incredible picture of total destruction created by the sergeant he hated. The soldiers on the mountainside were perplexed by the existence of an unknown A-rank warrior in their battalion capable of such destructive actions. The Black Paladin thoughtfully rejected the simple explanation by the rank and file as she continued to observe the tactical operation from the high ground. The red-haired lieutenant mentally noted the genius of combining portal ability with height, creating a blow of incredible power. The closing portal coincided with the commander's sudden fall to his knee, his pained scream alarming his partner sitting next to him. The sergeant was desperate to save the portal despite his obvious exhaustion, his eyes burning with the need to continue the operation. The exhausted lieutenant emotionally objected to reaching his own strength limit while continuing to hold the closing spatial rift. A pleading look from the protagonist accompanied the request to hold on a little longer, and the portal, as if responding, began to expand again. The observing vampire reported to Claire about the disappearance of Oh Kang-mok, who had gone to the control room, and the almost complete extermination of the monsters. The irritated commander abruptly cut off a subordinate interested in waiting for the last gate to open, demanding silence to concentrate her thoughts. Claire's analytical mind feverishly studied the attack she saw, ruling out known high-ranking warriors and trying to identify the unknown strategist. The hypothesis of the unknown tactician's high military rank flashed through the vampirist's mind before her companion's yell snapped her out of her musings. The second vampire briefly reported the scout's presence behind a nearby tree, sensing a covert surveillance of their operation. Claire's authoritative voice demanded immediate interrogation of the detected watcher, while her subordinate dissolved into thin air, leaving only smoking black streaks. The girl's keen eye had time to register the instant materialization of the subordinate behind the tree and the swift escape of the frightened scout. The desperate cry of a totem found at point B39 came over the radio as the soldier ran from the pursuing vampire that moved like a ghostly shadow. The unexpected report of the discovery caused a wave of surprise among the entire squad. Even the imperturbable commander could not hide the astonishment on his face. Panic gripped the terrified scout, who realized the imminence of capture by a pursuer moving at inhuman speed. A fatal mistake cost the soldier his freedom. While he was looking back, the deadly vampire attacked from the front, pinning his victim to the ground. A dropped walkie-talkie during a surprise attack interrupted communications, forcing the protagonist to urgently order drones to be sent to a designated position for visual confirmation. The mechanical scout rushed off on a set trajectory, cutting through the air towards the coordinates of the detected totem. The squad under the Black Paladin's command froze in place as the lieutenant demanded acceleration from the famed fighter with a forward-looking gaze. A smug smile lit up Choi Yun-jun's face, famous for his incredible speed, as he claimed the task in a split second. A melted cloud of dust and cut air were the only witnesses to the instantaneous disappearance of the soldier who rushed toward his target. The observer from the mountainside turned around slightly, translating her gaze to the opposite side without missing a single detail of the operation. A sudden insight flashed through the vampirist's mind, realizing the multiplicity of enemy agents in an operation that had seemed simple before. The Black Paladin commanded a tactical formation to her small squad, the soldiers taking a defensive stance with their backs to each other. A monstrous creature with blazing scarlet eyes and multiple mana reservoirs stepped out from behind a tree, eliciting a warning shout from the experienced lieutenant. Deadly danger was creeping up from the back of the squad, where an identical monster was preparing for a surprise attack, completely nullifying the chances of survival. The vigilant soldier activated his ability at the sight of an enemy, creating a shimmering magical barrier on top of his normal shield for maximum protection. The shield shattered into splinters under the monster's powerful onslaught, eliciting a painful groan from the wounded soldier with the damaged shoulder. On one flank, the soldiers held back the monster, while the lieutenant, using her defenses, deftly dodged the second creature's blows, waiting for the moment to counterattack. A mysterious, oddly shaped wound blossomed on the commander's shoulder, drawing her worried gaze as her hands continued to hold the heavy shield. Realizing the futility of traditional defenses, the warriors discarded their massive shields, turning to active defense against the relentless attacking monsters. Seo Yun-ha's warning cry cut through the air, revealing the nature of the opponent's possessed armor, capable of decomposing any flesh at the slightest touch. The cursed armor, created by death magic, forced the soldiers to retreat, gently dragging their wounded comrade away from the deadly contact. The worried warrior was leaning over Corporal An Mintai, assessing the severity of the damage, when a second soldier suddenly pointed out a new danger looming overhead. The blood froze in the fighters' veins as their gazes detected dozens of new monstrous figures, closing a deadly ring around the small squad. Despair was evident in the soldier's voice, asking for further action as his gaze darted between the approaching monsters. The commander stepped forward, displaying her shield in front of her subordinates as a blinding yellow light enveloped her figure, forming colossal wings. The majestic wings, outshining the size of even the monsters, closed over the squad, creating an impenetrable protective dome of golden radiance. The blessed defense turned every approaching monster into a blazing torch, due to the effects of holy energy on the spawns of darkness. The divine power of the holy dome dissipated from the shield embedded in the ground, granting the exhausted warriors precious moments of safety. The warrior climbed onto her shield, proclaiming a 7-minute blessing of the dome, while the soldier warily questioned the appropriateness of their separation. The determined heroine disappeared in a cloud of dust from the scene of her recent presence, leaving behind only the confidence in her own abilities. The lightning-fast movement brought the lieutenant right onto the giant monster's back, where she unleashed a blinding energy of holy light. The dazzling blade pierced through the monster's neck, severing the head in a cascade of glowing yellow energy and a strong flow of blood, displaying impeccable skill. After dealing with the first enemy, the warrior skillfully dodged the crushing blow of the second monster, redirecting the attack to the next target. A graceful leap lifted the squad leader onto the creature's massive shoulder, allowing the lightning-fast thrust of the gleaming blade into a vital point. The soldier's astonished gaze darted between the fighting warrior and his comrades, unable to believe the incredible skill of an ordinary knight class. Lieutenant Seo Yun-hee's legendary reputation as a berserker was becoming evident at the sight of her deadly dance with her naked blade. Bouncing off her defeated victim after a crushing blow, the girl rushed towards her next target in aerial flight. The sudden disappearance of the holy power caused the Black Paladin to abruptly turn around in midair, disrupting the flawless trajectory of the attack. Distracted attention prevented her from noticing the exposed tip of the monster, which she flew inexorably towards, unable to change direction. Seo Yun-hee's lightning-fast reaction allowed her to redirect the movement, turning the deadly collision into an impromptu leg rest. The perfect beginning of the maneuver ended in a painful collision with a massive tree, shaking the surrounding space with the force of the impact. The protective dome over the heads of the soldiers was rapidly disappearing, opening a huge gap and denying them their last refuge from the impending threat. The lieutenant, using her sword as support, tried to regain her balance, overcoming the throbbing pain from the crushing fall. Realization of the situation flashed across the wounded warrior's mind as her gaze caught sight of an ominous silhouette shrouded in a swirling dark green energy on a nearby mountain. The vampire essence savored the moment of impending triumph, anticipating meeting the legendary Holy Knight in his helpless state. Choi Yun-jun's trained body soared upwards, activating his unique ability to scan the area from a bird's-eye view. Satisfaction lit up the warrior's face as his piercing gaze discerned the silhouette of a sinister vampire in the distance. Mastering his supernatural speed, the soldier approached the enemy with lightning speed, cleaving the ghastly limb holding his comrade with his blade. The blinding glint of the blade severed the vampire's arm at the wrist, splattering dark blood everywhere, while the scout remained motionless. Gently dragging his unconscious companion to an ancient tree, the hero warily observed the strange behavior of the bloody liquid. The sergeant's piercing mind analyzed the mysterious transformation of blood into smoke as the enemy vanished into thin air without a trace. Suddenly remembering his motionless comrade, the sobered warrior tried to bring Kim Ken-jin to his senses, not noticing the severed limb flying behind him. Instinctively sensing the approaching danger, the vigilant sergeant lightning quickly covered his wounded comrade in arms, dodging the deadly blow. Choi Yun-jun mentally triumphed over the slowness of his opponent, swiftly retreating backward with his unconscious comrade in his arms. Incredible maneuverability allowed the warrior to avoid another blow, appreciating the impressive speed of the pursuing vampire. A desperate dash saved the heroes from a deadly swing, increasing the distance between opponents thanks to the warrior's phenomenal leaping ability. The vampire recognized in his opponent a legendary candidate for the Holy Swordsman, chosen for his unprecedented speed and lightning-fast reflexes. The sinister figure continued to stare at the soldier, explaining the defeat of the sabotage squad, smugly declaring the futility of resistance against its might. Invulnerability to conventional weapons became the main argument of the enemy, offering the hero to join the dark forces. Tempting promises of power over the world sounded in the mouth of a bloodthirsty creature offering the great power of vampirism to his interlocutor. The vampire's smoky red and black body swayed in the air, continuing to beckon the hero with the tantalizing prospects of chosenness. The indignant sergeant sharply rejected the ridiculous offers, demanding compensation for the damaged elite Category A uniform. The absurdity of the demand stunned the ancient creature, causing it to freeze in bewilderment at the man's illogical response. The irritated vampire waved his hands, summoning the mystical earth of Acheron, a cursed force of the afterlife that pulls the living to death. Feeling an ominous change in the hard surface beneath his feet, the shocked Choi Yun-jun froze, desperately keeping his balance. The sudden realization of danger to his comrade made the hero desperately try to wake him up, warning him of the deadly threat of the dive. The mysterious stranger warned ominously of an insidious trap that consumed the victim's legs the more desperately they tried to free themselves. The sergeant grimly assessed the situation, pondering the impossible task of simultaneously fighting and rescuing an unconscious comrade. The attacker appeared practically behind the soldier's back, mockingly interested in his opponent's last words with his weapon already drawn to strike. Choi Yun-jun's desperate attempts to free himself only made his situation worse, allowing the vampire to inflict a bleeding wound on the helpless sergeant's shoulder. Sensing the imminent approach of the enemy, the experienced warrior lightning quickly thrust his blade above his head, piercing the attacker as he attacked. The stranger's sinister laughter accompanied the sergeant's new wound, reminding him of the futility of trying to pierce him with an ordinary blade. A strange, deadly dance unfolded on the cursed ground of Acheron as the soldier continued to desperately fight off the enemy's relentless attacks. The vampire delivered another slashing blow to Choi Yun-jun's mangled back, wryly mocking the reputation of the Sword Saint candidate. The sudden realization of the constant back blows made the sergeant exclaim, puzzling even the experienced attacker for a moment. The soldier straightened up proudly, spreading his arms and challenging his opponent to fight face-to-face, rebuking him for dishonorable attacks from the back. The stranger, controlling the purple liquid, looked at his interlocutor with undisguised contempt, realizing his suicidal bravery. Disappointment escaped the vampire's lips, disbelieving his own suggestion to such a fool to join their ranks. The stranger's attention was drawn to an unconscious soldier, slowly drifting in a mysterious stream of purple substance nearby. Choi Yun-jun sarcastically thanked his opponent for losing interest, hinting at his carelessness in falling into an elemental trap. The vampire loomed menacingly over his opponent with his blade drawn, contemptuously urging him to cease his pointless bluffing in the face of inevitable defeat. The sergeant mysteriously inquired about the enemy's familiarity with the cutting attack at light speed, causing fleeting confusion. The vampire's irritation reached a fever pitch as he swung furiously at the huge blade that grew from his hand, demanding the madman's immediate death. The sergeant's outline began to glow with a bright yellow light as the enemy's deadly blade nearly reached his head. A mystical glow enveloped the warrior, solidifying the dangerous liquid around his feet and preparing a decisive counterstrike. The sergeant spectacularly burst out of the petrified ground of Acheron, shattering like ice, rushing in a mighty leap straight at the dazed enemy. The gleaming blade sliced through the air with lightning speed, severing the stranger's outstretched arm, along with the blade clutched in it in one graceful motion. The speedy soldier continued his merciless attack, leaving many bloody cuts all over the enemy's body with incredible precision and speed. The enraged stranger bared his sharp fangs in a bestial rage, but the fearless warrior only pointed the gleaming blade straight into his opponent's open mouth. The swift blows followed one after another from different directions, turning the enemy's body into flying fragments hanging in the air. Choi Yun-jun created a dazzling whirlwind of snow-white streaks around the enemy, moving at a supernatural speed that was indistinguishable to the ordinary eye. The warrior's elegant landing next to his opponent's remains completed the spectacular attack, leaving clouds of mysterious dust billowing in the air. The soldier's shrewd gaze stared off into the distance, realizing the necessity of destroying the magical totem to completely eliminate the supernatural enemy. The maimed foe spewed furious curses, remaining chained to the ground in a pool of his own blood, protesting the injustice of the fight. Choi Yun-jun leaned towards his defeated opponent with a devilish grin, mocking his inability to resist attacks at the speed of light. The distorted face of the vampire reflected deep resentment and unconcealed rage, realizing the humiliation of his position in front of a powerful opponent. The sergeant's blade flickering with yellow light once again came to life in his hands, delivering countless blows with the intention of teaching the impertinent stranger a lesson. Red leaves surged upward instead of the expected corpse, leaving the seasoned soldier mysteriously alone in the midst of the completed battle. The exhausted warrior collapsed to the ground, spreading his arms and realizing the dangerous limits of his own metabolism after a grueling battle. The mysterious vampirist continued to spread Gregory Azazel's ancient curse, enjoying the unfolding chaos with demonic laughter. The monstrous creature noticed the lieutenant who had fallen beside it, instantly drawing its deadly blade for a decisive strike with animalistic ferocity. The defenseless girl realized the inevitability of the fateful moment, not noticing the approaching blue magic stakes flying to her aid from an invisible source. The life-saving projectiles slammed into the monster's body, disrupting the precision of the fatal blow and giving precious seconds of reprieve from imminent doom. The protagonist promptly jumped out through the shimmering portal, masterfully calculating the moment of emergence to critically intervene in a deadly situation. The magical passage began to tighten behind the brave warrior's back as he landed on his feet, ready to immediately engage in unequal combat. Hearing an unusual noise, Claire abruptly turned around, frozen in amazement at the sudden appearance of the mysterious savior. The soldiers under the protection of the Holy Dome froze with their mouths open, amazed at the sudden turn of events and the mysterious appearance of their commander. Metal weapons circled around the hero, demonstrating the power of his magical control and his readiness for the immediate battle. The irritated vampires mentally analyzed the sudden appearance of a new participant, trying to assess the level of threat and the need to change tactics. Memories of Lee Wan-suk's defeated comrade ignited an uncontrollable rage in Lee Hyun-wook's soul, demanding immediate answers and just retribution. The motionless protagonist drew the astonished stares of his own soldiers, intimidating monsters, and even a mysterious vampire on the dais. The graceful Claire dropped words with icy arrogance about the misplaced concern for the dead when living companions were teetering on the brink of death. The divine dome collapsed with a deafening rumble immediately after her words, unheard by anyone, instantly exposing the defenseless soldiers to the bloodthirsty creatures. The monsters turned lightning fast toward the helpless victims, anticipating easy prey and baring their deadly fangs in anticipation. Sharp metal stakes summoned by the vigilant young man drove into the flesh of the monsters, masterfully shifting their furious attention to their new opponent. The squad leader instantly reacted to the protagonist's desperate call, materializing near the monster's muzzle in readiness to launch a counterattack. A powerful blow struck the monster, toppling it to the ground while the rest of the bloodthirsty creatures continued to pursue the terrified soldiers. The devoted warriors heroically tried to shield their wounded comrade, ignoring the giant cold blade of the relentless enemy looming over them. The monster's massive weapon split the air, bypassing its target thanks to the protagonist's well-timed attack, crashing into the ground next to the frozen soldiers. The fearless lieutenant continued her battle with the first monster, while the second monster had already prostrated itself on the ground and the two remaining towered, ready to attack. Lee Hyun-wook's steel stakes mercilessly stabbed into the bodies of the two remaining monsters, tearing deafening cries of pain and rage from their throats. The cryptic alert of the metal's new controlling power, surpassing the magic of death, caused the young man to stare in deep amazement as he tried to realize the possibilities. The decisive choice of controlling the living armor sounded from the lips of the straightened guy, instantly activating a new supernatural ability. The defeated monster with the embedded weapon rose up, emitting a blue glow that matched Lee Hyun-wook's energy, in stark contrast to the purple glow of the other monsters. The controlled monster suddenly turned toward its red-eyed counterpart, delivering a crushing blow with an unholy weapon, obeying the will of its new master. The vampiress Claire froze in amazement as she watched the blue glow of the second creature, instantly recognizing in this phenomenon the MO of her unexpected opponent. The young man shouted angrily about the non-existent fun and threateningly promised to rip out his fangs, showing growing rage and implacable determination. The demand for the squad member's return echoed across the battlefield, directed at the serious vampiress spreading the sinister curse of Gregory Azazel. The lieutenant involuntarily flinched, revealing a wound on her leg from accidental contact with the poisonous flesh of the defeated monster. The wounded monster suddenly rose up, causing Seo Yun-hee to draw his weapon and prepare for a new phase of unequal battle. The mocking vampiress hit a cruel laugh with her palm, expressing her disappointment at her opponent's relatively modest abilities after his spectacular appearance. The hero gently looked away, watching the elusive movement of his flying object between the trees, realizing that he needed to wait some more. The haughty figure on the dais looked out over the impressive plaza, where colorful-eyed monsters lined up in ominous anticipation, mocking the theft of ghostly armor. Arrogant laughter rang out over the battlefield as she wryly pointed out her opponent's lack of holy power and pitiful too ghostly armor. A flash of lightning pierced the warrior's mind as his keen vision once again registered the same transparent trail cutting through the air between the trees. Deftly feigning defeat, his opponent bowed his head in feigned agreement, masterfully hiding his true intentions behind a mask of temporary weakness. A triumphant smile lit up the pale face of the vampiress, savoring the illusory taste of victory over a defeated foe. The fleeting triumph was abruptly cut short as the deadly fill knot raced toward her chin, spotted only in the last moment of elusive time. The protagonist abruptly raised his head, channeling pulsing magical energy through two outstretched fingers, decisively changing the course of the battle. Tristan's relentless fill knot continued to pursue the departing vampiress, dispelling Gregory Azazel's ominous curse with his unstoppable power. The resurgent holy energy filled Seo Yun-hee's blade with a bright yellow glow, bringing hope back into the brave warrior's heart. Lee Hun-wook's commanding voice cut through the chaos of the battle, giving clear orders to destroy the remaining ghost armor and find the enemy's hidden totems. The disciplined soldiers reacted instantly, synchronously reloading their magic weapons with professional precision. The determined lieutenant urged the guy to join forces with Choi Yun-jun, guiding his subordinates into a decisive battle. Realizing the criticality of the situation for Kim Ken-jin's life made the protagonist immediately rush forward, casting aside all doubts. The magical arrow continued its relentless pursuit of the vampiress, mentally realizing the horrifying truth of her encounter with the legendary Felnaught. Sparkling magic enveloped the hero's body as he swiftly pierced through the dense forest thicket in search of his elusive target. The incredible speed of the flight was fruitless until the activated metal detection spell revealed the exact location of the fired arrow. The exultant realization of the goal gave new strength to the young man as he guided the two deadly cloud blades around him, clutching the spear of Achilles in his tense hand. Claire's desperate flight became more and more hopeless as the pursuing arrow once again approached her trembling body. The mysterious chest accessory unexpectedly intercepted the flying arrow, preventing a fatal hit at the critical moment of the confrontation. A powerful exclamation of spell activation escaped the main character's lips as Claire released scarlet energy streams, fiercely flying in all directions. The demanding cry for the return of a fellow soldier echoed over the battlefield as the magically controlled blades attempted to encircle the enemy from the rear. Red energy jets gripped the blades lightning fast, neutralizing the attack and denying the weapons the ability to reach their target. The transforming figure of the vampiress radiated blazing fury as the arrow continued to stick out from her magical breastplate, the source of mysterious power. The young man's astonished gaze froze on his opponent's incredible transformation as giant horns began to grow from her transforming body. Finally, the girl revealed her true appearance, filling the air with waves of anger and frustration over having to reveal herself to an unworthy opponent. The protagonist instantly summoned the legendary steel body technique, bouncing away from the opponent to a safe distance, carefully watching her every move. The overconfident vampiress grudgingly realized her mistake, having fallen for the obvious ruse of her opponent using the fail knot in such a primitive way. The exhausted young man leaned against a distant tree, trying to regain his breath as scarlet liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth and his head drooped powerlessly. Her opponent scrutinized the weakened warrior, trying to relate his haggard appearance to the legend of the devastating management-level strike. Gathering the last shreds of strength into a trembling fist, the brave Li Heng put forward the condition of exchanging information about the comrade for a demonstration of his destructive technique. A pink portal materialized behind the girl's back as she longed to see the despair on the face of the destroyer of her grand plans with chilling calm. A bloody web emerged from the void, enveloping opponents in an impenetrable cocoon, turning the battlefield into a confined death arena. A paralyzing terror gripped the young man's mind as he realized the range of the web, spreading far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary bayou. A chilling realization of a sinister plan flashed through Lee Hyun-wook's mind as his attentive gaze followed the threads spreading everywhere. The mysterious web reached the leadership quarter, penetrating into the rooms where the bodies of warlords previously struck down by the deadly snakes lay. The dead bodies began to come to life under the influence of the sinister energy, slowly rising from their bunks and heading for the exit controlled by the threads. Vampiric features distorted the faces of the resurrected commanders, filling their eyes with a blood shimmer, sharpening their fangs and exuding otherworldly sounds of rage from their throats. The mysterious vampiress with a cold grin promised her rival a long-awaited meeting, playing with the fates of the living and the dead like a skillful puppeteer. A sinister web penetrated the secret underground bunker, slowly braiding Lee Won-suk's lifeless body, preparing him for a terrifying rebirth. Claire recounted the massacre of the young man's allies with sadistic pleasure, savoring every second of the despair on his haggard face. A furious scream from the protagonist tore through the tense silence, demanding an immediate end to the horrifying sorcery as the rage devoured him from the inside out. The wily Claire offered an unbearable choice to the stricken lad as the resurrected comrade with vampire eyes and fangs slowly ascended in the underground bunker. The vampire web-infected warlords turned into bloodthirsty creatures of darkness, slowly crawling out of the gloomy building. The warning of the deadly dead echoed through the streets as the powerful landing of the unknown creature raised pillars of dust over the bunker. The chief scum of the army, slightly covering his face from the thick dust, froze in mute amazement, recognizing the familiar in the puffs of gray mist. The huge silhouette of Private Lee Won-seok towered with his back to the observer, defiantly ignoring the presence of his former commander. The protagonist's patience ran out in a confrontation with a web-wielding vampiress when he resolutely displayed his Achilles spear and demanded an unlock. Her opponent assessed the young man's fruitless attempts at damage with a mocking grin, enjoying her own superiority. Claire summoned a deadly web behind the hero, slowly shrinking the space around him as he continued to fight the obstacle in front of him. The sharp threads of the web mercilessly dug into the warrior's back, cutting through the skin and releasing streams of scarlet blood from the deep wounds. The vampiress gloatingly reminded them of the imminent arrival of the humans they missed, insisting on the need to survive until the long-awaited meeting. Vengeful anticipation contorted her rival's face as she imagined the young man's reaction to seeing dead co-workers. Mentally assessing the unexpectedly strong pressure of the enemy, the protagonist felt the gradual depletion of his vitality. The warrior announced the neutralization of Gregory Azazel's curse, turning his attention to the arrow-pierced jewel near the vampiress's neck. Realizing the futility of holy power against an evil totem-enhanced rival made Lee Hyun-wook look for the only possible way out. A red glow illuminated the warrior's chest after activating his mana reservoir as he clearly marked the vampiress's crossing of the forbidden line. A dark purple halo appeared above the guy's head, applying the forbidden aura of darkness to restore justice according to the ancient principle. Lee Hyun resolutely turned to the power of the enemy's buff, preparing to respond with poisonous darkness to the girl's poisonous darkness. The vampiress expressed surprise and annoyance at finding an unexpectedly high level of dark energy in her opponent. The hero's confidence in his ability to absorb his rival's darkness with even greater darkness sounded like an inescapable verdict. The warrior's persuasiveness made the girl hesitate, not knowing what next step to take against the unpredictable young man. The vampiress's face contorted with rage as she raised her weapon for defense, still not understanding her opponent's true intentions. The hero mentally activated the steel body spell, maintaining an outward calm before the decisive battle. The tattered blouse exposed the warrior's steely back and arm as he turned slightly, assuming a more favorable fighting stance. A powerful stream of dark energy burst from the hero's spear, aimed straight at the vampiress to a deafening battle cry. The annoyed Claire dodged the attack, unable to believe the insanity of an opponent who dared to turn to the attribute of darkness for the sake of using the totem's buff. The serious expression on the young man's face reflected satisfaction with his first successes and determination to continue his chosen tactics. The hero's gaze followed the movement of the vampiress, who increased her distance and froze, assessing the changed situation. The alarming alert of exceeding the limit of dark power pierced the guy's consciousness as his life energy began to drain away like a mountain stream, merging with a bottomless lake. Astonishment reflected on Choi Yoon-jun's face as he stepped into the clearing with his unconscious comrade on his shoulder and saw the ominous weave of webs above him. The warrior froze in a daze, his gaze lowered at the sight before him, refusing to believe that what was happening was real. Shock flashed through the fighter's mind at the sight of the changed leaders of the operation, whose unnatural behavior betrayed a sinister change in their nature. Surrounded by former comrades in arms, summoning destructive magic, the soldier bitterly realized the extent of the disaster that had engulfed his battle comrades. The warrior gently lowered his wounded companion to the ground, mentally apologizing to his friends for what would soon have to be done. The seriousness of his intentions was reflected in the fighter's strange look as he held his blade out in front of him, preparing to fulfill his promise to his new commander. The rush forward was accompanied by a heartfelt farewell to those who had once been his battle companions, but were now victims of the inevitable battle. The main character's sharp blades sliced the air past the vampire, who deftly dodged the attack, demonstrating excellent reaction speed. The warrior instantly changed tactics, directing a powerful stream of dark energy from her spear towards her dodgy opponent. The attack partially grazed the vampiress, eliciting a painful shriek, though the attack wasn't powerful enough to do serious damage. The girl rushed upwards, clutching the mysterious arrow in her hand, recovering from the minor damage with frightening speed. The protagonist's face contorted with rage, his blazing blue eyes glowing with inhuman strength, as if an ancient essence had possessed his body. The vampiress created a protective web in front of her, mocking her opponent's loss of control, confident in her superiority over the distraught warrior. A mad determination pushed the young man forward, forcing him to break through the magical obstacles, ignoring the web spread by the vampiress. Fear flickered in Claire's eyes as she stepped back, realizing the recklessness of an attacker willing to sacrifice everything to win. The vampiress deftly dodged the deadly spear that swept over her head as the protagonist approached at a dangerous distance. The possessed Lee Won-seok unexpectedly intervened in the battle by jumping on top of the protagonist with the intention of crushing him with his weight. A lightning-fast reaction allowed the young man to display his spear as a shield, holding off the onslaught of his former co-worker's axe. The tactical maneuver allowed the warrior to rise to his feet, deflecting the enemy weapon high above his head and creating space for further action. Lee Hyun-wook took advantage of the moment when the sharp blades separated, delivering a powerful blow to the attacking giant's face. The vampiress's rage reached its limit as she promised brutal retribution to both opponents, watching the fierce battle unflinchingly. The deadly web rushed down towards the battling warriors as Claire unleashed another attack, eager to end the protracted standoff. An acrobatic somersault allowed Lee Hyun-wook to avoid contact with a sinister web that could change his fate forever. Surprise was reflected on Lee Won-seok's face as he realized that his opponent was suddenly behind his back, avoiding the double attack. Lee Hyun-wook's steel fingers closed around the neck of his former co-worker as the hero realized there was no other choice in this desperate situation. An internal struggle tore through the warrior's mind, mentally picturing himself slumped on his knees, desperately trying to regain his composure. The creepy picture of Seo Yun-hee drowning in a mysterious river with empty eye sockets and clinging to his leg intensified the character's inner conflict. Painful images of fellow soldiers climbing over each other and begging for help layered in the warrior's mind, tormenting his tortured soul. Memories of multiple hands reaching for him, grabbing his head and reaching even into his mouth turned into a nightmarish disharmony of thoughts. A silent stupor enveloped the lad, gazing intently into the eyes of the kneeling warrior whose arms were slung along his torso. Instead of rage, Lee Hyun-wook's gaze was filled with regret and the pain of the inevitable choice, as if apologizing for the burden fate had placed on him. The steel grip loosened, allowing the former soldier to breathe again, as the warrior realized he was unable to carry out the intended murder. The system alerted a critical overrun of desperation and anger as the young man threw his opponent a considerable distance away with a furious scream. The vampiress watched, mesmerized by the phenomenon of the blue glow that enveloped the figure of the protagonist, not understanding the nature of the transformation taking place. The hidden attribute of Hellfire mode activated due to the extreme level of dark power, causing the warrior to blaze with unquenchable fire. The ancient vampiress was encountering the Hellfire phenomenon for the first time, feeling a growing unease at the incomprehensible phenomenon. A swift swing of the spear left the girl without part of her leg as she was just about to retreat, realizing the deadly danger. The hero's equanimity contrasted with the panic of his opponent, clumsily trying to avoid a swift attack that ended in a serious wound. The spear returned to its owner, who caught the deadly weapon with astonishing ease, as if it were an extension of his own body. The vampiress' piercing scream echoed through the surrounding area as she tried to stop the bleeding, realizing the severity of the damage. The young man froze with his weapon raised, piercing his opponent with a gaze of glowing blue eyes that held no pupils or human emotion. The protagonist desperately struggled against the engulfing abyss, where countless arms of drowning people clung to his body, begging to be rescued. Muscle tension contorted the bloodied face of the warrior, who stood with unwavering determination against the deadly maelstrom. The sinister vampiress hovered above the abyss, surrounded by a mystical portal emitting a web of power, watching the young man from above. Fury distorted the aristocratic features of the immortal huntress, vowing to tear the impudent foe into tiny particles. Myriads of silvery threads rushed downward at the will of the enraged vampiress, ready to entangle, bind, and destroy the recalcitrant hero. Astonishment gripped the bloodthirsty girl as her deadly web began to disappear without a trace upon contact with the young man's body. Claire froze in midair, unable to believe her eyes, contemplating the impossible destruction of her invulnerable magical substance. The warrior methodically carried out his secret plan, forming an eminence around himself, allowing him to observe the enemy through the rift he had created. The glittering blades released by the hero's masterful hand described a deadly arc around her rival, knocking her from her aerial throne. With a lightning-fast movement, the young man thrust his spear into the ground, directing the destructive force of the blow at the mystical portal that emitted the web. The warrior's confident gaze drifted upward after the completed maneuver, calculating his next actions with cold-blooded determination. The vampiress realized the impossibility of physical superiority, feeling the warm blood flowing from a fresh wound on her flawless face. The soldiers following the commander's orders came to an abrupt halt when they heard a deafening rumble and saw a pillar of dust above the distant treetops. The curt command to immediately search for the totem sounded like a peal of thunder among the tense faces of the combat squad. The commander's fiery speech about the heroic battle inspired the soldiers, who vowed to give their best for the common salvation. Private Park Junmo's sudden cry interrupted the tense search, heralding the discovery of the fateful totem. Decisive instructions to place the explosive sounded near a majestic blue portal guarded by an ancient stone statue. On Minde's shield-bearer's address sounded at the last moment as the comrade set up the deadly charge. Unwavering devotion to the common cause was reflected in the eyes of the soldier, who had sworn to fight to his last breath. The private desperately called out to destroy the stone totem, whereupon a determined An Ming-te was the first to rush towards the ancient statue, resting his sacred shield against the surface. The blessed blade was reinforced by the holy current between the buds as the warriors continued to methodically press the barrier with their combined forces. The C4 explosive attached to the shield promised to destroy the totem, but the soldier warned of the shockwave's deadly danger to all present. The warriors gritted their teeth, intensifying their onslaught when an inscrutable creature suddenly appeared out of the gate, guiding a limb toward the stone sculpture. A powerful blow shook the ground beneath the fighters' feet, throwing them away from the statue in front of which they had just stood in a fighting stance. A gigantic, ferocious beast of unimaginable size slowly climbed out of the flickering portal, spreading an aura of primal terror. The majestic boss monster in ghostly armor moved forward purposefully, obeying the unknown force drawing him towards his goal. The enraged enemy let out a deafening roar, towering above the forest trees, looking directly at Claire in Lee Hyun-wook's battlefield. Her opponent bitterly realized the necessity of giving up her protective buffs for the sake of destroying the totem, barely containing her seething rage. Looking at the boy once more, the warrior's strategic mind calculated the consequences. The berserk would lose control, and the ghostly armor would deal with the remaining threats. Instantly making a decision, she rushed towards the advancing boss monster, preparing to execute a desperate rescue plan. Approaching the giant, the girl loudly ordered the ghostly armor to destroy the cursed totem, putting all her willpower into her voice. The ginormous creature, towering at the gate, raised the ancient weapon above its head and let out a deafening battle cry that shook the air. The soldiers at the foot of the stone statue raised their gazes, filled with horror at the premonition of imminent disaster looming over them. Surprise swept over the warrior as she flew back to her subordinate. She caught a strange noise and saw her opponent pursuing her. Taking a fighting stance, the girl held out a shining failnaught in front of her, the tip of which shimmered like a precious diamond. Holding her weapon, she began to form a web-like portal as the young man rapidly reduced the distance between them. The warrior threw her arm forward, unleashing her loaded weapon with a furious shout. Unwilling to allow her opponent to approach, the main character's legendary arrow, filled with vampire magic, rushed towards Lee Hyun-wook's body with incredible speed and power. The experienced commander met the attack with an Achilles spear, lightning-fast parrying the deadly shot with the skill of a hardened warrior. The reflected arrow, as if possessing its own consciousness, changed its flight trajectory and began to return to its original point. The warrior, soaring through the skies, skillfully maneuvered over the giant monster, aiming his spear that was oozing fierce streams of energy straight at his opponent. Below, the brave soldiers continued to attack the totem guarded by the colossal monster, while an epic battle between the hero and the girl unfolded above them. The epiphany of Failnaugh's dastardly use against her made the vampiress boil with furious rage. Realizing her opponent's cunning, the young man changed trajectory in midair, picking up the falling Claire, behind whose back the Failnaugh was inexorably approaching, charged with sinister power. The titanic monster shuddered in agony, spewing torrents of scarlet energy, strikingly resembling the magical essence that pulsed in the arrow. The powerful impact shook the ground, kicking up a gigantic cloud of dust visible even through the thick veil of the ancient forest. The dedicated soldiers surrounding the stone statue took the brunt of the destructive wave, but miraculously escaped serious injury. The powerful vampiress sat silently on the ground, in unbearable pain from the through wound in her abdomen. The frazzled hero rose to his feet behind his rival, catching her attention with an arrow-pierced body. Smoothly removing the shell from the wound, the young man defiantly held it in front of him as if it were the most valuable trophy of the battle. Shifting his grip to the center of the arrow, the warrior approached the defeated girl who refused to meet his gaze, whispering contemptuous words. Suddenly, the vampiress glared with fury, blaming the hero for the fatal mistake that had prevented the destruction of the totem and robbed him of his last chance to escape the berserk curse. Ignoring the desperate warnings, the young man ripped the jewelry from her neck in a decisive move as she prophesied him eternal damnation as a deranged murderer. The hero's fingers clutched the energized Failnaugh above his head as the vampiress continued to prophesize a horrific fate and the ruthless betrayal of his companions. The fiery speeches dissolved into emptiness as the warrior mercilessly plunged the glowing arrow straight into the chest of the shocked opponent, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Mysterious blue smoke enveloped the motionless figure of the vampire girl, with a magic projectile sticking out of her chest ominously, distorting the reality around her. The last words of the Lord of Darkness oozed venomous malevolence, promising to watch the hero's agonizing fall from the very depths of the underworld. The young man's bloody face remained an impassive mask, only the unnaturally glowing blue light of his pupilless eyes betraying his inhuman condition. The powerful order broke the silence, causing a flurry of attacks from all sides, generating a blinding purple glow that swept in waves through the forest. Loyal comrades desperately pulled the drowning sergeant, Lee Hyun-wook, out of the treacherous water depths, putting their last strength into saving their commander. Countless emotions raged in the hero's mind as he silently watched the defeated vampires by the tree, surrounded by a blue glow. The exhausted soldiers huddled around the ruined totem under the pulsing purple light, rendering aid to their injured comrade. A sinister smile curved Lee Hyun-wook's lips as he refuted the vampiress's prophecy of betrayal, reminding him of his squad's mutual loyalty and sacrifice. The mysterious blue glow dissolved into space, taking the vampiress corpse with it, leaving only a sinister arrow as evidence of the battle. Clutching the magical amulet plucked from the neck of his defeated rival, the hero sent it resolutely into his mouth, shouting orders to his squad through a hoarse chewing. Private Park Junmo's ringing voice cut through the tense silence, reporting survivors and wounded, anxiously inquiring about the commander's condition. The guy's bloodied face lit up with a triumphant smile as he absorbed the powerful relic of the fallen angel, Gregory Azazel, enhancing his supernatural abilities. The triumph was instantly replaced with sternness when the commander abruptly ordered the evacuation, warning of the imminent awakening of the monstrous boss monster. A sudden coughing fit interrupted Lee Hyun-wook as blood gushed from his mouth, causing confusion and shock on his own face. The alarmed cry of a soldier echoed across the clearing as the mighty sergeant collapsed to his knee in a vain attempt to hold back the bloody torrent. Doubts tormented the young man's mind as he recalled the colossal effort put into the battle and wondered about possibly pushing his limits. A formidable roar shook the forest as the ginormous boss monster towered above the trees behind the anguished commander, heralding a new threat. Invoking the legendary Achilles spear, the determined squad leader turned sharply toward the approaching monster, ordering everyone to evacuate from the danger zone. Threateningly looming over its victim, the colossal monster slowly lowered its massive deadly weapon like a giant axe. The devoted warrior Park Junmo lightning fast snapped out of his seat, leaving his comrades behind, rushing desperately to the commander's aid. Disappointment contorted the young man's face when the system refused to activate the steel physique's ability, unavailable to his exhausted body. The formidable blade of the enemy loomed over the stalwart lad clutching an ordinary spear, realizing his inability to resist the mighty monster. Park Jun-mo's desperate face contorted in horror as he stretched his arm forward, snapping his voice in a warning cry. A heroic attempt to hold back the enemy's blow ended in failure as the massive weapon crashed into the ground, scattering huge stone shards. Surprise lit up the hero's face as he took his hand away from his face and found the monstrous blade thrust in nearby, somehow miraculously not hitting him. The sudden appearance of a majestic white tiger leaping from a height onto the monster stunned all witnesses to the incredible scene. The mighty beast severed the monster's head with frightening ease, splashing streams of dark blood as it continued to furiously torment the defeated enemy. The predator's triumphant roar echoed through the forest, signaling the helicopter hovering in the sky above the battlefield. A swift figure jumped out of the flying machine, landing expertly among the shattered rocks next to the monster's huge weapon. The powerful battalion commander stood at full height amidst the chaos of battle, imperiously inquiring about the condition of the surviving soldiers. Joyful cheers from the warriors greeted the arrival of the high-ranking officer, while the injured An-mig-T struggled to move with the support of a comrade. A mysterious yellow glow enveloped the hero's spear, standing next to the monstrous weapon embedded in the ground. The ferocious white tiger, known as Kim Kam-seok's wild beast, the terrifying king of the mountain, towered majestically over the monster's remains. The lieutenant colonel noted his timely arrival with satisfaction, scrutinizing the ravages of the fierce battle. A piercing gaze instantly fixed on the destroyed totem, exuding a mysterious blue energy flowing in a mysterious streak in an unknown direction. Tracing the energy path, he found his sergeant behind a massive weapons barrier, asking for access to the battalion armory. Kim Kam-seok continued to question the interlocutor, devouring the mysterious artifacts, wondering about the resolution of the terrorist incident and demanding a brief report. After receiving a system notification of absorbing the demonic legion medal, the hero resolutely approached the lieutenant colonel with a military salute, reporting the conspiracy of 5 players. 4 of the terrorists were destroyed. The 5th, the vampire ringleader, was held securely in a makeshift jail cell, tied to a massive pole. The reporter nonchalantly reported the missing military leadership, unaware that the commanders lay breathless thanks to Choi Yoon-jun's heroic intervention. The baffled soldier mentally questioned himself about a possible breach of chain of command, standing in the middle of a blood-soaked clearing strewn with bodies. The uncertainty of casualties among the ranks grated on the commander's mind, especially worried about the fate of Lieutenant Seo Yoon-hee's squad. The remaining monsters would soon be eliminated by the battalion's forces, he reported as the exhausted Seo Yoon-hee sat wearily on a rock surrounded by monster bodies. The final words of the report on the completion of the anti-terrorist operation at 6:37 a.m. sounded with impeccable military clarity from the mouth of the protagonist. The lieutenant colonel enthusiastically noted the impeccability of Lee Hyun-wook's reports, always containing exactly the information that the commanding officer was eager to hear. A sudden shout from a soldier sitting nearby drew the attention of the interlocutors, puzzled by the sudden question of the end of the operation. The agitated fighter continued to stare into the heavens, causing confusion among the commanders with a strange remark about the lack of dawn. The finger pointing skyward emphasized the abnormal darkness of the firmament, causing a puzzled Kim Kam-seok to gaze toward the anti-aircraft heights. The battalion commander instantly turned to the sergeant standing nearby, demanding more information, realizing the veracity of the soldier's disturbing observation. The guy's grim face foreshadowed unpleasant news, shattering the illusion of a safe conclusion to the operation with a haunting phrase. Astonishment froze on the lieutenant colonel's face, mouth gaping open at the realization of the ongoing threat that shattered his premature relief. The commander's analytical mind instantly linked the number of observed portals in the vicinity of Seoul to the magnitude of the impending disaster. The terrorist attack and the events of the evil gathering zone turned out to be only a prelude to the most terrible threat, the 4th wave, instilling terror in the hearts of people. The epicenter of the impending apocalypse, turning the world into an otherworldly reality of inevitable destruction, was located right here in the heart of Seoul. The commander angrily realized the terrorists' true purpose behind the apparent actions, venting his irritation at his own short-sightedness. The order to return to the battalion to prepare for a new mission thundered, placing personal responsibility on Lee Hyun-wook's shoulders. Puzzled by the lack of immediate response, the lieutenant colonel repeated the soldier's name questioningly, revealing his trembling figure with downcast gaze. The hidden process of absorbing the demonic metal tormented the hero with unbearable pain, causing his body to suddenly collapse to the ground, to the astonished cries of the witnesses. The alarmed lieutenant colonel shouted out the name of the fallen warrior, while the loyal Park Jun-mo rushed forward with a desperate plea for the sergeant to wake up. The bloody body of the protagonist lay immovably on the blood-soaked ground, silently ignoring the numerous calls of his companions. One of those present raised his hand, questioning the commander about the reasons for his confidence in the impending fifth wave brewing in the heart of Singapore. A memory from a past life surfaced with a vivid vision, a young man standing majestically in front of the tactical board, sharing important information with the team. Confidence resounded in the strategist's voice as he began to reveal a surprisingly simple pattern of apocalyptic events. The historical tour began with the first wave that hit sunny California and forever changed the face of the once prosperous region. The second catastrophe consumed Shanghai, flooding the metropolis with green-skinned elf-like monsters with massive fangs and bestial rage in their bloodshot eyes. The third wave devastated majestic Berlin, spawning nightmarish plant creatures with pulsing eyes on writhing stems. Even the fourth wave that hit Seoul was remembered by a blazing sky, shaken by the thunderous booms of a creature hovering among the thunderclouds. An astute analysis revealed a key pattern, an abnormal frequency of high-level appearances in the 3 months before the disaster, as if the forces of darkness were gathering power. A practiced voice asked the question of how to proceed with the known epicenter of the wave, emphasizing the villains and lack of resources. Lee Hyun-wook recognized the enemy's superiority in strength and equipment, recalling how the mystical creature, Misteltein, had been stopped at the cost of numerous casualties. The commander's voice filled with reverence, listing the names of the 5 heroes whose selfless sacrifice had allowed humanity to endure in the hour of trial. The teeth clenched in rage emphasized the difficulty of confronting the villains who could provoke a wave that would destroy all life. The cold truth revealed the mechanism of strengthening enemies, gaining experience, and rewards for the countless lives ruined in the time of ruthless chaos. A determined gleam appeared in Lee Hyun-wook's eyes as he proclaimed the turning point: information on the location of the next target of the apocalyptic plan. The inspiring prospect of transforming from helpless victims to trained defenders was reflected by the shock on the faces of the associates. The idea of defending humanity from evil invaders turned into an unrelenting call to action, sounding in every word of a serious commander. The ruined base of humanity's last bastion of resistance was an intimidating sight with cracks inspiring primal fear. The 2 vigilant guards instantly activated battle magic, aiming it at the mysterious figure wearing a cloak that concealed any identifying features. A worried girl soldier bursts into the room, demanding an explanation from the hero regarding the stranger's appearance at an important moment in the confrontation. Seo Yun-ha vehemently rebuked her comrade for violating the express prohibition of bringing outsiders into the secret hideout during such a dangerous period. Confidence resounded in Lee Hyun-wook's words, vouching for the mysterious guest whose mortal risk to save them made him a worthy ally. The approaching footsteps caused the hero to take a few steps forward. Leaving the girl behind and speaking words of welcoming greeting, the guest threw off his cloak with an elegant movement, revealing the familiar features of Gordon Precy, whose appearance had changed the atmosphere in the room. The charming girl happily raised her glass of wine, marveling at the rarity of the oracle cone that had been extracted, allowing for the creation of something truly incredible. Gordon made a cautious attempt to elicit details of the development, masking genuine interest behind casual curiosity. Snow White, who held the honorary position of senior blacksmith, instantly tensed up, suspiciously questioning the sudden interest in classified information. The playful accusation of villainy elicited nervous laughter from the man, who hastened to refute the ridiculous suggestion by a reference to mere curiosity. A flirtatious smile transformed Snow White's face as she recognized the joking nature of the accusation, for there was no way the main investor could be an antagonist. An agonizing desire to share information battled with the duty to keep secrets in the blacksmith's soul, reflected by conflicting emotions on the girl's expressive face. The understanding smile and closed eyes of the interlocutor showed an ostentatious resignation to the impossibility of obtaining the desired information. Pretending to close his eyes, the man surreptitiously explored the dining room, noticing every detail of the surroundings and the actions of those present, gorging on food. The solitary figure of the protagonist contrasted with the general merriment as he gazed pensively into the silent windowpane. A sudden, angry cry broke the atmosphere of the feast, causing the astonished companions with plates in their hands to turn around to the source of the noise. Furious accusations against the commander burst from the lips of the enraged fighter, approaching the unshakable figure of the leader with every word. Lee Hyun-wook's face transformed lightning fast, reflecting the deep remorse and inner pain behind the barely audible sigh. Lowering his head in sincere remorse, the hero met the mocking gaze of his interlocutor, mercilessly questioning the tears and suffering. The burden of lost comrades was a heavy burden on the soul of the commander, dreaming of gaining the power to change the tragic fate of fallen comrades in arms. Choi Yoon-jun suddenly landed a powerful punch on the commander's shoulder, symbolizing the accumulated grudges of the dead fighters demanding recognition. The angry soldier unleashed a torrent of reality on his interlocutor, shattering illusions about the fantastic possibility of changing the inexorable course of time. Pointing to the rescued mages of the Portal Squad, the fighter made the commander realize the real value of his abilities and heroic deeds. The mention of the blacksmiths escaping slavery thanks to the hero's intervention coincided with the moment when Snow White began frantically drinking wine straight from the bottle. The impressive survival rate of the search party sounded like irrefutable proof of the effectiveness of the commander's leadership. The dramatic gesture of self-reference emphasized a simple truth. Without Lee Hyun-wook's heroic efforts, those present would not have lived to see this moment. An agonizing desire to change the past tore at the soul of the protagonist, dreaming of saving every life and every task undertaken. Compulsive memories of the destroyed city and dead comrades haunted the exhausted consciousness of the young man, not allowing to find inner peace. The soldier vigorously recalled the voluntary risk of every soldier and the tireless rescue efforts of the commander, pointing at him with his index finger. The demand to stop moping and focus on his command duties caused Lee Hyun-wook to look up fearfully at the speaker. Seo Yoon-hee's unexpected appearance interrupted the fiery speech as the enraged girl grabbed the speaker by the ear, accusing him of attacking the commander. The captured soldier almost dropped to his knees, excusing himself to try to boost morale, while the girl's merciless fingers clutched his ear. The commander's young protector continued her fierce reprimand, ruthlessly leading Choi Yoon-jun away from the protagonist without loosening her grip on his ear. A woman's voice offered comfort with rum, while the rest of the team swiftly carried the soldier away, clamping down on his continuing outrageous mouth. The young warrior elegantly apologized to the audience for Choi Yoon-jun's antics, whose character the team accepted as an inevitable phenomenon of nature. As she approached the protagonist, she worriedly inquired about his condition, receiving only a dismissing gesture with her hands and a negative mumble. Surprise reflected on the girl's face as she recalled the sacred status of the protectors, whose primary mission was to guard the chosen warrior. A loud rebuke of the overprotection that can spoil a fighter followed the departing group carrying the protesting soldier. A wave of infectious laughter engulfed everyone present, holding plates of viands, creating a wonderful symphony of unity and joy. Chief guest Gordon Precy remarked on the team's extraordinary camaraderie, receiving a succinct confirmation from Lee Min-hee, standing next to him, about the naturalness of their arrangement. Putting on his hood and turning away, the mysterious guest muttered mixed feelings of mortification and embarrassment, leaving the red-headed interlocutor puzzled. Disappointment at the mixed-up shifts escaped the warrior's lips with a heavy sigh, as he longed to surrender to alcoholic oblivion for the first time in a long time. The uplifting news of the supplied instant noodles instantly raised morale, prompting an offer to share the treasure after duty. The soldier's surprised look followed the departing guest, who mysteriously announced the end of his role and invited the soldiers to follow suit. The blades of the suddenly appearing monsters pierced the stunned fighters, spewing fountains of blood as the sinister Gordon strode indifferently away. After lightning-fast dispatching the few guards in the courtyard, the bloodthirsty creatures rushed into the building. Once inside, the ruthless monsters began their methodical slaying, piercing through oncoming humans with a single swipe of their sharp blades. A desperate scream into the radio about the invasion froze in the throat of the fighter hiding behind the wall as the deadly blade froze a millimeter from his quivering head. The protagonist's lightning-fast reaction was expressed in a loud, imperious order to all the stunned crew members to take up combat positions. The devastating landing of the creature that flew in through the window created a powerful shockwave that threw all of the team members against the opposite wall. A ghastly creature with fluttering hair, a burning scarlet gaze, and a bloody massive blade grinned sinisterly, enjoying the effect it had produced. The fast-moving protagonist ordered the evacuation of Gordon's important guest, but received the stunning news of his disappearance. The shock stopped the young man in half a step, widening his eyes with disbelief and eliciting an astonished exclamation of bewilderment. Panicked people rushed for the exits, only to see the iron gates inexorably descending, cutting off escape routes. Several strategic blocks were already under the control of the monsters, who easily penetrated the protective barriers and attacked the defenseless fugitives. The monsters' uncanny knowledge of the building's layout caused one of the defenders to cry out in despair at the imminent defeat of their sparse squad. Soaring above the reigning chaos, the protagonist ordered everyone to leave the base, heroically deciding to apprehend the enemies at the cost of his own life. A huge, ferocious creature with broad feet led a sinister army of bone warriors waiting outside as a deadly surprise. The graceful demonic beauty commented irritably on the colossal monster's deafening footsteps, preferring a more refined approach to the mission. Bewilderment was reflected on the demoness face as she watched the countless armada of skeletons and monsters crowding the road to the only goal. A mysterious figure sat on the horned throne of the giant monster, expressing grim admiration for the terrifying foe that awaited them ahead. The protagonist turned sharply toward the source of the ominous horn sound, his face contorted with a mixture of surprise and uncontrollable rage. The observant commander instantly identified the necromancer as the primary target, communicating the information to the group of spearmen behind him. Carefully studying the situation through binoculars, the experienced officer spotted the high-ranking baddies, immediately relaying the data over a secure walkie-talkie. The alarming cry of the oncoming enemy army was the signal for the soldiers to open a barrage of fire on the advancing horde of monsters. Irritation spewed out with a curse from the mouth of the protagonist, who realized the criticality of the rapidly deteriorating situation. After receiving an order through his miniaturized headset to move the scouting team forward, he vehemently protested the command's suicidal decision. The endless stream of monsters continued to move down the main road, while the small squad heroically tried to make their way in the opposite direction. Choi Yun-jun reported the critical detection of the enemy leader, literally dragging his stubborn red-haired partner behind him. The strategic advantage of the moment echoed in the headphones, eliciting a panicked objection from the young man about Magle's unreadiness. Realizing the need for lightning-fast action, the hero spectacularly left the building through a window, using a powerful release of magical energy. The weight of responsibility for the possible deaths of his comrades in arms fell upon Lee Hyun-wook's psyche with a deafening cry of despair. Lee Min-hee desperately resisted, shouting about being psychologically unprepared for the mission as he was mercilessly dragged to his destination. A stern Choi Yun-jun reminded of the voluntary risk-taking when joining the squad, urging them to pull themselves together and perform to the best of their ability. An encouraging radio message from Snow White claimed the incredible durability of the underground workshop, capable of withstanding a meteor strike. The first senior blacksmith completed the sentence, suggesting that she would end the nightmare with the insanely powerful weapon she had created. The inexorable armada of monsters advanced in a solid mass, shortening the distance to their intended target with each rumbling step.
Cautiously peeking out from behind the dilapidated building, Choi Yun-jun turned to Lee Hyun-wook with an emotional reminder of the cost of procrastination.
Overlooking the cityscape, the protagonist watched the apocalyptic scene of the attack. Dragons spewing purple energy, an army of skeletons and colossal creatures. Deciding after a moment of concentration, he gave clear orders to the squads to set up Magle, protect the portals, and evacuate quickly. The charismatic announcement of the impending destruction of the main target, the necromancer, rang out, inspiring his companions to heroic exploits. The soldiers instantly launched a swarm of magical drones carrying portals, key elements of the strategic plan to destroy the enemy army. The mesmerizing yellow-orange magic circles were strategically distributed over the advancing enemy army, forming a deadly net. The victorious reports of capturing control points were accompanied by Choi Yun-jun's lightning-fast attacks, neutralizing the suddenly appearing enemies. Desperate cries for the capture of the third and fourth positions echoed across the battlefield as the exhausted soldiers continued to resist. The majestic necromancer, seated on a sinister throne of bones, slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, radiating silent curiosity. Snow White's faithful subordinate cautiously questioned, in the silence of the workshop, about the deliberate concealment of incomplete repairs. The unwavering figure of the master stared shrewdly upward, recognizing the concealment of the truth for the sake of giving the squishy man his only chance to show his true strength. System alerts warned the guy about critically over-controlling metal, risky mana maximization, and a deadly combination of strikes. A colossal portal unfolded in the skies above the city, pulsing with mysterious energy just above the street where the uninvited guests were moving. The sinister necromancer rose from his makeshift throne, towering majestically and contemplating the mystical changes in the firmament. A dazzling blade of gigantic proportions began to rapidly materialize from the portal, emitting a blood-red glow from the intimidating blade. The realization of the saving power of a single blow pierced the mind of a hero, wielding powerful magic and summoning the legendary Maglay. The frozen necromancer continued to stare questioningly into the heavens, his pale face reflecting the mystical glow of the unknown creature that had arisen high above the earth. The call for the devastating technique, Steel Rain Meteorite, burst from the main character's lips as the titanic blade slammed into the ground with unimaginable force. Smith's voices triumphantly announced the completion of Maglay's strike zone prediction, methodically adjusting the final settings before launch. Snow White modestly apologized for her supposed incompetence, while the awestruck employees expressed the sincere honor of working with the legendary master. A powerful echo of readiness and gratitude echoed through the winding corridors of the multi-story dungeon, filling it with determination. The first senior blacksmith turned his gaze to the heavens with a mysterious smile, placing the final responsibility for the outcome of the mission on Lee Hyun-wook. The grandiose landing of the colossal blade generated an incredible shockwave, throwing away nearby creatures like autumn leaves. Choi Yoon-jun and Lee Min-hee, who were at a safe distance, instinctively covered their faces from the blinding radiance without moving. A devastating shockwave swept through half the city, momentarily overshadowing everything existing at the epicenter of the cataclysm. The protagonist, shielding himself from the bright light, headed resolutely towards the epicenter of the explosion, ready to analyze the consequences and take further action. As the warrior approached the kill zone, he found a large number of defeated enemies scattered amongst the city's rubble. Fallen crew members flickered among the dead, mixed in with miraculously surviving comrades struck down by the terrifying force. Lee Hyun-wook's powerful, commanding voice cut through the chaos, demanding an immediate report on the survivors in each combat squad. Seo Yoon-hee, who hadn't stopped fighting the monster, reported the guard squad fully operational as they continued to exterminate the remaining creatures. Choi Yoon-jun and Lee Min-hee finally lowered their hands, shockingly contemplating the apocalyptic aftermath of the blow in sepulchral silence. Hearing the commander's demanding inquiry, the experienced warrior immediately reported the loss of communication with the 60 members of the Search and Portal Squad. Desperate attempts to contact the Blacksmith Squad went unanswered, increasing the anxiety in the protagonist's voice with each unanswered call. The unexpected information about the necromancer's survival overshadowed all previous failures, instantly changing the priorities of the combat operation. An attentive soldier with binoculars reported critical wounds to the main enemy. Opening a strategic window of opportunity, Choi Yoon-jun solemnly announced the successful impact of the meteor, signaling the arrival of the long-awaited decisive moment. Realizing the unique opportunity to finally destroy the necromancer, the young man soared into the air, summoning an armada of weapons behind his back. Seo Yoon-hee's worried voice cut through the air, expressing concern about the risks of a solo mission against a powerful enemy. Lee Hyun-wook divided the forces, directing the guard squad to contain the monsters that had infiltrated the hideout, requiring immediate intervention. The platoon commander gave the order to her men, who instantly stopped fighting and turned their eyes to the leader's unexpected decision. The determined female warrior announced to follow the commander, leaving no room for discussion of her adamant decision. The protagonist's thoughts centered on the destruction of the necromancer as the key moment in the fight, bringing the long-awaited freedom of humanity closer. As he approached his target, the young man stretched his arms forward, coiling magical energy around the colossal, multi-story rubble, ready to collapse downward. The warrior's strategic mind directed one of the massive fragments directly over the main enemy. Terror froze on the face of the enemy, paralyzed by pain and fear, unable to move in the face of impending doom. The hero continued his swift flight towards the ground, accompanied by 100 sharp blades obeying his magical will. As the warrior approached his target, he noticed the necromancer's body buried under huge rocks, with only his head and arm visible from underneath. With mighty strength, the young man lifted the giant boulder that had previously collapsed on the main enemy, opening access to the defeated foe. Completing the landing, the hero, with a lightning-fast gesture, directed the entire armada of sharp blades at the place where a stone had been lying a moment ago. The commander approached the defeated necromancer, whose body was pierced by deadly blades, triumphantly heralding the long-awaited meeting of the sworn enemies. The young man retrieved a sword glowing with blue energy from the ground, scornfully questioning the justice of the one who had destroyed billions of innocent lives. The bloodied necromancer tried to stop the inevitable with a trembling hand, barely squeezing out incoherent words. The ruthless warrior cut short the pathetic attempts at justification with one crushing blow, instantly severing the head of the ancient enemy of humanity. The commander coldly confirmed the destruction of the primary target, gazing at the decapitated body of the defeated necromancer. Astonishment froze on the faces of the soldiers and their commander, who were rushing to the rescue, not believing in the miracle of liberation. The ominous violet light in the eye sockets of countless skeletons faded away, plunging them into the primordial darkness of inactivity. The warriors fighting in the streets froze in bewilderment as they watched the sudden fall of the previously unstoppable monsters. Joyful cries of the dead stopping the movement of the dead spread across the battlefield as the excited soldiers raised their weapons in a victory gesture. The main villains continued their resistance, forcing Lee Min-hee to create portals while his partner Lightning attacked another target. Choi Yoon-jun's call to concentrate firepower on the remaining enemies rang out over the battlefield, inspiring hope for the final liberation of humanity. With a single gust, the soldiers directed their combined magical power against the villainous floating in the sky, creating dazzling concentric circles. The Thunderlord tried to evade the crushing counterattack by emitting destructive waves of electrical energy. The annoyed fiend cast a disdainful glance around the battlefield, interested in the strange actions of the scowling warrior below. The protagonist froze in bewilderment as he watched the ferocious dragons approach, unable to understand how such an incredible phenomenon could happen. An intuitive premonition of trouble made him look more closely at the decapitated body of his main enemy, realizing a terrible truth. The majestic dragon landed just as the mysterious download was finishing, reaching the coveted 100%. The mystical unity of the entities sounded an ominous prophecy when the system alert confirmed the mind's transfer into a new body. The reincarnated necromancer stood beside the ferocious dragon, looking down on the shocked hero who refused to believe the nightmare taking place. The enchanted gesture of the new necromancer's hand was accompanied by an ominous call of darkness, marking the beginning of the true apocalypse. The defeated creatures rose at the beckoning of their lord's hand, their eyes once again glowing with the fierce light of ruthless submission. The ancient spell, Night of Death, allowed the fallen creatures to be controlled, unleashing their unstoppable fury upon the terrified soldiers. The realization of the enemy's insidious plan, provoking him to draw out his true self, filled the hero with uncontrollable rage and terror. Desperate cries of rising monsters rang out among the soldiers, becoming easy prey for the unstoppable monsters that had risen from the ashes. The transformation of one of the villains into a giant creature with a flaming body and violet eyes caused the nearest soldier to collapse to the ground in horror. A flaming trail of fire missiles streaked the sky as the mutated player soared upwards at an incredible speed. Lee Hyun-wook's desperate call for total evacuation and escape sounded the commander's last command in the chaos of the unfolding disaster. The resurrected necromancer swiftly attacked the protagonist, still standing by the dead body pierced by his own blades. A desperate call for transformation and body enhancement escaped the hero's lips, crossing his arms in front of his face in a protective gesture. The reinforcement didn't have time to activate before a lightning strike from his opponent threw the young man backwards with his arms twisted in different directions. Dragons soared over the doomed city, spewing merciless flames that turned all living things to ash beneath the apocalyptic sky. Lee Hyun-wook continued to fly away from the crushing blow, along with the stones torn from the ground, letting out an agonizing scream due to his twisted limbs. A giant blazing sphere of yellow light was forming in the hands of the necromancer, whose face was frozen in a sinister grimace with its mouth open. The deadly ball rushed toward the fear-paralyzed commander, frozen in the face of imminent doom. Fiery death was approaching the face of the soldier, able to only slightly deflect his head and clasp his eyes in anticipation of the inevitable end. Seo Yun-hee's resolute voice tore through the air as she masterfully stopped the flying sphere while holding the protective barrier in front of her comrade. His desperate call to flee was met with tearful eyes full of devotion and determination to protect him at the cost of his own life. The reincarnated enemy watched the scene with demonic laughter, not feeling an ounce of compassion for the touching display of selflessness. Activating Alcides' absorbing ability, the villain was enveloped in purple swirls of energy directed at the opponents ahead of him. The crushing wave threw Seo Yun-ha away, along with the hero, turning them into helpless projectiles flying through the ruined landscape. A giant fiend with a giant sledgehammer topped with a sharpened wooden tip burst out of the portal, rushing towards the falling bodies. The first crushing blow missed its target as the victims' bodies dramatically accelerated their fall, avoiding the deadly weapon. The fall of the heroes raised clouds of dust in various places on the ruined battlefield, marking the points of their agonizing landing. The alarmed Cho Yun-jun let out a desperate cry as he watched the tragic fate of a battle comrade in the midst of chaos. A fatal lapse of vigilance turned to a soldier's death blow as the huge weapon pierced his back through and through. The red-haired partner shared a tragic fate, pierced by a second monster, while the first monster gloatingly taunted the dying warrior. Countless swarms of insects, cockroaches, scolopendras, spiders, and butterflies swarmed toward the defenseless Seo Yun-hee, who was barely elevated after falling. An eye open in horror was the girl's last conscious movement before the deadly stream entered her mouth, completing the tragic finale. The elegant villainess with the bow tie on her finger watched her victim's agony contemptuously, expressing disgust at the agonizing convulsions of the dying. The wounded body of the protagonist, prostrate on the sharp rocks, shuddered with sobs as tears mixed with the blood on his contorted face. A desperate plea for escape escaped from the lips of a helpless witness to the systematic annihilation of battle comrades. The futile attempts to escape were cut short by the fiery breath of the pursuing dragon, turning those running into flaming torches. The ominous cloaked figure approached the protagonist prostrate among the ruins, stopping a few feet away from him. Shocked recognition flashed in the young man's eyes, recognizing Gordon Precy even under the camouflage covering. The unbearable pain of betrayal exuded in Lee Hyun-wook's desperate cry, unable to believe the treachery of his former comrade in arms. A deafening explosion in the distance caught Gordon Precy's attention, forcing him to laughingly acknowledge the tragic fate of a once safe civilian area. Desperate sobs and accusations burst from the breast of the protagonist, tormented by the agonizing realization of his fatal mistake of trusting the guard. Gordon ruthlessly cut short the young man's self-abuse, pointing out his blind adherence to the system and his inability to recognize the possibility of a guard turning into a villain. A tearful Lee Hyun-wook contemplated the countless ruins and bodies of the dead, bitterly realizing that it was the players, not the monsters, who were the true destroyers of humanity. The mocking reference to the last hero of mankind, the great Emperor of Steel, was suddenly interrupted as Gordon froze by a sudden realization. Slowly removing his mask, the villain completed his thought, pronouncing his opponent's true name with undisguised contempt for his low rank. The self-proclaimed divine judges of humanity materialized behind Gordon's back, emerging from the shadows with an aura of unwavering superiority. The exhausted hero, unable to even move from his many wounds, continued to pour out bitter regret for his belated strength. The villain's mocking speech about the inevitable fate of a low-ranked fighter pierced the heart of the defeated Lee Hyun-wook sharper than any blade. The huge pointed wooden weapon descended inexorably towards the hero as he desperately shouted out the traitor's name, watching the departing figure with his gaze. Bitter tears were continuously flowing into the completely soaked pillow on which the exhausted warrior lay. Blurred consciousness slowly picked up someone's presence nearby, while the exhausted mind refused to fully grasp the surrounding reality. The half-drowsy Park Jun-mo suddenly awakened, surprisingly saying his sergeant's name with an anxious intonation. The instant reaction of all the soldiers present to the commander's awakening was accompanied by anxious questions about his well-being. The ironic nickname, Heartless King, took on a new meaning at the sight of the sudden tears frozen on the usually unflappable commander's face. The sergeant's brief affirmation caused a wave of unease among his subordinates, who instantly fell silent under the unexpected pressure of his commanding voice. The cryptic words of a tragic future sounded as the young man turned away from the confused soldiers, staring in the opposite direction. Surprise and bewilderment were reflected on the faces of the warriors trying to comprehend their commander's strange words about foreseeing the coming tragedy. Iron determination was in the sergeant's voice, vowing to change at all costs the horrifying future he was about to see. The desperate mother sobbed on her knees before the adamant military officer, begging for an exception to save her daughter beyond the forbidden line. The ominous black dome that emerged in the heart of Seoul created a new wave of all-consuming panic among the tormented population. A tense video conference of the Kurunda Joint Command Center broadcast a fierce debate about the impending disaster. A fruitless argument about the impossibility of action and public opinion unfolded on huge monitors in front of a silent audience in the hall. One panelist suggested that the focus should be on preparing for peace after a catastrophic wave, causing everyone to tense up. The determined Zumanar guild girl interrupted the flow of words, raising her hand to express her stance. Representative Kang So-young wryly inquired about the authorities' willingness to sacrifice 1 million civilians in the affected area. Justifying himself, the voice from the screens called out for understanding of the impossibility of entering the danger zone, demanding alternative suggestions. A bizarre speech about the welfare of the entire country, not just the people of Seoul, came from the mouth of a pompous official from a monitor. Representative Khan's sharp outburst about prioritizing positions over human lives sparked a storm of outrage from those speaking from the screen. As she approached the monitor, the girl suggested coordinating the guild players caught in the zone to minimize civilian casualties. Doubt about the players' obedience to official orders came from a puzzled member of the association, scratching his head thoughtfully. The Zumanar Guild's magnanimous offer of heroic and legendary artifacts for the most active rescuers came through with iron determination. The furious scream of the guild members' inability to do nothing for their own survival caused those present on the screens to freeze in mute horror. The table shuddered under the powerful impact of a determined woman vowing to save every possible life in defiance of bureaucratic obstacles. A deafening silence was the only response from the monitors broadcasting the faces of the officials frozen in astonishment. The bitter thought of having to buy the country's salvation with guild money flashed through the girl's mind, sinking into a chair with contempt for the idle officials. Numerous skeletal remains littered the approaches to the bunker of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade, silently testifying to the recent battle. The determined lad went down to the shelter for an important conversation with the battalion commander, who immediately inquired about the sergeant's condition. Confidence sounded in every word of the protagonist, offering the commander an unexpected solution in a critical situation. A puzzled Kim Kam-seok raised his eyebrows, looking questioningly at the soldier, waiting to hear the gist of the unexpected offer. The disturbing news of the disappearance of the captured terrorist came from the mouth of the hero, aware of the broken shackles at the empty pillar of confinement. The lieutenant colonel pressed his palm to his haggard face in despair, recognizing the seriousness of the problem of escaping a dangerous prisoner. The impenetrable prison of mana stones with powerful barriers was insurmountable for normal players without the rarest S rank. The grim realization of betrayal within his own ranks pierced the protagonist's mind, searching for a logical explanation for the impossible escape. Lee Hyun-wook's report on the chaos in Seoul under attack by monsters and out-of-control criminal players sounded with military clarity. Countless people wandered the devastated land, among the ruins and shelters erected for protection from the monsters that flooded the once safe world. The paradoxical reality was turning the shelters into death traps, harboring dangers greater than the outer chaos of the ruined city. Lee Hyun-wook's serious gaze accompanied a grim assessment of the situation, as he reported the need for lengthy training for even the least affected squad. The shrewd lieutenant colonel interrupted the report with a sudden smile, sensing the germination of a valuable idea in his subordinate's mind, impatiently demanding a continuation. The commander's subtle psychological maneuver caused a fleeting look of disappointment on the sergeant's face to be replaced by an inner glee at having successfully manipulated the situation. The formation of a special association to protect civilians and minimize the devastating effects of the wave sounded a strong message. Surprise contorted the features of his interlocutor as the cryptic phrase, "special association," hung in the tense air between the military. The lieutenant colonel's insightful questions about leadership assignments and chain of command exposed potential weaknesses in the ambitious plan, testing the young strategist's resolve. The self-assured turn of the young man's head was more eloquent than words to demonstrate his unshakable confidence in his authority among his future subordinates. The commander's tone echoed over the battlefield, where soldiers methodically surveyed the area strewn with monster remains, searching for surviving comrades. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's indignation spilled out in a scathing tirade about a military hierarchy that rejects the possibility of commanding privates over officers. The protagonist's skillful acting was evident in the feigned agreement and supposed sadness as he lowered his head, hiding his true intentions behind a mask of submission. A masterful imitation of the battalion commander's intonation lent credibility to the quote about the need for officer presence in the special association. The strategic lie about the command's high confidence in the second platoon made the red-haired officer stiffen in surprise, flattered by the sudden importance. The skillful acting continued with a phrase about the counselor's role, accompanied by an expression of feigned regret that immediately caught the interlocutor's curiosity. The apt reminder of the impressive combat power of the officer who opened the portal fueled Lee Hyun-wook's vanity, dreaming of a repeat of the heroic moment. The subtle psychological manipulation was enhanced by the vision of saving civilians from disaster, finally tipping the ambitious warrior to his side. The tantalizing prospect of the admiration of the major guilds finally destroyed the resistance of the interlocutor, who was already dreaming of fame and universal recognition. The masterful move of pretending to leave instantly provoked a reaction from the officer, whose hand lay resolutely on the hero's shoulder. A victorious smile lit up Lee Hyun-wook's face as he stood with his back to the deceived lieutenant, enjoying the flawless execution of his cunning plan. The girls' desperate screams tore through the air of the burning barracks as they fearlessly fought the raging flames with magic spells. A determined Kim Se-hee pushed back her companions, allowing them to continue creating water, elemental magic circles as they prepared to use their own powerful magic. An indignant monologue about the injustice of the service accompanied the concentration of magical energy, interrupted by Lee Hyun-wook's sudden appearance behind him. The irritated, annoying boy reference didn't elicit a response, only a cold announcement of the girl's inclusion in a special squad. The strong wind fanning the flames made her put her hand to her ear, impatiently demanding a repetition of the unintelligible words hidden behind the roar of the elements. A radiant smile lit up Lee Hyun-wook's face as he gave a thumbs up, delivering an important message despite his interlocutor's desperate cries of inaudibility. An uneasy feeling swept over Kim Se-hee as she watched the young man's retreating figure, foreshadowing imminent trouble in the final days of the service. Incredible panic gripped Choi Yun-jun at the sight of his comrade entering, causing him to instantly dive under the bed without even a single word uttered. Desperate cries of refusal burst from the lips of the blanketed soldier, adamantly resisting any suggestion from his hiding place. The exhausted fighter recalled his suffering for the 30th Valentian, desperately clinging to his near freedom from army duties. The revelation of the discipline violations made the cocky Choi Yun-jun's eyes bulge in horror as he realized the revelation of his closely guarded secrets. Lee Hyun-wook's sinister smile peeking under the bed accompanied the threats of endless army service, causing the soldier to break out in a cold sweat of terror. Recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, the defeated warrior crawled out from under the bed, dramatically throwing off the covers and agreeing to everything. The shocked Lee Won-seok stared in horror at his distorted reflection in the stream, trying to make sense of the inexplicable change. The armed squad's commanding cries of searching for and destroying surviving monsters caused him to straighten up sharply, spotting a dangerous military patrol. Paralyzing fear distorted the fighter's face as he realized that his unusual appearance would doom him to instant death without the slightest chance of explanation. A powerful leap carried him far away from the danger zone, obeying the primal instinct of self-preservation and crossing out the possibility of negotiation. The fatal haste of the decision doomed the fugitive to loneliness, depriving him of the knowledge that Lee Hyun-wook was desperately searching for him among the army patrols. Bitter sadness colored the thoughts of the protagonist, confident of Won-shak's salvation but puzzled by his mysterious disappearance. A vivid memory of the mocking words from the first training session surfaced in his mind as he rebuked the new recruit for his tendency to run away from difficulties. A sad smile slid across the warrior's face as he continued his search for his comrade, regretting the lack of trust between them at such an important moment. Command orders to assemble a special squad on the training ground echoed through the corridors where soldiers bustled about with weapons and strategic supplies. The unexpected encounter with Seo Yoon-hee in the hallway silenced the protagonist for a moment before he pulled himself together and gave a statutory salute. Puzzled by the unusual reaction of her interlocutor, the boy stood questioningly, trying to figure out the reason for the embarrassment of the usually resolute squad leader. The lieutenant's embarrassed admission of poor judgment was accompanied by a downcast gaze, betraying the proud military woman's internal struggle with her own emotions. Sincere gratitude lit up the face of the hero, whose happy smile expressed pleasure at the unexpected recognition of merit by the stern commander. The sudden change in tone and the lieutenant's commanding posture with his hands on his belt wiped the smile off the young man's face, replacing it with an expression of genuine amazement. A confused bewilderment slipped into the boy's voice, completely confused by the sudden change of mood of the willful interlocutor. Seo Yoon-hee's resolute declaration of joining the special squad and his intention to personally watch every move sounded like a battle call. The momentary surprise on the hero's face was quickly replaced by a welcoming smile, expressing genuine joy at the unexpected combat partnership. The lieutenant's rounded eyes betrayed shock at the positive reaction, while she looked away in embarrassment and quietly confessed her mutual feelings. Inner satisfaction filled Lee Hyun-wook's mind, mentally celebrating Seo Yoon-hee's joining, completing the formation of the circle of most trusted associates. The lined-up soldiers froze in front of the combat vehicles as the commander announced with unwavering confidence the strength of the special squad and drivers. The lieutenant colonel's displeasure at the impromptu squad name sprang out in the birth of a steel company, causing the faces of the disciplined fighters to warp silently. Deep thoughts took over the warrior's mind, realizing the need to interact with comrades from the past to change a hopeless future and stem the catastrophic tide. Sergeant Hyun-wook reported with unwavering determination on the steel company's mission to rescue civilians and launch strategic strikes on Seoul. The bloody spear trembled in the hands of the frustrated warrior, whose desperate cry echoed through the gloomy vaults of the mysterious cave. A sudden insight pierced the hero's consciousness, causing him to freeze with eyes wide open, as if a crucial secret had been revealed to him. His gaze was drawn to the numerous scarlet manastal stones, shimmering mysteriously next to the defeated monster in the ominous semi-darkness. Lee Hyun-wook's magical power attracted the nearest stone, which he regarded with undisguised curiosity in his bloody palm. The precious crystal instantly disappeared into the warrior's mouth, carefully surveying his surroundings to make sure no one caught him doing the strange ritual. With a powerful leap, the hero soared into the air with his spear in hand, finding himself right in front of the giant beast's open claw, ready to devour him. An attempt to attack the monster failed when the massive claw slammed down, forcing the warrior to land elegantly at a safe distance. Fury gripped the boss monster, ruler of Earth, whose hybrid human-scorpion body tensed, preparing to destroy the defiant intruder. The invasion of the sacred nest has turned the hero into coveted prey, with a deadly tail with a venomous sting hovering menacingly over his head. The young man's disparaging words about the naivety of a monster aiming for the exposed back of his head fueled the ancient dungeon ruler's rage. Annoyed by the taunt, the scorpion attacked furiously with its tail, swiping past a deftly dodging opponent and smashing the stony ground. The swift swing of the venomous sting pursued the hero soaring through the air, whose eyes searched for a weak spot in the armor of the mighty foe. Suddenly changing trajectory in flight, the young man touched the torso of the confused monster, whose 6 eyes were perplexedly watching the enemy. Black energy rushed out from the suddenly swung spear as Lee Hyun-wook thunderously activated the unlocked ability of the deadly weapon. The perfect moment to attack came when the enraged monster opened its jaws wide, emitting a deafening roar, allowing the young man to swiftly enter. The unexpected turn of events left the spear outside as the massive jaws slammed shut, swallowing the guy whole inside the creature. Covered in a disgusting slime, the protagonist was rapidly tumbling down the creature's esophageal tract, approaching its innards. The slime-covered Lee Hyun-wook ironically thanked the monster for swallowing him, realizing that it provided the perfect opportunity to attack. Activating the body enhancement to protect against digestive acids, the hero instantly summoned the devastating ability King Bomb, preparing to destroy the enemy. The systemic warning of the threat to his own body didn't stop the warrior, whose clothes were shredded to shreds by the pulsing glow of the released power. The boss monster's triumph was replaced by dismay as parts of his body began to swell threateningly, foreshadowing imminent internal catastrophe. A blast of unprecedented force tore the ruler of Earth from within, scattering fountains of blood and pus, in the midst of which a young man shrouded in a magical aura could be seen. The creature's body torn to pieces, with its head flying off into the distance, was proof of the victory of a hero who realized the power of his destructive magic. The system notification of the gate being cleared and rewarded with a gold card confirmed Lee Hyun-wook in thinking that the monster's stinking breath was worth the agony he had endured. A sinister smile contorted the hero's face as he didn't hesitate to activate the precious gold card that opens the door to new possibilities. The stunning ability of the metal bend manifested on the warrior's arm with a multitude of sharp spikes of various shapes, causing him to gasp in rapturous amazement. The warning about the impossibility of combining body enhancement with the new ability did not confuse the young man as he watched the transformation of the spikes into paired blades. A jubilant gaze slid across the deadly blades as the warrior triumphantly proclaimed the completion of preparations for the upcoming Soul Wave trial. Proceeding to the second part of the plan, the hero summoned the red manistal crystals scattered around, which rushed to his hands. Catching countless stones, the warrior enjoyed the anticipation of the feast while his face distorted with a ghastly smile and his empty eyes glowed with an ominous blue glow. The dome over Seoul loomed ominously a week after the incident as loudspeakers blared the national headquarters' alarming warnings across the city. A desperately sobbing boy in exorbitant clothing stood amidst the city ruins, ignoring calls for evacuation, unwittingly attracting the attention of the hungry undead. The approaching noise made the terrified kid let out a muffled cry of terror, paralyzed by all-consuming fear. The first zombie almost grabbed the child who had fallen over in terror when a car with blinding headlights suddenly appeared and rushed straight at the monsters. The Steel Hulk swept spectacularly between the boy and the undead, picking at the hood of the bloodthirsty pursuers one by one. The fighters jumped out of the transport with lightning speed, forming a protective perimeter around the trembling child and opening heavy fire on the approaching zombies. The soldier commander activated his walkie-talkie, giving orders to block the source of the monsters, meeting the surprised gaze of the gradually calming boy. The smiling warrior turned to the small survivor encouragingly, confidently holding his assault rifle at the ready, arousing curiosity in the children's eyes. The boy's brightened face lit up with a shy smile, the tears almost disappearing when he finally uttered a single word of appreciation. An irritated Lee Min-hee expressed his displeasure at Park Jun-mo's actions in violating the order not to go further than the established perimeter. A soldier from the car loudly called out to Kim Se-hee, concentrating emerald energy in the magical spheres pulsing in each palm. The focused sergeant patiently waited for the energy waves to reach each zombie, gradually enveloping them in a greenish glow. With a sharp movement of her hands, the female mage activated the vortex currents that lifted the magic-shrouded monsters into the air. The merciless energy vortices threw the helpless undead high up, depriving them of the slightest chance of surviving the fall. The last refugee from the evacuation group stopped the entire convoy, pointing in amazement at the incredible abilities of the mysterious soldiers. Hovering above the ground, the girl sergeant gave the command to the red-haired lieutenant waiting patiently on the roof of the car. The young man shouted an incantation, throwing forward his hand, from which a pulsating yellow circle with an inky abyss inside materialized. The command word came as a shimmering portal appeared right on the road in front of the squad, opening a path to the unknown. Kim Se-hee, a masterful blade wielder, rushed through the crowd of zombies with lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of precise, deadly blows. Soaring into the sky after a series of successful kills, she mentally cursed the annoying old man trickster as one zombie let out a death scream. Her memories took her back to her conversation with the protagonist at the mysterious purple portal when she asked about his solo mission. The girl reminded her interlocutor of his promise to help with leveling up, receiving only a subdued reply about the inevitability of a solo assignment. Anxiety for his partner's safety overwhelmed the sergeant, forcing him to express concern about the risks of a solo operation. A confident Lee Hyun-wook reassured the worried girl with the promise of a speedy return, radiating unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Questions about the timing of his return kept swirling in her mind during the flight, mingling with memories of their last meeting. The musings were suddenly interrupted at the sight of a ghastly monster caving in amongst her comrades, throwing the fighters back with the shockwave of the landing. The soldiers rose to their feet lightning fast, watching the green-skinned bipedal creature elegantly climb out of the crater of its landing. Instead of the expected attack, the mysterious monster began to manipulate the air currents, concentrating mystical energy around its mouth. The bewildered looks of the military expressed absolute incomprehension of what was happening, anticipating an imminent threat of an unseen nature. The creature's terrifying maw opened, spewing a spiraling stream of air surrounded by concentric circles, instantly filling the entire perimeter. Paralyzing horror gripped Kim Si-hee, who realized the complete immobility of her body as the veins swelled threateningly on her pale face. The rest of the warriors froze in an identical state of immobility, agonizing pain reflected in the pulsing veins on their faces. Park Jun-mo, unable to move next to the defenseless boy, desperately tried to reach for the child in an effort to protect the innocent soul. The green-skinned monster turned its head, assessing the paralyzed soldiers with a hungry gaze, issuing a shrill signal to its bloodthirsty allies. The undead hordes rushed towards the immobile warriors, anticipating easy prey, absolutely certain of the helplessness of their victims. Kim Si-hee's trembling consciousness registered the zombie's approaching limbs, almost touching her frozen face in terror, foreshadowing the inevitable end. A sudden cry of "Metal Ben!" was accompanied by the sharp separation of the green creature's head, thanks to the commander's appearance. A powerful call to awaken and keep firing rang out from the main character's mouth, inspiring the dazed soldiers to return to battle. The shocked warriors froze with open mouths, not immediately realizing the return of the ability to move after the mystical paralysis. The momentary realization of freedom of movement caused a flurry of aimed fire at the approaching creatures, putting the initiative back in the squad's hands. Kim Si-hee, awakened from her stupor, summoned her green magic once again, scattering the undead with powerful energy bursts. The mage floated elegantly in the air, bestowing the hero who appeared with a mocking smile and the taunting nickname, Annoying Grandfather. As she continued levitating, she rebuked the commander's procrastination with contrived irritation, hinting at the criticality of every second lost. The words froze on her lips as her gaze first swept fully over the figure of her savior, widening with unconcealed shock and surprise. The excited soldiers cheerfully shouted the sergeant's name, suddenly falling silent in full view of their commander. The shock question of the sergeant's transformation hung in the air at the sight of the hero's naked figure, surrounded by levitating metal spheres. Lee Hyun-wook's commanding voice ordering the steel company to hold their position broke the awkward silence, promising tactical support. The mental confusion of the soldier who involuntarily fixed his gaze on the naked sergeant reflected the general confusion of the squad. The stern injunction against questions, backed by a threat from the commander, instantly mobilized the frozen warrior, who understood the gravity of the situation. The small child froze in awe, unconsciously repeating in a childish voice the observation about Uncle's elephant, heightening the awkwardness of the moment. The heroic figure towered on an armored vehicle in front of the squad, coordinating the attack of the metal spheres while Kim Si-hee maintained air cover. After the bloody battle was over, the weary soldiers methodically surveyed the streets littered with corpses of creatures. The commander, who had finally found suitable clothing, hurriedly dressed, sparing his subordinates from further embarrassment. Kim Si-hee stood with her back to Lee Hyun-wook as her green magic materialized a nude female figure in a seductive pose. The girl's terrified screams broke the silence as her trembling hands desperately tried to dispel the magical pattern. The hero's abrupt reversal exposed his shock at the sight of the mystical silhouette, while the unruly magic of the girl, arms crossed over her chest, continued to take on a life of its own. The sergeant's sneering comment about the meager spectacle and the unfulfilled task only elicited an awkward laugh from the young man, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Indignation flashed in the hero's eyes as the true meaning of his partner's sarcastic words finally pierced his consciousness, generating a storm of emotions. The cold air was the only excuse for the confused boy, meeting the girl's understanding smile with a silent admission of defeat. A thunderous shout echoed behind him, causing Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook to meekly mutter a promise not to repeat the demonstration. Soldier Park Jun-mo, accompanied by a small child clinging to his leg, expressed concern about the commander's condition and his tattered uniform. A sudden wariness contorted the young man's features as his heightened senses picked up on something suspicious, causing him to abruptly cut off his interlocutor with a warning gesture. The commander's imperious order echoed through the deserted space, demanding the immediate appearance of the men hiding behind the dilapidated building. Desperate excuses about the failed evacuation merged into a unified chorus as terrified refugees came out with their hands raised, forming an imposing crowd. The sergeant's furrowed brow betrayed the suspicion behind the seemingly innocuous question about the inability to reach the shelter. A shrill child's cry broke the tense atmosphere as the toddler who was standing next to a soldier rushed toward his father in the front row of refugees. The grateful words of a father reunited with his son did not touch the heart of the commander, whose gaze was searching for the slightest sign of deception. An ominous foreboding colored the hero's quiet words as his penetrating gaze drilled the stranger's face with frightening intensity. The metal spheres, obeying Lee Hyun-wook's magical order, hovered threateningly around the man who was stunned with fear and did not understand the reason for the aggression. Panic gripped the crowd at the sight of the approaching deadly orbs while the desperate cry of the little boy's father appealed for mercy from the warriors. The commander's single word turned the metal spheres into instruments of death, tearing apart the bodies of the pseudo-refugees. Horror contorted the child's face as the little boy jumped away from his father's bloody body, pouring out a desperate cry of realization of loss. The shocked soldiers froze with their mouths open, including a sergeant and a lieutenant whose indignant cries accused Lee Hyun-wook of insanity and cruelty. Park Jun-mo's deafening shout was drowned out by the noise of the sergeant's swift leap, accompanied by the ominous flight of the Cloudblade. Lightning fast, the enraged young man caught up to the fleeing boy and roughly grabbed him by his clothes, lifting him above the ground with frightening ease. Threatening words about hating attacks from the back sounded a chilling warning as the Cloudblade inexorably approached the child's head. The surviving refugees sat with their ears closed, refusing to look at the horrifying scene of a ruthless young man holding a helpless child. The red-haired officer reloaded his weapon and gave a furious order to aim at Lee Hyun-wook, calling him a scumbag for abusing a child. Lee Min-hee's desperate cry cut through the tense silence, accusing the sergeant of insanity as he held the child in cold blood amidst the prostrate bodies. With a steely movement of his foot, the boy toppled the lifeless body of the supposed father, continuing to clutch tightly at the clothes of the subdued boy. A mysterious blade found under the corpse confirmed the warrior's words about cloaked players from another world stalking the squad. The red-haired officer froze in a daze, realizing the frightening truthfulness of the recalcitrant sergeant's words about the true nature of civilians. Sudden cries of support burst from the mouths of kneeling survivors, confirming the abduction and atrocities of the imaginary victims. Lee Min-hee and Kim Si-hee's stunned gazes crossed in silent realization of the monstrous truth revealed before them. The young man's defiant greeting exposed the true identity of the child, a deadly blade gleaming menacingly behind his head. The red pupils and transformed face gave away the true nature of the creature, feignedly denying familiarity with the warrior who had exposed him. The instant transformation turned the harmless toddler into a sinister adult whose clothes perfectly encased a body armed with spiked knuckles. The facial expressions of the observers distorted with a new wave of shock at the sight of the unbelievable transformation of a fake child into a deadly opponent. The newfound body instantly assumed a fighting stance, bringing the spiked weapon in for a lethal strike to the sergeant's unprotected neck. The attacker's face, contorted with rage, betrayed his frenzy over the failure of an elaborate plan uncovered by a shrewd adversary. The hero's steel physique activated at the last moment as the deadly spike nearly touched the vulnerable flesh of his neck. Metal clinking and sparks accompanied the useless contact of the iron spike with the invulnerable steel of the guy's body, uttering an ominous greeting. A powerful steel fist came down on his opponent's face with such fury that blood and dislodged teeth scattered in all directions. The terrified face of the defeated Kim Han-kyo expressed genuine horror as the metal ball magically forced his wounded mouth open. Massive chains held the prisoners securely to the post, denying any possibility of resisting the imposed feeding under the sergeant's watchful gaze. A furious scream mingled with agonizing pauses as the bound criminal shouted curses, protesting the strange punishment. A face contorted with rage and a partially toothless mouth made the accusations of brutality and torture with metal balls especially poignant. The sergeant's equanimity before the absurd accusation was emphasized by his action. He calmly placed the same metal ball in his own mouth. Licking his lips after swallowing the metal sphere was accompanied by a casual comment about acquiring a taste for unusual food. Tears of despair glistened in the captive's eyes as he realized the unimaginable nature of the creature standing before him with the next portion of the strange treat. Steel fingers mercilessly squeezed the victim's cheeks, forcing the tortured mouth open for another balloon, until a desperate scream interrupted the gruesome procedure. A stream of confessions about the sinister Gong Igtai, who had caused a bloodbath among the guards and taken over Tongdaemon's hideout, burst from the captive's lips. The sergeant's mental analysis linked the information to legends of a sinister experiment that had ruined many innocent souls for the sake of gaining supernatural power. Memories of a ghostly renegade villain who managed to hide his appearance from even the most discerning of enemies filled the brooding warrior's mind. The sudden palm drowned out a stream of confessions about subordinates who had run away from intolerable conditions and a mission to retrieve them masquerading as a child. Muffled pleas for trust broke through the steel grip of the hero, cold-bloodedly recognizing the lies in the captive killer's every word. The warrior's penetrating gaze pierced through Kim Han-kyo, revealing the ulterior motives behind the kidnapping and the connection to the mysterious villain. The young man continued to keep his captive's mouth closed while mentioning the name of the famous Gong Yig Tai, causing his opponent's eyes to show unconcealed amazement. A sinister smile contorted the hero's face as the magical spheres within the defeated villain began to expand, foreshadowing the imminent explosion. The bewilderment of the soldier standing next to the sergeant was reflected in his shocked voice, unable to understand for whose sake Kim Han-kyo had taken such a drastic step. The protagonist rejected the offer to wait for Lieutenant Seo Yun-ha and Sergeant Choi Yun-jun, explaining their busyness with rescuing the lieutenant colonel and repairing the armor. The soldier was surprised at the prospect of forcefully penetrating the locked shelter, but his words betrayed doubt about the success of the upcoming mission. An enigmatic smile lit up Li Heng's face, confidently stating that there was a plan, with a detached gaze staring into the infinity of the heavens. The interlocutor froze in a daze, mentally noting the characteristic expression on the sergeant's face, foreshadowing another unpredictable decision of the commander. A powerful voice boomed around the vicinity of the shelter, presenting the squad as the regular army of the Republic of Korea, demanding that the doors be opened immediately. Lee Hun-wook drummed on the massive door, threatening criminal prosecution for illegal seizure and the use of a mythical master key. The soldiers behind the commander covered their faces with their palms from the ridiculousness of the situation, realizing that the whole plan was based on a bluff about a non-existent key. A sinister smirk accompanied the increasing knocking on the door, complete with an ultimatum for immediate intrusion after the deadline. The team finally realized the young man's strategic calculation, which was based on isolating the denizens of the shelter from outside information and the reality of the situation. The scowling face of a man in body armor appeared in the doorway, questioningly studying the uninvited guests who had disturbed their tranquility. The protagonist cleverly disguised the deception behind formal speech, squeezing through the crack of the open door with an unchanging, sinister smile. An indignant denial of the accusations came from a second man in an unbuttoned shirt under an unbuttoned bulletproof vest, defiantly removing his headgear. The bald man hospitably invited the squad to proceed inside, displaying an ostentatious confidence that all safety rules were being followed. The lauded discipline of the civilians in the exemplary work of the structure resounded in the words of the guide pointing to the executive occupants of the shelter. The protagonist's loud remark about pretending and reacting strangely to those who came from outside instantly alerted the man accompanying them. Lee Hyun-wook's soft laughter covered the intentional provocation, disguising it as a harmless joke testing the interlocutor's reaction. Tension was building with every second as the sergeant suddenly turned toward his subordinate, leaving the agitated guide behind. The bald man inquired about additional units with ill-concealed concern, inadvertently giving away his true intentions. The hero's provocative question, backed by a sinister smile, shattered the carefully constructed lie, hinting at martial superiority. Bewilderment contorted the man's face, whose raised eyebrows expressed confusion at the unpredictable behavior of the uninvited military guest. The young man defused the tension with a feigned laugh and a careless wave of his hand, continuing the verbal game with allusions to the criminal background of his hosts. The provocation had reached its goal, the swollen veins on his bald head betraying the barely contained rage that erupted in accusations and suspicions. The guy's abrupt change in tone was accompanied by a serious accusation, backed by a secret ability that revealed the armed presence of cloaked players. The sergeant's sharp command broke the tense silence, forcing the soldiers to deploy their weapons against the pseudo-peaceful occupants of the shelter. Deadly fire rained down on the detected enemies, instantly turning the peaceful shelter into the blazing epicenter of a furious battle. Gong Yigtae's disclosure was accompanied by a mocking advice to pick a suitable form as the magic cloud blade cleaved the air under the hero's control. The mystical weapon, obeying its master's will, delivered a crushing blow, chipping away the stone from the body of the transforming opponent clad in a stone shell. The furious roar of the enraged monster shook the room, promising to silence the defiant young man forever under the crushing force. Chaos engulfed the asylum as soldiers shot the resisting players, and a sergeant with green magic flew out of a suddenly formed portal. Gong and Tae's giant stone hand crushed the hero against the wall, turning the sturdy structure into ruins under the pressure of inhuman strength. The stone creature continued to hold its opponent, triumphantly questioning its ability to resist, savoring the supposed victory. A sudden jolt threw the monster off the wall, as if an invisible force had delivered a crushing blow, changing the balance of power in a deadly battle. Part of the stone reinforcement shattered from the enemy's face, exposing a terrible wound above the eye, spewing a fountain of blood to desperate screams. The hero, frozen in the ruined wall, announced his steely nature with a demonic smile, contrasting it with the stone essence of his defeated foe. The loyal soldiers continued to methodically shoot the leaping players, regardless of their acrobatic maneuvers and attacks with sharp weapons. Gong Yigtae's stone face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of accusations against his opponent for betraying the soldier's duty of protecting civilians. Lee Hyun-wook's cold voice cut through the chaos of the battle, reminding him of the military's sacred duty to protect real citizens from such criminals. The villain's face lit up with uncontrollable rage as the protective stone mask slowly formed, hiding his hate-distorted features. Accusations of murdering an innocent guard echoed over the battlefield, where various magical forces clashed in a chaotic confrontation. The stone creature's enraged scream accompanied its swift sideways maneuver, aimed at crushing the hero against the wall. The young man's lightning-fast reaction allowed him to elegantly leap over the stone monster, avoiding the crushing blow of the massive body. A powerful jump allowed the hero to break through the wall, weakened by previous encounters, finding himself on the other side of the shattered barrier. The sergeant's battle cry released the sinister black energy of the spear, rushing towards the stone opponent with incredible speed.
The harsh accusation of inhumane experiments on living human beings came from the mouth of a young man standing in the breach in the wall.
Misunderstanding and rage mingled in Gong Yigtae's chaotic exclamations as he tried to simultaneously fend off the attack and refute the accusations. The stone monster's shrill excuse about the lack of shelter space was accompanied by a powerful flip of the enemy spear in a single motion. A stone hand slid defiantly across the massive body as the villain called out solidarity between the players, emphasizing their value to the country. Memories of past encounters with Gordon Precy instantly flashed through the sergeant's mind, triggering a wave of disgust at the familiar rhetoric. A passionate tirade about the daily risk and the need for a privileged attitude burst from the stone lips of Gong Yigtae, justifying his actions. The single icy quiet from the protagonist's lips caused the stone creature to abruptly interrupt his speech and interject in a puzzled manner. Lee Hyun-wook's hands shining with magical energy rushed towards his opponent after furiously declaring his intention to teach the traitor a lesson. The powerful collision of the hero's shining hand with the stone fist of his opponent generated a shockwave that spread throughout the room. The young man's supernatural strength easily shattered the stone defenses of the enemy, exposing the vulnerable flesh beneath the shattered armor. The tactical advantage suddenly shifted to the enemy, who lightning fast closed the stone trap around the warrior's arm, depriving him of maneuverability. Smug words about underestimating his opponent oozed venom as the stone monster held the young man on his outstretched arm like a trophy. A second massive fist rushed towards the defenseless hero, forced to use his free hand to protect his head from the crushing blow. The victim's fierce resistance only fueled the sadistic rage of the renegade villain, who intensified his death grip with a wish for an agonizing death. The beast brought its foe to the ground with furious anger, pressing the body into the stony surface with the inexorable weight of its weight. A sinister smile lit up the face of the warrior sprawled on the ground, nonchalantly enduring the crushing attacks with demonstrative calm. The metal bend activated from the sergeant's imperious shout, transforming his hand into a deadly blade that pierced the enemy's stone barrier. A system warning about the incompatibility of body reinforcement with metal bending didn't stop the hero crushing the facial defenses of his enemy. A steely physique enveloped the warrior's body with pulsing blue energy as he majestically towered over the defeated monster. A merciless blow rained down on his opponent's face, pinning the monster's massive body to the ground with the incredible strength of an enraged fighter. An unrelenting barrage of blows rained down on the enemy, demonstrating the colossal difference between Gong Yigtai's single attack and the fury of the protagonist. Pleas for mercy burst from the bloodied face of the defeated man, whose consciousness was clouded by the powerful blows that blossomed his skin with bruises. The sergeant maintained a dominant position over the prostrate enemy, staring intensely into his battered face, waiting for further developments. The supernatural ability caused the hero to turn sharply toward the frightened crowd of people gathered near the scene of the battle. Desperate pleas for rescue burst from the lips of a woman with an emaciated child, whose frightened voice stood out among the whispers of the frightened crowd. The hero's gaze instantly fixed the dried lips of a starving girl in the arms of a pleading woman, revealing the true picture of what was happening. Righteous anger distorted the features of the sergeant's face as he realized the horrifying reality of starving innocent people to death and cold in a makeshift prison. A mental analysis of the situation with the rations and escaped refugees was interrupted by a heartbreaking scream, causing the hero to turn around to face a new threat. The empty suit of stone beneath the warrior's feet testified to the devious trick of the enemy, who had managed to transform and capture the helpless old man. The defiant scream of the wounded fiend holding the trembling man echoed across the makeshift battlefield. The final certainty of the enemy's true nature crystallized in the mind of the sergeant, whose fierce gaze followed the enemy's every movement unerringly. The magical manipulation activated, releasing a deadly arrow from the hero's pouch as the bald villain tried to excuse himself and retreat with his hostage. Gong Yigdai's warning shout was cut short halfway through as the deadly projectile pierced the kidnapper's head, causing a fountain of scarlet liquid to erupt. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood, releasing the terrified old man from the deadly embrace of his defeated foe. The horrified screams of the civilians filled the air as they watched the decapitated corpse, instinctively closing their eyes against the gruesome sight. The furious sergeant froze in a tense pose, oblivious to the frightened looks of the rescued men, wary of their cruel liberator. A brief report on the elimination of 21 participants in the illegal takeover sounded official in tone, contrasting with the emotional tension of the situation. The sudden change in Park Junmo's facial expression caught the attention of the protagonist, who noticed the soldier's unusual behavior after the report. The young warrior squeezed out a confession about the moral gravity of killing criminals, unable to look up due to inner torment. Lee Hun-wook's wise phrase about the eternal complexity of such decisions rang out as the freed captive rolled up the cart to collect the many bodies. Unshakable confidence shone through the sergeant's words about the sacred duty of protecting defenseless citizens as his hand dropped reassuringly on the shoulder of the doubting fighter. The demanding cry for a face-to-face meeting instantly caught the vigilant commander's attention, causing him to turn around sharply in search of the source of the sound. Park Junmo calmly explained that the speaker was representing the civilian population, causing the puzzled young man to look questioningly. Member of Parliament Park Gil-song solemnly asserted his authority to protect asylum, while a trade association representative standing nearby insisted on discussing food distribution. A furious altercation erupted between two officials accusing each other of failing to act during the takeover of the shelter without noticing the presence of the man they were looking for. An unperturbed Lee Hyun-wook was watching the arguing men when his attention was drawn to Park Jun-mo's conversation with an old man stacking bodies on a cart. The grateful grandfather persisted in refusing the soldier's help with removing the bodies, falling to his knees and showing signs of extreme fear of the military's approach. The alarming warning of danger caused the soldier to interject, not believing what he was hearing as the old man continued to shake with fear. Overwhelmed with horror, the grandfather confessed that he could hear approaching brutal breathing coming from the depths of the railroad tunnels. The old man's pleading look accompanied the request for an immediate investigation, causing Park Jun-mo to wonder about the possible existence of a gate within the shelter itself. A trade association spokesman suggested that an official leader should be elected, provoking outrage at a pompous MP insisting on his right to lead. The young man's shrewd mind unraveled the scheme used by the renegade to manipulate through the fear instilled by Gong Igtai's puppet. The irritated look of the hero crossing his arms over his chest expressed his growing resentment at the pointless argument going on. Logical musings about the power struggle in the asylum tormented the young man's mind as he tried to identify the true manipulator operating from the shadows. Creepy cylindrical flasks filled the laboratory space, holding many half-naked human bodies in a murky liquid. Bloody hybrids with human legs and wolf torsos hung lifelessly on the walls, nailed to metal pins. In the midst of this nightmare, the bloodthirsty vampire found a perverse pleasure in gorging herself on fresh blood from one of the many corpses. The wary old man bringing in another bloody body froze in suspense, catching a suspicious noise in the depths of the gloomy laboratory. The vampiress's keen hearing instantly registered the sound of arrival, causing her to interrupt her ominous meal and freeze in anticipation of further events. The man's watchful eyes scanned the space as he carefully advanced the cart between the many flasks, delving deeper into the gloomy room. Astonishment swept over the old man as he discovered the bloody corpse and the obvious signs of its movement across the floor. His close attention to the mysterious footprints distracted him from the danger creeping stealthily from behind in the semi-darkness of the laboratory. A lightning-fast reaction allowed the old man to intercept the attacking vampiress, mercilessly pinning her fragile neck against the cold stone wall. A furious cry for ownership of the prey was accompanied by a frightening change in the grandfather's eyes as his grip on the girl's neck grew even stronger. The exhausted vampiress leaned against the wall, begging with a hoarse voice for clean blood to quench her agonizing thirst. The old man contemptuously studied the flask of greenish liquid, mocking the captive's insane desire, comparing it to the senseless drinking of seawater. The girl's furious scream tore through the silence of the laboratory, accusing the madman of rashly involving the soldiers in a catastrophic erosion. A sinister smile contorted the experimenter's face as he carelessly dropped the phrase about the chosen graves, continuing to stare hypnotically into the flask. The vampiress bitterly recalled the failure of their original plan, placing the blame on the unusual soldiers who had thwarted the carefully laid-out operation. The rumble of a thump on the lab table made the girl wince as the irritated old man abruptly cut short her attempts at self-justification. The belittling words about her team's failure only fueled the flames of rage in the eyes of a vampire, shackled by the invisible chains of powerlessness. The mad scientist turned theatrically toward his captive, drawing her attention with a dramatic gesture to his new creation. A demonic gleam lit up the old man's eyes as he proclaimed absolute authority over everyone present, admiring the shimmering liquid in the flask. Meanwhile, in Lee Hong-gil's hideout, he was devouring the fragrant rice and meat with unconcealed pleasure, stuffing his cheeks with the long-awaited food.
A disgruntled Pak Gil-sang lashed out with angry accusations against the trade association member, suspecting personal gain in handing out the rations.
An advocate for starving children indignantly pointed to an exhausted child being fed by his mother, justifying his decision to distribute rations without inspection. Tension between the politician and the head of the association reached a critical point when allegations of using food for control were made.
The protagonist was watching the MP's rational argument when an agitated soldier approached him with a question.
The warrior's timid question about the possibility of getting rations for the squad gave away his fear of provoking an aggressive reaction from the unapproachable commander. Suspicions of possible food poisoning by an unknown accomplice of Gong Igdai logically came out of the mouth of the vigilant protagonist. A strategic reminder of the need to remain combat-ready to defend the shelter instantly extinguished the frustrated soldier's appetite. The tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food accompanied the appearance of an old man with a tray addressing the hungry defenders of the shelter. The seductive description of the delectable meat was accompanied by a good-natured smile from an elderly man formerly involved in cleaning up corpses. The unwavering commander instantly rejected the offer, recalling the priority of civilians and the availability of dry rations for the military. Park Jun-mo's last hope for a delicious meal melted away as he sadly realized that the dry ration in his hand was his only meal. The determined gesture of the withdrawn tray was accompanied by the restrained words of a hero, deflecting the unnecessary concern of a suspicious old man. A fleeting rage flashed across his grandfather's face, forced to restrain his true intentions in the presence of vigilant soldiers. A sudden call on the radio diverted the protagonist's attention, causing him to turn away from the suspicious old man for important information. The older man's irritated gaze drilled the commander, mentally assessing his unwavering military loyalty without noticing the hungry soldier behind him. An abrupt change in intonation accompanied the grandfather's question, to which Park Jun-mo hastily assured about the ongoing investigation, reassuring his interlocutor. A relieved sigh filled the old man's chest, and unaware of the greedy gaze of his interlocutor, devouring with his eyes the appetizing viands on the tray. A brief radio message instantly directed the young man downstairs, where wary soldiers were already waiting at the tunnel entrance. Mysterious slime-covered plants engulfed the rails in the entire tunnel, eliciting alarmed comments from the observant scout. The astute Lee Min-hee pointed to erosion as the cause of the anomaly, gaining the support of Lee Hyun-wook, who realized the disastrous consequences of procrastination. The commander grimly listed previous waves of disasters in California, Shanghai, and Berlin, predicting the imminent flooding of Seoul with monsters. The protagonist ordered the squads to return, leaving only himself and Sergeant Kim Si-hee to investigate the anomaly hidden in the narrow tunnel. An innocent girl with an empty glass approached the water source, begging the kind-hearted old man for a sip of the cool liquid. The grandfather filled the child's glass with crystal-clear water with genuine joy, receiving touching gratitude from the little creature in return. An inner exultation filled the heart of the elderly man, gloating over the impotence of military discipline in the face of impending disaster. The unusual nature of the gate instantly caught the attention of the experts, while Lee Hyun-wook and his sergeant investigated the mysterious plants deep within the tunnel. Kim Si-hee's excitement erupted with the question of the two of them being able to deal with a gate of a completely different level generated by the destructive erosion. The commander instantly confirmed the unusual nature of the situation, requiring the intervention of an elite S-team to confront a potential monster boss. The shocked girl realized the suicide mission, her exclamation echoing off the walls of the mysterious tunnel. The ominous violet-pink glow of the gate heralded the beginning of the inevitable nightmare, as the protagonist and his assistant tensely watched. The commander whispered words of reassurance with grim determination, drawing on secret knowledge hidden from the rest of the operation. The officer, hearing about the unfortunate location of the anomaly, was stunned by Lee Hyun-wook's explanation of the strategic advantage of the narrow tunnel. Huge monsters with open mouths and sharp spikes along their backs began to climb out of the portal, becoming unwitting victims of the tactical advantage. A startled exclamation escaped from the sergeant's chest, whose gaze remained fixed on the oncoming wave of monsters. An astute analysis of the situation allowed the hero to devise a strategy to defend the tunnel, using the monster's only escape route as their fatal flaw. The commander's lightning-fast signal triggered a cascade of green magic from her partner's hands, spawning ephemeral girls who rushed toward the monsters. The magical creatures displayed incredible efficiency while repelling the fierce attacks of the otherworldly creatures. Kim Si-hee's desperate cry for continued defense cut through the chaos of the battle as she held her crossed blades to maintain her magic. Lee Hyun-wook's strategic decision to gradually retreat sounded amidst the din of battle, setting a new tactical vector. The girl's tense hands continued to hold the magical weapon, directing the energy defenders against the monster's growing onslaught. The sergeant's keen eye noticed the anomaly of movement, realizing that they were not independently retreating, but an unknown force was pushing them back. The commander's discerning gaze registered the appearance of cracks on the monster's paws, thus revealing the creature's addiction. The hero's analytical mind worked feverishly, realizing that the mysterious gate was vital for the creatures to maintain their power. A sudden insight flashed through the young man's mind. When leaving the area of absorbed erosion, the creature's defenses were greatly weakened, which opened up a strategic advantage. The commander lightning quickly ordered Sergeant Kim Si-hee to compress the air while activating the magic spheres in the containers. With his arms out in front of him, the sergeant focused all his energy on controlling the deadly orbs, preparing for a crushing attack. Her partner, hearing the command, swung her enchanted blades wide, releasing emerald streams of energy spreading in spirals through the air. Her magic whirlwinds rushed towards the enemies, while the guy standing between her and the monsters continued to manipulate the flying orbs. Lee Hyun-wook challenged the monsters with a cheeky grin, promising to turn them into dust with his devastating combination attack. Waiting for the energy vortex to merge with his own magic, he directed the metal spheres into the vortex, creating a murderous stream. At the command "now," the sergeant unleashed her concentrated power, and the deadly orbs rained down on the creatures, tearing their flesh. The combined power of the two fighters created a perfect magical resonance. The creatures spun helplessly in the air, pierced by the metal projectiles. The young man, without loosening his grip on his weapon, realized that the cause of the erosion had suddenly become their advantage in this desperate battle. At the same moment, unaware of the imminent danger, a member of the merchant community was going down to the restroom, suffering from a sudden indisposition. Terrible metamorphoses distorted his body. His skin became furred, huge fangs and claws grew, and his human mind gave way to beastly rage. The unfortunate man's life was cut short instantly. A deep wound in his neck released a fountain of scarlet blood, flooding the restroom floor and the walls around him. There was a cold-blooded calculation behind this death. Completing the transformation of man into beast was only part of the plan of the sinister creator of the experiment. The assassin, having received a system alert of successful completion of the mission and the devil's perfection reward, triumphed as he awaited the submission of all of Seoul. The abnormal fluctuations of the portal drew the attention of the creatures that came out, who synchronously turned around as if hypnotized by the magnetic force. The spellbound monsters moved back toward the gate, from which suddenly appeared the colossal head of a ferocious creature of unearthly proportions. The monstrous maw opened in a deafening roar, revealing a ghastly tongue split into a multitude of writhing stripes entwined in a pulsing ball. The ginormous monster abruptly extended its neck, smashing through the ceiling slabs with a crushing blow and showing the incredible power of its creature. Panicked people sprawled across the floor, covering their heads from falling debris as the air was filled with terrifying screams and rumbling destruction. The gigantic creature, not stopping there, continued its destructive ascent, breaking through floor after floor, bursting out into the open. The raging bad weather greeted the monster with a roar of thunder, and the creature's eerie roar seemed to echo the thunderous chords, amplifying the ominous symphony. Memories of a colossal monster boss causing erosion in a past life came over the protagonist along with primal fear. Earthquake warnings accompanied the appearance of a massive creature that used incredible strength to break through from the subterranean depths. Immersed in disturbing memories, the hero intensified his concentration, aiming the metal balls at the defeated monsters that littered the floor. The unnatural changes in his surroundings caught the young man's attention, realizing the ominous repetition of past events. The commander warned his companion of the approaching monster boss, urging Kim Si-hee to compress the air currents for the upcoming battle. A system alert heralded the arrival of the Tokabi Doodle, the true cause of the erosion, ready to rain down heaven upon those who invaded his territory. The monster's jaws, studded with countless fangs and topped with a bizarre tongue, opened in a deafening roar that shook the foundation of reality. A pressure of unearthly power, many times greater than that felt from afar, crashed down on the sergeant, causing a wave of primal terror. The colossal creature's single growl made the body of the commander's partner's body go rigid, with paralyzing fear and hopelessness. The girl's frightened cry of the impossibility of facing the two of them collided with the commander's resolute faith in their ability to overpower the monster. The relative safety of the shelter offered a ghostly hope, while colossal water vortices generated by the monster's wrath raged through the city. The tornadoes swallowed everything in their path, from small objects to massive vehicles, turning the cityscape into a chaotic maelstrom. The commander proclaimed the root cause of the erosion a blessing from the heavens, watching the creature strike, causing tremors of unprecedented force underground. The sergeant continued to hold the hovering magical spheres, declaring his intention to use the last drops of mana in a decisive confrontation. Kim Si-hee crossed her blades, preparing for battle despite the obvious fear reflected in her tense gaze. The commander called out to create a powerful airflow, capable of decapitating the monster while the companion's magic gradually enveloped the space. The coordinated attack spawned a powerful vortex that rushed towards the portal, trapping creature corpses and metal balls in the destructive flow. A furious gale rained down on the face of the giant beast, forcing it to cover its eyes from the many wounds inflicted by the merciless whirlwind. Invoking magic in front of the monster's very face, Lee Hyun-wook furiously shouted a command word, releasing the destructive power of the stored energy. The metal spheres exploded in a single volley, coloring the space with purple splashes and flashes of blue magic around the boss's scarred face. The tense gazes of the old man and the vampiress in the underground laboratory went to the ceiling, which began to vibrate from the powerful blows above. A triumphant smile lit up the wrinkled face of the grandfather, anticipating the death of the soldiers from the erosion cause that had appeared, causing the vampiress to gasp in surprise. The bewildered bloodsucker sharply disagreed, recalling his earlier promise to complete the operation with the appearance of the boss monster. The ringleader's condescending gaze slid over her interlocutor, a venomous reminder of the extermination of her race for neglecting important details. The old man cruelly stated that the hubris of the lower ranks had led to the extinction of vampires, ordering them to obey him and causing the vampires to bind her fangs together in impotent rage. The red-haired officer swiftly activated the shimmering portal, lightning quickly leaping into the unknown for an important mission. Landing among the racks, the experienced soldier instantly took a defensive stance, surveying his surroundings for potential threats. The pulsing yellow glow of the portal illuminated Lee Min-hee's stunned face, mentally cursing the commander's recklessness in this suicide mission. The memory of the conversation with Lee Hyun-wook, who had been convinced of the success of opposing the erosion beyond even the terror of the Red Gate, flashed through the officer's mind. The narrow tunnel presented a unique chance to fight the monster lord of the heavens and waters, temporarily limited to a tenth of its true power. Surprise reflected on the face of the listener as the sergeant finalized his strategy, demanding trust and a switch to an alternate mission of critical importance. The protagonist detailed the task of discovering the mysterious puppeteer who controlled Gongik-dai, carefully analyzing the possible motives of each suspect. The supposed laboratory, probably hidden by a magical invisibility barrier, was a key point for a parallel rescue mission. The young man's confident answer about the need to find an antidote against the poisonous substance that paralyzed Mana sounded like a sentence after Gongik-dai's mysterious death.
Lee Min-hee's panicked cry of possible poisoning was momentarily interrupted by the protagonist, noticing the appearance of an additional witness behind the backs.
The secrecy of the operation required the utmost discretion as sergeant. Kim and the commander prepared to sacrifice lives in a battle with the cause of the erosion. The crucial role of finding an antidote to save everyone involved in the operation placed a heavy burden on his interlocutor's shoulders, causing a mixture of fear and confusion. Remembering those words, the red-haired officer continued to stand with his weapon at the ready, mentally accepting his key role in the rescue mission. Despair at the enormity of searching the vast shelter flashed across the warrior's face, rushing back toward the shimmering portal with an outstretched arm. The wounded face of the colossal creature remained motionless with its eyes closed, while the two brave opponents warily watched the monster. The sudden realization of the lack of speed of the previous attack simultaneously pierced the consciousness of the protagonist and his fearless partner. Noticing the immobility of the giant head protruding from the portal, the warriors decided to cautiously approach to check on the monster's condition. Fury flashed in the ancient creature's open eyes, accompanied by a deafening roar from its open mouth that shook the surrounding area. A monstrous tongue shot out from the depths of the demonic throat, splitting into a multitude of deadly offshoots, swiftly attacking the confused warriors. The glittering spear in the protagonist's hands cleaved the air as he masterfully dodged tongue blows that turned the ground into a ruined landscape. Having escaped one attack, the young man barely noticed a second toothy outgrowth with a sharp fang rapidly dropping from above, ready to pierce his body. A quick magical evasion saved the hero's life, mentally vowing to defeat the monster at all costs, preventing the destruction of the northern part of Seoul. The partner, masterfully avoiding deadly attacks, expressed concern over the lack of a plan to defeat an invulnerable foe. Lee Hyun-wook's resolute reply sounded like a thunderous boom, to penetrate inside the monstrous maw, right into the heart of danger. A shocked Kim Si-hee exclaimed at the insanity of the plan, not believing her own ears, disbelieving the commander's determination. The warning of no return, even in the event of victory, rang out against the fire-breathing volcanoes of another dimension surrounding the monster's body. The sergeant confidently declared his intention to destroy the boss with a single blast before he escaped into the parallel world, scrutinizing the jaws for entry. Virtuously dodging the deadly tongues, the soaring warrior gave the order to use the spirits to stabilize the monster's head, allowing the plan to come to fruition. A heroic reminder of the unwavering willingness to risk one's life sounded simultaneously with the raising of the spear, ready to deliver the decisive blow. A powerful leap threw the guy right into the jaws of the ferocious monster, while his partner tensely watched the chaos taking place. Feeling the uninvited guest on his tongue, the boss instantly slammed his huge mouth shut, and a spark of triumph flashed gloatingly in the demonic eyes. Kim Se-hee crossed her magic blades, summoning an army of ghostly green girls enveloping the creature's head, examining every tooth. The warrior's tense concentration was suddenly replaced by the realization of reaching the limit of her capabilities, accompanied by the disappearance of the ghostly protector's powers. The desperate cry of his partner's name burst from the chest of the terrified sergeant, realizing the sudden change in the situation. The bitter disappointment of the thwarted plan was reflected in the girl's trembling voice, with unshed tears glistening in her eyes as she stared at the vanishing point. The sudden appearance of two silhouettes behind her back was accompanied by a sarcastic comment about a survivor, causing Kim Si-hee to question the identities of the aliens. The old man's mocking words about work and food elicited a furious reaction from the fangs-clawed vampiress, resenting the commanding tone for tainting her blood. The unfamiliar girl caught the bloodthirsty beauty's attention, noting the absence of soldiers while the monster's head lay motionless on the ground with its eyes closed. The old man recognized the unexpected strength of his opponents, condescendingly noting the Tokubi's difficulties, fighting with only his head stretched across the portal. A strange throbbing of the creature's head broke the ominous calm, foreshadowing an unpredictable turn of events. The monster's eyes widened in horror before suddenly opening its mouth, revealing a blue orb, the glow of which made everyone cover their faces. The shocked onlookers froze in a daze as the creature's bloody maw abruptly slammed shut, leaving them in ignorance of what was happening inside. Suddenly, a human hand showed between the huge teeth, followed by the body of a sergeant trying to get out. The young man's fall was accompanied by a stream of bloody saliva from the creature's mouth, silently testifying to the ordeal suffered inside the monstrous maw. Kim Si-hee's incredulous exclamation emphasized the unbelievability of what had happened, focusing on the mysterious condition of the surviving commander. Rising to one knee and then gradually straightening up, the protagonist began to emit a sinister laugh, hiding his face from the gazes of those present. The vampiress's panicked exclamation gave out a recognizable, distinctive laugh, making her shudder with the realization of the survivor's identity. The slow rise of the hero was accompanied by the ominous glow of bottomless blue eyes without pupils, gradually opening to the gazes of those present. The old man's furious cries expressed shock and disbelief at what was happening, emphasizing the impossibility of the turn of events that had occurred. A sinister smile played across the protagonist's doe-eyed face as he sarcastically greeted his longtime renegade foe. The desperate cry for a king bomb froze in the throat of the warrior trapped inside the monster as the system issued a warning of critical stamina depletion. Helpless rage gripped the hero as he plunged his blade into the impenetrable stomach of the Tokubi, whose incredible strength stood up to even legendary weapons. The mystical spell worked at an important moment, revealing to the astonished onlookers a colossal glowing sphere in the open maw of the enemy. The news of the victory over the monster boss reached the entire team simultaneously, causing a wave of incredulous amazement among the soldiers discussing the sergeant's feat. Park Jun-mo's shrill voice was a reminder of the commander's gloomy prophecy, predicting that the safe place would soon become a living hell. The system message, visible to all occupants of the shelter, caused a wave of consternation among the civilians, who froze with their mouths open in horror. The officer's decisive command thundered through the air, quelling the incipient panic among the shocked eyewitnesses to the incredible events. Floating in the air, Kim Si-hee watched in amazement as her naked partner ruthlessly attacked the enemies without the slightest embarrassment. The sergeant's bewilderment was expressed in a question about the strange priorities of a guy careless of his constant nudity in critical situations. Lee Hyun-wook rushed towards the duo of opponents with his metal arm slung, dismissing any secondary concerns in the face of the paramount threat. His grandfather's amazed exclamation merged with the vampire's panicked scream, flatly refusing to confront the indomitable warrior any further. The mystical girl's eye glowed with an ominous purple radiance, forming a mysterious circle instead of a pupil when the supernatural ability was activated. The lightning-fast movement of her opponent rendered all of the vampire's attempts futile as he swept past her almost unnoticed, rushing towards his main target. The swift attack of the metal arm crashed down on the old man, who managed to protect his head with his hands, taking the entire blow as a block. Lee Hyun-wook's commanding order to neutralize the vampire who had fled from the army's pursuit caused a sudden realization in his partner's eyes. The compatibility information was interrupted halfway through when the renegade villain transformed the limb into a monstrous clawed paw in the blink of an eye. Kim Si-hee's desperate warning echoed through the battlefield, but the hero's delayed reaction was a fatal mistake in the face of an instant attack. The opponent's lightning-fast grip closed around the hero's throat, heaving him up before the next blow. Stone debris flew in all directions as the old man continued to hold the warrior's throat with an iron grip, driven into the split surface. The hero's cocky laugh sounded a challenge as the steel body ability activated at the last moment saved him from damage. A sly grin contorted the elderly opponent's face, holding the young man down with a monstrous paw, while the other hand slid ominously behind his head for another attack. Demonstrating incredible strength, the old man jumped up, continuing to hold his full weight on the mutated arm, clutching the throat of the recalcitrant opponent. The renegade's ominous challenge rumbled over the battlefield, testing the limits of the endurance of the hero's steel form under the unrelenting pressure of his limb. Kim Si-hee focused on swiftly neutralizing the vampiress, whose impossibly long claws extended from her fingers in anticipation of a bloody fight. The irritated sergeant held out her blade, demanding an immediate attack instead of the unspoken hints of compatibility fueling her uncontrollable rage. The vampiress's arrogant declaration of her unwillingness to prolong the conflict and dismissive treatment brought a wave of contempt from her opponent. Kim Si-hee's face contorted with inner resentment when the address "brat" hurt her pride as a seasoned warrior. The officer's triumphant exclamation echoed through the laboratory hidden on the site of the former reservoir, discovered after many failed attempts. A horrifying realization of the extent of the poisoning of civilians flashed through Lee Min-hee's mind as he watched the hoses pouring poisonous greens into the underground manhole. The officer's search has turned the lab into a chaos of overturned tables and scattered instruments in a desperate attempt to find a vital antidote. An unexpected insight caused the soldier to freeze abruptly as a frightening hunch suddenly formed in his mind amidst the chaos of the laboratory. The grim observation about the only corpses preserved in test tubes echoed off the walls of the ominous room, heightening the foreboding of the terrible truth. A horrifying realization struck the officer as he watched the flow of contaminated water escaping through a manhole into the shelter's water supply. The old man continued to hold the hero with a steely grip when a sudden noise alerted him to the rapidly approaching huge spear cleaving the air. A sharp somersault saved his opponent from colliding with the flying weapon, which flew dangerously close between the bouncing old man and the prostrate hero. His grandfather's forced retreat created distance, allowing the young man to instantly rise and deftly intercept his returning spear. The old man's provocative challenge revealed his admiration for the young man's versatility, able to fight effectively in both close and range combat. The guy's unmoving figure radiated a deadly calm as cracks spiderwebbed across his metallic face. The shrewd elder noticed the strange expression on the haggard young man's face when a scrap of ordinary skin was exposed on his cheek. Poisonous frustration oozed from every word of the renegade, scornfully accusing his opponent of being useless and lacking in brains. The contrast between the villain's past caution and current aggression made the hero analyze the situation, stealthily guiding the fail knot toward the target. Intuition screamed for time to buy as the young man approached the old man, forming a deadly stream of green magical energy on his claws. The transformed fiend mocked ominously at the futility of any plans the young man had, preparing for the mass enslavement of the refugees. A resolute cry from the protagonist tore through the space as his spear swung lightning fast towards his victim in one last desperate attack. A worried woman with a baby in her arms turned anxiously to the staggering MP, unaware of the impending nightmare. The peaceful scene was ruptured by the horrifying transformation of several humans into huge, hairy creatures of a dark pink hue with monstrous claws and fangs. Park Junmo's command voice ordered to open fire on the transformed monsters, the first to show determination in protecting ordinary citizens. The disciplined soldiers instantly took up battle positions around the commander, synchronously unleashing a barrage of bullets on the monsters that appeared. The bullets bounced helplessly off the transformed creatures, who merely covered their muzzles with their paws in irritation, growing more and more enraged. The realization of the futility of the attack planted seeds of fear in the hearts of the soldiers, but their devotion to duty prevented them from ceasing their desperate firing. The monster, overflowing with anger, swiftly swung its clawed paw at the defenseless mother and infant, intending to tear them apart with a single blow. The suddenly activated water safety system unleashed a life-saving torrent upon the creature, causing the monster to staggeringly defend itself. A metamorphosis swept over him under the influence of the mysterious liquid, gradually revealing Park Gil-san's human facial features through the monstrous appearance. The copious irrigation accelerated the process of reverse transformation, bringing back the human form with heartbreaking screams. The red-haired officer, focused on the monster pinned to the wall, held his lighter close to the burning object. The stunning accuracy of Lee Hyun-wook's prediction was confirmed when Lee Min-hee observed the specimen reversing into a human when in contact with water. The commander confidently speculated about the mass production of an antidote, eliciting a skeptical reaction from an officer questioning the logic of an intruder creating an antidote. But the sergeant's analysis revealed the whole plan to include the possibility of losing control of the transformed victims, which elicited a sinister chuckle. The shocked officer realized the genius of filling the water tanks with antidote, perplexed at Lee Hyun-wook's prophetic insight. A fierce battle continued between the hero and the outlaw, whose giant paw easily held back the fierce attacks of the spear. With a powerful counterpunch, the old man pushed the protagonist away, regaining distance to prepare the next attack. The system alert of the return of the figures cloaked in moonlight and the rapidly diminishing power over the transformed threw the old man into a stupor. Forgetting the battle, he gazed through the clear window of the next room, watching the torrent of water wrecking his carefully laid plans. The transformed villain's fierce gaze turned to the untamed hero, exuding deadly hatred for the destruction of ambitious designs. Absorbed in the system notification, the young man did not hear the enemy's threats, reading the information on the screen in amazement. As he finished reading the message, the guy's face transformed, changing from surprise to a sinister, anticipatory smile of victory. The enraged scream of the fully furred monster tore through the air as the creature rushed towards the spear-wielding Lee Hyun-wook, who was standing motionless. Deadly claws dug into the ground, nailing the sprawled young man to the floor as the old man recounted the agonizing death. The monster gloatingly described the coming experiments and torture, promising to save Lee Hyun-wook's consciousness for endless suffering and public humiliation. A mysterious blue glow from around the turn of the tunnel caught the monster's attention, causing it to instinctively raise its head away from its opponent. Lee Hyun-wook's steel body lay amongst the stone rubble, with his arms stretched upwards and a mysterious smile that foreshadowed an imminent twist of fate. The transformed old man froze in a strange daze, staring piercingly ahead with surprise and confusion on his beast-like face. A system alert notified the hero of the weapon's transformation into the legendary Dark Hand of the Cloudmaster, rushing towards the enemy with a blinding glow. A smug smirk flashed in the monster's eyes as its clawed paw clutched the approaching weapon, mistakenly anticipating averting the attack. The mystical blade burst out of his grasp with a blast of blue energy, throwing the stunned monster back with the incredible power of ancient magic.
The freed youth rose gracefully, extending his hand towards the transformed cloud blade that came from the depths of the tunnel.
Majestically raising the Cloudmaster's dark hand above his head, the warrior patiently waited for the right moment. The furious shriek of the angry monster echoed through the cave, showering the hero with a torrent of humiliating insults and insane threats. The unwavering commander scornfully mocked his opponent's pompous plans as he continued to hold the shining weapon above his head. Lee Hyun-wook put his blade in front of him, promising to turn the boastful enemy into a pathetic dog, putting an end to his meaningless threats and empty promises. The magical silhouettes of the girls, created by Kim Si-hee's skill, were mercilessly pierced by the vampiress's claws, scattering the enchantments into sparkling dust. The creator of illusions herself was the next victim, from the powerful blow crashing into the wall and lodged there, turning the stone into crumbs. While the bloodthirsty creature was enjoying its superiority, the brave warrior barely had time to display her protective blade as she continued to lie helplessly. A frustrated sigh escaped the vampiress's lips, scornfully assessing the slowness of her defeated opponent. The puzzling question of similarity echoed as the deadly claws swept overhead once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. Accepting the inevitability, the sergeant covered her eyes and turned her face away, mentally saying goodbye to her life before her inevitable doom. The sudden appearance of the protagonist's mysterious weapon interrupted the deadly attack, flying between the girls and causing the vampire to recoil. The bloodsucker stepped back and watched in amazement as the strange object left behind a mystical blue trail in the depths of the tunnel. Recognition and genuine horror distorted the bloodsucker's face, watching the departing weapon with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A determined cry broke the silence as the vampiress rushed after the mysterious object, oblivious to the unfinished fight. Trapped in the ruined wall, Kim Si-hee angrily shouted at the fleeing woman, demanding that she return and finish the battle she had started. The transformed villain boastfully proclaimed his imperviousness to his opponent's wiles, displaying a false confidence in his intellectual superiority. The incomprehension was reflected on the young man's face as he tried to decipher the old man's cryptic words while continuing to maintain a fighting stance. The clawed monster was slowly approaching the hero when it suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving behind shimmering particles of magical energy. The sergeant's mocking voice sounded behind the shocked opponent's back, instantly shattering his illusion of tactical advantage. A powerful spell burst from the hero's lips, preparing to strike when a second blade suddenly came crashing down on the creature's head with a thunderous crash. The powerful blow caused the villain to drop to a knee, but did not do the expected devastating damage, only temporarily slowing him down. The protagonist soared into the air with a transformed cloud blade, bringing the deadly weapon behind his head with a space-splitting battle cry. Sensing imminent doom, the creature flung itself into a desperate flight as the young man landed on empty space, lowering his blade, spewing blue thunder waves. Stabbing his weapon into the ground, the guy unleashed a shockwave that caught up with his fleeing opponent and left a bleeding wound on his back. Despite being wounded, the creature continued to frantically run away when the hero suddenly changed trajectory, appearing in front of it with his cloud blade raised. The young man's triumphant cry sounded as the magical energy of his weapon almost reached the screaming opponent, foreshadowing the imminent finale. A strange sensation in the palm of his hand gripped the hero during the flight as his steel plating began to crack, crumbling in tiny fragments. Excruciating discomfort pierced the young man's consciousness as the destruction engulfed his entire palm and rose almost to his elbow, exposing vulnerable flesh. The forced stop in front of the astonished enemy was accompanied by a frightening alert about not being able to withstand the power of the Cloudmaster's dark hand. Lee Hyun-wook's emotional cries collapsed onto the weapon, frantically tearing towards the ground due to the lack of strength in his hand. The old man with the clawed hand mockingly exposed the inexperienced warrior, who had unsuccessfully tried to bluff with a weapon greater than his own strength. The mystical alert of the Song of the Moon revealed a sinister technique to draw the victim into a personalized illusion zone, eliciting sadistic laughter from the renegade. The indestructible will allow the hero to hold the legendary blade with his other hand, on which the steel body was still applied. A sudden hurricane wind ripped the first scream from the young man's chest as his skin began to reflect the ominous purple glow emanating from the source ahead. Apocalyptic roars of fiery thunder heralded the appearance of the blood moon, transforming reality around the stunned warrior. The sergeant's shrewd mind instantly recognized the insidious illusion, though an unforeseen turn of events made him wary. The disturbing sensations of blood pervading the illusory world caused the hero to examine the strange, sandy substance engulfing his leg. The old renegade man gloatingly watched the helpless victim in the palm of his hand, triumphing in his power over the mind of the young man immersed in the nightmarish liquid. The transformed clawed paw slowly descended towards the defenseless hero, promising an agonizing death in the bottomless abyss of illusory despair. The thunderous clap of joined palms seemed to put a final stop to the fate of the brave Lee Hyun-wook, who was deprived of the slightest chance of salvation. The monstrous face approached the clenched palms, spewing curses about the impossibility of avoiding perfect technique to the destroyer of his brilliant plans. The defiant voice of the hero peeking out from the gap between his fingers challenged the monster's self-assurance, questioning the infallibility of his technique. The monster's real body shuddered as the fell knot pierced it, relentlessly pursuing its target through obstacles and shattering magical defenses. Scarlet life force rushed out of the old man's mouth, distorted with rage and incomprehension, struck down by the sudden deadly blow. The protagonist collapsed onto the rocky surface and kicked up a cloud of dust, freeing himself from the illusory captivity of the monster's closed palms. The villain's desperate cries revealed the depth of his frustration at the collapse of ingenious plans and unrivaled techniques in the face of simple strategy. The scornful words of the sergeant forming blue energy around his palm ruthlessly exposed the cowardly nature of the cunning opponent. The old man's fierce threats were drowned in the glow of two legendary artifacts, the Cloud Blade and the Spear of Achilles, materialized in the hands of the fearless warrior. The warning about the incompatibility of noble weapons only elicited a defiant chuckle from Lee Hyun-wook, who despised the very idea of self-preservation. The renegade's hysterical screams reflected his lack of understanding of the selfless bravery of an opponent willing to sacrifice his life for ultimate victory. Past lives had hardened the lad's mind with continuous survival planning, but now his body was engulfed in blue energy, and his face contorted with rage at the traitors.
Putting aside the fear of death as the greatest weakness, the warrior with a primal scream rushed toward the gray-haired opponent, sweeping away all obstacles in his path.
A frantic cry of joint doom shook the space as a powerful stream of energy rushed towards the retreating opponent.
The mighty figure of the young man towered over the defeated bloody renegade, tacitly accepting the charge of insanity as its true nature.
Cold fury permeated every word of Lee Hyun-wook, blaming the enemy for his own transformation from a cautious strategist to a raging berserker. The mysterious vampiress, having completed her secret check, swiftly left the dangerous place, soaring into the sky with a powerful leap over the buildings. A grim satisfaction of self-righteousness pervaded the fugitive's thoughts as she realized the fatal error of an alliance with unpredictable warriors. The chilling sight of the young man's merciless slaughter of her leader made the vampire shudder as she realized her next fate. Memories came flooding back to the bloodsucker as she realized with horror that the berserker had noticed her presence and smirked derisively before launching a suicidal attack. The desperate flight was draining the last of the vampiress's strength, forced to take refuge in a dark alley, leaning heavily against the cold wall. The cursed, tainted blood was weakening the supernatural body, causing an agonizing thirst for fresh food and a desperate desire to survive. Hunter's gaze instantly snatched up the lone figure at the end of the alley, seeing the random passerby as the perfect defenseless victim. The jubilant vampiress soared into the air, looming over her unsuspecting prey, anticipating the easy appeasement of an agonizing hunger. The lightning-fast landing turned to disappointment as the stranger's blade unexpectedly pressed against the blood-sucking huntress's delicate neck. The shock paralyzed the vampiress, who didn't even have time to see her opponent as the sharp steel slowly sank into her pale skin, releasing thin trickles of blood. The stranger uttered in Japanese a contemptuous accusation of attack from the back, continuing to hold his weapon at his quivering throat.
With an imperceptible movement, the warrior turned slightly, letting the light touch the features of his face while the icy words promised imminent death to the vampiress.
A mysterious underground tunnel sheltered a squad of warriors, frozen in front of a colossal, voluminous pink crystal in the shape of a distorted rhombus. The young man's powerful magic burst out from his outstretched hand, mercilessly shattering the giant mineral into thousands of sparkling pink shards. The red-haired officer, standing shoulder to shoulder with the hero, smiled happily at the notification of the destruction of the wave core, anticipating the well-deserved rewards. Astonishment swept over the valiant soldiers as their experience scores began to skyrocket, reaching unbelievable heights. Delighted cheers of happy warriors filled the space, each rushing to share the news of reaching the coveted skill levels. Dreams of prestigious ranks took over the soldiers, completely distracting them from the mysterious changes taking place in the surroundings. Shining wings materialized above the heads of the warriors, scattering shimmering feathers that fell on the astonished fighters like a blessing. Mystical energy overflowed the bodies of the soldiers on whom the magic feathers descended, causing a new wave of genuine joy. The commander's voice cut through the noise, announcing the comparable strength of the warriors to the commanders of the VSNM, promising an incomparable increase in power when the sources of erosion were removed. The leader's inspiring words about the future greatness of every soldier caused a wave of amazed looks among the fighters, who were unaccustomed to such ambitious statements. The commander's passionate call to give their full effort ignited a new fire in the hearts of the soldiers, expressed in enthusiastic jumps and raised hands. Park Jun-mo's solitary figure stood out amidst the general cheering, his sad gaze speaking of his comrades' unshared happiness. Lee Hyun-wook's thunderous shout instantly leveled not only the named fighter, but also all the cheering soldiers, turning chaos into military order. The commander's discerning gaze recognized the reason for the soldiers' despondency, promising to surpass the strength of others, raising the inevitable question of trust. The private's sincere belief in the sergeant's words sounded firm, indicating unbreakable loyalty and boundless trust. A smile lit up the protagonist's face, realizing the soldier's sincerity, when the ceiling above him suddenly began to crumble, foreshadowing danger. A ginormous sword of incredible size burst through the vault, swiftly heading towards the commander, threatening instant death. The flying stone shards made Park Jun-mo instinctively cover her face, desperately shouting out the sergeant's name in a warning cry. The legendary weapon sank into the ground, leaving the silent soldiers exchanging worried glances and quiet questions about the well-being of their comrades. Realizing the miraculous rescue of the squad, the warriors began to lively discuss the mysterious object, doubting whether it belonged to the category of swords. Lee Hyun-wook approached the huge sword, thoughtfully touching its surface, noting the unusual nature of a weapon that could not be swung normally. A nostalgic smile touched the commander's lips as he recalled the legendary symbol of power that had earned him the nickname Great Steel Emperor in a past life. The ancient story of collecting the 13 fragments and creating the legendary sword by the master of Kang Bexul came to life in the memory of the hero standing next to the embodiment of the past. Wrapping the ancient sword in glowing streams of magical energy, the warrior extracted the mighty weapon from the stony ground in one smooth motion. The enchanted blade rapidly shrank in size, transforming into an ordinary weapon enveloped in the pulsing aura of its wielder's energy. The sergeant appropriated the legendary blade in a decisive motion, as if the ancient artifact had been reunited with its rightful owner. A commanding voice urged the soldiers to complete the mission and move on, reminding them of the lack of time and the need to take maximum booty. Astonished cries broke the silence as the warriors discovered deposits of precious magical ore, glimmering with mysterious lights in the semi-darkness. The fighters excitedly appraised the riches, hastily filling sacks with priceless crystals that could pay for the creation of a powerful guild. After defeating the opponents downstairs, the hero went upstairs, where he met Kim Si-hee, whose strange gaze betrayed a deep fear of the experience. The young sergeant confusedly admitted to her rapidly healing wounds, trying to understand the words about vampire compatibility and her own tactical error. A resolute denial escaped the lips of her interlocutor, whose surprised face was quickly replaced by confidence in the girl's superior fighting ability. The stunned warrior unknowingly exposed the clawed wounds on her shoulder as the protagonist revealed the true secrets of battles between players. The call to pursue was met with a guilty look from the girl, who admitted to missing her opponent amidst the chaos of the disaster. An enigmatic smile lit up the hero's face as he revealed the secret about the discreetly installed tracking device on the vampiress. The ominous suggestion of the possible death of the pursued was accompanied by the certainty of a speedy interception if moved forward immediately. The cornered bloodsucker mentally thanked fate for the chance to survive, kneeling before the stranger with the blade at his throat. The vampiress's sharp claws were eager to take off the head of the strange opponent, asking absurd questions in one lightning-fast motion. A decisive sweep of a clawed hand sliced through nothing but emptiness, revealing no intended victim in front of him. The lightning-quick warrior watched her opponent's confusion from a safe distance, enjoying the effect of the surprise. The masterful swing of the sword spawned a multitude of dissecting trails, rushing towards the stricken vampiress. Terror gripped the girl's body as the destructive force rained down on the surrounding buildings, demonstrating the deadly capabilities of the next strike. A mental scream of amazement tore through the vampiress's mind, unable to comprehend the incredible speed and destructive power of her opponent. The unperturbed warrior calmly explained the principle of his crushing technique as he continued to tuck the deadly blade into its protective sheath. The dazed vampiress stood frozen as a statue as the mysterious man passed by, advising her to thank her own insignificance for the life she had saved. The noble code of a true warrior sounded like a judgment of weakness as the stranger continued on his way without dignifying his opponent with further attention. The crushing humiliation came as an unbearable burden, causing the once proud vampiress to collapse to the ground in utter frustration. Furious screams of helplessness burst from the chest of the defeated bloodsucker, unable to comprehend the insane logic of the encountered opponent. Alarming reports of attacking corpse golems and necromancer activity filled the airwaves of the National Command Center tracking player movements. The sudden breakdown of communication with Mage number 51 caused a new wave of anxiety, while Kang So-yoon ironically pondered the rarity of the events that were happening. Deep frustration at the selfish behavior of the single players tormented the commander, nervously biting his fingernails in anticipation of imminent disaster. Enlightenment descended upon the girl like lightning, revealing the truth about the need for a unifying leader in the midst of Seoul's chaotic wave. The representative of the Khan clan swiftly burst into the room to the brooding guild leader, interrupting the train of thought with a report of the destruction of the erosion source in Tondaman. A cascade of tense questions instantly escaped the girl's lips, eager to learn details about the elite warriors who had accomplished the impossible. Carefully gazing into the glowing screen of the tablet, the man slowly revealed information about the 3rd Magic Brigade and the mysterious Special Unit. The words about the F-rank sergeant brought a shock to the face of the guild representative, whose eyes widened in genuine amazement. A furious torrent of accusations rained down upon the messenger, making him shudder with fear as the girl demanded credibility at such a critical moment. The new voice, soaked with contempt for low-ranked fighters, caused Kang So-yoon to turn sharply toward the familiar figure she thought had long since left Korea. The powerful head of the Great Mountain Guild, Kai Baek-jun, carelessly explained his absence by not wanting to interfere in hopeless situations. The information about the successful operation of the elite unit in the Hoksok area caused a mixture of surprise and joy on the face of the girl, previously plunged into despair. The convincing unification plan under the command of the skillful A-Rang Chukyu-yun sounded like a true salvation for beleaguered Seoul. The aforementioned commander was standing over the defeated monster at this very moment, receiving disturbing reports of civilians eager to follow the squad. Loyal soldiers formed a human shield, persistently guiding frightened residents to the nearest shelter, promising safety and help. Curses and an ominous green light flashed in Chu Cho-yun's eyes, revealing his dark ability to control monsters and causing the civilians to raise their gazes.
Obeying a silent command, the huge green creatures turned against the unarmed humans, waving their deadly weapons in bloodlust.
The cruel commander indifferently watched the carnage, chewing an unknown substance while his scarlet eyes glowed with the order to destroy all witnesses. Mysterious figures in bright yellow cloaks swiftly crossed the rainy streets, leaving behind blurry footprints on the ground. Suddenly, one of the girls froze, listening anxiously to the strange sounds while her friend tried to dispel the worry with a flippant suggestion. The caring girl handed her friend a special inhaler, soothingly promising a long-awaited rest after leaving the danger zone. Guilty tears flowed down Young-hoi Man's pale cheeks, begging her friends to leave her and escape without being delayed because of her. A determined Jin-ho turned her friend around to face her, gently cupping her face with her palms, adamantly rejecting even the thought of a possible breakup. A deafening rumble caused the 4 girls to instinctively cover their heads with their hands, frozen in terror at the unknown danger. The first girl's warning cry instantly subsided while the second girl covered her mouth with her hands, desperately trying to prevent the slightest sound. The sudden command "stand still" was replaced by an eerie silence as the 2 friends collapsed lifelessly to the cold asphalt. Jin-ho, hugging Young-hoi Man tightly, retreated into a dark alleyway, seeking refuge from the merciless threat that had claimed their friends' lives. Pressed against the alley wall, the terrified girl covered the mouth of her frightened asthmatic friend, deprived of a life-saving inhaler. Sinister figures in blood-red cloaks descended from the sky, landing next to the girls' bodies lying on the damp pavement. 2 of the monsters shouldered the young bodies while the third warily studied the surroundings, sensing the inexplicable strangeness of the situation. After sending his subordinates off with the loot, the suspicious monster stayed behind with his partner to complete the mysterious plan, tormented by vague doubts. The sinister creatures exchanged short remarks, gazing intently at a certain point, instinctively sensing a hidden presence. After discussing his suspicions, the main monster headed resolutely towards a small alley where the frightened girlfriends who had escaped the first attack were hiding. A determined Jin Ho looked into her classmate's frightened eyes, begging her to stay in hiding and call the rescue squad despite her obvious fear. The brave girl jumped out of the alley, loudly drawing the monster's attention to herself, rushing in the opposite direction with all the speed she could muster. Human legs could not compete with the supernatural speed of the monsters, moving on four limbs with frightening agility. Hot tears blurred the brave girl's eyes as she realized that her pursuer was right behind her in a matter of moments. The second monster, confident in his partner's abilities, merely watched his comrade's high jump, not deeming it necessary to participate in the easy hunt. Crouching behind a small barrel, Young Hoi Man clasped her mouth with trembling hands, silently praying for a miraculous rescue in the pitch darkness. The desperate whisper was cut short when the girl heard the approaching footsteps of the creature, stopping at the entrance to the alley, turning half-turned. A chilling horror gripped the schoolgirl's heart as the monster's sinister eyes met her gaze, and a terrifying smile blossomed on the inhuman face. Parting thoughts whirled through the girl's mind as the creature suddenly froze, pierced by the sharp weapon, spurting black blood. Young Hoi Man's wide-open eyes saw the falling body of the attacker, from which a dark liquid was streaming out, spreading on the wet asphalt. A mysterious silhouette with a glowing halo appeared in a misty haze, calmly inquiring about the frightened girl's condition. Hope flashed through Young Hoi Man's mind as she mistook the savior for an angel, begging for help for her remaining friends through incessant tears. A blurry silhouette materialized into the protagonist, causing the shocked girl to be so startled that she recoiled, falling into a cold puddle. The young man's surprised exclamation mingled with the mocking comments of the soldiers noticing the characteristic reaction to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's appearance. Bloodthirsty zombies in scarlet cloaks methodically took over the city, destroying buildings in a relentless search for more victims. The man's desperate cries for the necessity of fleeing east without the asthmatic were met with determined resistance from his faithful friend. The creature's horrifying head smashing through the window didn't stop John from encouraging her classmate to run, begging her to run, promising a near rescue. The uplifting shouts echoed off the walls, inspiring confidence and giving the last of her exhausted friend strength. Memories of Jin Ho's last words flashed through Hoi Man's mind as she saw the image of her selfless friend before her eyes. The desperate thoughts had no sooner turned into a scream when the brave classmate ran out toward the danger, dragging the monster away from the shelter. A piercing cry of "Shinji Ho" burst from the sick girl's chest, jerkily rising up on the hospital bed with her arms stretched forward. The muffled voices outside the door about rescuing the schoolgirls gradually brought the girl back to the realization of the reality of the hospital room. The tense dialogue between the protagonist and the interlocutor behind the door revealed the tragic circumstances of the evacuation under the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The description of the nightmarish siege of the school, a temporary shelter, by monsters destroying windows and walls in an attempt to reach the victims, was delivered with unbelievable certainty. The head of Squad B, under the command of Chu Kyu-yun, defended his decision to send the girls to another shelter as the only way to save them in that situation. Lee Hyun-wook's penetrating question about monster attacks exposed the critical contradiction of sending defenseless schoolgirls unaccompanied. The squad leader suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation, proudly recalling the high status of the assault squad in the face of unexpected interrogation. The guild member went on to defend the honor of the organization, emphasizing the voluntary nature of the mission, while the young man rolled his eyes at what he heard. His interlocutor's indignation grew with every word, challenging the unknown critic who dared to question the authority of an elite squad without any authority. The tense picture of the confrontation was clearly emerging. A young man with a team behind him confronted the same mirror formation of his opponent. A quiet whisper of bewilderment spread among the rank-and-file soldiers of the VSMC, sensing the increasingly hostile atmosphere. The protagonist thoughtfully acknowledged his opponent's logic as he analyzed the nature of the guild performing its duties solely for reward. The mental analysis of the situation continued under the observation of the tense face of the enemy, assessing the unexpected interference in the security mission. A deep distrust of the minions of the sinister Chu Kyu-yun, the infamous villain of his past life, pulsed in every cell of Li Heng's mind. The sergeant's face lit up with a sly smile as the brilliant idea to plant the bait manifested itself in a question about the association of dark magic. The abrupt transformation of the squad leader's facial expression betrayed genuine surprise mixed with anxious incomprehension. The protagonist cold-bloodedly outlined a gruesome picture of a cult of fanatics devoted to mana and performing human sacrifices. The detailed descriptions of monstrous rituals on young girls only heightened the tension of those present, causing them to imagine unthinkable nightmares. Lee Hun-wook grimly narrated the story of the slain monster, dressed in the same cape as the association servant, tying the disparate facts into a coherent picture. The guy's speech about kidnapped schoolgirls and the need for action, instead of passive defense, echoed in the heads of everyone present. The sergeant suggested a strategy to eliminate the fanatics while the squad leader tried to deal with the shock of the information the stranger had received. Emotional intensity peaked as Lee Hyun-wook jumped up from his seat, furiously arguing for the possibility of saving the still unconscious girls. The silence was broken by the creak of the door opening, revealing the rescued girl, whose question pierced the hearts of all the listeners. Young-hae offered herself as a substitute for the sacrifice with desperate determination, desperately seeking to save her friends at any cost. The young girl humbly lowered her head, continuing to speak of her willingness to sacrifice herself until the attentive gaze of her savior silenced her. The young warrior gently suppressed the schoolgirl's selfless impulses, reminding her of the sacred duty of soldiers to protect civilians. The inner monologue of the girl who recognized her savior was colored with admiration and sincere joy at meeting a true guardian angel. A wave of relief swept over the exhausted soul of the young captive, but her exhausted body could not withstand the emotional strain, and she collapsed without feeling. Desperate anxiety distorted the protagonist's face as he watched the sudden fainting of the rescued girl with genuine surprise and dismay. Comrades immediately blamed the sergeant for the incident, while Kim Si-hee tried to bring the schoolgirl to consciousness, and Lee Hyun-wook denied his involvement. The squad leader, recognizing the likelihood of the association's involvement, demandingly inquired about a plan to rescue the schoolgirls without information about the cult's whereabouts. The young man's sinister smile accompanied his offer to let his enemies capture him instead of innocent victims, as if tempting fate with his audacity. The astonishment of his interlocutor reached a climax, manifesting itself in a sagging jaw and eyes widened in disbelief at the realization of the insane bravery of the plan. The reactions of soldiers watching outside ranged from embarrassed eye-rolling to outright laughter and condemnation. Sergeant Kim Si-hee watched with obvious skepticism, prophesying the complete failure of the operation and the lack of interest even from the monster kidnappers. The cramped school uniform-clad hero showed off his inappropriately muscular legs under his short skirt, chuckling at the sergeant's misgivings. Private Park Jun-mo crept up on the commander, barely audibly inquiring about the veracity of the rumors of dark magic and kidnapping schoolgirls. Lee Hyun-wook cautiously looked back at the imposing troop of soldiers from the Great Mountain Guild, mentally confirming his subordinates' suspicions. The young private offered an immediate confrontation when the enemy squad leader slowly turned his head, piercing the protagonist with an assessing gaze. The young man cautioned about the danger of unfounded accusations from the major guilds, mysteriously hinting at the existence of a special plan. An imposing convoy of heavy vehicles moved slowly down the road, creating an ominous mechanical convoy. Choi Yoon-jun radiated a suspicious glee as he sat next to the puzzled Seo Yoon-ha, trying unsuccessfully to understand his co-worker's strange behavior. The protagonist smugly mentioned the secret trump card, casting a meaningful glance at the surviving girl. The schoolgirl reverently folded her hands in a prayerful gesture, closing her eyes against the unbearable realization of the suffering of her friends awaiting salvation. The captives languished in a large cage while the huge, merciless creature in the cape let out an intimidating roar, showing off its nature. The monster's deafening screams made the terrified schoolgirls clamp their ears, sobbing inconsolably with helplessness and primal fear. "Take care," Hero Young-hae mentally wished, then loudly announced the start of the civilian rescue plan. The transformed figure of the young man froze at the entrance to that same ominous alleyway when suddenly something collapsed heavily to the ground beside him. Instinctively holding his breath, the boy stared intensely into the clouds of rising smoke, trying to distinguish the outlines of the unknown threat. The heavenly creature swiftly descended from above, causing the protagonist to find himself prostrate on the cold ground in the blink of an eye. Squad B's commander watched from around the corner with growing amazement, while a worried subordinate whispered about the risks of revealing their connection to the Dark Magic Association. The creatures that arrived carefully turned Lee Hyun-wook over, scrutinizing his tightly compressed lips and closed eyes that gave away the pretense. The monsters exchanged puzzled glances as they continued to look at the strange victim with bewilderment, not understanding the reasons for the unusual behavior.
The experienced commander sharply besieged the impatient soldier, warning of possible problems not only for their group, but also for Chu Kyu-yun himself.
One of the creatures that had rolled over the young man suddenly recoiled to the side, shuddering in agonizing spasms of uncontrollable nausea. The second monster froze to the side with a distorted face, feeling a wave of unpleasant emotions surging with increasing force.
Overcome with disgust, the creature still slung the unconscious captive onto its shoulder, following protocol despite its own warped senses.
The conspirators from the secret location continued their surveillance, confident that getting a victim into the enemy base only simplified their sinister plans. Squad Leader B grimly reminded of the inability to use abilities in the player house, planning to strike during the rescue mission. The creature carelessly tossed the unattractive victim to the floor of the cage, showing clear signs of disgust for the strange captive. The protagonist slowly opened his heavy eyelids, cautiously examining the unfamiliar space around him, trying to comprehend the situation. Finding the mana restraints on his wrists, the young man raised himself sharply, anxiously realizing the seriousness of his predicament. Suddenly realizing the missing inventory bag, he mentally exclaimed, noticing the exposed leg and feeling a growing unease. The disturbing suggestion of Seoul's infamous detention center for criminal gamblers gradually took shape in his mind. Park Jun-mo turned to the red-haired officer with undisguised surprise, trying to confirm a hunch about the Seoul detention center. The private grimly assessed the situation with the mana limiters on Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, while Lee Min-hee silently confirmed the worst fears with a look. The officer pointed to a powerful barrier above the A rank, surrounding the center with an impenetrable dome, requiring disabling only from within. The wary private called out to his thoughtful comrade, scanning the vicinity of the mysterious roof with an armed eye. The sniper squad reported the position ready while the second fighter methodically set up his weapon, peering through the telescopic sight. Park Jun-mo hesitantly quibbled about continuing the mission, receiving assurances of Lee Hyun-wook's foresight and orders to remain in position. The overdressed young man bitterly acknowledged the criticality of the situation, looking at the glowing handcuffs blocking the use of magical abilities. The irritated voices in the hallway caused Lee Hyun-wook to instantly fall silent, warily listening to the approaching footsteps. One of the guards was surprised to notice the oddly dressed man around the corner, trying to address him without much enthusiasm. The second man abruptly cut his partner short, mentioning the stranger's connection to the Dark Magic Association and warning of possible problems. 4 men in blue uniforms approached the cage, discussing promises of new documents and staging their deaths with doubt in their voices. The guard who entered the cage grimly reminded her of her unlimited powers, addressing her accomplices while the schoolgirls shook with fear. The speaker's sinister smile and red pupils made clear the need for silence, creating an oppressive atmosphere of hopelessness. A soul-crushing cry of "Ji-ho!" cut through the air as 2 guards grabbed the remaining schoolgirls and a third reached for the last victim. An irritated guard with a girl on his shoulder was grudgingly discussing the upcoming action, calling the situation a real hemorrhage. His partner abruptly cut the conversation short, demanding that he stop the pointless talk and speed up the incomprehensible task. The indignant guy with the girl on his shoulder reacted aggressively to the ordered tone, challenging his interlocutor's sudden leadership. The blonde-haired man pierced his opponent's mind with a devilish grin, mercilessly voicing his innermost thoughts about the pathetic fellow loser. The mind-reading wizard came close, instilling genuine terror in the heart of the worker whose secrets were defenseless against the supernatural gift. School tyrant Lee Wan-chul voiced a thunderous threat, waiting to see his worst enemy, promising carnage to anyone who dared to block the path. The young man with the girl in his arms desperately denied the accusation, swiftly leaving the cage, fleeing the imminent wrath of his enraged interlocutor. Lee Wan-chul's attention was drawn to a strange figure in a nearby cage, a new girl lying motionless on the cold floor. After only a fleeting glance at the disguised young man, the stalker continued on his way after his departing partner. Hearing the receding footsteps, the protagonist rose from the stone floor, realizing the critical need for immediate action. The sergeant's desperate attempts to activate even a modicum of magical energy crashed against the insurmountable barrier of the restrainer on his arms. The sinister countenance of a blonde-haired man emerged abruptly from the other side of the bars, spewing insults at yet another horrified victim of mindless zombies. Disdaining the humiliating insults, the captive defiantly ripped off his disguising wig, enjoying the amazement on his longtime enemy's face. Lee Hyun-wook greeted his former tormentor with feigned nonchalance, as if their meeting was a pleasant coincidence after a long separation. Indomitable rage distorted the features of the offender's face, whose foot flashed with a magical glow at the sight of his hated foe. Activating the mystical energy in his leg, the criminal soared high up, preparing to unleash a crushing blow on his enemy's defenseless head. The magical collision produced a deafening explosion, a bright flash that caught the attention of the watching soldiers outside the building. An alarmed Lieutenant Lee Min-hee grabbed the walkie-talkie, demanding an immediate report from the sniper squad on what was happening inside the building. Park Jun-mo instantly aimed his telescopic sight at the epicenter of the explosion, only distinguishing a gaping hole in the wall, shrouded in puffs of smoke. The sniper reported an impenetrable smoke screen and an active magical barrier, making visual observation of the situation impossible. The inconspicuous silhouettes of the armed squad under the command of Chu Kyu-yun lurked behind the technical structures on the rooftop, waiting for the moment of attack.
The tense figures of the fighters radiated latent aggression, patiently waiting for the signal to begin decisive action. The red-haired officer ordered An Min-dae to advance with a protective shield, causing the soldier to be perplexed by the lack of a coordinated signal.
The commander insisted on an immediate response, realizing the criticality of the situation for the entire operation, while the private expressed doubts about the barrier. The urgency of the situation called for drastic measures, and Lee Min-hee pulled a black glove over his left hand, preparing for an incredible challenge. The commander instructed the fighters to maintain maximum vigilance behind the barrier, unaware of the covert surveillance of imaginary allies. Squad Commander B mockingly commented on the chaotic actions of the assault group, preparing a treacherous strike to the unprotected rear. Lee Won-chul leisurely approached his immobilized foe, gloatingly describing years of pleas for long-awaited retribution. The taunter's triumph reached a climax at the sight of his mana-limited opponent's helplessness, anticipating the inevitability of retribution. The protagonist reproachfully recalled the past consequences of stubbornness, deliberately provoking the rage of a longtime abuser. The deafening scream of his enraged opponent echoed off the bare walls, blaming the young man for all his misadventures. Lee Hyun-wook skillfully lured his opponent into a trap, hoping to use a powerful strike to free himself from the magical handcuffs. The sly attack suddenly froze in midair, accompanied by Lee Won-chul's mocking commentary, who had figured out the primitive ruse. The young man recognized his opponent's cleverness, leaping to his feet with lightning speed and dodging a swung hand for a strike. The sergeant swiftly sprinted out into the corridor through the unlocked grate, leaving behind a screaming enemy ordering a sleeping guard to intercept the fugitive. The mysterious guard's single eye flashed with a sinister purple glow, instilling a primal terror in the fugitive's heart. The hero froze in front of the relentless guard, realizing the futility of trying to escape and experiencing a rising wave of panic. Lee Won-chul rushed forward with bestial fury, anticipating the sweet moment of reprisal as the guard fixed his victim with a powerful grip. The stalker approached with a triumphant shriek, promising agonizing retribution on the helpless mage, deprived of a way of escape. The perpetrator's gloating glee echoed down the corridor, foreshadowing a long, elaborate torment for the captured victim. The guard's unexpected crushing blow threw Lee Won-chul a considerable distance away, completely changing the balance of power. The astonished gaze of the protagonist rose to the face of the mysterious savior, gradually realizing the incredible truth. The shocked sergeant recognized the mysterious protector as Lee Won-suk, whose appearance seemed impossible under the circumstances. The bloody drama unfolded in the building's chambers 10 minutes before Lee Hyun-wook's encounter with the soldier, where figures in red cloaks dragged lifeless bodies. The Lord of the Ritual, towering at the sacrificial altar, demanded the next candidate, threatening mana restrictions for delay. The subordinates swiftly carried out the order, laying the trembling figure of Shinji Ho on the cold stone of the altar, fearing their master's disfavor. The high priest raised his hands to the ceiling, urging his followers to pray for the key to eternal existence beyond the limitations of mana.
Cultists in identical robes merged in a single prayerful ecstasy, begging the higher powers to grant them the coveted key of immortality.
The second commander of the ceremony released magical energy, forming a purple circle behind his back, preparing to extract life force. The girl's prostrate body soared into the air, emitting a multitude of pulsing red essences rushing into the space of the ritual hall. The victim's lifeless eyes shone a frightening white with a pinkish glow, and the silently screaming mouth was frozen in an expression of unspeakable horror. Mystical energy rushed upwards from the exhausted body, forming a complex pattern under the ceiling of the ceremonial hall. The magic circle spawned a ghostly tree, showering the ritual participants with mysterious glowing leaves that absorbed life force. The exhausted body of the schoolgirl slumped helplessly on the altar as the commander, having exhausted her life energy, completed the transformation ritual. The performer's triumphant smile met the understanding gaze of the second-in-command, who silently shared a moment of ominous triumph. Stepping back from the altar with his hands outstretched, he announced the finding of the final sacrifice, whose offering would usher in the long-awaited meeting with him. The high priest gestured to the three bodies of the girls, pulsing with the remnants of life force, preparing the final offering to the blood cult. The cultists enthusiastically echoed their leader, offering 3 young vessels of pure mana to the mysterious herd flower, the symbol of their twisted faith. The vampiress who had escaped from the protagonist watched the disgusting ritual from a dark corner of the room, deeply disgusted by what was happening. A contemptuous grimace distorted her pale face, mentally cursing the senseless bloodshed and fanatical madness of the hated cultists. The sudden explosion of energy made the bloodsucker tense and turn around sharply, instinctively sensing the approach of something unexpected. The chief priest's imperious gesture instantly interrupted the joyous cheering, plunging the huge hall into an atmosphere of bewildered confusion. A sepulchral silence enveloped the sacred hall, where the participants of the ritual froze in tense anticipation, afraid to break the silence with even the slightest breath. The high priest addressed everyone, majestically proclaiming the last test before the long-awaited blooming of the red flower. Surprise and strange joy reflected on the face of the former soldier of the protagonist, recognizing Sergeant Lee Hun-wook in the midst. Releasing the commander from the mana-restricting shackles, Lee Seong-shok stared in amazement at the unusual attire of his old acquaintance. The hero, rubbing his cuffed wrists, expressed his joy at the encounter, but immediately frowned, suspecting possible involvement in the kidnappings. The ex-soldier waved his hands desperately, vowing to deny any connection to the crimes, attributing his presence to the barrier surrounding the detention center. The boy's gaze studied the changed face of his interlocutor, trying to unravel the mystery of his strange transformation and appearance in this creepy place. An agonizing sadness reflected in the eyes of a former comrade in arms, who admitted to lapses of memory and horror at his own changed appearance. Memories of the panic that gripped him at the sight of the reflection made the soldier shudder, mentally reliving the moment of fleeing from his former comrades. Exhausted by the hopelessness of his situation, he recalled his grueling escape, which had ended in complete exhaustion. Powerless despair gripped him as his exhausted body refused to continue running, causing him to collapse directly onto the cold asphalt of the deserted road. Despair tore at the soul of the defeated warrior, who realized the inevitability of vampire existence and the monstrous change in his fate. Mysterious figures in scarlet robes materialized beside the sobbing soldier, coldly classifying him as the failed subject of the experiment. The last realization of their belonging to the top of the Dark Magic Association flashed through the fading mind of a soldier before plunging into darkness. The commander tensely analyzed the information about the two heads, knowing that there was only one true leader of this sinister organization. The ambiguous question elicited a wave of desperate excuses from the ex-soldier, whose eyes begged for confidence and whose trembling hands betrayed excitement. Lee Hun-wook abruptly cut the pointless apology short, turning his attention to the critical situation of the kidnapped children whose lives hung in the balance. The giant shared information about child victims with pure mana, a sinister altar, and a mysterious red flower hidden in the upper floors of the building. Desperate attempts at justification overwhelmed the agitated soldier, whose guilty words sounded with tearful earnestness in the semi-darkness of the room. The shrewd gaze of the former commander glowed with a strange mixture of understanding and hidden sadness, piercing through the soul of the interlocutor. The tears that rolled down the giant's cheeks caused the sergeant to soften momentarily and clap his companion's powerful shoulder in a friendly manner. The smile of the former commander that lit up his face instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere, giving long-awaited relief to the exhausted soul of the soldier. Lee Won-suk's emotional outburst, accompanied by a flood of tears and snot, was abruptly cut short by the sergeant's stern remark about the inappropriate appearance. The sudden noise and voices outside the door tensed the protagonist and his associate, who heard the entire conversation and realized the approaching threat. The resolute sergeant gave clear orders without a shadow of doubt to his subordinate, whose attention was absolutely riveted on his commander's words. The strategic plan to split up to find the barrier and rescue the hostages came from the mouth of the protagonist, whose confident gaze left no room for doubt. True to his military upbringing, the giant instantly accepted the command, displaying impeccable soldierly poise and readiness to act. The unexpected pause in the young man's additional words caused a slight surprise on Lee Won-suk's face, not expecting the continued instructions. A lightning jerk from the young man dressed in women's clothes left his faithful partner facing the door, ready to collapse under the onslaught of his pursuers. The magical power of the blue uniform guards turned the sturdy door to splinters, opening the way for an angry chase eager to catch up with the fugitives. The unexpected encounter with an enraged stranger in a fighting stance took the guards by surprise, causing them to involuntarily retreat in the face of the potential threat. The angry shouts of the confused guard expressed bewilderment at the confrontation of the obstructing stranger, who was clearly looking for trouble.
The former soldier's silent response was embodied in the stunning sight of the activation of an ability that multiplied the size of his body.
The memory of Lee Hyun-wook's words about returning to the squad or dying for desertion prompted Lee Won-suk to proudly introduce himself to his enemies. The warrior deliberately delayed the pursuers, giving time to his former commander, rushing to rescue the doomed girls from the clutches of the sinister cult. Careful movement through the corridors led the protagonist to an open room requiring vigilance and a tactical approach to the situation. The disgusting smell of fresh blood hit the guy's nostrils, causing him to reflexively cover his nose. The picture of a multitude of bloody bodies in red robes and two living figures of the organization shook the mind of the young man, realizing the scale of the tragedy. The horror of realizing the complete destruction of the Dark Magic Association was reflected on the pale face of the guy, comprehending the incredible scale of the disaster. The ritual with the three girls shrouded in dark energy and hovering in the air above the red-clad figure's head unfolded before the hero's shocked gaze. The second commander, with blazing eyes, turned around sharply, sensing the stranger's presence at the sacred altar with his supernatural sense. Lee Hyun-wook's lightning-fast reaction manifested into a swift leap backward and an instant retreat from the room hiding the horrible secrets. A deafening explosion shook the building, creating a smoking hole much larger than the previous one. Lee Hyun-wook avoided the devastating blow by instinctively retreating to the wall, where the destructive force passed millimeters away from his tense body. The plea of the half-living Shin Ji-ho, shrouded in dark magic, sounded like a heartbreaking whisper through her tears, crying out for rescue from her nightmarish captivity. The second head, leaving her accomplice to manage the girls' floating bodies, went in search of the intruder, comparing it to a hiding rat. The promise of a quick death without torture burst from the girl's lips as she threw off her cloak and revealed her true form in the darkness of the ominous corridor. Park Ji-hyun, the warden of the Seoul Detention Center, licked her lips, anticipating an exciting hunt for the lurking enemy lurking in the shadows. The warriors under the command of the red-haired officer froze in readiness, watching the thin streams of energy of the forming portal. Inner uneasiness made the commander exchange glances with Park Ju-mo, silently seeking confirmation of the correctness of the risky plan. The protagonist carefully explained the intricate strategy of the deceptive maneuver, emphasizing the critical points of the upcoming operation. The guild's connection to the Association of Dark Magic remained an undeniable fact, protected only by the separation of military and guild jurisdiction. The sergeant's intent was revealed in simulating the weakness and vulnerability of the rear, provoking the enemy into a first strike in open hostile action. The flawless logic of the plan culminated in gaining a legitimate reason for a punitive operation against the powerful Great Mountain Guild. The red-haired officer was deep in thought about the consequences of attacking an influential organization, drawing glances from his fellow officers. The sudden pause was replaced by a sharp turn toward the sergeant, heralding the revelation of an important flaw in a seemingly flawless plan. The officer pointed out the insurmountable gap between the strength of the sergeant's single mission force and the superior firepower of the opposing force. The self-assured defiance in the sergeant's words only intensified his interlocutor's anxious doubts, generating a cascade of unspoken questions. The protagonist emphasized the lieutenant's crucial role in the operation, reviving in him a sense of necessity and the inevitable burden of responsibility. The red-haired commander gave the order to begin the deceptive maneuver, causing an instant mobilization of the armed fighters lined up behind his back. The carefully planned operation fooled the guild snipers who were unaware of the presence of Kim Si-hee hovering above them. The realization that Lee Hun-wook was right filled the girl with rage, spilling out in a sharp landing that scattered the enemies with waves of magic. Taking advantage of the moment of stupor, she swept through the ranks of her opponents, leaving a bloody trail of indestructible blade behind her.
Keeping the leader of the sniper squad alive, the warrioress pressed the tip of her blade against his throat, coldly warning of the deadly consequences of the slightest movement.
The girl's commanding voice and the increased pressure of the blade forced the captive to signal the supposedly successful completion of the mission.
The signal from the sniper team made the commander of Squad B blur into a triumphant smile, ordering the strike team to move out immediately.
The armed armada rushed toward the positions of the VSSM squad, still centered around the shimmering portal. The sudden report of the elimination of the sniper squad stained the red-haired commander's face with the pallor of the realization of approaching danger. The bewildered VSMC soldiers froze at the portal, surrounded by a ring of approaching armed opponents preparing for a decisive strike. The commander's thunderous order caused the last soldier in the formation, An Min-dae, to instantly extend a protective barrier in front of his comrades. The shield activated by the warrior's cry unfolded an impenetrable wall, throwing back the attacking opponents with a magical wave. The volley of annihilating fire that followed the officer's command rained down on the unprepared attackers, turning their ranks into a chaos of falling bodies. Squad B's commander burst into curses, realizing that the plan had been revealed, and summoned a magical squad in a desperate attempt to turn the tide. A squad of sorcerers rushed to the rescue, with mystical weapons topped with massive crystals pulsing with latent power. Lined up in a semicircle, the mages created magical circles emitting streams of energy, aimed directly at the VSM squad at the portal. The soldiers' desperate attempts to take cover behind their comrades' shields seemed unsuccessful as the enemy energy began to envelop them. The guild commander, observing this scene, began laughingly preparing an exculpatory speech about the tragic death of the WSSM squad at the hands of the Dark Magic Association. Flashes of magical energy continued to rush towards the soldiers at the portal, when suddenly a sniper's bullet mercilessly pierced the skull of one of the mages. The deadly shot left a thin trickle of smoke billowing from the barrel of the precision weapon after masterfully hitting the target. The gunner nonchalantly confirmed the successful hit, instantly reloading his rifle for the next deadly shot. The guild commander furiously raised his head toward the roof, spotting the lurking sniper and cursing the incompetence of his assassins. Orders to block the enemy rattled over the battlefield as the soldiers thought to be dead suddenly crossed through the portal behind the enemy's back. The commander's shock at their appearance was momentarily interrupted by the decisive actions of the red-haired officer who had organized a defensive position. The armed forces unleashed a barrage of fire on the opponents, while An Min-dae protected his allies with a magical shield against enemy spells. The Great Mountain Guild commander's fury spewed out insults at the elite fighters of his clan who dared to deceive him. A monstrous transformation enveloped the palm of the enraged leader's hand, turning it into a deadly weapon covered in sharp spikes. The commander directed a sizzling attack at the group of soldiers, displaying the destructive power of his anger and terrifying skill. Lee Min-hee froze in tense amazement as he watched the approach of the enraged opponent flying towards them at a supernatural speed. The whirlpool of giant rocks swirled in a whirlwind, directed by the commander's furious energy against the defenseless soldiers below. A mental reference to Lee Hyun-wook rang through the red-haired officer's mind, desperately waiting for his hidden card to appear. The bloody bodies of the guards sprawled lifelessly around Lee Won-suk, who destroyed them with frightening efficiency and unperturbed calmness. A barely visible button on the wall activated an automatic message to deactivate the protective barrier around the complex, executing the secret plan. Memories of the battle instructions strengthened the warrior's resolve as he vowed to Lee Hyun-wook to never retreat in the face of the enemy again. Squad B's commander parted the air, channeling the vortex with his transformed hand, spewing curses and promises of agonizing retribution. The powerful elemental generated by the spiked limb suddenly stopped its deadly spinning, freezing in unnatural static. Choi Yun-jun's cold voice cut through the tense silence behind the cocky commander's back, foreshadowing a lightning-fast attack. The soldier's superhuman speed left glowing trails in the air after a masterful blade strike that split the space around the enemy. Multiple wounds covered the commander's body, from which streams of blood gushed, accompanied by the screams of the defeated warrior. Shock swept through the ranks of the guild soldiers, who could not believe that their invincible leader could be defeated so lightning fast. Contrasting emotions were reflected on the faces of Lee Hyun-wook's squad members, from the astonishment of the red-haired officer to Park Jun-mo's jubilation. The lifeless body of the commander collapsed to the ground with a deafening thud, raising a cloud of dust and symbolizing the end of his tyrannical rule. Choi Yun-jun swiftly tore off his disguise, raising his gaze to the sky and shouting out Lee Hyun-wook's name with inexplicable fury. Bewilderment swept over the soldiers, especially Park Jun-mo, whose joy was replaced by anxious confusion at the strange behavior of a fellow soldier.
A sinister smile distorted the warrior's face, pronouncing Lee Hyun-wook's name with a blatant hatred that frightened even battle-hardened soldiers.
The shocked fighters silently pointed in the direction, unable to utter a word in the face of their mad comrade's frightening transformation. Sergeant Choi Yun-jun slowly looked up in the direction indicated, clutching his weapon as the enemy warriors continued to hide behind their shields. The protective dome over the Seoul Detention Center gradually dissipated, exposing the ruined structures of the once impregnable fortress. Killing intent permeated every movement of the soldier who rushed towards the building with lightning speed and vowed to massacre Lee Hyun-wook.